Chapter 1. It has arrived. It has finally arrived. That Chen is truly unfortunate during his sword training. He became possessed, not only ruining his dantian, but also losing his sight. I heard that his fiancée, the prodigious young lady of a Shangguan family, Shangguan Waner, came to annul their engagement recently, bringing shame upon the Yi family. Indeed, Shangguan Waner's actions in annulling the engagement were somewhat excessive, yet one can understand her position. Had Yi Chen not succumbed to madness, his extraordinary talent would have made him worthy of her. Now, however, he has been reduced to a mere invalid, a blind man. Meanwhile, Shangguan Waner, adorned with the brilliance of a genius, is said to have become a disciple of the Empress of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, destined to soar to great heights and become a true phoenix among men. Wow, the Empress of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, she's the most beautiful woman in the entire Jiuzhou Continent. To catch a glimpse of her will be a life fulfilled. Hearing the discussions around him, Yi Chen could only bitterly smile, drifting through the crowd in a state of self-pity. In truth, he was not the real Yi Chen. To be precise, the genuine Yi Chen had already passed away. He had been an ordinary office worker on Earth, experiencing the grind of a 996 work schedule until an untimely death befell him. Then, in a bewildering twist of fate, he found himself in the Jiuzhou Continent. Yi Chen was an ancient century prodigy from the Yi family of Shuanglin City. 7 years ago, his mother mysteriously vanished. His father, the clan leader, set out in search of her and subsequently disappeared as well. This left him and his sister, Yi Inha, to rely on one another. Though not by blood, they were taken in by their parents when he was merely 3 years old. Even in his father's absence, the former clan leader's influence lingered. Coupled with his unparalleled talent in swordsmanship, he was regarded as an exceptional genius, allowing him and his sister to lead a relatively carefree life, at least without concerns for food and clothing. However, everything changed 3 years ago. While preparing for a breakthrough, he became possessed and consequently ruined his dantian. The sword's essence also left him blind. Misfortunes never come singly. His fiancée, Shangguan Waner, came to annul their engagement, unlike the typical protagonist who would retaliate with the classic line, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not bully the youth in poverty. He succumbed to despair after these dual blows. Ultimately, he fell into deep depression and perished not long after. Thus, the rise of the once remarkable youth had culminated in his fall to mediocrity, his fiancée's rejection serving as a slap in the face, while his parents remained missing, and his sister was not even blood-related. This was indeed a classic template for the underdog's resurgence. Yet, where was the golden finger? Where was the wise elder? Where was the system? Without these external aids, how could he hope to turn his fortunes around, to flaunt his prowess, to exact revenge? However, it had been a full 10 months since he arrived in the Jiuzhou Continent. Even a second child would have been born by now. Yet, Yi Chen had not encountered even a trace of those coveted aids. Day after day, he endured the scorn and ridicule from his family 80 times. He was treated like a jester, and any act of defiance might result in a brutal beating. Had it not been for his sister Yi Inheng's meticulous care, he might have contemplated ending his own life in utter despair. Oh heavens, why subject me to this torment? Although I've been transported to another realm without any advantages, I could have at least been granted a complete existence. Yet I find myself with a ruined dantian and blinded. Is such cruelty truly necessary? After a bout of anguished introspection, Yi Chen returned home. Rather than a home, it resembled a mere thatched hut. Ever since it was confirmed that his dantian could never be restored and his sight would remain lost, the siblings had been expelled from their gardened courtyard to this humble dwelling. Even the most lowly servant would find their living conditions superior to this. Upon entering the abode, Yi Chen was greeted by a cacophony of sounds. "Brother, you have finally returned." Seeing Yi Chen, a young girl, barely in her teens, rushed over with a hint of tears in her voice. That why Yi Chen grasped her delicate, fragile hand tightly, offering reassurance. "Inhong, do not fear, your brother is here." "Ah, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's our family's so-called genius. Oh no, I should say the blind man has returned." At that moment, a coarse and arrogant voice interrupted. Though Yi Chen could not see, he recognized the identity of the speaker by the tone. That why Yihu, the youngest son of the Grand Elder, a good for nothing scion. Before Yi Chen had fallen into despair, he had frequently dealt with Yihu, Now, the tables had turned, and Yihu dared to flaunt his superiority over Yi-chan. "Yihu, what brings you here?" With a grin, Yihu replied, "I've come to see our dear Inhong. Brother, Yihu want me to marry Zhang Zhou, but I do not wish to wed him." Zhang Zhou, the second son of the Zhang family patriarch, was, like Yihu, a wastrel who spent his days bullying others. After a chance encounter with Yi Inhong, he became infatuated and swore to make her his. Thus, he manipulated his friend Yi Hu into proposing. Yi Hu's father, Yi Boyong, aspired to remove the acting from his title and become the legitimate clan leader. This ambition necessitated the support of the Zhang family, and without a second thought, Yi Boyong acquiesced. Yi Hu had come to convey this news. "Inhong, Zhang Zhou is the son of the Zhang family patriarch. His status is exceedingly noble. If you were to marry him, even as a concubine, you would live a life of luxury, enjoying endless wealth and splendor. Why endure hardship alongside your blind brother?" Before Yi Hu could finish, Yi Inhong shook her head vigorously. "I do not want that. Even if it means sharing a meager meal with my brother, I would willingly choose it." Seeing Yi Inhong's stubbornness, Yi Hu huffed in frustration. "Humph, what a wretched creature, refusing to drink the good wine and opting for the bitter. Let me tell you, I have made up my mind regarding this matter, and your descent is of no consequence. 7 days hence, on an auspicious day, you shall be delivered to the Zhang family." Yi Inhao appeared momentarily startled by Yi Hu's furious roar, her delicate frame trembling slightly as she clung tightly to Yi Chen's arm. Yi Chen gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain unafraid. Having reassured his sister, Yi Inhao, he resolutely declared, "Yi Hu, as long as I, Yi Chen, draw breath, you shall not lay a finger on my sister." Upon hearing Yi Chen's unwavering proclamation, Yi Hu was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into raucous laughter. "Ha! Yi Chen, do you truly believe yourself to be the prodigy you once were, daring to threaten me? Do not think that because you are the son of the former clan leader, I am afraid to eliminate you." With that, he gestured to his subordinates, commanding, "Our blind prodigy seems to be feeling frisky again, you lot. Go and loosen his muscles." The henchmen complied, rolling up their sleeves as they approached Yi Chen with malicious intent. In that moment, Yi Chen, rendered powerless, could do nothing but instinctively shield his sister, Yi Inhao, beneath him as they unleashed their blows. Fists rained down upon him like a torrential storm, inflicting unbearable pain. Amidst the cacophony of Yi Hu's derisive laughter, he could hear his sister's tearful pleas. "Humph, Yi Chen, should you behave obediently from now on, I might allow you to live a bit longer. Otherwise, in the desolate mountains outside the city, your bones shall not be missed. And you, Yi Inhao, do not test my patience. If you wish to spare your blind brother from being tossed into the wilderness to feed the wolves, you must heed my commands." With those final words, he departed, satisfied, leaving behind the sorrowful siblings, huddled together in their desolate courtyard, weeping bitterly. In that moment, Yi Chen felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness, as though he were plummeting into an abyss, surrounded by the all-consuming darkness of despair. Suddenly, Yi Chen's body jolted as if struck by lightning. Within the previously impenetrable darkness of his consciousness, a glimmer of dawn emerged. "I felt that it has arrived. It has finally come." Chapter 2. The Divine Sign-In System Ding. The Divine Sign-In System has been flawlessly activated. Binding process commencing. 1, 2, 3. 98, 99, 100. Ding. System binding successful. Upon hearing that ethereal and resonant voice, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming surge of joy. At last, the system has arrived. I knew it. What kind of transmigrator would be without a system? Though it may arrive fashionably late, it will undoubtedly make its presence known. "Brother, what has happened to you?" Yi Inghe, witnessing Yi Chen's sudden transition from despair to elation, mistakenly thought he had lost his mind and inquired with genuine concern. Yi Chen was brought back to reality by his sister's melodious voice. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and replied, "Inghe, I'm fine. Please return to your room for now." Yi Inghe, though somewhat skeptical, nodded in acknowledgement. "Wait here. I shall return shortly." After gently assisting Yi Chen to sit on the bed, Yi Inghe hurriedly exited. Although Yi Chen was unaware of her intentions, he paid it no mind. At that moment, his thoughts were consumed solely by the system. "System, are you there?" Soon, a distant and ethereal voice resonated beside him. "Host, simply summon me with your thoughts. There is no need for loud exclamations. Oh, understood, understood, keeping it low-key. Upon hearing the system's words, Chen closed his eyes tightly, entering a profound and enigmatic state akin to a meditative monk. The world around him appeared vast and tranquil, reminiscent of the cosmos. Suddenly, he beheld an ancient tree soaring into the heavens. The tree was adorned with winding vines and blossoming flowers of every hue, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene akin to a fairyland. As he gazed further, he spotted a swing crafted from vines, upon which sat a figure reminiscent of Thumbelina from a storybook. With two snow-white wings sprouting from her back, she embodied the epitome of an exquisite fairy, her features and form nothing short of perfection. Moreover, she wielded a shimmering magic wand that radiated brilliant light. Upon noticing Chen's presence, she flashed him a radiant smile. "Greetings, new master. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope for your kind guidance." Her smile rendered the surrounding landscape devoid of color, leaving Chen in a state of disarray. Oh no, the sensation of infatuation. He felt as if his heart were that of a lovesick maiden, racing uncontrollably like a startled deer. I have fallen for a Thumbelina. How sinful. After a moment of self-restraint, Chen discovered something extraordinary. He had indeed seen her. This revelation filled him with delight, almost compelling him to leap with exuberance. At this moment, only a classic line from Zazawi could encapsulate his feelings. "Bro, just come and chop me." "Oh wait, that's not it. Do you know how I've spent these past 10 months? With exaggerated expressions and an excited voice, Xiaoyi seemed to perceive Chen's thoughts, her dimples dancing lightly as she spoke. "Host, please remain calm. This is your sea of consciousness, a realm that you can manipulate with your intent. Here, you are the creator, an omnipotent deity, not confined to the outside world." Upon hearing Xiao Yi's explanation, Chen felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, refreshing yet startling. He had initially believed that with the acquisition of this system, he could act freely and without restraint. However, it appeared that he had overestimated his capabilities. "Xiaoyi, may I ask if you can restore my vision and grant me the gift of sight? You see, the world outside is so splendid. The young ladies on the street are extraordinarily beautiful, yet I am unable to perceive anything. Rest assured, host. The system has prepared a special welcome gift tailored just for you. Please receive it." After saying this, Xiao Yi waved her magical wand. Soon, a gift box enveloped in radiant rainbow light appeared before Chen. As he reached out to grasp it, the box suddenly opened, releasing a dazzling brilliance. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ancient offensive secret technique, the 3,000 Sword Deities technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ancient supportive supreme art, the Hard Eye. The 3,000 Sword Deities technique, as its name suggests, is a swordsmanship scripture that encapsulates 3,000 paths. If one successfully cultivates it, they may be hailed as a peerless sword deity. However, even for those with exceptional talent in swordsmanship, mastering a single path to perfection, achieving the transformative state, is a daunting task, let alone mastering all 3,000 sword paths. Yet, Chen remained unfazed. With the system as his ally, what was there to fear? As for the Hard Eye, it appeared even more formidable. Moreover, there was a rather unique condition for its cultivation. One must be blind to practice it. Upon seeing this condition, Chen couldn't help but want to scoff. This was akin to the infamous Kuhua scripture, which required one to castrate themselves to learn the divine skill. Upon achieving minor success in cultivation, it could restore sight to the blind. When cultivated to great perfection, it could grant the ability to see through objects, transcending physical barriers. At its pinnacle, one could survey all things in the world, becoming an all-seeing mobile probe. When perfected, one could perceive whatever their heart desired, truly allowing for unbridled freedom and desire. Delightful, utterly delightful. It seemed that the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of life had arrived. By the way, Xiao Yi, since you claim to be a divine-level sign-in system, how does one sign in? The host may check in daily during the midnight hour, specifically between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. Please be punctual. Chen eagerly inquired, what rewards can be expected upon signing in? In principle, the rewards will be influenced by the host's environment. The more perilous and unique the host's location, the more generous and extraordinary the rewards obtained from signing in. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Chen suddenly grasped the situation. It was only now the hour of you. with 3 more hours until Z. Thus, he could not yet sign in. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to delve into the ancient texts, 3,000 Sword Deities, and Heart's Eye. The first of these sacred tomes he chose to explore was Heart's Eye. To possess a pair of eyes that can perceive light is a dream cherished by every blind soul. To wield the power of X-ray vision is a desire coveted by every normal man. As a typical blind male, Chen found himself unable to resist such alluring temptations. However, upon opening the book, he was left utterly bewildered. Not a single word graced its pages. Xiao Yi, are you jesting with me? How can I cultivate without a single character to guide me? Xiao Yi, swinging gently on her swing, replied languidly, use your mind. At her response, Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then, following her guidance, he began to learn through the power of thought. Chen sat cross-legged within his sea of consciousness, akin to an old monk in deep meditation, engaging in visualization. Seasons changed, flowers bloomed and withered, and the world continued its cycle of birth and decay. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long. Suddenly, Chen's tightly shut eyes burst open, radiating a brilliant light that pierced the heavens. He had achieved a minor success with Heart's Eye. Amidst a surge of elation, Chen was struck by a grave realization. He had been cultivating for such an extended period. What of his sister, He? Chapter 3. The first sign-in rewards the Empress's companion at that moment. A melodious voice, reminiscent of a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, suddenly resonated in Chen's ear. Your wounds are still bleeding. Let me apply some medicine for you. Inghua, how are you? Did they bully you? Chen was pulled back from his consciousness into the realm of reality by Inghua's voice. Overcome with emotion, he instinctively embraced her. Inghua was startled by this unexpected display of affection, leaving her somewhat flustered. What is the matter with you? Realizing he had lost his composure, Chen hastily concocted a reason. Inghua, I am fine. I just had a dream where something happened to you. Inghua covered her mouth and giggled. You have only been gone for less than 5 minutes, and you managed to dream? Chen replied, has it only been 5 minutes? It feels as though a century has passed. Suddenly, Chen became aware of a remarkable truth. He could truly see her. The Inghua before him was no longer merely an enchanting voice. She was a vivid, corporeal figure standing right in front of him. Previously, all of Chen's memories of Inghua were drawn from the original owner's recollections, which had long faded into obscurity. Today marked the first time since his rebirth that he beheld her true visage. One word, breathtaking. She possessed eyes that sparkled like spring water, skin as smooth as fine jade, and her cascading hair fell elegantly over her shoulders. Her slender form was complemented by long, graceful legs, exuding an ethereal charm. What is the matter? Although Inghua was aware of her blindness, being scrutinized so openly by him made her feel somewhat bashful. At that moment, Chen recognized his previous indiscretion and quickly diverted his gaze. It's nothing. I just feel fortunate to see you. Understanding her own limitations, Inghua gently took his larger hand and placed it on her cheek, allowing him to tangibly sense her presence. As soon as Chen's fingers brushed against her cheek, a tingling sensation coursed through him, akin to an electric shock. The girl's skin was exquisite, soft to the touch, reminiscent of the finest silk from Jiangnan. After allowing him to caress her cheek for a while, Inghua finally parted her lips and spoke. Let me help you with your wounds. All right. Inghua carefully tended to Chen's injuries, administering medicine with a practiced ease that indicated she had performed this task numerous times before. Witnessing her dedication stirred a profound emotion within Chen. Inghua. As she focused intently on applying the medicine, Inghua looked up at the sound of her name. Yes, Inghua, rest assured, I will protect you. Chen's voice, though soft, carried a resolute tone. Yes, I believe you. Inghua solemnly nodded. Subsequently, she turned away, discreetly wiping away a tear. After applying the ointment, Inghua retreated to the adjacent room to rest. Meanwhile, Chen was preoccupied with the prospect of signing in, his excitement rendering him unable to sleep. He ascended to the rooftop, interlacing his fingers behind his head as a makeshift pillow, gazing at the resplendent moonlight. He pondered whether the moonlight on Earth was equally round and luminous. Unbeknownst to him, memories of his life on Earth began to surface in his mind. He hailed from a small county, and through relentless diligence, he secured admission to a prestigious university in the bustling metropolis. During his time there, he met his first love. He had once believed that their journey would lead to marriage. However, his girlfriend's parents stipulated that should he desire to marry their daughter, he must purchase a home in the heart of the metropolis outright, and it must be registered in her name. Although he had landed a commendable job, he had only graduated 2 years prior, and his annual salary, including bonuses and various benefits, amounted to merely 2 or 300,000. While this sum seemed substantial in his hometown, a small 18th-tier city where it could cover a down payment for a house in the expensive metropolis, it would scarcely suffice for a restroom. He calculated that, based on his income at the time, to afford a home in the city center, he would need to toil without rest for 500 years, followed by borrowing another 500 years from the heavens. His girlfriend was a good girl, yet she lacked decisiveness, obediently adhering to her parents' wishes. Thus, they parted ways. The promises made in the campus corridors of eternal devotion ultimately succumbed to the harsh realities of life. It was this failed romance that awakened him to the significance of wealth. In an effort to forget the beauty of the past, he began to work tirelessly, day and night, becoming renowned as the most diligent worker in the entire office building. After 3 years of relentless effort, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. The affluent thrive through technology, while the impoverished rely on fortuitous mutations. A commoner seeking to rise must depend on transcendence. Reflecting on the bittersweet memories of the past, a hint of a bitter smile crept across Yi Chen's lips. Time passed inexorably. Before he knew it, the hour had grown late. The system prompted him that it was time to sign in. Signing in. Within the sea of consciousness, Xiao Yi waved her magic wand. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and formed a fate bond with the Empress. Huh. A fate bond with the Empress? What on earth is that? Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Yi Chen was utterly bewildered. He recognized each word, yet when combined, they rendered him speechless. He could not grasp their meaning. Xiao Yi patiently elucidated. It means that in the future, the Empress will merge with you, and your fates will intertwine as your essences blend together. In simpler terms, the Empress will become your future companion. What? The Empress will become my future companion? Yi Chen was left astounded. Across the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou Continent, there exists but one individual worthy of the title of Empress. That singular figure is the unparalleled beauty of Jiuzhou, the esteemed leader of the Tianxiang Pavilion, Lian Hongshan. Furthermore, she is also the revered mentor of his former fiancée, Shang Wanwaner. If one were to become the companion of the Empress, would that not elevate one to the status of Shang Wanwaner's esteemed uncle by marriage? Contemplating this, a rather wicked thought immediately surfaced in Yi Chen's mind. The vision was too enchanting, and he dared not pursue the implications further. Chapter 4. The Empress in Crimson. At the very moment when Yi Chen was signing in, 1,000 miles away on by Yun Mountain, in the Tianxiang Pavilion on the 9th floor, a woman of unparalleled beauty, captivating enough to sway nations, was seated in a meditative posture. At this moment, she endured the torment of inner fire, beads of sweat cascading down her fair forehead, revealing her profound suffering. It seemed imperative that she swiftly find a suitable partner for dual cultivation to quell the raging flames within her. However, locating one who perfectly fulfills the numerous stringent criteria, and who also meets her own satisfaction, was no simple task, as Lian Hongshan summoned her formidable will to once again suppress the inner fire. A brilliant meteor streaked across the vast expanse of the galaxy, leaving behind a luminous tail. In that fleeting instant, she felt a stirring of energy within her, as if it were being drawn forth. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed in the direction of the meteor's descent, which appeared to be towards the city of Shuanglin. After picturing the scene in his mind, Yi Chen shook his head, casting aside any wicked thoughts. Although he had never encountered the Empress, he was well aware that she was an exceedingly proud individual. She had publicly declared that no man worthy of her attention had yet to emerge. Were she to exist in the 21st century on Earth, she would undoubtedly be a leader of feminism. In his current disheveled state, with his dantian rendered useless, even her newly accepted disciple, the young and talented Shang Wanwaner, had expressed her disdain for him. What chance did he have with the Empress herself? To approach her boldly and declare that she was his destined partner seemed a perilous endeavor. He estimated that the likelihood of being met with immediate hostility was high. While the system guaranteed a bond of fortune between them, who could ascertain whether the little AI might encounter a bug? To him, this system resembled an intelligent application. and a glitch could spell disaster in an instant. As a seasoned programmer who had balled before 30 in his previous life, he understood the terrifying implications of bugs all too well. He recalled a colleague who had operated 99 drones to form a heart shape in the sky to propose to his girlfriend, only for a bug to cause the drones to spiral out of control and crash into her home's windows. Thus, it was prudent to remain cautious. Moreover, the distance to Baiyun Mountain was a staggering 1,000 miles. At the current pace, it would take nearly a year to arrive. By then, the opportunity would have long since passed. Therefore, to rescue his sister Yi Yinhe from the fiery abyss, he must rely solely on himself. Yi Chen inquired, "Little E, my Dantian is incapacitated, and I cannot cultivate. What should I do?" The AI responded, "Host, your heart eye has reached a minor completion. You can utilize visualization techniques to mend your Dantian." Upon hearing Little Yi's response, Yi Chen felt a surge of exhilaration within him. Indeed, what an extraordinary tool it is, capable of resolving any issue. Without further ado, let us embark on our endeavor. Yi Chen seated himself upon the rooftop, legs crossed, palms pressed together as he invoked the secret art of the hard eye, entering into a state of contemplation. In no time, he beheld his internal organs and meridians from a divine perspective. The sight was indeed startling. If one were to liken his body to a house, the chaotic scene within resembled that of housing 10 purebred huskies. An apt phrase to describe it would be a sight too grim to endure. His Dantian was in such disrepair that it resembled a sieve, and it was indeed a marvel that it could hold any spiritual energy at all. To elevate one's cultivation, a practitioner must absorb external spiritual force and store it within the Dantian. Subsequently, the Dantian refines this absorbed energy, nourishing the body's meridians to foster growth. This cycle continues until the major meridians reach a new pinnacle, resulting in a qualitative transformation born from quantitative change. Upon examining his Dantian and meridians, Yi Chen commenced the restoration process according to the visualization technique of the hard eye. The dilapidated Dantian and meridians, under the gaze of the visualization, transformed as if lifeless flora were bathed in sunlight and given fresh water. The withered leaves began to fall, giving rise to tender green shoots that visibly thrived at an astonishing pace. After 3 years, that sensation returned, fully revived. Qi Refinement Stage 1. Qi Refinement Stage 2. Qi Refinement Stage 3. Qi Refinement Stage 4. Qi Refinement Stage 5. Qi Refinement Stage 6. Qi Refinement Stage 7. Qi Refinement Stage 8. Qi Refinement Stage 9. Ultimately, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of Qi Refinement Stage 9, the same peak he had attained 3 years prior. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that he was but a single step away from breaking through the constraints of his current level and ascending to the foundation establishment realm. In the realm of cultivation within the 9 provinces, the stages are delineated as Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, God Transformation, Tribulation Crossing, Great Ascension, and the legendary Immortal Realm. The Qi Refinement and Foundation Establishment stages are commonplace, while achieving the Golden Core signifies a practitioner's entry into the depths of cultivation. Wherever one goes, they are respectfully addressed as Taoist friend. As for the Nascent Soul stage, practitioners at this level can look down upon a domain. Unless a formidable God Transformation Elder intervenes, they can navigate the 9 provinces with ease. Those who reach the God Transformation stage are the supreme beings who dominate entire continents, often serving as national advisors or esteemed elders of premier sections. The Tribulation Crossing and Great Ascension stages are largely detached from worldly matters, solely devoted to the pursuit of enlightenment along the path of immortality. As for the Immortal Realm, it is chronicled only in ancient texts, said to have existed solely in antiquity. Presently, the spiritual energy within the 9 provinces is markedly scarce compared to ancient times, rendering the emergence of another immortal virtually impossible. Chapter 5. A sword piercing the heavens upon realizing that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refining. Yi Chen felt an uncontrollable surge of primordial power within him. Eagerly, he retrieved the sword gifted by his father and commenced his practice of the 3,000 sword divine arts. The first sword technique was titled a sword piercing the heavens. Initially, he presumed that such a profound technique would be exceedingly complicated to master. However, after perusing it, a singular thought resonated in his mind. Is that all? The method of cultivation was rather straightforward, precisely as the name of the sword technique suggested. One simply needed to thrust the sword toward the sky. In essence, it boiled down to a singular action, drawing the sword and piercing the heavens. Chen, somewhat skeptical, decided to follow the instructions nonetheless. He unsheathed his sword and thrust it skyward. After performing this action repeatedly for over 100 times, Chen found it rather monotonous and shifted his gaze toward the moon. The moon was in motion. This revelation added a touch of dynamism to his sword thrusts. Thus, Chen spent the entire night piercing the sky until dawn broke in the east, signaling the end of the moon's watch. If the moon could speak, it would undoubtedly place its hand over its heart and exclaim in trepidation, "This person is formidable, truly frightening. Brother, why are you up so early practicing your swordsmanship?" Yi, having risen to prepare breakfast for Chen, was quite taken aback to find him already practicing in the courtyard. After a night spent honing his skills, Chen was breathless and felt as though his bones were on the verge of dislocating. Yet, upon witnessing his sister's concerned gaze, he felt that all his efforts were worthwhile. "I have promised to protect you for this lifetime," he declared, clenching his fist with unwavering resolve. "I will surely do so." Upon hearing Chen's words, Inha's beautiful eyes instantly became misty with tears. After a prolonged moment, she choked out, "Brother." Seeing his sister in tears, Chen hurried to wipe her eyes. "Inha, do not cry. I am perfectly fine. Have you ever fought for a girl in your life?" This was a question posed to him by a close friend during a time of heartbreak in his previous life. At that moment, Chen had remained silent, for he had yet to understand the feeling of fighting for someone he loved. But now, he comprehended that sentiment fully. "Inha, do you believe in me?" Like a chick pecking at grains, Inha nodded vigorously. "I believe. Since you trust your brother, then cease your tears and go prepare breakfast. I am quite hungry." "All right." With a discreet wipe of her tears, Inha went to cook. The fatigue that had previously engulfed Chen dissipated the instant he saw his sister, now a weeping figure. Renewed with vigor, he picked up the long sword once more. With the moon no longer present, he would now pierce the sun, again and again. Alas! Behold our young master Yi, a mere wastrel, still practicing his swordsmanship. As Chen relentlessly thrust his sword towards the sun, Yihu approached a group of sycophants. Upon hearing Yihu's voice, Chen's expression darkened instantly. Presently, Yihu was merely at the 8th level of qi refinement. Given Chen's peak 9th level of qi refinement, he could, if taken by surprise, dispatch his opponent in a single exchange. However, Chen has no intention of doing so just yet. He wishes to keep his restored powers concealed for the time being. After all, his true adversary is not Yihu, but rather Yihu's father, Yi Boyong, a formidable master at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Defeating Yihu in a moment of bravado may offer temporary satisfaction, yet it would not alter the underlying truth. It could very well backfire, prompting caution from them and inviting unnecessary troubles for himself. Given his current circumstances, breaking the stalemate would necessitate reaching the foundation establishment stage, a feat he has only 7 days to accomplish. Thus, every moment of these 7 days must be devoted to fervent cultivation, rather than squandered on a trivial opponent like Yihu. "Chen, seeing you toil so hard with your sword, would you care for me to spar with you?" Yihu, noting Chen's silence, taunted him further. In the kitchen, Inha, busy with her tasks, noticed Yihu's provocations and, fearing for her brother's safety, rushed out to stand protectively in front of Chen. "Enough." Yihu scoffed coldly, unabashedly ridiculing them. "Ha, Chen, you were once the brightest talent in Shuanglin City. How the mighty have fallen, relying on a woman for protection now. Endure." Chen clenched his teeth, silently reciting the mantra of endurance. After a round of mockery directed at Chen, Yihu turned his attention to Inha. "My dear sister Inha, Chen is not your biological brother. You have already shown him great compassion. Why demean yourself so? Marry young Master Zhang and live as a wealthy lady, attended by maidservants, enjoying boundless riches. Would that not be 1,000 times better than your current plight?" Inha, gritting her teeth, resolutely replied, "I would rather die than marry Zhang Zhou." Seeing her unwavering determination, rage spread across Yihu's brutish face. "Inha, why do this? Young Master Zhang's interest in you is a fortune you could only dream of. I advise you not to be ungrateful and to recognize the kindness offered to you. Humph, you may keep your fortune for yourselves. If you insist on forcing me." You shall only receive my lifeless body. With a defiant huff, Yi Inha produced a gleaming dagger, pressing it against her fair neck. This sudden turn of events startled everyone present, including Yi Chen. It appears that my sister has long harbored such intentions, and she is even prepared with a dagger. Yuan, do not act recklessly. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Inhua did not respond, but instead turned to him with a gentle smile. Brother, you have always protected me in the past. Now, allow me to protect you for once. Yi Hu, aware that Yi Inhua may seem delicate but possesses a remarkably stubborn nature, grew concerned that she might indeed take such drastic measures, leaving both him and the Zhang family unable to give an account. Thus, he softened his tone. Yi Inhua, if you wish to end your life, have you considered what fate would befall your blind brother should you do so? At Yi Hu's words, Yi Inhua's tender form trembled slightly, her hand gripping the dagger, shaking uncontrollably. Indeed, she could choose to end it all, but what would become of her brother? Observing the effect of his words, Yi Hu raised his voice again, declaring, if you dare to take your own life, I assure you that your blind brother will suffer a fate worse than death. If you do not believe me, let us wait and see. Yi Hu, you have gone too far. Do you truly intend to drive Inhua to her demise? Just then, a cold voice unexpectedly echoed from nearby. Yi Chen glanced over to find it was Yi Xian. Yi Xian, the granddaughter of the Grand Elder, is considered the second prodigy of the Yi family in the past century. At merely 15, she has already attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement, just a step away from the foundational stage. As for the first prodigy, that would be Yi Chen, who is yet to succumb to madness. Yi Hu, slightly intimidated by Yi Xian, offered a sheepish smile and hurriedly departed with his subordinates. Once Yi Hu and his entourage had left, the dagger in Yi Inhua's hand clattered to the ground, her body unsteady. Had it not been for Yi Chen's timely support, she might have fallen. Brother, please do not worry, I am fine. After speaking, she turned to Yi Xian and added, thank you, Sister Xian. Yi Xian waved her hand dismissively, saying, it was merely a small effort, do not take it to heart. With that, her gaze shifted to the previously silent Yi Chen. She could not fathom how the once spirited prodigy, who dared to soar like an eagle and entangle the azure dragon, had fallen to such a state. How cruelly fate can be. After a moment of reflection, Yi Xian smiled sweetly and inquired, Yi Chen, how have you been lately? Chapter 6. Encounter with the Empress. Upon hearing Yi Xian's inquiry about his recent well-being, Yi Chen felt a subtle stir within his heart. Yi Chen and Yi Xian were of the same age, though if one were to calculate precisely, Yi Xian was 3 days his senior. However, the nature of their relationship was rather ambiguous, neither particularly close nor overtly distant. The primary reason lay in their inherently competitive natures. Both were fiercely ambitious, always striving to outdo one another. As fate would have it, following the unfortunate incidents involving Yi Chen's parents and his subsequent descent into obsession, the bond between him and Yi Xian deteriorated to that of strangers. This was not due to any disdain on Yi Xian's part. On the contrary, she had once offered her support to him, yet her naturally aloof demeanor rendered her attempts at connection somewhat misguided, while Yi Chen's intense pride led him to perceive her gestures of goodwill as affronts. Consequently, their relationship reached a freezing point, leading to an extended period of silence between them. Well, it's all right, Yi Chen mused, releasing his tightly clenched fists to reveal a bittersweet smile. Yi Xian observed that despite Yi Chen's apparent destitution, there was an undeniable transformation about him today, one that starkly contrasted with his former self. However, she found herself unable to articulate the specifics of this change. Yi Xian felt compelled to speak, yet as she opened her mouth, she realized her words would be insipid and devoid of significance, leading her to remain silent. Since you seem to have no pressing matters, I shall take my leave, she declared. Inha, should that Yi Hu trouble you again, do not hesitate to seek me out. Yi Inha nodded vigorously, her gratitude evident as she replied, thank you, Sister Yi Xian. As she turned to depart, Yi Xian caught a glimpse of Yi Chen from the corner of her eye. With a sigh of melancholy, she prepared to leave. Wait. Suddenly, Yi Chen's voice echoed behind her. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. However, she refrained from turning around and casually inquired, is there something else? Yi Xian, could you do me a favor? The unexpected request from Yi Chen left Yi Xian in disbelief, questioning if she had misheard him. Having grown up under the same roof, she knew his character all too well. In her memory, This was the first occasion Yi Chun had sought her assistance. "What favor?" she asked, her throat constricting slightly, her voice trembling inadvertently. It was evident that for someone as proud as Yi Chun to lower himself and request her aid, the matter must hold significant weight. She feared her inability to fulfill his request might lead to his disappointment. "Please look after Ina. I shall return in 7 days to fetch her." Yi Xian was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Yi Chen's request would be so simple. "Is that all?" she asked in surprise. Yi Chen nodded affirmatively, replying, "Yes, just that." Yi Inha, clinging tightly to Yi Chen's arm, inquired, "Brother, where are you going?" Yi Chen gently patted the back of his sister's fair hand and said, "Inhe, I plan to enter seclusion for 7 days. During this time, Yi Xian will take care of you." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Xian finally noticed the long sword in his hand. "Yi Chen, I will devise a plan regarding Inhe. In your current state, even if you were to seclude yourself for 7 days, or even 7 years, it would be a futile endeavor, akin to striking a stone with an egg. With uncle and aunt no longer present, Inhe is only you as her remaining kin. Please do not act recklessly. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to do anything reckless." Yi Chen replied, flashing Yi Xian a confident smile. Although Yi Xian was uncertain about Yi Chen's intentions, his unwavering confidence prompted her to refrain from further discussion. "Very well, you may proceed with your seclusion. I will certainly take good care of Inhe." With his sister, Yi Inhe, entrusted to Yi Xian's care, Yi Chun could devote himself entirely to cultivating the 3,000 sword deities technique for the next 7 days. Moreover, should he practice within the Yi family, Yi Hu would undoubtedly disrupt him frequently, becoming quite a nuisance. However, Yi Hu was not a significant concern. To Yi Chun, he was merely a minor annoyance. The true source of trouble lay with Yi Hu's father, the cunning old fox, Yi Boyong. After ensuring that his sister, Yi In-he, was settled, Yi Chen set off towards the mountains beyond the city, sword in hand. Meanwhile, Yi Hu was reveling in the company of a group of wealthy young men, indulging in the pleasures of the Cuihong Tower. "Brother Zhang, I heard that you spent the night with the courtesan Yenner from Cuihong Tower again. How was the experience?" A drunken Zhang Zhou beamed with pride at Yi Hu's inquiry. "Oh, you have no idea how tender Yenner's skin is. A mere pinch could yield a delightful result. One word, moist, simply exquisite." Yi Hu's eyes sparkled as he replied, "Alas, it is a pity that such a beautiful girl does not fancy a rough fellow like me. Otherwise, I too could savor the delight of her exquisite softness." Zhang Zhou remarked, "As for moistness, do not underestimate Yenner, the courtesan of Cuihong Tower. She pales in comparison to Yi Chun's sister, Yi In-he. Just look at her face, her skin, her figure. Ah, she could tempt anyone." As he spoke, saliva flowed uncontrollably from his mouth. Yi Hu said, "Brother Zhang, do not be too hasty. In just 7 days, a favorable day will arrive. I will definitely send Yi In-he to your residence for you to truly enjoy." Zhang Zhou clapped Yi Hu on the shoulder and said, "Brother, you are truly loyal. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promises to the Yi family. To say nothing else, the northern mine will no longer vie for resources with your family. Brother Zhang, here's to you. Let us toast to our prosperous collaboration." Yi Hu exclaimed with joy, quickly raising his cup to clink glasses with Zhang Zhou. The mountain situated in the northern part of the city is the largest mine in Shuanglin. However, the fierce competition for mining rights has often led to friction between the Yi family and the Zhang family. During intense conflicts, they have even resorted to violence. If Yi Hu can secure the priority mining rights for his father, Yi Boyong, he will gain the support of the clan, thereby removing the temporary title of the clan leader and firmly establishing himself in that esteemed position. After downing his drink, Zhang Zhou suddenly thought of Yi Chun and drunkenly inquired, "By the way, where's that lad Yi Chun? He has always treated his sister like a treasured jewel. Now that he hears she is to become my concubine, has he not made a scene?" Yi Hu scoffed disdainfully, "Huh? Yi Chun is not only a useless wretch, but also blind. Even if he wished to cause trouble, he lacks the capability." He continued, "Once my father secures the clan leader's throne, I shall make him kneel before you, Brother Zhang, and live like a dog." At that moment, a servant named Yi Gang approached and said, "Brother Hu, a fellow just reported that Yi Chun was seen leaving the city with a sword. Could it be that this useless lad intends to flee?" Upon hearing that Yi Chun had left the city, Zhang Zhou casually asked, "What of it?" Yi Hu's eyes glinted with mischief as he replied, "Brother Zhang, It seems fate has conspired to present us with an opportunity. Zhang Zhou, puzzled by Yi Hu's words, asked, "What do you mean by that? Who is fated to sleep and who is being offered a pillow?" Yi Hu patiently elucidated, "Brother Zhang, though Yi Inhe appears delicate, she possesses a stubborn spirit, even threatening to resort to drastic measures to avoid marrying you. However, she has a weakness, Yi Chen. If we capture Yi Chen and use his life as leverage, she will have no choice but to submit. Until now, Yi Chen has remained within the family, making it difficult for us to act against him due to his status. But now, he has foolishly ventured outside the city. The wilds beyond are fraught with danger. And as a blind wretch, should he go missing, it would be his own doing, and we could not be blamed." Upon hearing Yi Hu's words, Zhang Zhou clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "That makes perfect sense. Zhang Bao, take a few men and follow Yi Chen. Bring him back to me discreetly. Remember, he must be alive. He is still of use to me, understand?" A burly man with a muscular build bowed in acknowledgement. Yi Hu then called out to Yi Gang, "Yi Gang, you too shall accompany Zhang Bao." Meanwhile, Yi Chen had arrived in a secluded forest. After a brief rest, he commenced his sword practice. Draw the sword, thrust the sword, return the sword. These were the 3 essential movements he focused on. At the outset, he required 3 breaths to complete the entire motion. However, after repeating the action 10,000 times, he found that he only needed a single breath to execute a series of movements. Upon reaching 100,000 repetitions, his sword became as swift as lightning, capable of delivering 3 strikes in the span of 1 breath. By the time he had practiced 500,000 times, an ordinary observer, even from a close distance, could merely catch a glimpse of the afterimage of his swordplay. When he reached the monumental milestone of 1,000,000 repetitions, the sun had fully descended beyond the western hills. The crimson sunset bathed him in its warm glow, while a gentle breeze caressed his face, stirring the tranquil waters. Instinctively, Yi Chen closed his eyes, allowing the breeze to playfully tousle his features. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had grasped the essence of sword intent, something that appeared to be ethereal and elusive to the average person. "I have attained enlightenment." As this thought crossed his mind, a proud smile graced Yi Chen's lips. With the easing of his spirits, his taut nerves began to relax. He felt as if all his bones had disassembled, and his sword-bearing arm ached unbearably, as though it were no longer his own. He settled into a cross-legged position on the ground and began to utilize the heart-eye secret technique, allowing all 360 pores of his body to open wide, ravenously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy like a starved infant. After circulating the heart-eye technique for a full cycle, the exhaustion from his sword practice vanished entirely, leaving him feeling rejuvenated, as though he had been reborn. However, he was drenched in sweat, which made him quite uncomfortable. It seemed there was a nearby lake, perfect for a refreshing bath. Resolving this in his mind, Yi Chen wasted no time and made his way toward the lake. The bright moonlight cascaded like a crystal-clear spring, shimmering upon the lake's surface. Yi Chen leaped into the water like a fish, relishing the opportunity to cleanse himself. Just as he was enjoying his bath, a radiant figure, enveloped in auspicious light, descended from the heavens. Yi Chen was taken aback, and upon closer inspection, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. It was a woman. She possessed an exquisite beauty, her face resembling a lotus blossom, with brows like willows and captivating peach blossom eyes. She wore a fiery red silk gown, cut provocatively low at the neckline, revealing the majestic contours of her form, leaving onlookers in a daze and parched with desire. However, to Yi Chen's surprise, he noticed that her demeanor seemed far from well. Her entire body was flushed, as if emanating steam, resembling a boiled crab. The visitor was none other than the Empress of Tianxiang Pavilion, Lian Hongshan. She had traversed from the distant Biyun Mountain, exhausting her vital essence over the course of her journey, leading to the resurgence of the suppressed karmic flames within her. Upon seeing the serene lake, with its crystal-clear waters and tranquil surroundings, she deemed it a suitable place to meditate and subdue the raging flames within her. With that, she gracefully waved her alabaster fingers through the air. A ray of dawn's light cascaded down, enveloping the entire surface of the lake in its embrace. In an instant, she shed her vibrant crimson gown, revealing her porcelain skin, and with bare, delicate feet, she walked gracefully towards the center of the water, each step reminiscent of blooming lotuses. Not far away, Amidst the reeds, Chen held his breath, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the enchanting scene before him, afraid that a mere blink would cause him to miss the most exquisite moment. As the night breeze stirred, ripples danced across the tranquil waters, and the myriad stars seemed to coalesce into a brilliant, luminous tapestry, cascading down onto the lake's surface. A slender arm, as white as jade, gently gathered the crystal-clear water, pouring it over her snow-white skin like shimmering starlight. Her long, raven hair flowed down like a waterfall over her shoulders, yet it could not conceal her enchanting and voluptuous figure. Though merely a hazy silhouette, to Chen, it was the most beautiful painting in existence. Gulp. Chen could not restrain himself from swallowing hard. Suddenly, a sharp, commanding voice pierced the stillness of the night, echoing through the air. In a swift motion, the woman in the red gown opened her alabaster arms, quickly enveloping herself in a new garment, concealing her exquisite form. Alarmed, Chen thought to himself, "This is bad. I've been discovered." He swam desperately towards the shore, but in that very moment, he was astonished to find himself obstructed by an invisible wall of water. Is this a water barrier? Such a barrier could only be erected by cultivators of the Golden Core realm or higher. Typically, it would only encompass a courtyard, and often required the aid of magical artifacts. Yet, this red-clad woman effortlessly conjured a water barrier that enveloped the entire lake without any such assistance. Her cultivation level must be at least in the nascent soul realm. A nascent soul master? As this thought flickered through Chen's mind, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. It seemed he was doomed. Chapter 7. The Empress seeks to murder her own husband given Chen's current cultivation level. He was utterly incapable of breaking through the aqueous barrier before him. At this moment, he had no chance of escape, resembling a small beast ensnared in a trap, entirely at the mercy of others. System. Xiaoyi, my dear aunt, help me. Chen's heart raced as he frantically called out to Xiaoyi. Do not fear, host. She is bound to you by fate and will not truly harm you. Xiaoyi reassured him. Fate and destiny. Xiaoyi, clarify this for me. What do you mean by fate and destiny? Chen's mind was filled with confusion. Xiaoyi elucidated. She is your fated companion, bound to your fate. What? She is the renowned beauty of the 9 provinces, the Empress of Tianxiang Pavilion, Lian Hanchang? Chen was astonished. He never anticipated that his first encounter with his future partner would unfold in such a manner and under such circumstances. Xiaoyi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, she is Lian Hanchang, the Empress of Tianxiang Pavilion. Host, your Empress is approaching you. You must brace yourself. With that, Xiaoyi made a gesture of encouragement, shaking her tiny fist in a spirited manner. Chen glanced at the long sword in his hand, which gleamed with a chilling brilliance, and at Lian Hanchang, whose face was filled with murderous intent. He felt utterly despondent. Despite Xiaoyi's confident assertions, Chen's heart was still filled with trepidation. Furthermore, it was not uncommon for even beloved wives to conspire against their husbands, such as Pan Jinlian plotting against Wu Dalong. But that analogy was inappropriate. Lian Hanchang might be akin to Pan Jinlian, yet he was certainly not Wu Dalong. Suddenly, as Chen disdainfully reflected upon Wu Dalong, a cold blade pressed against his throat. A voice, as frigid as ice, erupted in his ears. Who dares to intrude and spy on this Empress? Chen jolted and hurriedly explained, I did not spy on you. Lian Hanchang haughtily scoffed. Humph. You are at death's door, and yet you still speak defiantly? Chen raised his voice in desperation. Is there no reason in your words? I was already bathing in the lake before you arrived. If there was any spying involved, it was you spying on me, not the other way around. Upon hearing this, Lian Hongchang's fury ignited. You insolent boy. How dare you claim that I would spy on someone like you? Chen felt a sense of insult wash over him. What do you mean by that? Do you not believe I could reveal my ancestral treasures to frighten you? Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken in his mind. Should he dare to reveal them, he would likely meet a grim fate. Chen persisted in his earnest explanation. Even if you did not spy on me, I arrived first. This is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. After a moment's contemplation, she realized that he had a point. Humph, what misunderstanding is this? You, an insignificant mortal, dare to defile me? Prepare to be executed. As he witnessed the unreasonable Lin Hongshang, Chen felt tears welling in his eyes. At this moment, he believed himself to be even more wronged than the legendary Doi. I was merely bathing here. Have I offended anyone? When did I ever defile you? Upon seeing Yi Chun rendered speechless, Lin Hongshang coldly remarked, "Before you meet your demise, do you have any final words?" Yi Chun shouted, "Indeed. Pray tell, how did I defile you?" Lin Hongshang replied, "Of course, it was with your eyes. What else could it be?" Yi Chun retorted, "But do you not know? I have been blind for 3 years." With that, he feigned a sigh. "Alas, you are so beautiful, yet I cannot behold your visage. It is indeed a great regret in my life." Upon hearing Yi Chun's claim of blindness, Lin Hongshang was taken aback. "If you are blind, how can you know I am beautiful?" Yi Chun responded, "Your innate aura leads me to believe you must be exceptionally lovely." "Oh no, you are no longer human." "What? You dare say I am not human?" Lin Hongshang was instantly enraged at Yi Chun's audacity. "Indeed, you are not human. You are a goddess, a benevolent being untouched by the mundane world. All girls appreciate flattery, and even the esteemed Empress Lin Hongshang is no exception." "Humph, silver-tongued flatterer. You must have caused no small amount of trouble for young maidens. Today, I shall act in the name of justice." As her words fell, the celestial sword in her hand advanced a fraction closer, its sharp tip now pressing against Yi Chun's throat. In that moment, Yi Chun could feel the chilling cold emanating from the blade, sending shivers down his spine. Suddenly, a classic scene from Stephen Chow's A Chinese Odyssey flashed through his mind, the moment when Zixiao Fairy held a sword to the neck of the supreme treasure. His current predicament mirrored that scene perfectly. The sword had been a mere 0.01 centimeters from his throat, yet a quarter of an incense stick later. The sword's mistress would fall deeply in love with him, for he had resolved to tell a lie. Though he had uttered countless lies in his lifetime, he deemed this one to be the most perfect. This was the inner monologue of the supreme treasure in the film, and it now echoed in Yi Chun's heart. If the supreme treasure could win Zixiao Fairy's favor with this lie, surely he could employ the same tactic. With this thought in mind, Yi Chun cultivated his emotions and, with heartfelt and rhythmic words, recited a timeless line that had brought tears to countless young hearts. "You should have done this, and I should have perished. Once. A sincere love lay before me, yet I failed to cherish it. Only upon its loss did I realize my regret. There is no greater sorrow in this world. If heaven were to grant me another opportunity, I would utter 3 words to that girl: I love you. Should there be a need to impose a time limit on this affection, I would wish for it to be 1,000 years. Upon completing this declaration, Yi Chun felt somewhat foolish. However, it must be acknowledged that these lines possess a remarkable emotional resonance, particularly for someone like Lin Hongshang, who has lived for an exceedingly long time, yet remains oblivious to the essence of love, an aloof goddess perched high upon her icy pedestal. After a profound silence enveloped the air, Lin Hongshang inquired, "Who is the girl you cherish?" Yi Chun was nearly tempted to exclaim, "It is you, my Empress." Yet, he realized that given Lin Hongshang's frosty demeanor, such audacity would surely lead to dire consequences. After a moment of contemplation, he feigned sorrow and replied, "She is my fiancée. Once we were childhood sweethearts, perfectly matched in every aspect. However, I became consumed by my training, ultimately losing my sight and descending into a state of utter helplessness." At this juncture, Yi Chun chose not to elaborate further. There exists a rule within the Tianxiang Pavilion. To enter its ranks, one must sever all romantic ties. In simpler terms, it necessitates the cutting of all emotional bonds between men and women. Since Shangwan Wan'er has joined the Tianxiang Pavilion as a disciple of the Empress Lin Hongshang, it is evident that Lin Hongshang, known for her stringent standards in accepting disciples, must be aware of her personal affairs. It is entirely plausible that Shangwan Wan'er's visit to withdraw from the engagement was orchestrated by Lin Hongshang herself. Indeed, this is the case. Lin Hongshang felt a stirring within her heart, her lively eyes sparkling with a newfound brilliance. "You are Yi Chun of the Yi family from Shuanglin City, are you not?" Chapter 8. The Ancient Artifact, 7-Star Dragon Abyss. Upon hearing his name from the lips of the Empress, Lin Hongshang, Yi Chun felt an undeniable clarity wash over him. He had wagered correctly. He forcefully suppressed the surging joy within him and feigned surprise, inquiring, "Sister Fairy, how do you know my name is Yi Chun?" With a gentle smile, Lin Hongshang replied, "Do not blame Wan'er. You are no longer of the same world. Her future awaits on a far grander stage, filled with infinite possibilities. Yet, you have long since lost your title as a genius, even suffering the misfortune of blindness, rendering you inferior to an ordinary person. the chasm between your futures will only widen. Even if she does not personally come to annul the engagement, your paths will never intertwine. In the days to come, your entire Yi family may find themselves entangled by this betrothal, perhaps even facing annihilation. As her piercing words struck Yi Chen, he felt an urge to retort with a phrase about the fickleness of fortune, suggesting that youth should not be underestimated. However, he was acutely aware that such a response would yield no benefit beyond momentary satisfaction. Provoking this capricious empress could very well lead to dire consequences, possibly even his own demise. The risks were far too great. He resolved to bide his time and cultivate his strength quietly. With this in mind, Yi Chen assumed a facade of sorrow and remarked, "Ah, who could disagree? I shall bury this love deep within my heart," silently wishing her well. Externally, he crafted an image of a deeply sentimental protagonist, yet internally he mused, "One day, both you and your mentor shall grace my abode as my beloved wives. How dare you continue to trample upon me so brazenly? One will come to annul the engagement while the other threatens my life. What is this rebellion against me? Do you truly believe that my ancestral treasures cannot deal with you?" Imagining Lian Hongchang and Shangwan Wan'er, the enchanting duo, as his wives, his heart swelled with pride. "Here, take this. It contains some elixirs, a small token of compensation from me to Wan'er," just as Yi Chen indulged in his daydreams. Lian Hongchang unexpectedly tossed him a small jade vial. As he caught it, he realized he had narrowly escaped a perilous situation. Wan'er owed him nothing. He could not accept this gift. If one were to assign blame, it would be to the whims of fate. After uttering these words, Yi Chen feigned a mournful expression, lamenting the cruel hand of fate. "I shall let you keep it. Cease your incessant prattling." With that commanding declaration, Lian Hongchang waved her sleeve, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the depths of the night. Soon, from the boundless void, her icy voice echoed once more. "What transpires tonight must remain sealed within you. None must speak a word. Otherwise, I shall surely sever your tongue." Unperturbed by the stark threat posed by Lian Hongchang, Yi Chen remained unfazed. He caressed the jade vial, still warm with her lingering essence, bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff. Ah, how fragrant! Truly, it bore the scent of the Empress herself. After indulging in a brief reverie, a prompt from Xiao Yi interrupted him, announcing that the hour had arrived for his daily check-in. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ancient divine sword, Qixing Longyuan. The revelation of such an extraordinary artifact ignited a surge of exhilaration within Yi Chen. "Xiao Yi, where is my reward, the Qixing Longyuan?" Xiao Yi explained. "It has been stored in the system's space, and you can extract it with your thoughts." Eagerly, Yi Chen utilized his will to retrieve the Qixing Longyuan from the system's confines. He had anticipated that, being an ancient relic, it would possess a striking appearance. Surely, it would exhibit some ethereal qualities, perhaps even the auspicious presence of dragons and phoenixes. However, disappointment washed over him when he beheld the sword. It appeared utterly unremarkable. In fact, it seemed inferior to an ordinary sword, for even a common blade would glimmer under sunlight or moonlight, whereas the Qixing Longyuan emitted no light at all. One might easily mistake it for mere scrap metal if cast aside in the street. Is this truly the reward from your system, Xiao Yi? How can such a plain iron sword be deemed an ancient divine weapon? Please do not question my expertise, dear host. This sword is indeed the Qixing Longyuan, forged by the ancient master Oyezi, who dedicated his life to its creation. However, after enduring the cataclysmic battles of the ancient era, the sword's spirit has fallen into a slumber, resulting in its current unassuming form. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's explanation, Yi Chen feigned enlightenment with a nod. "I see. But how can I awaken the sword spirit?" Xiao Yi responded. "You must locate the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the Jiuzhou Continent and use your blood as a catalyst to unite them, thereby awakening the sword spirit and restoring the Qixing Longyuan to its former glory." 7 Dragon Balls. Does that mean I must summon a divine dragon? Yi Chen mused internally before accepting Xiao Yi's explanation with equanimity. He once again stroked the sword's blade and then returned it to the system's space. Subsequently, he retrieved the jade vial gifted by his future Empress wife. As soon as the cork was removed, an intense aroma of elixirs wafted forth, instantly invigorating Yi Chen and filling him with exhilaration, even more so than consuming a potent potion. The Empress's craftsmanship was undoubtedly exquisite. the effects would be remarkable. A resounding approval was in order. After silently giving a thumbs up to his future Empress wife in his heart, Chen planned to find a tranquil place to enter seclusion for cultivation. He intended to utilize these elixirs to assist himself in breaking through the shackles of his current level and advancing to the foundational realm. Chapter 9. Ascending to the foundation establishment realm, Chen discovered a tranquil valley and settled into a meditative posture. Initially, he employed the Heart's Eye secret technique to circulate the 36 celestial cycles for a brief warm-up. Subsequently, he retrieved a medicinal pill bestowed upon him by his Empress wife, placing it delicately in the palm of his hand. With his hands pressed together, he enveloped the pill with his true essence to prevent any loss of its efficacy. Before long, the pill, under the impetus of his true essence, began to emit a rather peculiar aroma. However, it was not the expected fragrance of medicinal herbs. Instead, it resembled the scent of cooked durian. Do not inquire how Chen was aware of this. It is a tale steeped in tears. In his previous life on Earth, while enduring the grind of a 9-to-9 work schedule, a colleague had once proclaimed durian the king of fruits, claiming that its flavor was enhanced when cooked. Thus, he was led to believe this fanciful notion and proceeded to prepare durian in a pressure cooker. As it required an extended cooking time, he ventured to the supermarket to procure some accompaniments for the durian meal. Upon returning, however, chaos erupted in the neighborhood, and there were even reports of a pervert cooking something grotesque in a pressure cooker. Reflecting on this regrettable episode brought a sting to Chen's eyes. In mere moments, tears streamed down his face. Surely, this medicinal pill was concocted using durian as a primary ingredient? It was truly an overwhelming assault on the senses. Despite its eye-watering nature, the effects of the pill were undeniably remarkable. The results were immediate. Before long, Chen felt the spiritual energy of the pill coursing through him like a warm current, nourishing his meridians and limbs. It gathered within his dantian, akin to rivers converging into a vast ocean. As the surrounding spiritual energy continuously amassed, his dantian, once as small as a pond, expanded, growing larger and larger. The sensation was akin to inflating one's heart to its absolute limit, a blissful yet intense pressure. After this exhilarating surge, a radiant spectrum of colors erupted above his head, lingering in the air. This was a sign of his breakthrough. Chen abruptly opened his eyes, from which burst forth 2 dazzling beams of light, soaring into the heavens. He had finally ascended to the foundation establishment stage. In that moment, Chen felt an unparalleled, primal power within him, yearning to be unleashed. Suddenly, he noticed a pair of glowing emerald eyes fixed upon him. It was a beast, an ethereal white tiger. This second-tier beast possessed strength comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator. Had Chen not achieved his breakthrough, he would likely have opted for a more cautious approach, avoiding a direct confrontation. Yet now, his confidence soared to unprecedented heights. Not even a ferocious tigress would instill fear in him. Ahem, the Empress in her crimson attire seemed to convey a sense of underlying implications. Chen summoned the 7-star dragon abyss, striking fiercely with a single, unadorned blow that cleaved through the air. His swordplay was devoid of any embellishments, relying solely on raw power. The white tiger, with its distinctive forehead mark, was incensed to see a mere foundational-level cultivator daring to confront it head-on. With a furious roar that echoed into the heavens, it lunged forward, claws bared. The clash of its sharp talons against the 7-star dragon abyss produced a resounding metallic clang. Both Chen and the white tiger were forced to retreat simultaneously. In that moment, the tiger's claws, having met the sword, were stained with blood, evidence of its injury. The sight of its own blood enraged the white tiger further, prompting it to unleash a soul-shaking roar. It then leaped once more towards Chen. The beast's charge was perfectly timed, and Chen, seizing the opportunity, lifted the 7-star dragon abyss to strike. However, he was taken aback to discover that the white tiger had exhibited a degree of intelligence. Having learned from its previous encounter with the sword, it deftly executed a feint, circumventing Chen's attack. With a wide-open maw revealing teeth as sharp as blades, it aimed for his throat. Realizing the imminent danger, Chen ducked just in time, narrowly avoiding the lethal bite as he took refuge behind a towering ancient tree. The white tiger's jaws clamped down on the trunk with a horrifying crunch, splintering the wood. Seizing the moment of distraction, Chen swiftly maneuvered around. raising the 7-star dragon abyss to deliver a powerful strike to the tiger's head. The beast, having missed its target, collided with the tree, momentarily dazed. Before it could react, Chen's sword severed its head in a single stroke, sending blood spraying into the air. The once ferocious white tiger now lay lifeless in a pool of its own blood, twitching briefly before falling still. With the threat finally eliminated, Chen felt the tension in his body dissipate, though cold sweat trickled down his back at the memory of the near-death encounter. Clearly, he realized he needed to refine his agility in combat. With practiced ease, he began to skin the white tiger, intending to fashion a coat from its pelt. He also extracted the beast's core, a valuable treasure, akin to a spirit stone, rich in essence that could be absorbed for cultivation. As for the tiger's flesh, he wasted nothing, setting up a simple barbecue to roast it. After laboring for 2 hours, the tiger meat was roasted to a succulent perfection, tantalizing even the neighboring wolf pack. Regrettably, there were no seasonings such as cumin, black pepper, chili powder, or salt to enhance the flavor. Otherwise, the taste would have been exquisite. How delightful it would have been to possess a mobile phone for a live broadcast in the wild. While other streamers showcased whole roasted lambs, cows, and camels, he could have simply roasted a tiger, effortlessly amassing millions of followers. Alas, it is a pity that returning to Earth is no longer an option. After indulging in such fanciful imaginings, Chen sighed deeply and began to feast heartily. Upon condensing the golden elixir, he could transcend the need for grains to sustain his bodily functions. Until that moment, however, the consumption of such sustenance remained quite beneficial. Thus, Chen's appetite was considerable, especially after an exhilarating battle that had depleted a significant amount of his true essence, necessitating an urgent replenishment of energy. Consequently, he devoured half of the hefty white tiger, which weighed around 400 to 500 kilograms, leaving his belly round and satisfied, emitting several contented burps. Just as Chen wiped his mouth, an unsettling feeling washed over him. It seemed as though numerous eyes were fixed upon him as he ate. This was perplexing. He wasn't live streaming, and in this desolate wilderness, where could the audience possibly come from? Suddenly, he seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and looked up sharply. The sight that met his eyes genuinely startled him. Chapter 10. The 9 dragons ascend to the heavens surrounding the peaks and amidst the trees. A multitude of eyes glimmered with an eerie green light. Chen was startled, nearly collapsing onto the ground. He focused intently, discerning that this was a pack of wolves, hundreds, if not thousands, strong. Their piercing, emerald eyes fixated on the remains of a roasted white tiger, clearly drawn to the enticing aroma of the meat. Yet, it seemed they harbored a profound fear of Chen, hesitant to launch an attack. It appeared that the white tiger was the sovereign of this mountainous territory. Having encountered these wolves before and instilled a sense of caution within them, the presence of this human, who had slain the white tiger, indicated formidable strength, which further intimidated the pack. Outwardly, Chen maintained a facade of calm, but inwardly, he was in turmoil. After all, a fierce tiger could hardly withstand a horde of wolves. He steadied his nerves, feigning composure as he rose and leisurely departed. Indeed, the wolves did not pursue him. Instead, they eagerly rushed toward the remaining half of the roasted tiger once he had distanced himself, even breaking into a fierce scuffle over the prize, nearly rending each other apart. Oh no, rather, nearly fracturing their wolfish minds. Once safely away from the pack, Chen followed a meandering stream upstream until he discovered a secluded cave, where he commenced a period of focused meditation. Having just achieved a breakthrough, his vitality was still unstable. It was imperative to solidify his foundation first. Thus, he spent an entire day and night in seclusion. Soon, it was time for his daily check-in. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ancient secret technique 9 dragons ascend to the heavens. Note, it is a fragment. Upon hearing the first part, Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. However, the realization that it was merely a fragment dampened his spirits. Literally, how am I supposed to cultivate with just a fragment? Literally explained, host, your current cultivation level is still at the novice stage. Even if I provided you with the complete text, you would be unable to practice. Chen, feeling a surge of indignation, thought to himself, how is that not a considerable insult? To be told my cultivation is akin to that of a fledgling. Even if it is the truth, must it be voiced aloud? Do I not have any pride? After a mental barrage of complaints, he began to peruse the 9 dragons ascend to the heavens. This technique was crafted by an ancient master known as the 9 dragons immortal, divided into 9 tiers. With each tier mastered, a true dragon's phantom would manifest during execution of the technique. In simpler terms, upon reaching the first tier, a single dragon phantom would accompany him. At the second tier, there would be 2, at the third, 3, and so forth, culminating in 9 dragon phantoms at the 9th tier. Upon examining the notes left by the illustrious Master Jiuzhou, it becomes evident that the 9th tier is not the ultimate form of the Jiuzhou Tatian step. There exists an ascendant realm beyond, wherein the 9 ethereal dragon apparitions are unified into a singular entity, embodying the principle of 9 returns to 1, thus coalescing into a tangible, true dragon. This magnificent being could traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye, shattering the firmament itself. Alas, even Master Jiuzhou did not reach this exalted state, falling tragically in the cataclysmic war between gods and demons. What a grand and awe-inspiring epic the ancient conflict must have been. Observing the tomes he had acquired, be it the 3,000 sword deities technique, hard eye, or the current Jiuzhou Tatian step, alongside the unparalleled divine weapon, the 7-star dragon abyss, he found them all rooted in the ancient era, a time when formidable powers abounded and the world was rife with grandeur. After a moment of introspection, Chen began his practice of the Jiuzhou Tatian step. Consequently, he devoted 3 consecutive days and nights to rigorous training, spending virtually all his time honing his skills aside from signing in and consuming sustenance. The rewards from his sign-ins over those 3 days were rather uninspiring. On the first day, he received a first-grade body refinement pill, which, categorized from 1 to 9 in terms of rank, is further divided into exceptional, upper, middle, and lower grades based on its quality. Chen's body refinement pill was deemed an exceptional specimen among the first-grade pills. However, its primary function, purifying marrow and strengthening bones, proved invaluable for cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, yet rendered largely ineffective for those beyond the foundation establishment stage. On the second day, the reward was a dragon tiger pill, another first-grade exceptional elixir. Consuming it would instantly restore vitality, revitalizing the user. It boasted remarkable efficacy in enhancing vitality and kidney health. Upon reading its description, Chen wore a look of exasperation. "What? Do you take me for someone who requires such a tonic for assistance?" He mused. "Even if I were to perish, I would resolutely abstain from the dragon tiger pill." After venting his indignation, he cautiously stored the pill away. Who knows whether the truth of Emperor Wang Jing's law of reality might also manifest in his life. If the previous sign-in rewards were tasteless yet regrettable, the third day's reward was akin to a mere bone, less desirable than even the chicken rib. It simply stated, "Thank you for your patronage." Upon reading those words, Chen nearly erupted in a torrent of curses. What a travesty! In the subsequent 2 days, he mastered the sword technique, a sword piercing the heavens, to a high degree of proficiency, and he began to grasp the first layer of the Jiuzhou Tatian step, able to execute it with some effort. However, he had yet to engage in any actual combat, leaving him uncertain about his true capabilities. It could be said that, even if his opponent were wary, he could still effortlessly vanquish those beneath the foundation establishment stage with a single strike of his sword. Against opponents of equal caliber, he can strike unexpectedly and deliver a lethal blow. Should he encounter adversaries of a higher level who have yet to solidify their golden core, he can still maneuver adeptly using the 9 dragon step. During these 7 days of training, Chen has genuinely felt a transformation, as if he has become an entirely different person compared to himself a week prior. To say he has undergone a metamorphosis would not be an exaggeration. Yiboyong, the Zhang family. Chen has arrived. Just as he was filled with ambition and prepared to return to Shuanglin City, he suddenly sensed a subtle movement in his ears. It seemed footsteps were approaching. Chen's heart raced as he swiftly employed the 9 dragon step, leaping onto a sturdy ancient tree to observe closely. There were 6 individuals before him, 3 of whom he recognized as members of the Yi family. The leader among them was Yi Gang, a devoted sycophant of Yi Hu. What could Yi Gang possibly want here? Is he coming for me? Contemplating this, Chen's pupils narrowed slightly, revealing a glint of icy murderous intent. Very well, let us begin by reclaiming a portion of the interest from you. Chapter 11. You all must die. Yi Gang and Zhang Bao, accompanied by 4 others, had traversed the dense forest in search of Chen. yet they remained devoid of any trace of him. With a swift motion, Yi Gang severed the thorns by the roadside with his sword and cursed. Where on earth has Yi Chen vanished? We've endured so much hardship in this forest because of him. If we find him, I shall make sure to teach him a severe lesson to vent my frustrations. Zhang Bao glanced at the sky and remarked, "Let us depart. Tomorrow is the day of my master's grand wedding. If we hurry back, we might still partake in the joyous celebration." Understanding the obstinate nature of Yi Inha, Yi Gang knew that without using Yi Chen as leverage, the girl would not easily acquiesce. There was a risk she might cause further complications. Contemplating this, a troubled expression crossed his face as he inquired, "What shall we say upon our return if we fail to locate Yi Chen?" Zhang Bao pondered for a moment before responding. "We shall tell the master and the others that Yi Chen was devoured by a beast. I heard that a second-tier demon beast, the suspended brow white tiger, roams this forest, along with a large pack of wolves. Given that Yi Chen's dantian is destroyed and his vision impaired, he is utterly useless. Not to mention, even a mere wild beast could easily devour him. Furthermore, even if Yi Chen hasn't been consumed by a beast, would he dare return to Shuanglin City? Zhang Bao is right. If I were Yi Chen, having escaped, I would certainly flee as far as possible and would never return." As a disciple of the Zhang family approached to flatter Zhang Bao, the expression on his face gradually froze. Before him stood a figure, none other than Yi Chen himself. Seeing Yi Chen audaciously appear before them, Yi Gang and Zhang Bao's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and coldly asked, "Weren't you all searching for me? Why do you not recognize me now?" Regaining his composure, Yi Gang pointed a finger at Yi Chen and berated, "Yi Chen, you truly are a fool who refuses to heed the warning of heaven. I now present you with two choices. First, willingly accompany us back to avoid a painful fate. Second, my brothers and I shall loosen your bones before escorting you home." Observing Yi Gang's pompous demeanor, Yi Chen shook his head and declared, "I shall choose neither of those paths. I select the third option. I send you wretched beasts to hell to repent." Upon hearing Yi Chen's audacious retort, Yi Gang and Zhang Bao were momentarily taken aback. "Yi Chen, you are indeed a stubborn fool. I hope your bravado holds true for long." After uttering these menacing words, he unsheathed his sword. At that moment, a disciple of the Yi family interjected, "Brother Gang, why use a butcher's knife to slay a chicken? For dealing with a waste like Yi Chen, let Yi Lu handle him. Do not sully your blade." Yi Gang felt that what he said made sense, so he nodded and said, "All right, you shall deal with that useless Yi Chen. However, remember, do not take his life. He must remain alive. Brother, who has use for him yet?" Seeing Yi Gang's agreement, Yi Lu immediately thumped his chest with a resounding thud. "Brother Gang, just watch. I will handle this." Zhang Bao, worried that all the credit would be snatched by the Yi family, turned to the disciple who had previously flattered him and commanded, "Zhang Ji, you go lend a hand and help me vent my anger." "Understood, Bao Gu." Zhang Ji and Yi Lu exchanged a glance, their excitement palpable, as they advanced towards Yi Chen. Though their cultivation was not particularly high, both were practitioners at the 5th level of Qi refinement, especially Yi Lu, who was already half a step into the 6th level. Together, they could easily contend with a genuine 6th level Qi refinement practitioner. In contrast, Yi Chen, after having gone astray in his practice, was now even below the 1st level of Qi refinement, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. No, he was even inferior to an average person. At least ordinary individuals could still see. Thus, they regarded him as an easy target. Yi Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not even casting a glance at the two. Seeing Yi Chen so nonchalant in the face of imminent danger, Yi Lu and Zhang Ji felt a surge of indignation. They exchanged a knowing look and, simultaneously, drew their swords, aiming at Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not dodge or evade, as the glaring sword shadows rose high, just as they were about to descend. A glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes as he declared, "Let the harvest begin with you." Whoosh, whoosh. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he swiftly drew his sword from its sheath. The tip of the blade gleamed coldly, and in an instant, 2 arcs of sword light shot forth. Zhang Ji and Yi Lu felt a chill flash before their eyes, and then they suddenly sensed a coldness at their throats. Looking down, they were met with a shocking sight. An open, bloody wound had appeared at their throats. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they instinctively dropped their swords, reflexively clutching their bleeding throats in a futile attempt to slow their life ebb. Yet, After retreating just 2 or 3 steps, the spark of life in their pupils dissipated, and they simultaneously spat out blood, collapsing into a pool of crimson. Witnessing such a horrifying scene, Yi Gang, Zhang Bao, and the others were left dumbfounded, their faces etched with incredulity. After a long moment, they finally managed to stammer, "Yi Chen, you have recovered your cultivation?" Yi Chen, emulating the style of the formidable Shimin Shui Shui, gently blew away the blood lingering on the edge of his sword. Shimin Shui Shui did not blow away snow, but rather blood. Likewise, Yi Chen was not blowing away snow, but rather solitude. After Yi Chen dried the blood on the edge of his sword, he cast a disdainful glance towards Yi Gang and Zhang Bao. Who would be next? Yi Gang and Zhang Bao exchanged glances at the lifeless body on the ground, unable to suppress the gulp in their throats. "Let us attack together. He has just regained his strength. We are not afraid of him," Yi Gang bellowed, drawing his sword from its sheath. Upon seeing this, Zhang Bao and the other 3 swiftly followed suit, positioning themselves in the 4 cardinal directions to encircle Yi Chen. Both Yi Gang and Zhang Bao had attained the 8th level of qi refinement, while the remaining 2 disciples were slightly weaker, at the 6th level. They naively believed that, even if Yi Chen had returned to his peak strength at the 9th level of qi refinement, their combined efforts would still present a formidable challenge. However, in the next instant, Yi Chen would demonstrate to them just how absurd their misconceptions truly were. Chapter 12. Go to hell and repent. Swish. 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 Yi Gang, Zhang Bao, and the other 2, armed with swords, simultaneously launched their assault from various directions towards Yi Chen. In the face of their combined attack, Yi Chen remained undeterred, his eyes gleaming like stars, radiating a brilliant light. Drawing his sword from its sheath, he executed a horizontal block. With a resounding clang, a crisp sound of collision erupted, and the sparks that flew from the clash illuminated the faces of both combatants in a flickering glow. "Break from me." Yi Chen's gaze was piercing as he unleashed a thunderous roar. His unmatched aura sent Yi Gang and Zhang Bao's swords hurtling away, while Yi Gang and Zhang Bao, being of higher cultivation, managed to withstand the impact. The other 2 unfortunate souls, possessing weaker abilities, were not so fortunate. They were struck down, spitting blood, their vision darkening as they succumbed. Yi Gang and Zhang Bao were astounded to realize that Yi Chen's recent display of power surpassed even his peak before his descent into madness. In just a single exchange, he not only withstood their combined might, but also eliminated 2 of their own. This was utterly terrifying. Had he broken through the constraints of his level and ascended to the foundational realm? Understanding this, Yi Gang and Zhang Bao exchanged a quick glance, their eyes confirming a shared realization. He was not someone they could contend with. Flee. They immediately grasped the urgency in each other's expressions. Without hesitation, they took off in opposite directions, desperate to escape. Yi Chen cast a cold glance in their direction. "Oh, so now you wish to flee? Doesn't that seem a tad too late?" He then activated the 9 Dragons sky-treading step, his figure darting after them like a shooting star in pursuit of the moon. His first target was Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao had barely covered a mile when he felt a chilling sensation creeping up his back. Looking down, he found a cold sword had pierced through his heart. Swish. His eyes widened in horror as a muffled groan escaped his lips, and he fell backward. Meanwhile, Yi Gang ran for several miles without daring to look back, relieved to see Yi Chen had not pursued him. Only then did he allow himself a moment to catch his breath. However, before he could fully recover, a voice, akin to that of death, thundered through the air. "What's wrong? Have you lost your stamina already?" Yi Gang spun around, only to find Yi Chen toying with the bloodied sword, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. A jolt of fear shot through him, prompting an instinctive retreat. He stumbled over a rock, nearly losing his balance. Just as he attempted to rise, he saw Yi Chen's shadow looming over him. As he beheld the cold, long sword, still dripping with blood, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. He steeled himself, his voice trembling with a facade of bravado. "Yi Chen, I am the direct son of the clan leader. If you dare to kill me, my father will undoubtedly avenge me. Like Yihu." Yi Gang too was a son of Yi Boyang. However, Yihu was of legitimate birth, while Yi Gang was born of a concubine, the product of Yi Boyang's drunken indiscretion with a maidservant. In colloquial terms, he was considered a child raised by a lesser woman. Faced with imminent death, he audaciously invoked the name of that cunning old fox, Yi Boyang, to threaten him. Yi Chen scoffed coldly. Ha, Yi Gang. Do you truly believe that even if I spared your life, Yi Boyong would let me go? Yi Gang fell silent. Given his unscrupulous father's ruthless nature, Yi Chen knew that had he been reduced to a mere shell of his former self, Yi Boyong would seek to eliminate him completely. Moreover, Yi Chen had since regained his strength. The enmity between them had become irreparable, leaving no room for reconciliation. Not only would his father seek to eradicate him before he could fully mature, but Yi Gang himself would undoubtedly do the same. The realization sent a wave of terror coursing through Yi Gang, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Yi Chen, I see my errors now. All of this is the fault of Yi Hu and the others. It has nothing to do with me. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired. Who are you calling brother? Yi Chen, elder brother. Elder brother? Ha, do you truly think you are worthy? Yi Chen, esteemed elder. As he shifted his address to esteemed elder, the quiver in Yi Gang's voice became unmistakably laced with the sobs of despair. If one were to follow the line of kinship, Yi Chen should still refer to him as a cousin. Never did he imagine he would now have to address his own younger cousin as esteemed elder. Upon hearing Yi Gang's new title, a satisfied smile graced Yi Chen's lips. Yi Gang, I am a man of my word. Surely, you are aware of this? Noticing a noticeable softening in Yi Chen's tone, Yi Gang eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, yes, esteemed elder, you are indeed the most trustworthy. Yi Chen smiled coldly. Since you are aware, it is only fitting that I fulfill my earlier promise. Do you not agree? At this moment, Yi Gang was too panicked to think clearly. Before Yi Chen's words had fully settled, he fervently nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, that is certain. Yi Chen continued. I previously stated that I would choose the third option, sending you to hell to repent. This is not erroneous, is it? Not erroneous, not erroneous, no. As the words echoed for the third time, Yi Gang suddenly grasped the gravity of the statement. He abruptly lifted his gaze to meet Yi Chen's expression. In that instant, as he raised his neck, the bloodied long sword had already pierced through his throat. Safe travels, may you repent well in hell. Rest assured, regardless of the circumstances, we are bound by blood. I shall not allow your remains to rot in the wilderness. Upon uttering these words, Yi Chen sheathed his sword. Instantly, Yi Gang's pupils widened, and the vitality within him dissipated in an instant, leaving only a shroud of death. Subsequently, Yi Chen dug a grave on the spot, interring Yi Gang along with 2 other disciples of the Yi family. Of course, Yi Chen did not labor without recompense. He collected the gold, silver, and spirit stones from Yi Gang and the others as payment for their burial. As for Zhang Bao and his companions, they were not granted such a fate, left to decay in the wilderness, awaiting the wolves to feast upon them. After completing these tasks, Yi Chen cast his gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle. At this moment, the sun was setting, much like it had 7 days prior when he first entered the mountains. The crimson sun cast its lingering rays, painting the white clouds in hues of orange and red. Occasionally, a few returning birds would flit by, leaving behind a long arc in their wake. Yi Boyong, Yi Hu, Zhangzhou, await your reckoning. Tomorrow, we shall settle old scores anew. Chapter 13 The Final Farewell Miss. The Master seeks your presence urgently. As Yi Xian was engaged in conversation with Yi Inha at home, a maid rushed in to deliver the message. Yi Xian inquired, Chuier, what does my father require of me? The maid, known as Chuier, shook her head and replied, I am unaware, but the master's demeanor suggests he is quite anxious. It appears to be a matter of great importance that requires your counsel. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Xian responded, very well. I shall prepare myself and go at once. She then turned to Yi Inha, saying, Sister Inha, I must step out for a while. Rest assured, this place is quite safe. Neither Yi Hu nor anyone from the Zhang family would dare cause trouble here. Yi Inha nodded gently, managing a faint smile as she said, Yes, Sister Yi Xian, please attend to your matters. Not long after Yi Xian departed, a sudden cacophony of drums and gongs resonated from outside. Soon after, an elderly matron entered, leading a group of people. She held a vibrant red bridal gown and approached Yi Inha. Miss Inha, today marks the joyous occasion of your union with our young master. You should change into this wedding attire. Yi Inha's delicate features immediately hardened as she declared, I shall not marry. The Zhang family matron chuckled. Miss Inha, I am merely a servant following orders. Please do not make this difficult for me. Yi Inha maintained her composure and replied, Humph, This predicament is of your own making. If you do not impose upon me, I shall not impose upon you." The matron's expression darkened, her voice menacing as she said, "Miss Inha, do not be ungrateful. I will ask you one last time. Will you change into this bridal gown or not?" "I will not." Yi Inha turned her face defiantly, her resolve unwavering. Observing this, the Zhang family matron stepped forward and, with a vicious swing of her hand, struck Yi Inha across the face. Yi Inha felt a sharp sting, her fair cheek instantly swelling. A faint trace of blood could be seen at the corner of her mouth. The matron sneered, "You wretched girl. To be looked upon by my young master is a fortune you do not appreciate. How dare you show me your disdain? You truly are ungrateful." With that, she gestured to two maids, instructing them to forcibly dress Yi Inha in the wedding attire. "Prepare the sedan chair, take the bride back to the estate." Hearing the jubilant sounds of celebration outside, Yi Xian realized she had been deceived. Just as she was about to leave, her father, Yi Buoqing, called out to her, "Xianer, what do you intend to do?" Yi Xian replied, "Father, the Zhang family is coercively marrying off Sister Ina. I must intervene." Yi Buoqing, his expression stern, admonished, "Nonsense. The engagement between Inha and Master Zhang Zhou has been agreed upon by both families. It cannot be deemed coercive." Yi Xian protested, "But Inha does not wish to marry Zhang Zhou." Yi Buoqing proclaimed, "A man must marry, and a woman must wed. This matter cannot be left to the whims of a mere girl. Moreover, Yi Inha, after all, is nothing more than a wild child picked up by your third uncle from the streets. Without our Yi family, she would have surely perished in destitution long ago. Now, it is time for her to repay our family. Besides, Zhang Zhou, for all his shortcomings, is still the young master of the Zhang family. Yinha's current status is no different from that of a maid. If she can marry him, it would be an elevation of her standing. Do you understand?" Yi Xian, realizing she could not persuade her father, ceased her attempts and turned to leave. Yi Xian halt. Before she could take another step, Yi Buoqing swiftly sealed her acupoint from behind, rendering her immobile. Memories of Yi Chen's admonitions from a week prior flooded her mind, and tears brimmed in her eyes. "Father, I implore you, please release me." Meanwhile, the Zhang family was adorned in festive decorations, with drums and gongs resounding in jubilance. Dressed in the attire of a groom, Zhang Zhou sat proudly atop a magnificent steed, exuding an air of triumph. Upon catching sight of Yi Yinha's palanquin, he dismounted, eager to unveil her red veil. However, he was halted by Zhang Momo's intervention. "Young master, do not be hasty. It would be inauspicious to lift the veil before the ceremony." Zhang Zhou's enthusiasm dimmed at her words, yet as he gazed at Yi Yinha's graceful form, he could not suppress a salacious gulp. Rubbing his hands together, he leered, "My little beauty, tonight you shall be mine." At his sinister proclamation, Yi Yinha shuddered involuntarily, tears welling in her eyes. "Brother Yi Chen, where are you?" Both the Zhang and Yi families were renowned in Shuanglin City, thus their union was celebrated widely. Distinguished figures from the city gathered to offer their congratulations. Yi Boyong and Zhang Dongpeng, the heads of their respective families, sat at the seat of honor in the inner hall, conversing merrily, both appearing exceedingly pleased. The steward of the Zhang residence announced the congratulatory gifts presented by esteemed guests. Boss Li from the Eastern Inn has gifted 1,000 taels of gold to congratulate the young master of the Zhang family. Boss Du from the Western Pawnshop has presented a pair of jade bracelets to celebrate the young master. Boss Wang from the Southern Tailor Shop has sent a pair of jade corals as a token of congratulations. Boss Sun from the Northern Apothecary has brought a premier Longhu pill to honor the young master. As the steward continued to announce the offerings, a half-man-high bronze bell suddenly appeared before him. Taken aback by such an unusual gift, he stared in astonishment. Lifting his gaze, he encountered a youth with sword-like brows and piercing eyes, radiating an aura of fury. Yi Chen? Indeed, it was Yi Chen. Zhang steward, why do you not announce my arrival? If you choose not to, I shall do it for you. After Yi Chen spoke, he abruptly raised the bronze bell in his hand and declared loudly, "I am Yi Chen from the Yi family, here to present this bell to young Master Zhang." The phrase presenting a bell echoed ominously, as it sounded like sending off to the afterlife. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him, astonished. Wasn't he the so-called waste of the Yi family? How dare he show his face here? It seems he is simply courting death, offering himself a farewell instead. Upon hearing Yi Chen's voice, Yi Inha trembled slightly, hastily lifting her red veil to gaze in his direction. When she confirmed it was indeed Yi Chun, her tears flowed uncontrollably, like pearls scattered from a broken string. "Brother Yi Chun," she cried, rushing into his embrace. Seeing his sister in such distress, with tears streaming down her face, his heart ached profoundly, and he hurriedly wiped her tears away. "Do not be afraid, Inha. I am here. No one will dare to lay a finger on you today." As he gently wiped her tears, he suddenly noticed the swelling on her cheek. His expression darkened instantly, and he demanded in a fierce voice, "Inha, have they harmed you?" Chapter 14. A sword strike. Yi Inhua bit her lip, striving to control her emotions and prevent tears from cascading down her cheeks. Yi Chun surveyed his surroundings and bellowed, "Who struck my sister?" "Huh. I was wondering who it could be. Such audacity." A matron from the Zhang family retorted mockingly, "Just a worthless member of the Yi clan, daring to wreak havoc in our Zhang family." Yi Chen's gaze turned icy, his face contorted with rage. "So it was you who harmed my sister?" The matron, emboldened by the presence of her family's master and young master, confidently admitted her culpability. "Indeed, it was I. And what of it? If you wish to enter the Zhang family, you must adhere to our rules. Disobedience warrants punishment." Yi Chun, furiously amused, replied, "Very well. Today, I shall witness the extent of your so-called power." He then turned his attention to his sister. "Inhua, which hand did she use to strike you?" "The right hand, of course," she declared defiantly. Before Yi Inhua could elaborate, the matron raised her own right hand, flaunting it before Yi Chun. "Cut!" Upon uttering this lethal command, Yi Chun drew his sword from its sheath. With a resounding clash, a sharp glint of cold steel sliced through the air. "Ah!" Before anyone could react, the matron let out a blood-curdling scream, akin to a slaughtered pig. "My hand! My hand!" All eyes turned to the matron, whose right hand had been severed cleanly by Yi Chen's blade, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. The shocking spectacle left everyone present in stunned silence. Such swiftness in a strike. Hadn't Yi Chun been rendered a mere shell of himself, a broken vessel? How could he have become so formidable in just a few days? The matron was the wet nurse of Jiuzhou, who, upon witnessing Yi Chen's audacity in severing his wet nurse's hand before his very eyes, was consumed by rage. "Yi Chen, you seek death," he roared, drawing his sword and charging at Yi Chun. Yi Chen made no attempt to evade. He stood his ground, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he coldly regarded his opponent. Just as Zhang Zhou's sword was about to descend upon him, the bloodied 7-star Longyuan sword, freshly sheathed, was drawn once more. Swish! Another lightning-quick sword strike ensued. Zhang Zhou, a mere wastrel with lesser prowess than Zhang Bao or Yi Gang, stood no chance against Yi Chen's lethal assault. With a swift motion, the unparalleled edge of the blade sliced through his neck as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Zhang Zhou felt a sharp twist in his neck, and his head rolled off cleanly, blood spraying forth like a fountain. Witnessing this horrifying scene, all present were struck with sheer terror. After a moment of profound silence, someone finally uttered an incredulous gasp. Could it be true? Had Yi Chun actually severed the head of the young master of the Zhang family? Alas, the unfortunate Zhang Xian, on what was supposed to be a day of great joy, had his life brutally taken. Beside him, Yi Hu could hardly fathom that the worthless Yi Chun, whom he had mercilessly tormented over the past 3 years, would dare to directly slay Zhang Zhou. Enraged, he bellowed, "Yi Chun, you worthless fool! How dare you kill Zhang Zhou? Just wait. I shall capture you and make you wish for death." Following his frenzied tirade, Yi Hu advanced with his sword, resembling a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, aiming to strike down Yi Chun. The power exhibited in his blow was evidently tenfold that of Zhang Zhou's previous attack. Even before the blade reached its target, the sharp intent of the sword struck the onlookers like icy hail, causing them to flinch. The spectators gasped in awe at Yi Hu's formidable and domineering sword aura, realizing he had achieved the 9th level of Qi refinement. It was certain that within 2 years, he would break through his limitations and ascend to the Foundation establishment realm. Indeed, the 3rd generation of the Yi family was brimming with talent, poised to produce a true dragon. Upon hearing the praises from those around him, Yi Hu felt a swell of arrogance. Though he was known for his debauchery, often indulging in frivolous pursuits, his innate talent for cultivation was undeniably remarkable. Just days prior, he had ascended to the 9th level of Qi refinement and was eager to showcase his prowess. Little did he expect that, just as he was about to doze off. An opportunity would present itself. In the face of Yi Hu's fierce assault, Yi Chen remained calm and unperturbed, dismissing him entirely. Regardless of whether one was at the 5th or 9th level of qi refinement, beneath the foundation establishment realm, he could dispatch them with a single stroke. Without altering his stance, he executed the same move as before, drawing his sword. The blade cleaved through the air. Yi Hu had just witnessed Yi Chen draw his sword twice, severing both Zhang Mama's wrist and Zhang Zhou's head. Thus, he had been mentally prepared for Yi Chen to employ the same tactic again. When Yi Chen indeed repeated his previous maneuver, Yi Hu could not help but sneer. Umph. Yi Chen, is this all you can do? One strike will suffice to end you. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Yi Chen's sword shadow transformed into a flash of lightning, hurtling toward Yi Hu. This strike was straightforward and brutal, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. Aimed squarely at claiming Yi Hu's life, Yi Hu swung his sword to parry, hoping to counter Yi Chen's assault. Yet in the next instant, the confidence and smugness on his face froze, replaced by an unprecedented sense of shock and dread. The speed of this strike was so overwhelming that he could not hope to defend against it. With a crisp snap, Yi Chen's blade descended, severing Yi Hu's sword-bearing arm cleanly. Blood erupted, staining the eyes of everyone present. Yi Chen casually blew away the blood still clinging to his sword's edge, his gaze icy and piercing, like the very blade he wielded, exuding an aura of relentless menace. Yi Hu, you incessantly berate me as worthless. Yet now, you find yourself unable to withstand even a single strike from me. If I am indeed worthless, then what does that make you? Less than refuse. Upon meeting Yi Chen's icy, unparalleled gaze, Yi Hu attempted to articulate a retort. However, as he opened his mouth and glanced at his severed, blood-soaked arm, words failed him. His complexion turned ashen, resembling parchment, and beads of sweat the size of peas cascaded down his forehead. Yi Chen, before he could complete his thought, darkness enveloped him, and in a fit of rage, he collapsed unconscious. Meanwhile, the two clan leaders, Yi Boyong and Zhang Dongpeng, who were engaged in discussions in the inner hall, hastily rushed over upon hearing of the commotion. Upon discovering their sons lying in pools of blood, they were rendered speechless. Huer, Zhouer, Yi Boyong, upon seeing his son merely with a severed arm, yet still alive, felt a weight lift from his heart. Conversely, Zhang Dongpeng, upon realizing his son was lifeless and dismembered, his eyes turned a fierce crimson, resembling a furious beast consumed by wrath. The detestable Yi Chen, you dare to slay my son? I shall ensure that your blood debt is repaid in kind. Chapter 15. A fierce battle with two veteran Foundation establishment masters. Enraged, Zhang Dongpeng surged forward like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, striking towards Yi Chen with a mighty swing of his palm. Zhang Dongpeng, a seasoned Foundation establishment cultivator, had reached at least the 8th level of Foundation establishment, while Yi Chen had only just ascended to this stage. A direct confrontation would spell certain doom for Yi Chen. However, he remained undaunted. The 7-star dragon abyss drew forth, emitting a resonant dragon's roar, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. Even a veteran like Zhang Dongpeng could not afford to underestimate such a finely honed strike. Moreover, driven by a desire for vengeance for his son, he had refrained from wielding a weapon. In this unarmed state, he dared not confront Yi Chen's lethal blow head-on. Swiftly retracting his hand, he executed a nimble spin, narrowly evading the deadly sword strike. Yi Chen had no intention of claiming Zhang Dongpeng's life with this attack. His primary objective was merely to create an opening. Recognizing that he had achieved his aim, Yi Chen moved forward without hesitation, wrapping his arms around his sister Yi Yinhua's slender waist. Yinhua, brother will take you away. Hold on tight. Upon seeing her brother's handsome profile, Yi Yinhua was overwhelmed with joy, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. She then clung tightly to Yi Chen's waist, pressing her small head against his chest, listening intently to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Stop him! Stop him! Zhang Dongpeng barked orders at the Zhang family's guards and henchmen as he witnessed Yi Chen attempting to flee. Instantly, 5 or 6 guards, armed with swords and blades, obstructed Yi Chen's path. Yi Chen did not spare them a glance, his gaze icy and commanding. If you wish to live, then get out of my way. With his furious shout, the 7-star dragon abyss swept forth like a radiant rainbow piercing the sun. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 guards at the forefront, caught off guard, were swiftly dispatched as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. The remaining guards, witnessing Yi Chen's ferocity, instinctively retreated, hesitant to engage further. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Dongpeng charged once more. This time, having learned from his previous encounter, he drew twin blades from his waist and brandished them with a fierce wind, slashing towards Yi Chen's shoulders with precision. Holding Yi Yinhua in his arms considerably hampered Yi Chen's agility, leaving him no choice but to brace himself for the impact. Clang! Zhang Dongping's twin blade struck the seven-star dragon abyss with the force of a hammer on a drum, fiercely cleaving downwards. Although the sword spirit of the seven-star dragon abyss lay dormant, it was nonetheless an ancient divine weapon. Without doubt, it could slice through iron and sever snowflakes with ease. Zhang Dongping's twin blades, forged from the finest steel, were formidable in their own right. Before the majestic Qixing Longyuan, the efforts were utterly insufficient. Thus, although Zhang Dongping's cultivation vastly overshadowed that of Yi Chen, he suffered a considerable setback when it came to weaponry. The two sides found themselves evenly matched. The ancient, unadorned iron sword in his grasp, seemingly unremarkable, possessed an undeniable superiority over other weapons in actual combat. Though Zhang Dongpeng remained oblivious to the true nature of this archaic sword, he recognized it was far from an ordinary item. In this moment, his motivations transcended mere vengeance. He yearned to seize this divine weapon for himself. However, Zhang Dongpeng was not alone in harboring such ambitions. The cunning Yi Boyong had also discerned the peculiarities of the situation from the very beginning. Under the pretense of treating his son Yi Hu's injuries, he intended for Zhang Dongpeng to engage Yi Chen in a mutually destructive conflict so that he could reap the benefits later on. Seeing that he, a seasoned foundational cultivator, could not swiftly subdue Yi Chen, whom he deemed a mere waste, Zhang Dongping's anger surged uncontrollably. Out of the corner of his eye, he instinctively glanced towards Yi Boyong, who, at that moment, was also observing him. Their gazes locked, a silent acknowledgement of their shared cunning. Given that both were adept fox spirits honed through millennia of cultivation, there was no need for idle chatter. With this thought in mind, Zhang Dongpeng disregarded any semblance of dignity and called out directly to Yi Boyong, "Brother Yi, this child is inherently monstrous. As long as he remains, you shall never sit securely as the head of the Yi family." Upon hearing Zhang Dongping's proclamation, Yi Boyong could no longer maintain his faade. He understood all too well the truth in Zhang Dongping's words. Reflecting on the actions taken against Yi Chen and his siblings over the past 3 years, he realized that if Yi Chen were to escape today, given his current display of power, it would not take long before he coalesced his golden core, at which point a formidable ruler would come to take their heads. Weighing the consequences, Yi Boyong glared furiously and shouted at Yi Chen, as a descendant of the Yi family, how could you be so cruel as to sever the arm of your own kin? Today, I shall cleanse the family lineage in the name of our ancestors." Having declared his righteous indignation, Yi Boyong cast aside any concern for his reputation and charged at Yi Chen with both palms extended, intent on striking him down. "Humph! Yi Boyong, spare us your hypocritical words. Did Yi Hu consider our bond as brothers when he tormented us?" Yi Chen retorted angrily, brandishing the Qixing Longyuan with the force of a mountain, advancing directly towards him. Were it merely Yi Boyong or Zhang Dongpeng alone, Yi Chen might have leveraged the power of the Qixing Longyuan to hold his own. However, with both adversaries now fully engaged, any hope of victory for him approached an infinitesimal threshold. In just a few rounds of confrontation, Yi Chen found himself undeniably at a disadvantage, teetering on the brink of defeat. Yet, despite this precarious situation, none in attendance dared to underestimate him any longer. No one could have anticipated that the once discarded individual, whose martial practice had led to a shattered dantian and subsequent blindness, would rise again. In a remarkably brief span of days, he transformed into a figure of remarkable prominence and distinction. Even if he were to succumb today, he would do so with honor, for he stood valiantly against 2 seasoned foundational experts while cradling a delicate girl in his arms. Such heroic tenacity was truly awe-inspiring, evoking silent admiration from many onlookers. Some even lamented in hushed tones for Yi Chen's plight. An elder, stroking his beard, sighed wistfully, remarking on the impetuosity of youth. Yi Chen's innate talent had been restored, and given his extraordinary potential, it was likely that within 3 to 5 years, he would ascend to greatness. By then, Even the formidable duo of Yi Boyong and Zhang Dongpeng would no longer be his match. However, had he chosen not to come today, his sister would be left with no option but to marry that debauched scion, Zhang Zhou. Beside the elder, a woman blinked, revealing the underlying reason for Yi Chun's impulsiveness. The elder sighed once more, continuing, "Alas, the path of immortality is indeed a merciless one. If one is swayed by the affections of youth and cannot achieve the transcendence of detachment, then no matter how extraordinary his talents may be, he will surely find it difficult to endure on the path of immortality." Chapter 16. The deep bond of siblings with a resounding clang. Zhang Dongpeng seized the moment, once more wielding his twin blades to strike fiercely at Yi Chun. In this life-and-death scenario, Yi Chun, though he valiantly raised his sword to block, endured Zhang Dongpeng's lethal blow. However, he remained unaware of Yi Boyong's stealthy attack. Taking advantage of Yi Chun's engagement with Zhang Dongpeng, Yi Boyong launched a palm strike, initially targeting not Yi Chun, but rather Yi Yinhua, who was cradled in his brother's arms. He was confident that Yi Chun, driven by his affection for the girl, would risk everything to protect her. Yi Boyong's gamble paid off. As the fierce force of his palm descended towards Yi Yinhua, Yi Chun executed a swift spin, resolutely using his own back to absorb Yi Boyong's overwhelming power. A sharp sound echoed as Yi Chun felt his internal organs jolt violently. A bitter taste surged in his throat, and he swiftly expelled a mouthful of blood. "Brother!" Yi Yinhua cried, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung loose, as she witnessed Yi Chun's injury in his attempt to shield her. "Yinhua, do not weep. Your brother is unharmed," Yi Chun tenderly reassured his sister, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve before pivoting sharply to unleash a strike with his sword. Yi Boyong, aware of the formidable weapon in Yi Chun's grasp, instinctively recoiled to evade a direct confrontation, forcing Yi Boyong back. Yi Chun resolutely activated his heart's eye secret technique to sustain his life, swiftly executing the 9 dragons treading the sky step. Previously, despite having achieved a modest proficiency in this technique, he had been unable to conjure even the first true dragon phantom. To his astonishment, in this perilous moment, he inadvertently grasped its profound essence. Roar! A golden dragon silhouette materialized from thin air, enveloping both Yi Chun and Yi Yinhua in its majestic embrace. Accompanied by a soul-stirring dragon's roar, a gust of wind swirled, and they vanished from sight. What did I just witness? Was that a dragon? Good heavens! Did Yi Chun actually summon a divine dragon? The onlookers, struck with incredulity, stood frozen in disbelief. Even as they beheld the astonishing spectacle, they struggled to accept the reality before their eyes. Yi Boyong and Zhang Dongpeng were equally dumbfounded, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. After a lengthy pause, they finally broke the silence with incredulous exclamations. "Quickly pursue him. Yi Chun must have acquired some secret technique. We cannot allow him to escape." A mere waste, with a shattered dantian and blinded eyes, had somehow risen to prominence in mere days, wielding a divine weapon and displaying a technique that summoned a dragon's shadow. Even a cursory thought would lead one to realize that Yi Chun had likely stumbled upon a fortuitous inheritance. Moreover, it was rumored that the desolate mountains outside Shuanglin City were the resting place of several formidable beings who had perished during the ancient conflict between gods and demons. Initially, there was a semblance of sympathy among the cultivators for the plight of the Yi siblings, but at this moment, they were all incited by the illusory legacy of the secret realm, their eyes ablaze with fervor. They resembled famished wolves, who after 3 days of hunger, had suddenly spotted a succulent lamb, and they surged toward the direction in which the Yi siblings had fled. "Brother, please set me down," Yi Yinhui implored. "Otherwise, neither of us will escape." Upon witnessing the entire city's cultivators, spurred on by Yi Boyong and Zhang Dongpeng, pursuing them relentlessly, and seeing Yi Chun gravely injured, tears welled in her eyes as she urged him. Yi Chun shot her a glare and replied, "Yinhui, what nonsense are you speaking?" Startled by his fierce gaze, Yi Yinhui instinctively shrank back. Observing her reaction, Yi Chun softened his tone, saying, "Foolish girl, I have promised to protect you for all eternity. How could I possibly abandon you to save myself?" Yi Yinhui opened her mouth, intending to say more, but upon gazing into Yi Chun's resolute eyes, she swallowed her words and merely nodded vigorously. "There are bloodstains ahead. Yi Chun must be just beyond." At that moment, a cacophony erupted from behind. Chen turned to see dozens of cultivators, wielding various weapons, charging toward them. Instantly, a glint of frost-like coldness flashed in his sharp eyes. Humph. If you are not afraid of death, then come after us. With that, Chen summoned his true essence, cradling Yi, and dashed toward the desolate mountains outside the city. Given his current predicament, his only means of escape lay in one strategy: leveraging external forces. He recalled that within these desolate mountains roamed a pack of wolves, numbering in the hundreds. Their territory was generally fixed and seldom shifted. Moreover, it had only been a few days since his last encounter with them. Therefore, he was certain that the wolves remained nearby. Last night, he had deliberately disposed of the corpses of Zhang Bao and the others within the wolf's territory. Upon reaching the site where he had discarded the bodies, he found nothing but 3 eerie skeletons left on the ground. Indeed, the wolves were still present. As Chen contemplated how to maneuver the situation to his advantage, the bloodthirsty cultivators closed in on him. One burly middle-aged man, brandishing a 9-ringed broadsword, with eyes wide open and a fierce demeanor, shouted, "Chen, I am Jin Bao, the leader of the Golden Leopard Gang. If you are willing to surrender your divine weapon and the treasured legacy you have acquired, the Golden Leopard Gang will ensure the safety of you and your sister." However, before he could finish his sentence, another middle-aged scholar scoffed derisively, "Huh? Do you truly think your Golden Leopard Gang's rabble is worthy of such grandiose claims?" Jin Bao glared, his eyes blazing with fury, and retorted, "What? You insolent pretty boy, do you dare to challenge me? I will cleave you in two with a single blow." As they began to bicker, on the verge of physical confrontation, Chen cast a disdainful glance at them. "Since you desire the divine weapon and the secrets I possess, then follow me." With this provocative remark, Chen embraced Yi-Inha and hastened into the depths of the desolate mountains. Thus, after racing for half an hour, he encountered several demonic wolves feasting upon the carcass of a spotted tiger. Upon noticing intruders, the wolves instinctively believed their food was being threatened, their emerald eyes glowing ominously as they let out a low growl in a show of intimidation. Chen glanced back and once again activated the 9-dragon step, gliding past the pack. Before the wolves could comprehend the situation, the group of cultivators surged in pursuit, their gazes locked in a moment of profound silence. After a while, a cultivator suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, it's a pack of demonic wolves. Huffed, just a few beasts, what is there to fear? Let's slaughter them all." Chapter 17. Healing in the depths of the mountains and forests, a bloody massacre unfolded between the frenzied monks and the bloodthirsty pack of magical wolves. Simultaneously, Chen, cradling Yi-In, sought refuge beneath the serene waters of the lake, a tranquil place for his fiery practice. How delightful it would be if his future Empress were here with him, Chen mused inwardly. With her formidable strength, she could easily annihilate these foes without lifting a finger. A mere glance would suffice to obliterate their very souls. As he pondered, an inexplicable sense of discomfort regarding his own dental health crept over him. Perhaps it was time to indulge in softer fare. Noticing the blissful smile adorning Chen's face, Yi-In, with her captivating large eyes, curiously inquired, "Brother, what are you thinking about that makes you smile so joyfully?" Chen's daydream of a life of ease was abruptly shattered by his sister's innocent question. He gazed at her exquisitely sculpted visage, unable to resist the urge to pinch her cheek. Her skin, as smooth as cream, was a delightful sensation to his touch. It evoked a somewhat peculiar sense, reminiscent of German orthopedic aesthetics. How could such a charming sister, should she marry in the future, not bring him immense sorrow? Lost in these thoughts, Chen let out a sigh of melancholy. Yi-In, puzzled by his sudden fluctuations between joy and sorrow, blinked her beautiful eyes twice. "Brother, why are you sighing for no reason?" Chen, rubbing the tip of his nose, replied, "In, with your beauty, I can't help but worry about which rascal will claim you as his own in the future. Thinking of it makes my heart heavy." Yi-In was utterly taken aback that her brother could be preoccupied with such matters. Instantly, a charming blush graced her cheeks. "Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? I am still young. Moreover, even in the future, I do not wish to marry. I want to be with you forever." As she spoke, her voice trailed off, suffused with an undeniable shyness. Undoubtedly, there was an air of peculiar fascination in their relationship. Although no blood ties bound them, Chen felt an overwhelming sense of mischief when he considered the implications. He shook his head, casting aside the chaotic and whimsical thoughts that plagued him. Raising his gaze to the sky, he said, "The battle on the shore must have concluded. Let us go and take a look." Yi Inhe obediently nodded, carefully trailing behind Yi Chen. Though the number of monks was considerable, they hailed from disparate factions, each harboring their own peculiarities and selfish agendas. Many among them had past grievances. Merely refraining from backstabbing one another was already a testament to their martial ethics, let alone offering assistance. Furthermore, this forest was the territory of the magical wolves, leaving them without the advantages of time, place, or unity. Thus, after merely a few rounds of combat, the cultivators found themselves distinctly at a disadvantage. Sensing the dire situation, those who had previously shouted the loudest began to calculate their retreat, prioritizing the preservation of their own strength. Ignoring their comrades who were still engaged in fierce battles with the demonic wolves, they hastily made their escape. This withdrawal triggered a chain reaction. No one wished to appear foolish or sacrifice themselves for the benefit of others. Consequently, anxiety spread among them, and their will to fight dissipated. The outcome was inevitable. Soon, the human cultivators were in utter disarray, fleeing like a rout. The bloodthirsty demonic wolves relentlessly pursued them, forcing the human cultivators to abandon over a dozen corpses as they fled back to the city in a state of utter disarray. In a display of either intimidation or provocation, the leading Silver Wolf King, accompanied by his pack, unleashed a series of terrifying roars directed at the city gates. Only as the sun dipped below the horizon did they return to the forest, basking in their victory. In the ensuing days, Yi Chen had already discerned the general activity patterns of the demonic wolf pack. After observing the conclusion of the battle, he brought Yi Inhe ashore, steering clear of the wolves' territory and seeking refuge in a relatively safe valley. He gathered some dry twigs nearby and kindled a fire. "Inhe, you should remove your wet clothes and dry them by the fire. It gets chilly at night. We wouldn't want you to catch a cold." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Inhe obediently nodded and began to peel off her damp garments one by one. As she removed most of her clothing, her snow-white skin became partially visible. Suddenly, she realized a rather grave issue. Her brother's eyes seemed to be able to see. The thought sent her instinctively into a shriek. Yi Chen, who was turning his back to Yi Inhe as he added fuel to the fire, quickly turned around upon hearing her exclamation. "Inhe, what's wrong?" The moment he glanced back, he felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him, unable to suppress a gulp. She was simply breathtaking. Brother, you're so naughty. You've been peeking at me." Yi Inhe crossed her arms, her exquisitely sculpted face flushed with embarrassment, wishing to vanish into the ground. "You're mistaken, I did not. This is impossible." Yi Chen hastily denied her accusation, though his eyes were far less dishonest, remaining transfixed on her beauty. "Brother, you're unbearable. Stop looking at me." Yi Inhe, flustered, picked up a stone intending to throw it at Yi Chen, but hesitated, fearing it might injure him, and ultimately set it down. However, as she imagined Yi Chen sprawled on the ground, having been struck by her stone, she couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Her smile, a fleeting glimpse of spring, unexpectedly brightened the atmosphere, as the delicate lotus bud began to reveal its pointed tip. Yi Chen, momentarily indulging in wicked thoughts, reluctantly turned away. In an effort to cast aside such frivolous notions, he seated himself in a meditative posture, akin to a venerable monk in deep contemplation. Once his mind achieved tranquility, he commenced the visualization techniques from the heart eye to assess his internal injuries. At this moment, he bore numerous wounds, over a dozen in total, yet most were merely superficial. Only one injury was of grave concern, a severe blow to his back inflicted by the cunning Yi Boyong, which had compromised his internal organs, resulting in internal damage. If left to heal naturally, it would take no less than a year and a half of recuperation for him to recover fully. Moreover, any lapse in care could lead to severe aftereffects. What Yi Chen needed most was time, which he could not afford to waste. After all, whether it was Zhang Dongpeng, Yi Boyong, or other cultivators coveting the 7-star dragon abyss, they would certainly not relent. It was highly likely they would return the following day. Hence, Yi Chen could not afford any delays. He needed to heal swiftly and regain peak condition. Otherwise, if Yi Boyong and Zhang Dongpeng pursued him again, the consequences would be dire. The elixir provided by his Empress wife seemed to be specifically designed for healing. With this thought, Yi Chen hurriedly retrieved the small jade vial given by Lian Hongchang. A rich fragrance of the elixir wafted through the air, instantly uplifting his spirits. Carefully, he poured a pill into his palm and placed it in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly. Its effects were immediate. In the next moment, Chen felt the melting elixir transform into a warm current coursing through his internal organs and limbs. Upon encountering damaged areas, it actively initiated repair. Thus, after circulating through the 36 meridians within his body, his injuries were nearly healed. Furthermore, he sensed a significant enhancement in his combat prowess compared to before, having reached the pinnacle of the first level of foundation establishment. If he were to consume another elixir, he would undoubtedly break through the bottleneck and ascend to the second level of foundation establishment. However, Chen refrained from doing so. While relying on elixirs could lead to rapid advancements in cultivation, the side effects were considerable, even if the elixirs bore no toxic properties. An accelerated cultivation could result in an unstable foundation, rendering one's strength superficial. It was akin to a game. Elixirs represented vast experience points that would elevate a character's level significantly, yet without corresponding skills and equipment, one would remain an inept novice. It is all too easy to be overwhelmed by players whose ranks may not surpass yours, yet possess superior skills and equipment capable of swiftly eliminating you. Such actions are the hallmark of mindless antagonists. Consequently, unless absolutely necessary, Chen is resolute in his decision not to resort to external forces to forcibly elevate his status. He intends to progress steadily, allowing nature to take its course and breakthroughs to occur organically. An impatient rush to hasten growth will only yield counterproductive results. Chapter 18. How delicious. Once Chen's wounds were healed, and he opened his eyes once more, he discovered that he had dried her clothes and was now fully dressed. Not wanting to disturb him as he sat cross-legged in meditation, she rested her chin on her hands, quietly keeping vigil beside him. When Chen's eyes met hers, an unspoken moment passed between them, causing he to blush and shyly avert her gaze. Just then, her stomach let out a low growl. With a hint of affection in his smile, Chen remarked, "He, you must be hungry." He nodded gently, admitting, "Yes, a little. For the past few days, I have been so worried about your safety that I hardly had any appetite. The meals I have eaten over the last week combined are less than what I would typically consume in a single day. Now that my tense nerves have relaxed, my stomach naturally protests. Stay here by the fire. I will go find something to eat." Upon hearing Chen's intent to leave, a flicker of fear crossed He's face. "Brother, Understanding his sister's concerns, Chen replied with a reassuring smile, "Do not worry, I am close by and shall not venture far." He then added with unwavering conviction, "I have promised to protect you for a lifetime, and I shall indeed keep that promise. Not a day, not a moment, not even a second shall be compromised." Upon hearing Chen's heartfelt words, he felt her heart flutter like a startled fawn. She nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. "All right, thank you, brother." After a brief interval of about 15 minutes, Chen returned, carrying 2 large and 1 small rabbit. Seeing the rabbits, he felt a pang of sympathy and said, "Brother, these rabbits are so adorable. How can we eat them? If we do, won't their family be worried?" Seeing his innocent and naive sister, Chen could not help but chuckle. He shook his head and replied earnestly, "They won't," with her wide, curious eyes sparkling. He questioned, "But you're not a rabbit. How can you be so sure?" Pointing to the 3 rabbits on the ground, Chen explained, "Look, they are a family of 3, all here together. A family of rabbits should stay intact." He was momentarily speechless, struck by the logic of his words. Having undergone survival training in his past life, Chen skillfully took out a dagger and expertly skinned and cleaned the rabbits. Shortly thereafter, he crafted a makeshift grill with remarkable ease. High-quality ingredients often require only the simplest of cooking methods. After about half an hour, the 3 wild rabbits were perfectly roasted to a golden brown, sizzling and oozing juices. Unfortunately, they lacked seasonings such as salt, chili, and cumin. It is somewhat unsatisfactory to consume it directly like this. Yinhua stood by, utterly astonished. She never imagined that her brother, who couldn't even cook rice, could actually grill meat. Moreover, he did it remarkably well, causing her, a little glutton, to swallow her saliva in anticipation. "Brother, is it ready?" Chen felt it was about time and handed one of the grilled rabbits to Yinhua. She approached eagerly, opening her cherry-like mouth to take a bite. However, as it was freshly grilled, it was still quite hot, and this silly girl nearly burned herself. Inhua, be careful, it's hot. Let me cool it for you. With that, Chen took back the grilled rabbit and gently blew on it to hasten its cooling. Observing Chen's forehead glistening with sweat, Inhua took out a handkerchief from her bosom and tenderly wiped his brow. They exchanged a smile, the flickering firelight casting a rosy glow on their cheeks, creating a particularly warm atmosphere. Silly girl, it's about ready. You can eat now? As he spoke, Chen handed the less hot grilled rabbit back to Inhua. She gazed at the golden brown rabbit and could hardly contain herself as she took a bite. The moment it entered her mouth, it was rich and juicy. Although lacking in seasoning, the flavor was still exquisite. Thus, the girl who once lamented about how adorable rabbits were and how they should not be eaten, now found herself tearfully devouring an entire one. So delicious. She gently patted her flat little belly and contentedly burped. Wow, I am so full. This is the finest grilled meat I have ever tasted. Seeing Inhua's playful and adorable demeanor, Chen felt a swell of affection. Inhua, it's getting late, and we have to continue our journey tomorrow. Why don't you rest your head on your brother's shoulder for a while? Deep down, Inhua felt a hint of shyness, but she obediently sat beside Chen and leaned her little head against his shoulder. In a fleeting moment, one could catch a glimpse of a sweet smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Chen gently ran his fingers through her silky hair, twirling it playfully. Suddenly, Inhua's delicate brows furrowed tightly, and she let out a soft gasp. Surprised, Chen inquired, Inhua, what's wrong? Biting her lip, she replied, Brother, you're pulling my hair. Chen. That statement sounded a bit wicked, didn't it? Chapter 19. Your smile, I shall protect, brother. What is the matter? Why do you look at me with such eyes? Inha's face was flushed with shyness, unable to meet Chen's gaze. It's nothing, Inha. It's getting late. You should hurry and rest. Chen quickly turned his head away, stirring the dry wood in the campfire to distract himself from those chaotic and absurd thoughts. Brother, I can't sleep. Could you tell me a story? Chen pondered for a moment and said, All right, I shall tell you the tale of Snow White. Snow White. Inha was unfamiliar with the story, her large, captivating eyes blinking in curiosity. Chen nodded affirmatively. Yes, Snow White. Inha inquired, Where is Snow White? Why is she called Snow White? In a very distant place. She is exceptionally fair, her skin as white as snow, hence the name Snow White. Inha glanced at her own pale arms, pouted her lips, and asked, Is Snow White's skin whiter than mine? Chen thought to himself, Why do girls always ask such foolish questions? He reassured her, No, Inha. Your skin is the fairest of all. How could Snow White compare to you? Hee. Hearing Chen's compliment made Inha's heart bloom with joy, though she retorted, But she is called Snow White. How could she not be whiter than me? Chen silently scoffed. You know this, yet you still ask me? Inha blinked her bright eyes and asked, Brother, have you ever seen Snow White? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen replied, Yes. Oh, so you have seen Snow White. Is she beautiful? There was a hint of disappointment in Inha's voice, akin to a girlfriend feeling jealous upon hearing her boyfriend praise another girl's beauty. Chen, being an elite who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, was not so easily caught off guard by Inha's innocent queries. He feigned a mysterious smile and said, Inha, you are the Snow White in my heart. Tell me, is that not beautiful? Inha was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Brother, you are so naughty, always teasing me. I don't want to play with you anymore. With that, she turned her little head to the side to signify that she truly did not wish to play with Chen. Yet, her exquisitely sculpted face radiated joy as if she had just savored honey. Chen asked, Do you still want to hear the story? Inha nodded solemnly, yes. Chen carefully recalled the tale of Snow White, cleared his throat, and began to narrate. In a distant realm, there resided a king whose queen bore him a daughter. The girl's skin was as white as snow, and her beauty was unparalleled, earning her the name Snow White. Alas, the queen soon passed away, and the king remarried a new queen. This new queen was indeed beautiful, yet her heart was consumed by jealousy. Daily, she would inquire of the magic mirror, 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 on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? Previously, the mirror always reflected her visage. However, this time, it revealed the smiling face of Snow White. Igniting the queen's fury, in secret, she summoned 2 guards, Ben Borba and Babalb, instructing them to eliminate Snow White. Yi Yinhao listened with rapt attention, her heart racing, particularly when she heard of the Wicked Queen's orders to have Snow White killed. Brother, what happened next? Surely, Snow White did not perish? Of course not. Keep listening. Yi Yinhao nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains, urging Yi Chun to continue. Soon, she learned how Snow White, employing her cunning and wit, escaped into the dense forest, allowing her anxious heart to settle once more. Yet, her worries resurfaced upon hearing of the malevolent queen's attempt to poison Snow White with a cursed apple. Joy returned as she discovered that Snow White was rescued by 7 dwarfs, prompting her to dance with glee. Ultimately, when she heard of the prince on his white steed vanquishing the evil queen and taking Snow White to his castle for a blissful life, a satisfied smile graced Yi Yinhao's rosy cheeks. Brother, your storytelling is splendid. I wish to be Snow White. At this moment, she paused, blushing as she added, Brother, you are my prince, riding a white horse, galloping through the world. Yi Chen was taken aback. The one galloping through the world was a motorcycle, and riding a white horse did not necessarily mean he was a prince. He could just as easily be a monk. Brother, I still cannot sleep. Please tell me another story. Yi Yinhao, with her large, sparkling eyes, gazed earnestly at Yi Chen, her tone irresistibly sweet. Yi Chen glanced up at the night sky and replied, I can tell a story, but let us save it for tomorrow. 1 story each night. For 1,001 nights. How does that sound? Yes, that is wonderful. You are the best, brother. Yi Yinhao nodded vigorously, her anticipation swelling at the thought of 1,001 nights filled with her brother's tales. Unable to contain her joy, she gently pecked Yi Chun's cheek. Yi Chen was taken aback, never expecting Yi Yinhao to initiate such a gesture. After a moment of surprise, he touched his cheek where she had kissed him and looked over at her. At this moment, Yi Yinhui had already realized that she had indeed lost her composure earlier. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she wished for nothing more than to sink into the earth. Brother, I've fallen asleep. Good night, she exclaimed, burying her little head into Yi Chun's embrace. Deliberately feigning slumber, she produced a soft snore. Seeing Yi Yinhui's adorableness, Yi Chen could not help but chuckle. With a heart full of excitement and trepidation, Yi Yinhui continued her charade of sleep. As she pretended, she gradually drifted into a gentle dreamland, a sweet smile gracing her lips, clearly indicative of a delightful dream. Yinhui, I shall safeguard your happiness from now on. Yi Chen thought to himself as he gazed upon Yi Yinhui's smiling face, just as he hesitated whether to steal a kiss from her porcelain-like cheek. The system's prompt unexpectedly chimed in at an inopportune moment. Ding! The hour has arrived. Shall the host proceed with the check-in? Chapter 20. What a silly girl sign-in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received a first-grade detox pill. Upon seeing this reward, which was merely a first-grade elixir rather than an ancient divine weapon or secret manual, Yi Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. What he truly desired was to enhance his own strength, for only through such improvement could he navigate this cruel world of the survival of the fittest and better protect those he cherished. However, it was certainly better than receiving nothing at all, and perhaps this detox pill would prove useful in the future. After all, while traversing the martial world, he might encounter some unscrupulous individuals who resorted to underhanded tactics and poison. Yi Chen carefully stored the detox pill and, like a tranquil monk in meditation, sat cross-legged to commence his cultivation. The night passed peacefully. Yi Yinha nestled against Yi Chen's shoulder, sleeping soundly. The first rays of dawn filtered through the branches, cascading like a clear spring over Yi Yinha's porcelain-like visage. Awakened by the gentle sunlight, she rubbed her drowsy eyes. Yi Chen, she instinctively called out, but received no response. Hastily, she turned to look and found him resting peacefully beside her, eyes closed. Her heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally settled back into her chest. Seeing Yi Chen in such a deep slumber, she hesitated to disturb him, even being cautious with her own breathing. In truth, Yi Chen was not asleep, but was engaged in his cultivation, appearing as if he were in slumber. After completing another cycle of the heart-eye secret technique, he slowly opened his eyes. Although he had not slept throughout the night, his countenance bore no trace of fatigue. Instead, he appeared invigorated. Yinha, you're awake. Yi Chen greeted her with a cheerful smile as he noticed her watching him. Are you hungry? Shall I prepare something to eat? Yi Yinha shook her head vigorously. Not hungry, I want to. Noticing her hesitation and somewhat unnatural demeanor, Yi Chen was utterly perplexed and could not fathom what this girl wished to do. Inha, what is the matter? Just say it directly. Biting her lip, Yi Inha finally stammered, I need to relieve myself. Upon uttering this, her beautifully sculpted face flushed a deep crimson. Realizing her predicament, Yi Chen responded, Ah, I see. Then you should hurry. Yi Inha glanced around, expressing concern. But where is there a restroom nearby? Yi Chen pointed to a secluded spot not far away. You can use that area to take care of it. After a moment's thought, Yi Inha conceded this was the only option. All right then. With that, she hurriedly dashed towards the nearby thicket. Observing her frantic demeanor, it was evident that she had been holding it in for quite some time. Alas, this foolish girl. With a gentle sigh, Yi Chen approached a towering ancient tree and unfastened his belt. As he prepared to relieve himself, a sudden scream echoed from the direction of Yi Inha. There's a snake. There's a snake. Startled by the exclamation, Yi Chen rushed over. Inha, are you all right? Were you bitten? Yi Inha sat helplessly amidst the grass. A vivid red bite mark marring her snow-white ankle. Faint traces of blood oozed from the wound. Soon, Yi Chen heard rustling sounds emanating from the nearby underbrush. Dastardly creature. Seeking its demise. Yi Chen's face contorted with anger as he drew his sword and struck towards the rustling grass. With a decisive crack, his blade sliced through the snake's vulnerable spot, instantly claiming its life. The venomous serpent writhed momentarily before lying still, evidently lifeless. Upon inspecting Yi Inha's ankle, Yi Chen noticed dark veins creeping up her leg, and the fresh blood had darkened to a deep crimson. The toxin was spreading relentlessly. What a potent snake! Yi Chen marveled internally, hastily assisting Yi Inha in adjusting her garments before lifting her onto the bare stone slab. Inha, let me extract the venom for you. Without a second thought, he leaned down to her delicate ankle, drawing in the snake venom. After he had absorbed a sufficient amount, he recalled the antidote pill granted by the system during last night's signing in. To his astonishment, it had become essential so soon. With resolve, he retrieved the antidote and placed it in Yi Inha's mouth. Inha, take this antidote. At that moment, Yi Inha was teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Even the figure of Yi Chen before her appeared blurred. Realizing that she could not possibly swallow the pill in her state, Yi Chen steeled himself and, without hesitation, took the antidote into his own mouth. Leaning down gently, he pressed his lips against her luscious, cherry-like ones. The efficacy of the system's reward was nothing short of remarkable. Within mere moments, Yi Inha's pallid complexion began to regain its healthy hue at a visibly rapid pace, and the poison in her ankle gradually receded. Weakly, she opened her eyes, and upon seeing Yi Chen, managed to muster a faint smile. Yi Chen, although the ordeal had ended without serious harm, it had indeed startled Yi Chen. He embraced her tightly, overwhelmed by relief. Inha, you're finally awake. You truly frightened me. Yi Inhua expressed her guilt, saying, Yeching, I'm so sorry. It's my fault for being useless and causing you worry. Foolish girl, why speak such nonsense? Yeching replied, a tender smile gracing his face as he gently patted Yi Inhua's small head. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past. Yeching's ears perked up slightly, and his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Noticing this, Yi Inhua blinked and inquired, Yeching, what's wrong? Yeching gestured for silence and said, do not speak. Someone is approaching. After uttering those words, he hastily concealed the campfire with minimal effort. Then, without hesitation, he lifted Yi Inhua onto his back and sprinted into the distance. It wasn't long before Yeching had departed when a dozen figures, akin to phantoms, swiftly approached. The newcomers were none other than Zhang Dongpeng, Yi Boyong, and the elite disciples from both families. Although Yeching had buried the campfire, his hurried departure left traces behind. One of the Yi family disciples quickly spotted the remnants. Look, there's a campfire, Yi Boyong exclaimed as he stepped forward to feel the warmth of the soil. This earth is still warm, indicating they have only just left. They can't have gone far, let us pursue them. This time, we must ensure they do not escape. Chapter 21 Farewell. To Yi Xian, Yi Chen carried Yi Inha on his back, dashing through the terrain with fervor. Suddenly, he halted abruptly. A familiar figure stood in their path. Yi Xian? The one obstructing their way was none other than Yi Xian. She turned to face Yi Chen and Yi Inha. Yi Chen's expression darkened instantly, and he coldly inquired, Yi Xian, Have you come to retrieve us back to where we belong? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Xian quickly shook her head, as if trying to dispel a misunderstanding. Yi Chen, you are mistaken. That is not my intention. I am here today for two specific reasons. Yi Chen remained vigilant, scrutinizing Yi Xian's eyes as he asked, what are the two reasons? As the saying goes, one may know a person's face, but not their heart. Zhang Wuji's mother had once cautioned her son before her passing, stating that the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be. Hence, in this critical moment of life and death, he could trust no one but his sister, Yi Inha. Yi Xian gently pressed her lips together and said, the first reason is that I am here to apologize. Yi Chen was taken aback. Apologize? Yi Xian nodded earnestly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, to apologize. You entrusted me with the care of Sister Inha, yet I failed to uphold my promise. Yesterday morning, my father summoned me under the pretext of urgent matters, which prevented me from stopping the Zhang family from taking Sister Inha away. Yi Inha interjected, brother, what Sister Yi Xian said is true. She treated me very well. We shared meals and slept together. Shared meals and slept together? At that moment, Yi Chen found himself inexplicably envious of Yi Xian. However, as he beheld Yi Xian's graceful and alluring figure, envy shifted toward Yi Inha. Ahem, Yi Chen, you lecherous fool. How can you still entertain such trivial thoughts at a time like this? After chastising himself internally, he redirected his gaze to Yi Xian. All right, I believe you. Thank you for taking care of Inha during this time. What is the second reason? Upon hearing Yi Chen's response, a smile of relief finally graced Yi Xian's lips. She removed a ring from her delicate fingers and tossed it to him. This is my storage ring, containing all my savings and some essential items, including clothing. I hope you will find it useful. Initially, Yi Chen hesitated to accept it. However, given their predicament and the necessity of supplies for their escape, he realized it would be unwise to decline. Considering this, he acquiesced. Very well. I shall accept it for now. If the opportunity arises in the future, I will certainly repay you. Yi Xian smiled gently and asked, what are your plans? Yi Chen found it difficult to answer this question. Although he had been in the Jiuzhou Continent for 10 months, uncertainty still loomed over him. Essentially, their days were spent in perpetual darkness, confined to the boundaries of Shuanglin City. He was oblivious to what lay beyond its periphery. With a bittersweet smile, Yi Chen remarked, where else can I go? One step at a time. Yi Xian interjected, Yi Chen, I've heard that the major sects across the 9 provinces are currently recruiting disciples. Given your innate talent, you would undoubtedly stand out. As long as you join any sect of the Xian grade, neither the Yi family nor the Zhang family would dare to trouble you again. The sects of the 9 provinces are generally categorized into 4 ranks: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Among these, Huang sects are the most common. Any sect with a few foundation establishment cultivators can be classified as such. If a sect has a golden core master, it elevates to the Xian grade. A sect guarded by a nascent soul powerhouse becomes a D grade sect, while one overseen by a transformation god expert is deemed a Tian grade sect. Above the sects lies the realm of the immortal gates, which, according to ancient texts, existed solely in antiquity. The existence of such gates in this current age of waning magic remains an enigma. All right, I understand. Thank you. Yi Xian's suggestion illuminated a new path for Yi Chen. With your talents, you surely wouldn't want to remain in Shuanglin City, would you? Yi Xian nodded, expressing, yes. I wish to see the heavenly pool. However, the selection process there is exceedingly rigorous, and I may not succeed. Her voice betrayed a hint of self-doubt at the end. Although Yi Xian's talent was unparalleled in Shuanglin City, standing as the best among her peers, the city itself was but a small place. The 9 provinces, as the name suggests, encompass 9 vast regions, each home to countless cities akin to Shuanglin. The Heavenly Pool, renowned as a true Tian grade sect, admits merely 100 disciples each year, making entry a formidable challenge. The difficulty surpasses that of gaining admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University by 100-fold or more. Nonetheless, despite the daunting odds against Yi Xian's aspirations for the Heavenly Pool, dreams are essential to harbor. What if they come true? With this thought, Yi Chen clenched his fist in encouragement, signaling her to persevere. I believe in you. You can do it. Upon hearing Yi Chen's encouragement, Yi Xian's exquisite visage blossomed into a warm smile. Thank you. They must be nearby. Let us search around. Just then, An unsettling voice echoed from the nearby forest. Yi Xian's heart raced as she urgently cautioned, "You need to leave quickly. I will handle this." Yi Chen was taken aback, asking, "How will you manage?" "You needn't worry about that. They wouldn't dare lay a hand on me," Yi Xian insisted. Upon hearing Yi Xian's urging, Yi Chen ceased his hesitation. "Very well. Take care of yourself. We shall meet again." As he departed with Yi Inha on his back, Yi Xian felt an indescribable sense of loss swell within her. If the roles were reversed and she were in Yi Inha's position, would Yi Chen treat her in the same manner? Lost in thought, she gave her head a gentle pat, casting aside the chaotic musings that plagued her mind. At that moment, Zhang Dongpeng and Yi Boyong, accompanied by others, hastily approached. Zhang Dongpeng was the first to inquire, "Yi Xian, what brings you here?" With a cold expression and devoid of any emotion, Yi Xian retorted, "This is not your Zhang family's territory. Why should I not be here?" Zhang Dongpeng, having just lost his son and been toyed with by Yi Chen, was already brimming with pent-up rage. Now, witnessing Amir Jr. from the Yi family audaciously defy him, his suppressed anger surged forth uncontrollably. "Yi Xian, I am, after all, your elder. Is this how you speak to your superiors?" Chapter 22. Yi Chen is a dragon. I have always been this way. I speak with candor not just to you, but even to my own uncle. Upon finishing her statement, Yi Xian turned her gaze toward Yi Boyong. Yi Boyong, being the brother of Yi Xian's father, Yi Boqing, was well acquainted with his niece's temperament. Moreover, given the current turmoil, it was imperative to avoid complicating matters further and inviting unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, the internal affairs of the Yi family alone would be a source of great distress for him. Considering this, Yi Boyong quickly stepped in to mediate. "Master Zhang, my niece has always been like this. Please do not take it to heart." In deference to Yi Boyong, Zhang Dongpeng managed to suppress the anger simmering within him. After calming Zhang Dongpeng with a few words, Yi Boyong turned his attention back to Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, have you seen Yi Chen?" Yi Xian nodded and replied, "I have." Instantly, both Zhang Dongpeng and Yi Boyong felt a surge of excitement and eagerly inquired, "Where did he go?" Yi Xian pointed toward the sky and said, "To the heavens." "To the heavens?" Zhang Dongpeng and Yi Boyong gazed upward, following Yi Xian's gesture. "Haha, my dear niece Yi Xian, are you jesting with us?" Yi Xian shook her head, her demeanor serious. "I would not dare." Yi Boyong pressed further. "What do you mean by Yi Chen has gone to the heavens? Is he sprouting wings and flying away?" Yi Xian smiled lightly. "Yi Chen is not a bird, naturally. He will not grow wings. However, as a dragon, it is quite normal for him to fly, is it not?" "A dragon?" Yi Boyong and Zhang Dongpeng exchanged puzzled glances once more. Yi Xian continued with a serene smile. "Indeed, a golden-scaled creature is not merely a creature of the pond. Once it encounters a storm, it transforms into a dragon. Does this not describe someone like Yi Chen?" Zhang Dongpeng retorted indignantly, "Humph. Then I shall deny him the opportunity to transform." Yi Xian coldly smiled, her dark eyes gleaming with derision. "Haha." Zhang Dongpeng, maintaining a stern expression, queried, "What are you laughing at?" Yi Xian shook her head. "Nothing, but if Master Zhang believes your family's reach is sufficiently vast to touch any corner of the Jiuzhou Continent, then even if Yi Chen were to transform into a dragon, his fate would likely be one of demise." Upon hearing Yi Xian's mocking words, Zhang Dongpeng's face flushed crimson, akin to the color of liver. Yet, he found himself unable to retort. Though the Zhang family may be large and prosperous, their influence was confined merely to the Shuanglin city area. Even within Shuanglin city, there were places where their words held little weight, let alone in other regions of Jiuzhou. Noticing that Zhang Dongpeng was at a loss for words, Yi Xian turned her gaze back to Yi Boyong. "Uncle, I believe you understand better than anyone just how formidable Yi Chen's talent truly is. If all goes as expected, within a decade, he will undoubtedly attain the Golden Dan. When that time comes, if he returns to seek vengeance, do you believe you could withstand him?" Yi Boyong was left speechless, stammering for a long while before managing to utter just a single word. Observing this, Yi Xian continued to implore earnestly, "Uncle, please relent. When Yi Chen returns in all his might, out of consideration for our shared lineage, I believe he will not be excessively ruthless." Yi Boyong, filled with indignation, retorted, "But Yi Chen severed one of Yi Hu's arms. This matter cannot simply be dismissed." Yi Xian scoffed coldly. Uncle, allow me to speak a truth that may not please you. Yi Hu's current plight is entirely of his own making. He has no one to blame but himself. Over the past 3 years, I am sure you have witnessed his actions towards Yi Chen. If I were in Yi Chen's position, severing both of his arms would be a mere trifle. For a moment, Yi Boyong found himself at a loss for words to counter her argument. After all, he knew his son's temperament all too well. Indeed, Yi Hu's treatment of Yi Chen over the years had been rather excessive. Uncle, there is still a chance to reattach Yi Hu's arm. If you persist in pursuing Yi Chen, denying him timely medical attention, I fear Yi Hu may truly become a complete invalid. This statement struck a chord in Yi Boyong's heart. Moreover, they had already reached the outskirts of Shuanglin City. Should Yi Chen escape beyond the city's borders, both families would be rendered utterly powerless. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Yi Boyong resolved to heed Yi Xian's counsel and return to provide Yi Hu with the medical care he required. Zhang Dongpeng, observing Yi Boyong's wavering resolve, quickly interjected. Brother Yi, do not heed the foolish ramblings of this young girl. Yi Chen undoubtedly possesses a secret inheritance. If we join forces to capture him, we can extract the whereabouts of that inheritance. We would surely ascend to greatness upon condensing the Golden Dan. Yi Xian scoffed coldly. Huh? Zhang Dongpeng, feeling unnerved by her laughter, shouted, What are you laughing at, you little girl? With the facade of civility already torn away, Yi Xian no longer held back, responding bluntly. I laugh at your shamelessness. You laugh at my shamelessness? Zhang Dongpeng, filled with rage and humiliation, bellowed, Yi Xian, do not think that just because you are the daughter of Yi Boqing, you can insult me so recklessly. Today, if you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation, this matter will not end here. Yi Xian was equally unyielding, retorting sharply, Zhang Dongpeng, let me ask you this. If you manage to catch Yi Chen and successfully extract the secret inheritance, to whom will that inheritance belong? To your Zhang family, or to our Yi family? Of course it belongs to our Zhang family. My son has already died because of him. At that moment, Zhang Dongpeng, consumed by fury, spoke without a second thought. As the conversation progressed, a sudden realization dawned upon me. Yi Boyong's countenance was decidedly askew. With a frosty demeanor, he declared, in that case, let the Zhang family head pursue alone. I must return to tend to my son. Farewell. With that, he gestured to the disciples of the Yi family, commanding, we shall depart. Witnessing Yi Boyong's departure, Zhang Dongping's heart brimmed with indignation, yet he found himself powerless to act. Good riddance, he thought. I refuse to believe that with the full might of the Zhang family, we cannot capture that imp, Yi Chen. Should that come to pass, let not the Yi family lament their choices. With a huff of frustration, he began to scheme within the confines of his mind. If he were to indeed seize Yi Chen and acquire those coveted secret teachings, once he had forged his golden core, the first family to face his wrath would undoubtedly be the Yi family. He envisioned a day when every member of the Yi family would pay dearly for the demise of his son. As these thoughts coursed through him, a fervent and avaricious flame flickered within his predatory gaze. Let us pursue. We must not allow that little rascal, Yi Chen, to escape the confines of Shuanglin City. Chapter 23. The ambush. Yi Chen, accompanied by Yi Inha, dashed forward with fervor. Once he noticed that there were no pursuers trailing behind, they paused for respite beneath a gnarled willow tree. In truth, given his current strength, he could have continued this frantic pace for an entire day and night without issue. However, Yi Inha was different. She was not a cultivator, merely an ordinary person whose body was already on the verge of exhaustion. Despite her fragile appearance, her spirit was resolutely strong. She did not wish to be a hindrance to her brother, and thus bore her fatigue in silence. As Yi Chen set Yi Inha down, her delicate face had turned as pale as a sheet, devoid of color. Beads of sweat glistened on her fair forehead, indicating that she was nearing her physical limits. Speaking had become a laborious task. Witnessing this, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming pang of sympathy. He quickly retrieved the water pouch and offered her a sip. After drinking, Yi Inha's complexion showed a slight improvement. Brother, I feel so useless. I cannot help you at all, and only hold you back. Yi Inha expressed her guilt. Her head bowed in a manner that tugged at the heartstrings. Yi Chen affectionately ruffled her hair and reassured her, silly girl, why speak such nonsense? We are nearly out of the territory of Shuanglin City. Once we leave, Zhang Dongpeng and Yi Boyong, those cunning old foxes, will be unable to reach us. At that point, we shall be safe. Upon hearing that safety was imminent, a glimmer of joy returned to Yi Inha's face. Brother, is what you say truly the case? Chen gently pinched her petite nose and replied, "Of course it's true, silly girl. When have I ever deceived you? You rest here for a while. I will go and see how far we have come." At his words, Chen nodded obediently. "Brother, don't wander too far, or I will be scared." Chen chuckled, pointing to a protruding boulder ahead. "I shall only go there. I won't stray far." With that, he leaped gracefully into the air, alternating his feet as he bounded onto the rock, scanning the distance. Suddenly, several dark figures entered his line of sight, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. They were indeed relentless, having caught up so swiftly. However, Chen soon realized that their numbers seemed significantly diminished compared to before. As he focused, he discerned only Zhang Dongpeng and about 10 disciples from the Zhang family. Notably absent was Yi Boyong. With this realization, a bold thought flashed through his mind. Seizing the opportunity while Yi Boyong was away, he could eliminate Zhang Dongpeng, the cunning old fox. He began to calculate the likelihood of success for this ambush. If executed unexpectedly, the chances of victory appeared quite favorable. To take a step back, even if the ambush were to fail, with the agility of the 9 dragons treading the heavens, I could still retreat with Chen unscathed. However, before that, 2 critical issues must be addressed. The first concern is the location of the ambush. It must be exceedingly concealed, with treacherous terrain that is easily defensible yet challenging to assault, preventing Zhang Dongpeng and his group from fully deploying their numbers. The second issue revolves around the safety of my sister, Yin. Since this is a do-or-die situation, her security must be assured first. After all, with the enemy's numbers, if I become entangled with Zhang Dongpeng, any of his disciples could effortlessly seize my sister. In such a scenario, I would be left with no choice but to tread carefully. With these 2 concerns in mind, Chen began to meticulously survey the surrounding terrain. As his gaze roamed, the most opportune ambush site lay near the gnarled willow tree. Not far off, there was a depression, possibly created by a deluge or struck by lightning. The lush vegetation surrounding it would make it exceedingly difficult to detect someone concealed within, unless one were to search deliberately. Contemplating this, Chen felt a surge of resolve. He executed a swift turn and leaped down from the boulder, landing steadily before Yin. Noticing her brother's serious demeanor, Yin blinked her large, expressive eyes and inquired, "Brother, have they caught up with us?" Chen nodded in affirmation. Biting her lip, she replied, "Brother, why don't you just go alone? Don't worry about me. As long as you leave safely, they wouldn't dare harm me." Upon hearing Yin suggest this once more, Chen feigned a stern expression and replied gruffly, "Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking?" Startled by her beloved brother's sudden fierceness, Yin lowered her head like a child caught in wrongdoing, afraid to meet his gaze. Chen softened his expression slightly and reassured her, "Don't be afraid, Yin. I already have a plan to deal with them." "Really?" Yin's eyes sparkled with delight. Chen earnestly nodded. He then picked up Yin and carried her to the previously identified depression. "Yin, you must hide here and remain silent. Do you understand?" Yin obediently nodded, covering her mouth with her small hand to signify her commitment to silence. Seeing her resolve, Chen offered her a confident smile and affectionately patted her head. "Yin, wait patiently for me here. All right, brother, please be careful." After ensuring Yin was settled, Chen wasted no time and promptly concealed himself atop the gnarled willow tree, sharpening his focus for the impending ambush. As expected, Zhang Dongpeng and his entourage of over 10 individuals swiftly arrived at the location. One of the Zhang family disciples, utterly exhausted and panting heavily, exclaimed, "Master, how can Chen run like a hare? We have pursued him for an entire day and night, yet we have not managed to catch up." At this moment, Zhang Dongping's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth and responded, "He is accompanied by Yin. He cannot have gone far. Let us search the area." Just as the disciples were preparing to disperse and conduct their search, one disciple suddenly noticed the gnarled willow tree above him seemed to stir. Instinctively, he looked up and was startled to see a face. In a flash, before he could react, a snow-white sword shadow descended from the heavens like a bolt of lightning. With a swift thrust, this unfortunate soul, still bewildered by the turn of events, found himself confronting the King of Hell. Chapter 24. Confrontation with Zhang Dongpeng Master. "He is here." The other disciples of the Zhang family, upon witnessing the sudden demise of their companion, stood frozen like statues weathered by time. Their stupor lasted but a fleeting second, yet that very moment proved fatal. Yi Chun thrust his sword, manifesting 3 brilliant arcs of light, which swiftly pierced the throats of his adversaries. With a series of sickening sounds, 3 jets of blood erupted, and the unfortunate souls sprawled lifelessly in a pool of crimson. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhang Dongpeng hastily gathered his men. As he beheld Yi Chun dispatching 4 of his most trusted disciples, his fury erupted like a volcano, surging uncontrollably. Accursed Yi Chun, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. Today, I shall spill your blood in honor of my son's spirit. With a furious roar, Zhang Dongpeng brandished his twin blades, charging at Yi Chun like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. Yi Chun's gaze sharpened as he fixed his attention on the gleaming blades. He initially raised his sword to parry the attack. At the instant of collision, where sparks flew like lightning, he executed the 9 dragons breaking the heavens technique, retreating swiftly to create distance between them. After all, his cultivation was merely at the first level of foundation establishment, while Zhang Dongpeng was a formidable practitioner at the 8th level. Furthermore, he was flanked by a dozen elite disciples, including 2 elders, one of whom matched Yi Chun's level, and the other having reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Thus, the odds of a direct confrontation were nearly insurmountable. Yi Chun knew he must leverage his advantages to strike where his opponent was weak. The elder and the 2nd elder of the Zhang family, witnessing the clash between Yi Chun and their patriarch, were forced back. Exchanging a glance, they split into 2 flanking positions, encircling Yi Chun and cutting off his escape route, compelling him to confront Zhang Dongpeng head-on. The remaining disciples of the Zhang family stationed themselves around the perimeter, ensuring that Yi Chun could not flee. Yi Chun's pupils constricted slightly as he keenly observed his surroundings, seeking an opportunity to strike. Zhang Dongpeng, seeing Yi Chun ensnared and cornered, could not help but laugh maniacally. Yi Chun, you have nowhere to run. I advise you to surrender your divine weapon and the secrets you have acquired. Perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I might grant you a swift end. Yi Chun retorted coldly, you are truly tiresome. If you wish to battle, then let us engage without further ado. With that declaration, Yi Chun activated the 9-dragon step, leaping into the air and heading straight for the elder on the left. The elder, realizing he was now the target of Yi Chun's assault, immediately raised his sword to defend himself. However, to his astonishment, Yi Chun merely feigned an attack with his sword, refraining from further aggression. Following this ruse, he executed a Thomas spin in midair, directing his focus towards the 2nd elder. The 2nd elder, observing Yi Chun's apparent intent to assault the Grand Elder, let his guard down, utterly oblivious to the fact that Yi Chun's true target was none other than himself. In that fleeting moment, he found himself completely unprepared. Acting on instinct for survival, he hastily retreated. Yet, how could his retreat outpace the 7 stars dragon abyss in Yi Chun's grasp? Prepare to meet your end. Yi Chun unleashed his full prowess, advancing with his sword and thrusting the 7 stars dragon abyss forward. The strike was akin to a white rainbow piercing the sun, a comet descending upon the moon, or a hawk attacking from above. Faced with such an exquisitely refined strike from Yi Chun, even Zhang Dongpeng, a seasoned cultivator at the 8th level of foundation establishment, might have managed to parry it. The Grand Elder, a mere 3rd level foundation establishment practitioner, might have evaded a fatal blow, yet would undoubtedly sustain injuries. However, for the 2nd elder, who was of equal standing to Yi Chun, the outcome was unequivocally fatal. Caught off guard, the 2nd elder had no time to defend himself and was pierced through the heart by the 7 stars dragon abyss. A spurt of blood erupted from his back, staining the verdant grass beneath with a vivid crimson hue. Clutching his wounded heart, he futilely attempted to halt the flow of life. Alas, such efforts were in vain. Brother, avenge me, he gasped, expending his last ounce of strength to utter those final words to Zhang Dongpeng before his eyes widened in terror, and he collapsed backward. Third brother. Zhang Dongpeng and the Grand Elder, witnessing the brutal slaying of their kin before their very eyes, were consumed by rage. Cursed Yi Chun, I shall kill you. I shall kill you. After his successful strike, Yi Chun chose not to engage further with Zhang Dongpeng and the Grand Elder, maintaining a safe distance. He leaped gracefully, executing a spin mid-air, landing atop a crooked willow tree, once again creating space between himself and his adversaries, biding his time for the next move. Observing Yi Chun's ascent to the crooked willow, Zhang Dongpeng brandished his twin blades and unleashed a powerful slash through the air. The ferocity of his strikes swept forth like autumn winds stripping leaves from branches. In response, Chen forcefully kicked the tree trunk, propelling himself upwards. Just as he soared into the air, the crooked willow tree he had just vacated snapped with a resounding crack. What a formidable blade! Witnessing the tree, which could have been embraced by 4 or 5 adults, cleaved in two by Zhang Dongpeng's strike, Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. Had that blow landed upon him, it would have spelled certain death. Realizing his strike had missed, Zhang Dongpeng quickly raised his gaze, locking onto Chen suspended in midair. Without hesitation, he stomped the ground with force, leaping into the air to meet Chen at the same height. In the midst of the sky, the two engaged in a fierce duel, suspended at a height of 20 to 30 meters above the ground. Aside from Zhang Dongpeng, only the Grand Elder could barely reach such an elevation. Consequently, Chen felt no apprehension about being ambushed by the disciples of the Zhang family, alleviating him of a considerable amount of trouble. With a resounding clang, Chen swung the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss, clashing it against Zhang Dongpeng's dual blades in midair. Following this exchange, both combatants were propelled backward almost simultaneously. The more they clashed, the deeper Zhang Dongpeng's shock became. Despite his efforts to overestimate Chen's strength, he realized through these rounds of combat that he had underestimated his opponent far too much. However, this only reinforced Zhang Dongpeng's resolve to eliminate Chen. The latter was far too extraordinary to be allowed to live. Otherwise, it could very well unfold as Yixian had warned. On the day Chen returned as a conqueror, it would herald the annihilation of the Zhang family. Thus, Chen must perish. Zhang Dongpeng snorted indignantly and exclaimed, "Humph, Chen. If you wish to engage in a war of attrition with me, you are still too inexperienced. I refuse to believe that you can remain aloft indefinitely." Chapter 25. Duel of Life and Death. Old man, you truly are a nuisance. Behold my sword, Chen retorted defiantly, brandishing the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss as he unleashed 9 dazzling sword blossoms into the air. These 9 blossoms aligned in a row, then converged into a singular, formidable essence of sword intent, akin to a comet hurtling toward the moon, slicing through the heavens toward Zhang Dongpeng. Witnessing the extraordinary refinement and potency of Chen's sword intent at such a tender age, Zhang Dongpeng could not help but feel a wave of astonishment. However, he remained composed. In his view, despite Chen's formidable prowess, he was merely a novice who had just entered the foundation establishment stage. In contrast, he had achieved the 8th level of foundation establishment, and the disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. A mere divine weapon could not bridge such a chasm. Furthermore, as of now, aside from its remarkably hard material, he had yet to observe any exceptional qualities in the weapon wielded by Chen. Even if it were a divine weapon, it was unlikely that Chen's meager cultivation could unleash its true potential. Had Chen been privy to Zhang Dongpeng's thoughts, he would have shot back, "All I need is a single word, hardness." Although Zhang Dongpeng feigned calmness, he did not underestimate his opponent. With a sudden flourish, he raised his twin blades, intertwining them in the air to form a protective barrier of blade energy. This was the Zhang family's ultimate secret technique, the twin blades intertwined. Clang! Chen's sword, aimed at the heavens, clashed with Zhang Dongpeng's blades in a thunderous collision. The refined sword intent met the domineering blade intent, each side brimming with potent energy, akin to a clash of iron steeds, fiercely contending for dominance. While Zhang Dongpeng held a significant advantage in cultivation, Chen's agility surpassed his. In particular, the 9 dragons breaking the heavens step rendered Chen ghost-like, elusive, and unpredictable, making him exceedingly difficult to counter. As they engaged in a fierce aerial battle, exchanging dozens of strikes without a clear victor, the Zhang family's elder, though slightly more skilled than Chen, found himself at a disadvantage. While he might have been able to hold his own against Chen on solid ground, his limited cultivation was insufficient to maintain balance in the air, let alone engage in prolonged combat. Thus, he remained grounded, observing the duel and seizing opportunities for surprise attacks. It was precisely due to his intermittent ambushes that Chen felt increasingly vexed, unable to devote his full focus to countering Zhang Dongpeng. It became evident that to eliminate Zhang Dongpeng, he must first deal with the elder. Resolving to act, Chen's keen eyes darted about, contemplating how to lower his opponent's guard. The most effective tactic to achieve this was to feign weakness. With this in mind, Chen deliberately created an opening, pretending to be fatigued as he attempted to retreat into the distance. Upon witnessing this, both Zhang Dongpeng and the elder harbored little suspicion. Indeed, given Chen's current cultivation at the first level of foundation establishment, his ability to engage in combat beyond his rank for such an extended period, sustaining himself until now before revealing signs of exhaustion, is truly remarkable. If he were to continue growing more valiant in battle, it would be akin to witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. Young Chen, I have already stated that in a battle of attrition, not even 10 of you could match my endurance. Come forth and meet your demise. The chilling intent of his words lingered ominously in the air as he struck again with his blade. Chen, however, displayed an apparent lack of fighting spirit, desperately dashing forward. Simultaneously, his peripheral vision remained fixated on the elder of the Zhang family below, searching for an opportune moment to strike. Before long, that opportunity presented itself. Chen executed a Thomas-style pirouette in midair, employing a remarkably deft maneuver to evade Zhang Dongpeng. He then swiftly unleashed the 9 dragons, breaking the heavens step. Tracing a flawless arc in the air, the 7 stars dragon abyss sensed the surging battle intent within its master and began to tremble violently, its tip flashing with a cold gleam. The elder of the Zhang family could hardly fathom that, despite being reduced to a state of desperation, Chen still possessed such a formidable killing move. What was even more alarming was that this lethal technique seemed tailored specifically for him. The 7 stars dragon abyss descended from the heavens, piercing through the air to strike directly at the elder's crown. Taken completely off guard, the elder was utterly unable to defend himself. In an instant, the blade pierced through his head. Rest in peace, Chen shouted at the astonished elder, whose eyes widened in disbelief, before swiftly withdrawing the 7 stars dragon abyss. With a soft hiss, as the blade was removed from the elder's head, a fountain of blood erupted violently. The elder felt a shroud of darkness envelop him, and in his dilating pupils, vitality swiftly dissipated. Eventually, as the last vestige of life faded away, he collapsed into a pool of blood. Second brother, Zhang Dongpeng, having just witnessed the murder of his third brother, now beheld Chen slaughtering his second brother right before his eyes. His fury reached a boiling point. Chen, I will kill you. I will kill you. He erupted in rage, wielding dual blades, unleashing countless arcs of light that surged toward Chen like a tempest. Chen spun in midair, evading the onslaught. The frenzied blade intent struck rocks and trees alike, leaving devastation in its wake as though a typhoon had swept through. Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with determination. Grabbing a dragon tiger pill, he tossed it into his mouth. This pill not only enhanced his combat endurance, but also revitalized his vigor. True to its reputation as a product of the system, its effects were immediate. Just moments ago, feeling utterly drained from the immense consumption of true essence, Chen's body was suddenly rejuvenated, as if a primal force surged within him. At this moment, Chen was filled with indomitable battle spirit, wielding the 7 stars dragon abyss with renewed fervor. The tip of the sword pointed ominously at Zhang Dongpeng. Come forth in battle. In this moment, Zhang Dongpeng was consumed by fury, resembling a frenzied beast, unleashing all his might as he charged towards Chen. With the absence of the Grand Elder to restrain him, Chen could now focus entirely on confronting this aged adversary. As for the 10 or so disciples of the Zhang family in the Qi refinement stage, Chen paid them no heed. In truth, they were already paralyzed with fear from the terrifying display of power Chen had just exhibited, lacking the courage to engage him. What unfolded next was a life-and-death duel between Chen and Zhang Dongpeng. Chapter 26. The mysterious Taoist nun with a clang and a series of thunderous clashes. In the blink of an eye, Chen and Zhang Dongpeng had engaged in a fierce battle for over 10 rounds. Zhang Dongpeng initially intended to exploit his overwhelming cultivation to exhaust Chen's true essence and subsequently seize him. However, after this intense confrontation, Chen's true essence showed no signs of depletion. Rather, he grew increasingly formidable with each exchange. If this trend continued, it was not Chen who would be exhausted, but rather Zhang Dongpeng himself, who feared he might succumb first. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Zhang Dongpeng's heart began to drum anxiously. If he were to retreat in such disgrace, how could he establish himself in Shuanglin City? How could he avenge the blood feud of his brother and son? The more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became. This turmoil disrupted the rhythm of his attacks. Chen swiftly employed the heart pupil secret technique, seizing upon his opponent's vulnerabilities. With a single thrust of his sword, akin to the arrival of purple mist from the east, it soared majestically. Zhang Dongpeng, already rattled, was left with no choice but to hastily defend. In the next instant, the seven-star dragon abyss pierced through the defenses constructed by Zhang Dongpeng's crossed blades, directly penetrating his dantian. With a splatter, Zhang Dongpeng spat out a mouthful of blood. His pupils dilated in a moment of disbelief, filled with shock. How could this be possible? Against Chen, nothing is impossible, Chen declared, withdrawing the seven-star dragon abyss from Zhang Dongpeng's body. Another jet of blood erupted forth, and Zhang Dongpeng's body fell like a kite with severed strings, plummeting to the ground. Master, this is terrible, the master is dead. Upon witnessing their master's demise, the disciples of the Zhang family scattered like birds taking flight. Chen, however, had no intention of pursuing them. He approached to ascertain whether Zhang Dongpeng was truly deceased. If not, he would deliver a final blow. The world of martial arts is perilous, and one must exercise caution. Satisfied that Zhang Dongpeng was indeed beyond recovery, he finally felt at ease. He removed the storage rings from Zhang Dongpeng and two other elders of the Zhang family. Of course, Chen did not take these without reason. He considered them burial fees. To kill and to bury. This was a principle Chen upheld during his journeys in the martial world. Once everything was settled, Chen hurried to find his sister, Yinha. However, upon arriving at the pit, his pupils constricted in sudden shock. To his astonishment, he discovered two individuals, one male and one female, standing beside Yinha. The woman, older and clad in a moon-white robe, bore an air of haughty disdain, as if looking down upon the world. The man appeared relatively young, perhaps only a few years older than Chen, with an arrogant demeanor, as if viewing everyone else as mere ants. Who are you? Release my sister. Chen's gaze was piercing as he shouted sternly, gripping the still bleeding seven stars dragon abyss tightly, fully prepared for battle. The young man approached, activating his taunting skills with an air of arrogance, disdainfully proclaiming, "With your insignificance, how could you possibly be worthy of being Yinhua's elder brother?" After uttering these words, he waved his sleeve, unleashing a golden shockwave. Chen summoned all his strength, raising the seven stars dragon abyss and delivering a decisive strike. Boom! A violent explosion echoed, propelling both Chen and the young man backward almost simultaneously. However, Chen staggered back several steps, nearly losing his balance, while the young man merely took a single step back. Realizing this, Chen felt a surge of shock, his expression gravely serious. He never anticipated that someone of a similar age and strength could possess such formidable power, likely surpassing even Yi Boyong and Zhang Dongpeng. Could he have already condensed his golden elixir? A hint of astonishment flickered across the young man's proud visage, clearly taken aback by Chen's recent strike. It was important to note that he had indeed condensed his golden elixir, albeit recently, with his aura still somewhat unstable. Nevertheless, he was undoubtedly a genuine golden elixir practitioner. In contrast, Chen had only just reached the foundation establishment stage. Individuals of his caliber could easily dispatch 10 or 8 opponents in one fell swoop. Yet, to his surprise, not only did he fail to eliminate his opponent, but he was also shaken by him. This was truly hard to believe. Brother! Brother! Upon seeing Chen injured, Yinhua rushed towards him. Yinhua! The young man attempted to intervene, but was blocked by a middle-aged Taoist priestess wielding a whisk. Brother! Are you hurt? Yinhua gazed at the disheveled Chen, tears streaming down her cheeks in distress. Seeing her cry, Chen quickly waved his hand, reassuring her, Yinhua, don't cry, I'm fine. You wield the ancient divine weapon, the seven stars dragon abyss, do you not? The middle-aged priestess scrutinized the divine sword in Chen's hand for quite some time, appearing somewhat surprised. Chen was taken aback by her immediate recognition of the sword's name, causing a sense of wariness to rise within him. Who exactly are you? Before he could finish speaking, Chen had already raised the seven stars dragon abyss once more, his gaze shining with a starlit brilliance, filled with icy combat intent. Sensing the hostility in Chen's eyes, the middle-aged priestess quickly explained, Young man, rest assured. We bear you no malice and have no intention of coveting the 7 stars dragon abyss in your possession. Hearing her overtures of goodwill, Yi Chun felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. This middle-aged priestess possessed unfathomable cultivation. In Yi Chun's perspective, the only one capable of standing alongside him might very well be his future empress, Lian Hongshang. Moreover, Lian Hongshang is at least a formidable being of the nascent soul realm. If a nascent soul powerhouse were to seek his demise, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Reflecting on this, the hostility in Yi Chun's eyes gradually dissipated. After a brief moment of contemplation, he respectfully clasped his fists in greeting towards the middle-aged Taoist nun and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, what brings you to seek us siblings?" The middle-aged Taoist nun was direct, promptly addressing the matter at hand. "We have come to bring Inhe home." "Bring Inhe home?" Yi Chun's face was a portrait of astonishment as he stared blankly at her. He seriously questioned whether he had misheard. Wasn't Inhe an abandoned orphan? How could there be talk of returning home? The middle-aged Taoist nun seemed to perceive the doubts swirling in Yi Chun's mind. She waved her whisk and patiently elucidated. 15 years ago, my sister, accompanied by the 1-year-old Inhe, passed through the territory of Jiuzhou. However, they fell victim to a covert ambush by adversaries, sustaining grave injuries. In a desperate measure, she entrusted her personal maid, Cui Nong, to take Inhe away while she diverted those foes. Afterward, we could only locate the remains of Cui Nong, and despite our exhaustive search throughout Jiuzhou, we could not find Inhe. Upon hearing her account, Yi Chun remained skeptical. "How can you be so certain that my sister is the Inhe you seek?" The middle-aged Taoist nun pointed to Yi Inhe's face and remarked, "Inhe bears an almost identical likeness to my sister in her youth." Yi Chun paused for a moment in deep thought before continuing to voice his doubts. If the identification is solely based on appearance, isn't that rather hasty? In response to Yi Chun's skepticism, the middle-aged Taoist nun smiled and replied, "It may be somewhat rash, but I possess other evidence." Yi Chun, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed further, "What evidence?" Chapter 27. The identity of the mysterious Taoist nun. Upon hearing Yi Chun's inquiry, the middle-aged nun displayed no sign of displeasure. Her gaze shifted to Yi Inghe. "Inghe, the jade pendant around your neck should still be with you, correct?" Yi Inghe nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking for grain, and promptly retrieved a jade pendant resembling a lotus leaf from her snow-white neck. Witnessing this scene, Yi Chun couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could it be that, much like a glitch from a soap opera, this lotus leaf pendant served as a token for family reunification? After all, given her capabilities, if she harbored any malicious intent, she could simply abduct them without the need for convoluted lies and explanations. Contemplating this, he found himself inclined to believe the middle-aged nun's words to a significant extent. However, for the sake of caution, he decided to press further. "But isn't this just an ordinary jade pendant? What proof does it provide?" How amusing. This is a treasure carved from the primordial jadeite of boundless proportions, and you dare to suggest it is merely an ordinary pendant? Truly a case of a mere mortal's limited perception. Before Yi Chun could finish his sentence, the young man resumed his derisive commentary, casting a glance at Yi Chun as if he were an affluent city dweller observing a rustic bumpkin. In response, Yi Chun remained unperturbed, silently observing the middle-aged nun. Noticing Yi Chun's lingering doubts, the nun addressed Yi Inghe once more. "Inghe, this lotus leaf jade pendant was indeed crafted from primordial jadeite. It was a gift from your mother on your first birthday. The reason it appears indistinguishable from an ordinary jade pendant is that you have yet to awaken its spiritual essence." Upon hearing that this was a gift from her mother on her first birthday, tears welled in Yi Inghe's cerulean eyes. Mother, a word so foreign yet deeply poignant. A crystalline tear slipped down her fair cheek, landing precisely upon the lotus leaf pendant. In a miraculous moment, the pendant seemed to respond to an unseen summons, radiating brilliant light. Shortly thereafter, a lotus flower began to bloom at an astonishing rate. At its center was a chubby doll with willow leaf eyebrows and large eyes, exquisitely carved from jade. Witnessing this spectacle, the usually stoic middle-aged nun displayed a flicker of emotion. This is how Inghe appeared on her first birthday, but her surname is not Yi. It is Song, from the Song family of overseas 13 forts. Inghe, come back with me. Your parents have missed you dearly, especially your mother. For years she has believed you to be dead, living in constant guilt and torment. growing increasingly frail. If this continues, her life may soon come to an end. Yi Yinhua was inherently a girl with a low threshold for tears, and the words of the middle-aged Taoist priestess struck directly at her tear ducts, causing her tears to fall like scattered pearls. After weeping for quite some time, she finally managed to quell her sobs and, with a hint of choking emotion, said, "Auntie, I can go with you, but I wish to bring my brother along. Without him, I fear I would have long since perished, and you would never see me again." Yinhua, this aunt cannot acquiesce to your request. The overseas 13 forts have long upheld a mutual covenant forbidding the entry of cultivators from the 9 provinces. Anyone who contravenes this will face collective retribution. The middle-aged Taoist's voice was not loud, yet her tone was resolute. Clearly, there was no room for negotiation. Upon witnessing this, Chen quickly interjected, "Yinhua, you should return home with your aunt and see your family. In due time, I shall venture overseas to find you." Haha, with your meager cultivation, you aspire to set foot overseas? Have you yet to awaken from your slumber? Let us not even mention the treacherous rifts and whirlpools of the sea. Even those of the nascent soul realm encounter perilous death. The young man began to mock once more before Yi Chen could finish his words. Yi Chen chose to ignore him and continued to comfort Yi Yinhua. With her teeth clenched and her eyes reddened, she declared, "Then let us make a pact." Yi Chen observed her delicate pinky finger and promptly extended his own, intertwining them in a solemn vow. "Let us seal it with a promise." Yi Yinhua's voice faltered as she struggled to speak. Observing her distress, Yi Chen instinctively reached out to wipe her tears, reminiscent of their past. In her tear-filled eyes, a radiant smile suddenly blossomed, and she enveloped Yi Chen in a tight embrace. Taken aback by the sudden warmth, Yi Chen momentarily froze, realizing that Yi Yinhua was reluctant to part ways. After a brief hesitation, he returned her embrace, gently patting her back in a soothing manner, akin to their childhood days. The young man, witnessing this scene, was consumed by a mix of anger and humiliation, preparing to lash out. However, he was halted by a piercing glare from the middle-aged Taoist priestess. After observing them for a considerable time, and seeing that they remained tightly entwined, the priestess furrowed her brow and cleared her throat, subtly reminding Yi Chen to know when to draw the line. Aware that the moment of parting had arrived, Yi Yinhua, with tears welling in her eyes, implored, "Brother, you must promise to find me." Their hands clasped, both gazed into each other's tear-filled eyes, rendered speechless by emotion. 1,000 words condensed into 2 simple ones. "I promise." As Yi Yinhua withdrew, her delicate hand slipped from Yi Chen's grasp. He then felt a warmth akin to precious jade lingering in his hand. Startled, he instinctively looked up, only to be met with Yi Yinhua's enchanting smile. That smile rendered the world around him devoid of color. The middle-aged Taoist priestess, seeing that they had finally exhausted their lingering affection, swept her whisk and approached Yi Chen. "You are Yi Chen, are you not?" Yi Chen nodded and said, "Indeed, my name is Yi Chen. What guidance do you have for me, senior?" The middle-aged Taoist woman replied, "Your words are too grand. I merely wish to offer you a couple of pieces of advice." Yi Chen's expression shifted slightly. "What advice do you have? Please, enlighten me, senior." The middle-aged Taoist woman continued, "First, while your talent is commendable, the path of cultivation requires more than just innate ability. I have encountered numerous prodigies whose talents rival your own. Yet, the vast majority of them either fade into obscurity or meet untimely demise along the way, with few truly achieving the great Tao. Do you grasp my meaning?" Yi Chen responded earnestly, "I understand, and shall surely etch your teachings into my heart." After speaking, Yi Chen bowed respectfully to the middle-aged Taoist woman. Observing Yi Chen's receptiveness to her words, the middle-aged Taoist woman revealed a smile of satisfaction. "Regardless, your family, the Yi clan, has been a savior to Yinghe. I have a small token of appreciation for you, as a gesture of thanks for the care you have provided to Yinghe over the years." Chapter 28. A parting for many years. Upon concluding her words, the middle-aged Taoist priestess waved her sleeve once more, and soon 2 items materialized out of thin air. The first was a long sword of silvery hue. The priestess gestured toward the sword and introduced it. This blade, named Jade Shatter, embodies the sentiment of preferring to shatter like jade rather than remaining intact like clay. It is an exquisite magical artifact forged from the eternal cold iron found beneath the sea, possessing immense power. Although it cannot be compared to the ancient divine weapon, the 7-star dragon Abyss, at the zenith of its might, it is nonetheless formidable. Given your current meager cultivation, you would likely struggle to unleash even 1/10,000th of the 7-star Dragon Abyss's might. Moreover, the sword you currently possess, the 7-star Dragon Abyss, is merely a remnant, only slightly superior in hardness to an ordinary magical tool, and it may prove inadequate to preserve your life in critical moments. In the realm of the 9 provinces, magical treasures are categorized into 5 tiers. The first tier, the mortal weapon, is, as the name suggests, a weapon for mortals, with no cultivation level required for use. The second tier, the magical artifact, is the most common weapon among cultivators, requiring a foundation-building cultivator or above for utilization. The third tier, the spiritual artifact, is a magical tool that has birthed a spirit, designated as a spiritual artifact, and is usable by golden core cultivators and above. The fourth tier, the divine artifact, possesses a spirit that has attained enlightenment and developed its own consciousness, referred to as a divine weapon. Such divine artifacts, passed down from ancient times, are also known as ancient divine weapons. The level of use for these artifacts is uncertain, primarily dependent on the spirit's willingness to accept the wielder. After all, the spirit has already evolved into a being of intelligence, capable of combat without requiring its master's guidance. If the spirit deems you worthy, even a mortal devoid of any cultivation can wield it, albeit without harnessing the true power of this ancient divine weapon. The 7-star Dragon Abyss is such an ancient divine weapon. However, its spirit has fallen into eternal slumber following the cataclysmic battle between gods and demons in ancient times. Unless the spirit is awakened, it is inferior to a spiritual artifact, functioning merely as an exceptionally hard magical tool. After all, the 7-star Dragon Abyss was crafted by the master swordsmith Oyezi from celestial meteorite iron, renowned for its unparalleled hardness. Listening intently to the priestess's words, Chen promptly bowed in gratitude and accepted the jade shatter with both hands. Observing Chen's respectful demeanor, the priestess offered another piece of advice. Remember, the jade shatter wields tremendous power. Once drawn, it is a weapon of mutual destruction. Each time you employ it, you will exhaust your true essence, plunging into a temporary state of exhaustion, or even losing consciousness. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, you must refrain from wielding it lightly. Chen nodded solemnly in acknowledgement of her warning. Subsequently, the middle-aged priestess pointed to an oval-shaped token no larger than an infant's palm, and remarked, "This is the insignia of the Song family fortress. Although the Song family has relocated overseas for several centuries, our legacy endures. Above the vast expanse of these 9 provinces, there exists a lingering sentiment of devotion, replete with esteemed sects and illustrious clans that you might recognize. In times of peril, should you encounter danger, you may reveal this token. I trust there will be those willing to alleviate your troubles." Upon hearing these words, Chen's heart soared with joy as he stepped forward, receiving the token with both hands. After this exchange, the middle-aged nun cast a sidelong glance at Yi-Inha. "Inha, does this seem feasible?" Yi-Inha understood that this gesture was made for her sake, and with a radiant smile, she solemnly nodded. "Thank you, Aunt." The nun affectionately patted her small head, chuckling, "Silly girl, let us be on our way." Although Yi-Inha felt a profound reluctance to part from Chen, she understood that the moment for farewell had arrived. The sorrow of separation weighed heavily, akin to the gentle rain of May in Jiangnan, unbreakable and chaotic. Turning back, Yi-Inha gazed at Chen and softly spoke, "Brother, take care of yourself, and remember to seek me out." Chen nodded gravely, his eyes following Yi-Inha's silhouette as it gradually faded into the void, leaving him in a state of lingering melancholy. After all, in the 10 months since his rebirth, he had spent every day with Yi-Inha, relying on one another. She had become an integral part of his life, and now, her sudden departure felt as though his heart had been violently wrenched from his chest. He lowered his gaze to the jade pendant that Yi-Inha had discreetly tucked into his hand, still warm with her essence. This separation would stretch into years. May you find peace, until we meet again. Chen lingered for a considerable time, until the sun dipped below the horizon, before carefully stowing away the lotus leaf jade pendant that Yi-Inha had gifted him. Like a diligent scholar bearing the weight of a treasured tome, he set forth towards the direction of the setting sun. Beneath the evening light, with gnarled vines and ancient trees shadowing him, a few crows flitted past, their silhouettes adding to the somber atmosphere. Yi Chen's solitary figure, sword in hand, was elongated by the waning light. As night descended, he arrived at a hillock overgrown with wild grass, where the eerie calls of crows echoed ominously. Sensing this, Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Yet, given the desolation of the wilderness, devoid of nearby villages or inns, he chose to rest there. As before, he effortlessly captured 2 plump wild rabbits for his evening meal. However, as the rabbits roasted to a golden crisp, a familiar, melodious voice echoed in his ears. "Brother, how can we eat such adorable rabbits? Brother, your roasted rabbit meat is truly delicious. Brother, I want to hear a story. Will you tell me a story?" Yi Chen turned to look, but found nothing but emptiness beside him, save for the branches of the old tree swaying in the wind, as if bidding a final farewell. Suddenly, a gust of wind blurred his vision. He sank his teeth into the rabbit meat with fervor. Subsequently, he forcefully cast the rabbit meat into the bonfire. How could it possibly taste so dreadful? Yi Chen sat cross-legged, initiating the heart-eye secret technique for his cultivation. In the past, he would effortlessly slip into a profound meditative state, akin to an ascetic in deep contemplation. Yet this time, he felt an unsettling restlessness within, unable to calm his mind. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a faint rustling sound. Initially, Yi Chen presumed it to be mere illusion. However, he held his breath and listened intently. It appeared to be no figment of his imagination. Unable to focus on his cultivation, he decided to investigate the source of the sound. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen cautiously grasped his 7 Stars Dragon Abyss sword and ventured forth. Upon cresting a hill, a scene unfolded before his eyes that startled him profoundly. Before him lay a desolate graveyard. As far as his gaze could reach, there were mounds of graves and crumbling tombstones. Faintly, he could discern the stark white bones unearthed by wild dogs. Chapter 29. Sign in at the graveyard grants the longevity Sutra hiss. Upon witnessing such a terrifying scene, Yi Chen involuntarily gasped and shuddered. Although in his previous life he had undergone 9 years of compulsory education and firmly adhered to a materialistic worldview, dismissing the existence of ghosts and deities, he still felt an unsettling chill in this ominous place of chaos and graves. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly noticed fresh footprints not far away. Judging by their depth and size, they appeared to have been left shortly after nightfall, likely by a man and a woman. After all, spirits do not leave footprints. Curiously, what could a man and a woman be doing in such a desolate graveyard at this late hour? Contemplating this, Yi Chen's mind began to swirl with questions. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, and amid the rustling, he could faintly hear the sounds of amorous exchanges. This caused him to furrow his brows. After a brief internal struggle, Yi Chen ultimately decided to investigate, driven purely by curiosity. He cautiously followed the direction of the sounds. Soon arriving at the mouth of a cave, the indecent noises were emanating from within. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, Yi Chen beheld a young couple. The young man was dressed in splendid attire, unmistakably of noble descent, while the woman was clad in alluring garments, her figure enchanting and undeniably provocative. "Senior Brother Shiman, what are you doing bringing me to this graveyard in the dead of night?" "It's rather eerie," the seductive woman remarked, glancing around with a slight furrow of her brows, her tone laced with curiosity and discontent. The young man, however, wrapped his arms tightly around her slender waist, planting fervent kisses on her face. "Rong Mei, I've missed you terribly." As he spoke, his hands began to wander, attempting to loosen the ties of her dress. The alluring woman swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "Surely you don't intend to, here?" Upon seeing his advances thwarted, the young man's expression soured. "Rong Mei, don't you find this place thrilling? Besides, we won't be discovered by Senior Brother Shiman." The woman still seemed reluctant. "But here," she began. Feigning a stern demeanor, the young man queried, "Rong Mei, do you still love me?" "Of course I do, Senior Brother Shiman. You know my heart for you is true, don't you?" she replied. The young man had anticipated this affirmation, ready to press his advantage. "Then if you truly care for me, why do you still intend to marry Senior Brother Shiman?" Listening from outside, Yi Chen perked up at this revelation. So, they were merely a pair of illicit lovers. Nevertheless, to sneak away to a graveyard for an affair was quite audacious. Initially feeling somewhat drowsy, he was now fully alert. "Since you are discussing such matters, I shall not feel weary any longer. Let us continue to listen." The alluring woman, her face tinged with guilt, spoke softly. "Senior Brother Shiman, This is my father's wish. I cannot defy my father's command. Junior sister, do you not realize that each time I think of you soon becoming the wife of senior brother Daximan, my heart feels as though it is being torn asunder? The silk-clad man wore an expression of profound sorrow, his demeanor exaggerated. Meanwhile, his hands did not cease their actions as he continued to untie the delicate ribbons at her waist. Perhaps due to her inner turmoil, the enchanting woman did not resist this time, allowing him to gradually disrobe her. Seeing his efforts bear fruit, the man's expression shifted to one of triumph as he prepared for the grand finale of the day. Just as he was about to proceed further, a sudden crack echoed from outside the cave, the sound of footsteps crunching on brittle twigs. Who is outside? The two young lovers were startled. Alas, I was careless, Chen mused, glancing at the broken branch beneath his feet, shaking his head discreetly. The position he had occupied earlier did not afford him a clear view of the interior. Thus, he resolved to draw nearer. However, as fate would have it, he was discovered the moment he took a step forward. Realizing he had been unmasked, Chen wasted no time and swiftly fled the scene. As he departed, the young couple pursued him, catching a fleeting glimpse of his shadow, almost ghost-like, vanishing at the edge of the graveyard. Witnessing this, the alluring woman trembled involuntarily. Senior brother Shiman, was that a person or a ghost? The silk-clad man remained relatively composed, his gaze fixed for a long moment in the direction where Chen had disappeared. He then lowered his eyes to the ground, where a clear footprint came into view. It is a person, not a ghost. The enchanting woman, her brow furrowed in confusion, inquired, Senior brother, how can you be so sure it was a person and not a spirit? He pointed to the footprint on the ground, stating, Rongmei, look here, a footprint just made. Only humans leave footprints, spirits do not. Hearing it was indeed a person, the woman finally felt her anxiety ease. Yet, as a new thought struck her, her expression shifted to one of concern. Senior brother, do you think that person was sent by Master Brother to spy on us? Upon hearing her question, the silk-clad man's face fluctuated between shades of worry and calm. Rongmei, do not fret. Our affair is quite discreet. Master Brother is merely an infatuated swordsman and unlikely to send someone to follow us. If I am not mistaken, it was likely just a passerby who inadvertently stumbled upon our situation. Reassured by her senior brother's reasoning, the alluring woman felt her heart settle once more. As long as their secret remained hidden from Master Brother, all would be well. Brother Shiman, let us return. I feel somewhat frightened. Although the elegantly attired man felt a tinge of disappointment, the situation had reached a point where further romantic pursuits were futile, and he could only acquiesce with a nod. After all, such opportunities were plentiful. Whether this one was missed or seized was of little consequence. Meanwhile, Chen found himself seated before a dilapidated gravestone. Breathing heavily. How perilous. I nearly got discovered. Ding. The hour of Z has arrived. Would the host like to check in? Check in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received the manual longevity technique. What is this? Longevity technique? You reward me with a longevity manual for checking in at a graveyard. Is this some form of dark humor? Chen found himself both amused and perplexed by the system's sense of irony. Subsequently, he focused his thoughts and extracted the longevity technique, meticulously examining its contents. The longevity technique is an auxiliary mental cultivation method. As its name implies, its primary purpose is to extend one's lifespan. In the continent of Jiuzhou, under normal circumstances, the lifespan limit for mortals, those who are not cultivators, collectively referred to as mortals, is 100 years. For those in the Qi refining stage, the lifespan limit is 120 years. In the foundation establishment stage, it extends to 150 years. For those in the golden core stage, it reaches 300 years. In the nascent soul stage, the limit is 500 years. At the transformation stage, cultivators can live up to 1,000 years. Those at the tribulation stage can achieve an astonishing lifespan of 3,000 years. Finally, cultivators in the great ascension stage can double this, reaching 6,000 years. As for the legendary immortals, as long as they do not meet an untimely demise, their natural lifespan begins at 10,000 years. Chapter 30. The Sect Commanding. The system has detected the host engaging in a special scene, the graveyard, to perform a sign-in, thus granting a unique item reward, the Sect Command. Just as Chen was deeply engrossed in his study of the longevity technique, the system's notification abruptly startled him. Sect Command? Xiaoyi, what is this? Xiao Yi elucidated. The sect command is a special item available in the system store that allows the host to establish a sect. The host can recruit disciples, upgrade the sect, and receive corresponding rewards in the form of spirit stones, magical artifacts, and luck points. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's explanation, Chen finally understood. It dawned on him that this item was akin to a guild establishment token in a game. By the way, Xiao Yi, I comprehend spirit stones and magical artifacts, but what exactly are luck points? Xiao Yi continued. All things in the world possess luck. Every blade of grass and every tree has it, as do families and nations. When luck flourishes, vegetation thrives, and families and nations prosper. Conversely, when luck wanes, vegetation withers, and families and nations decline. After listening to Xiao Yi's extensive explanation, Chen gained some insight into the concept of luck. It resembled the notion of fate in metaphysics. If a person still has luck to spare, even if they face severe dangers, be it from blades, hanging, drowning, or falling, they will not perish. However, if one's luck is nearly exhausted, something as trivial as drinking a sip of cold water could lead to choking, or a simple walk might result in a fatal fall. In essence, possessing luck bestows a robust destiny. If my luck is strong, enduring 10 wounds may only result in superficial injuries for me. Yet, if your luck is weak, even a single strike could lead to your demise. Chen felt an exhilarating thrill at Xiao Yi's detailed explanation. With luck on his side, it was akin to embodying an indestructible cockroach. If he could remain cautious and not act recklessly in the early stages, developing steadily, with the aid of the godly sign-in system, achieving a formidable status later would be absolutely within reach. Xiao Yi, how do I utilize this sect command to establish a faction? Xiao Yi responded, it's quite simple. The host can seek an unclaimed territory and place the sect command at the highest point of that land. Then, silently recite 3 times, I shall establish a sect. I shall establish a sect. I shall establish a sect. To complete the process. All right, understood. Chen glanced around and leapt onto the largest tombstone. Xiao Yi, I want to establish my sect here and name it the Ancient Tomb Sect. What do you think? Is it suitable? Xiao Yi replied. Host. After system evaluation, this necropolis and its surrounding area of 300 miles is indeed unclaimed territory, meeting the conditions for establishing a sect. However, the excessive Yin energy here renders it unsuitable for sect establishment. I urge the host to reconsider. Very well, I shall ponder that. In truth, Chen had merely spoken off the cuff. After all, residing in a graveyard daily was indeed rather unsettling, and it would not be conducive to the sect's expansion. The name Ancient Tomb Sect, upon hearing it, one could tell it lacked a certain seriousness. A person of integrity would never choose to join such a sect. If they were to attract the attention of certain prestigious orthodox factions and subsequently be cast into the ranks of the wicked, their fate would be even more lamentable. Lin Xiaoying and the little dragon Maiden expressed their profound discontent. After storing the sect's token within the confines of his system space, Chen sat before a gravestone and began to cultivate the longevity technique. Unbeknownst to him, the dawn had already begun to break in the east. Stretching lazily, he resumed his journey. As he traversed a narrow mountain path, he suddenly beheld a swirling cloud of dust ahead. He halted in his tracks. Before him, a dozen individuals emerged from the sides of the path like moles. Clad in tattered garments, they wielded scrap metal, wooden sticks, and stones as weapons, accompanied by 2 or 3 emaciated horses and a dilapidated banner. Scrawled haphazardly across the banner were 3 characters. Toad Village, the leader of the group, brandishing a rusted spear, pointed it at Chen and stammered, Rob, Rob, Rob. After 3 long minutes of this, Chen, feeling a sense of urgency, interjected, Are you attempting to rob me? The leader nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Yes, a robbery. An older middle-aged man took over the conversation, declaring, We are from Toad Village, and this is our chieftain, the invincible Toad, Fong Chongqing. Brother, if you wish to avoid trouble, hand over all your valuables, and we promise not to take your life. Otherwise, before he could finish, a flash of cold light appeared. With a sharp crack, the spear in Fong Chongqing's hand snapped cleanly in 2. Witnessing this spectacle, all present involuntarily swallowed hard. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, silently acknowledging that Chen was not someone to be trifled with. We apologize for the interruption. We shall take our leave. Suddenly, one of them shouted, and like startled rabbits, they fled at once. The henchman holding the banner tossed Toad Village's flag to the ground. Feng Changqing and the middle-aged man attempted to escape on horseback, but their steeds were so gaunt that they struggled to run, let alone carry riders. One horse collapsed under the strain, throwing its rider to the ground in a disarrayed heap. Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of encountering such peculiar robbers for the first time. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. The treacherous terrain and picturesque scenery presented an ideal location for establishing a sect. With this thought, Chen executed a swift maneuver, blocking the path of the mountain bandits. You desire money, do you not? I can provide it. As he spoke, he produced a stack of silver notes and gold, presenting them before Feng Changqing and his cohorts. Upon seeing the gleaming wealth, their eyes lit up with greed. A covetous henchman, driven by greed, attempted to reach for a fortune. However, he was met with a fierce slap from a middle-aged man, who admonished him with a voice full of ire. Xiao Shanzi, do you wish to bring ruin upon us? After reprimanding the henchman known as Xiao Shanzi, the man suddenly knelt before Chen, exclaiming in fear, We did not recognize your greatness, esteemed hero. Please spare our lives. We are merely humble individuals, burdened by the care of an 80-year-old mother above and a 3-year-old child below, compelled to resort to desperate measures. We implore your magnanimity, noble hero, and ask that you do not hold our folly against us. It was evident that this middle-aged man was the backbone of the entire bandit stronghold. Witnessing his submission, the others swiftly followed suit and knelt in unison. Chen, with a smile, shook his head and remarked, I have no intention of taking your lives. I merely wish to requisition your stronghold. Chapter 31. The unprofessional bandits, are we requisitioning your hideout? Upon hearing Chen's words, everyone present was momentarily taken aback, clearly struggling to comprehend the implications of his statement. Their hideout was impoverished to the point of desolation, with scarcely a rat to be found. What purpose could there be in requisitioning such a place? Noticing their bewilderment, Chen continued, in simple terms, from now on, you shall follow me. Do you understand? The bandits exchanged glances, and after a prolonged silence, one of them mustered the courage to inquire, will there be food? Chen nodded affirmatively. There will be food, daily wine, and meat at every meal. At the mention of daily wine and meat, the ragged bandits could not help but swallow audibly, as it was evident that they had long forgotten the taste of such luxuries. Encouraged by Chen's apparent generosity, the other bandits began to clamor with their questions. Will there be a monthly allowance? Will we be able to take wives? Are the wives beautiful? Can we have more than one? Hearing their demands ignited an impulse within Chen to eliminate them all. With a swift motion, he drew the 7-star Long Yuan sword and struck a nearby sapling branch. With a clean snap, the branch fell. Witnessing this spectacle, the bandits collectively gasped in astonishment. Chen chuckled, remarking, if this sapling is not pruned, it will grow unevenly. Do not take offense. By the way, what were your requests again? I did not catch them. With the gleaming sword in hand and the fresh branch on the ground, the bandits felt a renewed apprehension. A middle-aged man hastily asserted, food and shelter will suffice. Forget about allowances and wives. Those are mere trifles. We were jesting. The others paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Yes, we do not need allowances. Nor do we require wives. Those are all illusions. I want an illusion, exclaimed a rather simple-minded young man, only to be swiftly silenced by the middle-aged man covering his mouth. Observing this scene, Chen displayed a satisfied smile. Let us return to the hideout and take a look. Upon arriving at the hideout, Chen was momentarily taken aback. The entire settlement consisted of caves and thatched huts, surrounded by scattered fields. Occasionally, women could be seen toiling in the fields, while children frolicked along the furrows. This was not the lair of marauding bandits. It was clearly a struggling village in dire need of assistance. Mr. Li, why does your band of outlaws differ so greatly from the portrayals in television dramas? Mr. Li, known as Li Wenjing, is the middle-aged man from before. He is a failed scholar, embodying the role of a cunning strategist. Li Wenjing, with the curiosity of a child, inquired, May I ask, young hero Yi, which television drama are you referring to? Chen pondered for a moment and replied, he is somewhat of a mentor to me. Why do you ask? Is there an issue? Li Wenjing's face brightened with understanding as he said, No problem. Young hero Yi, the discrepancy is precisely as it should be, for we cannot truly be considered bandits. Today, We are not here to rob travelers, but rather to sell a few horses in exchange for some grain. Unfortunately, they deemed our horses too lean and refused to take them. However, our village is on the brink of famine, and without grain, none of us may survive this winter. We could all starve. In desperation, we resorted to this unjust act. Chen nodded, saying, I thought so. How can bandits go about their business without even a battle cry? It's utterly unprofessional. Upon hearing Chen's critique, Fang Changqing, Li Wenjing, and the others gazed at him with eager curiosity. What? Do bandits really need to shout a slogan? What should it be? Chen contemplated for a moment, then deliberately cleared his throat and proclaimed in a rhythmic voice. It should be chanted thus. This mountain I have opened, this path I have laid. If you wish to pass this way, leave behind your toll. Li Wenjing and Fang Changqing were momentarily taken aback by Chen's words. The diligent young women, wives, and children laboring in the fields also drew near, intrigued. After a considerable pause, a spirited youth from the village, Fang Gongong, candidly remarked, but the trees here were not planted by us, nor did we create this mountain. This path has existed long before my grandfather's grandfather. Chen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, You should not be called Fang Gongong. Perhaps Fang Hanins would be more fitting. Li Wenjing, concerned that Fang Gongong's innocent remarks might provoke Chen, swiftly kicked him away. You talk too much. Fang Gongong, clutching his sore backside, pouted in protest. I only spoke the truth. Why did you hit me, uncle? Li Wenjing, uninterested in his foolish nephew's grievances, chuckled and praised. Young hero Yi, you are indeed well-versed and eloquent, effortlessly spouting such professional terminology. I am in awe. Chen quickly waved his hand in humility, stating, Not at all. I learned it all from television dramas. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Li Wenjing and the others became rather peculiar. This teacher of electricity even imparts knowledge to bandits? Chen surveyed his surroundings and inquired, By the way, why do you not reside at the foot of the mountain? What brings you up here? Life is inconvenient, and the land is exceedingly barren, yielding little grain. Li Wenjing let out a long sigh and said, Ah, young hero Yi, you are unaware. This matter is indeed lengthy to recount. Upon witnessing the expression on Li Wenjing's face, Chen sensed that there was a tale to be told. Since it is a long story, I shall listen attentively as you unfold it at your leisure. Chapter 32, Establishing the Sect. Star Palace. Li Wenjing took a moment to collect his thoughts and recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that they were not professional bandits. They had once been simple farmers, living off the land and hunting. Although their lives were modest, they managed to sustain themselves and found contentment in their humble existence. However, misfortune befell them when a local ruffian from Jianyang City, passing through their village, took a fancy to several of the village's young women and attempted to harass them, even seeking to engage in lewd acts in the open. The village elder intervened, attempting to reason with the scoundrel, but was brutally beaten to death. Upon witnessing his father's murder and the imminent violation of his childhood neighbor, Fang Changqing, having trained in martial arts for several years, was consumed by rage. He seized a chopping knife and struck down the ruffian on the spot. In the aftermath, the villagers, realizing the gravity of the situation, fled to the mountains with the young and children. The ruffian's father, a powerful figure in the area, sought vengeance for his son's death. Unable to find the youth, he unleashed his wrath upon the village's elders, resulting in the slaughter of over 100 of them in a single night. To conceal his crimes, he ordered the entire village to be burned to the ground. Upon hearing this, Chen was filled with righteous indignation. Rest assured, your blood feud shall be avenged by me, Yi. Upon hearing these words, Li Wenjing, Fang Changqing, and Fang Gongong were momentarily taken aback before they all knelt in reverence. Yi Xiao, as long as you can exact vengeance for our Fang family village, all 400 of us will serve you faithfully from this day forth. The young women observing the scene also knelt, tears streaming down their faces. Each one carried the weight of their deep-seated grievances and had long despaired of retribution. Yet, unexpectedly, heaven had sent a noble benefactor to aid them. How could they not be overwhelmed with gratitude? Seeing this, Chen quickly helped them to their feet, resolutely declaring, I, Chen, promise that those who stand with me shall never suffer injustice. After reassuring the crowd, Chen approached Li Wenjing. Mr. Li, I have a few inquiries to make. Li Wenjing promptly bowed and said, Yi Xiao, please feel free to command me. Whatever it may be, I, Li, will not hesitate to face fire or peril, even to the point of self-sacrifice. Chen shook his head and replied, "It is not so grave. I merely wish to know where the highest point in your area is." Li Wenjing was momentarily taken aback before responding. "The highest peak here is called Frog Ridge, with the summit known as Golden Toad Peak, which is that mountain ahead." Hearing this, Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Frog Ridge, Golden Toad Peak, such names were quite amusing and vivid. Li Wenxing noticed Chen laughing inexplicably and cautiously inquired, "Young hero Yi, is something amiss?" Chen shook his head and replied, "It is nothing. I am merely going for a stroll." Li Wenxing offered, "Shall I accompany you?" "No need. I shall go alone. You all continue with your tasks," Chen assured him. Observing the hesitant expressions of Li Wenxing and Feng Chongqing, he added, "Rest assured, I shall return before nightfall." After saying this, he produced some silver notes and tossed them over. "Take this for now and purchase some rice and provisions." Upon hearing Chen's words, the villagers of Feng family village lit up with excitement, expressing their gratitude profusely. Subsequently, Chen set off alone towards Jinshanfeng. The mountain appeared deceptively close, yet traversing the distance proved quite arduous. How he wished he could fly with a sword. Theoretically, one could practice sword flight during the foundation establishment stage. However, it requires prolonged high-altitude flight and may encounter various challenges, thus demanding considerable spiritual energy from the practitioner. Consequently, most individuals typically begin their sword training only after reaching the 5th level of foundation establishment. Imagining himself soaring through the skies like the protagonists from Shu Mountain and Xianjian, Chen felt a surge of exhilaration. It seemed imperative to acquire a manual on sword flight techniques without delay. After approximately 2 hours, he arrived at Jinshanfeng, a mountain resembling a golden toad, hence its name. From a distance, the peak appeared akin to the Moon Palace adorned with laurel. A good omen indeed. Chen nodded in satisfaction and leaped onto the head of the golden toad. With a shift of his thoughts, a sect token materialized before him. Chen grasped it and raised it high. "I shall establish my sect. I shall establish my sect. I shall establish my sect." Just as Chen mentally proclaimed this 3 times, a radiant multicolored light descended from the heavens. Centered upon Jinshanfeng, it enveloped the surrounding mountains and rivers for 100 miles. People within hundreds of miles witnessed this miraculous spectacle, instinctively believing it to be the manifestation of the golden toad, and they bowed in reverence. "Uncle, how could multicolored light suddenly appear over Jinshanfeng?" The men and women of Feng family village gathered around Li Wenxing. His pupils narrowed as he intently gazed towards Jinshanfeng. Though he was equally bewildered and could not discern what was happening there, he remembered that 2 hours prior, Chen had inquired about Jinshanfeng. It seemed likely that he had ventured in that direction. Could it be him? With this thought, Li Wenxing's heart raced. It must be young hero Yi, or rather, Immortal Yi. It appears that Feng family village is truly saved this time. Ordinary individuals refer to those who can wield swords as celestial beings, often calling them immortals. Initially, there were concerns regarding Chen's ability to contend against the city lord's manor alone. However, it has become apparent that Chen is not merely a fool's errand. Perhaps he truly possesses such capabilities. Upon hearing that Chen might be an immortal, the members of the Feng family village were filled with wonder, promptly kneeling in reverence. "Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully established a sect. Please name the sect." Chen gazed at the golden toad peak, resembling a palace of toads, and found himself standing at the pinnacle, reminiscent of a tower soaring 100 feet, where one could pluck the stars from the heavens. Let it be named the Hall of Celestial Stars. The Hall of Celestial Stars complements the heavenly fragrance pavilion of his Empress wife splendidly, at least in name. Ding! Congratulations. The host has successfully named the sect. Upon system inspection, the current jurisdiction of the Hall of Celestial Stars spans a radius of 120 miles. With a population of 606 individuals, 404 men, and 202 women. There is 1 practitioner at the foundation establishment stage, and the sect is classified as insignificant. Upon receiving the System S rating of his Hall of Celestial Stars as insignificant, Chen's expression darkened immediately. It seems imperative to recruit disciples swiftly to elevate the sect S status. However, before that, 2 pressing issues must be addressed. The first is sustenance. As the newly appointed leader of the Hall of Celestial Stars, he bears the responsibility of providing for over 600 individuals within his jurisdiction. The second is housing. He has observed that the village is in disrepair, akin to a destitute village in a poverty-stricken county of the great celestial empire. Therefore, a significant construction project is necessary. While it may not need to be extravagant, it certainly must possess a semblance of dignity. Otherwise, it would be unworthy of the prestige implied by the name Hall of Celestial Stars. Contemplating these matters, Chen could not help but massage his forehead. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to himself as the captain of a poverty alleviation team instead of the leader of the Hall of Celestial Stars. Chapter 33. Recruiting the first female disciple. Whether it is poverty alleviation or the expansion of the sect, one fundamental requirement remains: money, an abundance of it. It appears that I must devise a means to earn some, for relying solely on the meager silver pilfered from that eastern pung will not sustain us for long. Alas, to toil tirelessly for a living on earth, only to find myself reborn in this 9 provinces continent and still be burdened with the necessity of earning a living. What a cruel twist of fate. After muttering a curse under my breath, Chen turned and made his way towards Fong family village. Upon his return, the gaze of Li Wanzhong and the others towards him grew increasingly reverent, to the point where they dared not meet his eyes. Whenever Chen glanced in their direction, they instinctively averted their gazes, unwilling to hold his gaze. Only a few young maidens, in the bloom of youth, would steal a glance at him when he was not paying attention, their hearts racing like startled fawns. As dusk approached, Li Wanzhong hurriedly sought out Chen. Finding him in a meditative pose, they hesitated to disturb him, fidgeting anxiously like ants on a hot pan. Chen opened his eyes and inquired, "Mr. Li, what troubles you so?" Responding promptly, Li Wanzhong stepped forward. Esteemed immortal, Fong Changqing and Fong Gonggan went to purchase rice, and by the distance they should have returned long ago. Now that night has fallen, I fear they may have encountered some misfortune. Chen pondered for a moment before asking, "Did they go to Jiangyang City to buy rice?" Li Wanzhong shook his head. "No, they went to Dashi Town, which is 20 li from here." Chen rose and declared, "Take me to Dashi Town." At that moment, a seemingly delicate young girl boldly approached, exclaiming, "Father, I want to go too." Li Wanzhong shot her a stern look. "Lanxiang, this is a matter for men. What business do you have joining us? Stay here and behave." With her fair fingers intertwined, Li Lanxiang pouted in protest. What's wrong with a girl wanting to join? ISNT the Empress of Tianxiang Pavilion, Lian Hongchang. Also a woman? Chen's interest was piqued at her mention of the Empress, and he asked, "You are familiar with Lian Hongchang of Tianxiang Pavilion?" Surprised by Chen's inquiry, Li Lanxiang became shy and bit her lip, replying, "Lian Hongchang is the most beautiful and formidable woman in the entire 9 provinces. Not only do I know this, but everyone in the 9 provinces is aware of it." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with admiration, revealing her deep reverence for her idol. Who would have thought that her empress was a national icon, even in this remote village, garnering fervent fans? After pondering in his heart, Chen resumed his scrutiny of Li Lanxiang. Li Lanxiang, feeling shy under Chen's gaze, quickly lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes, and timidly inquired, "Did I say something wrong?" Chen shook his head and replied, "Not at all. I see great potential in you. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple?" Upon hearing his words, Li Lanxiang abruptly lifted her head, her eyes, already large, widened in disbelief, sparkling with incredulity. "Are you serious? You're not joking, are you?" Chen smiled slightly and retorted, "Do you truly think I would jest with you?" Li Lanxiang was momentarily overwhelmed by an immense wave of joy, feeling as though she had been struck by a surge of happiness, and even hearing it directly. She still found it hard to believe. Li Wanzhong was the first to react, adopting a stern expression as he admonished, "Lanxiang, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and kneel to pay your respects to your master." At her father's words, Li Lanxiang snapped back to reality from her overwhelming delight and promptly knelt down, exclaiming, "Disciple Li Lanxiang pays her respects to master." Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting the first disciple, opening a new chapter for the sect, and earning 100 fortune points. Seeing Li Lanxiang contribute 100 fortune points right at the start filled Chen with a delightful sensation. When taking on a disciple, one must present a token of goodwill. What gift would be appropriate to mark this occasion? Suddenly, Chen recalled that Yi Xian had given him a storage ring containing various garments intended for his sister, Yi Yinhao. With Yinhao absent and having no particular inclination towards women's clothing, it was fitting to bestow these upon Li Lanxiang as a greeting gift. With this thought, he retrieved a delicate lavender dress and handed it to her. Lanxiang, I was unprepared for this journey, so please accept this dress as a token of our meeting. Li Lanxiang looked up to see a stunning piece of clothing, her face lighting up with joy. After all, girls have little resistance to beautiful attire, especially someone like Li Lanxiang, who had grown up in poverty, accustomed to coarse linen garments. Thank you, master. Yi Chen smiled gently and said, Lanxiang, go change into this now, and then we shall visit the Shi town together. All right. Li Lanxiang responded eagerly, carefully accepting the dress as if cradling a precious heirloom. Afraid to mishandle it. Once in her room, she delicately caressed the fabric, marveling at its softness, feeling it was exquisite beyond words. Suddenly, she discovered not only the dress but also undergarments, including a petticoat and some intimate apparel. Upon seeing these, Li Lanxiang's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The master emerged in a flurry, seemingly unprepared in every aspect except for the selection of garments for the girl, which included undergarments and a belly band. Li Lanxiang pondered this for quite some time, yet could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Nevertheless, she did not associate her master with any unsavory terms, such as LSP. Instead, she found herself increasingly in awe of his seemingly prophetic abilities, attributing to him a depth of wisdom that was beyond comprehension. Truly, her master was remarkable. Once she donned the attire, she gazed into the mirror, almost doubting her own reflection. Could this enchanting fairy be her? To her astonishment, she had transformed into such a delicate and ethereal being. Unable to contain her excitement, Li Lanxiang twirled several times before the mirror, reveling in the sight of her flowing skirt, feeling like a beautiful little fairy. As she stepped out of her room with graceful poise, every gaze in the vicinity turned towards her. Particularly, the young men who had long admired her were left utterly mesmerized, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. She was breathtaking. Even Yi Chen, accustomed to the presence of beauties, could not help but display a fleeting look of astonishment. However, it was but a momentary flicker. While Li Lanxiang was indeed beautiful, she lacked the elegance of Li Xian, the purity of Lian Hongshang, and the innocence of Yi Yinhong. Li Wen was astute in reading the nuances of behavior, and seeing Yi Chen's attentive care for his daughter, coupled with the gifts of clothing and mentorship, a thought began to stir within him. Could it be that the immortal had taken a liking to his daughter? Chapter 34. Is this a misunderstanding? In the town of Dashi, at Wang's grain shop, a clerk, casually munching on sunflower seeds, noticed Fang Chongqing and his companions approaching once again. With evident impatience, he remarked, Fang Chongqing, haven't I already told you? Those horses of yours are nothing but skin and bones. Our proprietor will not accept them. Fang Gongong, indignant at being addressed by a mere clerk, protested vehemently, who said we came to sell horses. We are here to purchase rice and grain. The clerk, taken aback, inquired, do you have the money to buy rice and grain? You must inform us, for our store does not extend credit. Who do you think you're looking down on? Behold this. As he spoke, Fang Gongong, reminiscent of the character Kong e.g. drinking at the Xinhing Tavern, displayed a stack of silver ingots on the counter, exuding an air of triumph. The clerk's eyes widened in disbelief, straining his neck to get a better look, rubbing his eyes in astonishment. Where did you get that money? Surely it wasn't he obtained through robbery? Fang Gongong reveled in the moment, responding with a swagger. That is none of your concern. Quickly bring forth all the rice and grain in your shop. After scrutinizing the silver ingots for a moment, the clerk replied, the quantity of rice and grain you desire is beyond my authority to approve. I must consult our proprietor. With that, he hurried into the back room. Before long, a middle-aged gentleman clad in silk garments, adorned with an embroidered hat and boasting a considerable belly, emerged accompanied by several clerks. He was none other than Wang the Tycoon, the wealthiest man in Dashi town and the owner of Wang's grain shop. Wang the Tycoon first cast his gaze upon the silver ingots laid out on the table, then shifted his attention to the ragged figures of Fang Chongqing and Fang Gongong. Feeling the intensity of Wang's scrutiny, Fang Gongong stammered, Wang. We wish to purchase rice and grain. With squinting eyes, Wang the Tycoon replied, purchasing rice and grain is acceptable, but you must inform me of the source of your funds. Why should we tell you? Fang Gongong, hot-tempered, retorted. Wang the Tycoon, maintaining a genial smile, remained silent, instead clapping his hands vigorously. Soon after, over a dozen burly men wielding knives, guns, and clubs stormed out from the back room. encircling Fang Gangan and his companions. By the strength of my fist, I am mightier than you. Fang Changqing, alarmed, stuttered, Wang, 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 are you intending to rob us? With a smile still on his face, Wang the tycoon declared, I suspect that the silver you possess was obtained through nefarious means. Therefore, it is only just that I reclaim this silver from you. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, seize them all. Outnumbered and outmatched, Fang Changqing and Fang Gangan were quickly overwhelmed by the thugs, leaving them battered and bruised. With a forceful step, Wang Daheng's foot pressed down on Fang Changqing's arm, grinding it mercilessly. Confess, from where did you acquire your wealth? Where have you hidden the rest? This is not something we seized. It was a gift bestowed upon us by the immortal. Fang Changqing gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm as he replied. Upon hearing Fang Changqing's response, Wang Daheng erupted in laughter. Huh, do you take me, Wang Daheng, for a mere child easily deceived? Look at your pitiful state. Even if the immortal were to grant silver, it would surely be to a virtuous person like myself, not to you beggars. If I were to grant you silver, would you dare to accept it? Before Wang Daheng could finish his taunt, a chilling voice echoed from outside. Immediately, 3 figures strode in. It was Li Wenzheng, Li Lanxiang, and Yi Chen. Wang Daheng's eyes lit up as he beheld the graceful Li Lanxiang, his throat working as he swallowed hard. This girl, in her prime, was fair and stunning, far surpassing the concubines he had recently acquired. Li Lanxiang, feeling the weight of Wang Daheng's unabashed gaze, instinctively retreated behind Yi Chen, her beautiful eyes flashing with distaste. This scene did not escape Li Wenjing's notice. In the past, when his daughter was frightened, she would hide behind him. But now, how fleeting is the youth of a girl. Yi Chen gently patted Li Lanxiang's small hand, reassuring her not to be afraid. Feeling the warmth from his palm, Li Lanxiang nodded softly, as if comforted by a soothing balm. After calming her, Yi Chen's sharp gaze turned towards Wang Daheng. Release him. Wang Daheng squinted, scrutinizing Yi Chen. Noticing that he was barely 20, he sneered derisively. Huh, what sort of brat are you, still in your infancy, daring to meddle in my affairs? Men, show him what he deserves. At Wang Daheng's command, several burly thugs brandished their weapons and advanced towards Yi Chen. Yet, Yi Chen neither flinched nor evaded. As they drew near, he swiftly unsheathed his sword. Swish! A flash of lightning arced through the air. A chorus of anguished screams followed, akin to the wails of slaughtered pigs. In an instant, the hands of the assailants were severed, leaving them bloodied and grotesquely maimed. Gasp! Witnessing such a horrifying spectacle, everyone present could not help but draw in their breath sharply. Wang Daheng was so frightened that he trembled uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yi Chen's cold gaze fell upon him as he asked, Do you now believe I can meddle in this affair? Wang Daheng realized he had encountered a formidable obstacle. Trembling uncontrollably, this was all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Chen swiftly delivered a resounding slap across his face. Wang Daheng executed a complete 360-degree spin, his corpulent visage instantly swelling. I say, is this also a misunderstanding? Do you believe me? Yes, 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 it is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. At that moment, Wang Daheng was on the verge of tears. With a knife nearly pressed to his throat, how could he dare to express disbelief? Yi Chen, unyielding, struck him again with another sharp slap. Do you still believe this is a misunderstanding? Wang Daheng stammered. Chapter 35. Robbing the rich to aid the poor. The wealthy magnate, Wang, had always been a portly figure, but after receiving 2 resounding slaps from Yi Chen, his visage swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. He clasped his reddened face with both hands, utterly bereft of tears to shed. Yi Chen clapped his hands and inquired, Wang, do you still believe this is a misunderstanding? Wang could neither nod nor shake his head, reduced instead to a pathetic whimper as he lamented his folly. Admitting his failure to recognize the gravity of the situation, Yi Chen harbored no sympathy for this tyrant who preyed on the weak. Fang Changqing, Fang Gangang, how did those ruffians strike you? Return the favor in full measure and let our esteemed Wang witness what a true misunderstanding entails. Initially, Fang Changqing hesitated. Yet the spirited Fang Gangang rolled up his sleeves without a second thought and launched into the fray, delivering a resounding blow to Wang's eye. Following this, a flurry of punches ensued, leaving Wang crying out in agony, lamenting his fate. Before long, Wang lay crumpled on the ground, resembling a heap of flesh, moaning in misery. Seeing that sufficient punishment had been meted out, Chen intervened, declaring, "Enough. The misunderstanding has been resolved. It grows late, and our families await sustenance. Let us gather the grain." With great enthusiasm, Fang Chongqing and Fang Gangang rallied their companions and set to work. Upon opening the granary, they were taken aback by the sight that met their eyes. For years, the region of Jianyang had suffered from relentless drought, leaving fields barren and the populace in dire straits, with corpses of the famished strewn about, some resorting to cannibalism. Yet, within Wang's cellar, there lay an astonishing stockpile of over 100,000 pounds of grain. To suggest his conscience had been consumed by a dog would be a grave insult to the canine. Chen instructed Fang Chongqing and Fang Gangang to summon others and transport the grain as much as possible to the mountains. However, even then, only half of it was moved. The remaining portion, Chen resolved, would not be left for the malevolent Wang. Observing the gathering of emaciated disaster victims nearby, he cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Dear villagers, as the saying goes, heaven's misdeeds can be endured, but one's own transgressions cannot. This Wang, a harbinger of calamity, hoarded grain in this year of great disaster, inflating prices and profiting from the suffering of others. Today, I, Chen, act on behalf of heaven to exact justice. The remaining grain is yours to take." Chen's words were profoundly stirring, invigorating the near-zombie-like disaster victims, who suddenly found themselves filled with fervor. Many grateful souls knelt, tears streaming down their faces, exclaiming, "Thank you, noble immortal, for granting us life." Those who had already readied themselves to seize the grain upon Chen's command joined in, kneeling and bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, noble immortal, for granting us life." Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone of inspiring 1,000 believers, earning 1,000 fortune points. Chen could hardly have anticipated that a seemingly altruistic act would unlock the achievement of garnering 1,000 believers, bestowing upon him a reward of 1,000 fortune points, bringing his total to 100. The disaster-stricken individuals had long been rendered homeless, and many were willing to follow Chen and his companions up the mountain. Chen, in turn, welcomed them without hesitation. In other areas, news spread of an immortal appearing at Frog Ridge, offering rice porridge to the needy. Furthermore, the vibrant celestial light displayed when Chen established the Star Hall with the sect's decree convinced countless refugees within a radius of several hundred miles. In just a few short days, the number of disaster victims gathered at Frog Ridge surpassed 10,000. Chen swiftly unlocked the achievement of having 10,000 believers, causing his fortune points to surge from 100 to 12,000. However, with rewards came an avalanche of troubles. The most pressing issue was the urgent need to feed the multitude. The rice and grain seized from the tycoon Wang had already been nearly depleted. Even if they rationed the remaining supplies judiciously, it would only last for another 10 to 15 days at most. Within half a month, they would face a dire food crisis. The consequences of thousands of starving refugees congregating in one place would be catastrophic. The most straightforward yet crude solution to acquire food was to prey upon the wealthy. Yet, the affluent households near Jianyang City, fearing a repeat of Wang's fate, swiftly evacuated, taking their families into the city. As for Jianyang City itself, Chen was acutely aware of its formidable defenses. Home to a population of over 1 million, it was said to be protected by a powerful figure on the cusp of the Golden Course stage. The foundation-building cultivators numbered at least 80, if not 100. Additionally, the city lord's mansion boasted a military force of no less than 30,000. Resorting to violence against the wealthy was not a viable option. Thus, Chen was compelled to employ his wits and devise a strategy. Zhang Dongping's storage bag contained numerous valuable items that he had no use for, which could be sold off. Moreover, the rewards from the recent sign-ins provided him with a variety of pills from the system. Although these were all of the lowest grade first-tier pills, the system's products were of exquisite quality. Even a first-tier pill was akin to a warrior among its peers, exhibiting remarkable efficacy. Furthermore, these pills were in high demand. For instance, the Dragon Tiger pill could enhance physical strength and augment the combat prowess of ancestral treasures. The Longevity pill, while only extending life by 3 to 5 years, held immense allure for affluent elderly individuals, akin to a mountain of gold. There were also body refinement pills. In the realm of cultivation, there existed only two pathways. The first was innate talent, exemplified by Yi Chun and Yi Xian, who possessed the ability to cultivate from birth. Those with lesser talents who aspired to cultivate had to first refine their bodies and cleanse their marrow. The primary clientele for body refinement pills comprised this demographic. The adage "the rich cultivate martial prowess while the poor pursue literary knowledge" resonated profoundly, especially in the context of cultivation. The expenditure involved is astronomically greater than that of martial arts training, by hundreds or even thousands of times. Consequently, those who aspire to cultivate are willing to invest substantial sums to acquire body-refining pills. Particularly, pills of superior quality are in high demand. Just as Yi Chun was contemplating what else he could sell to repay his debts, Li Lanxiang entered, carrying a basin of steaming water. "Master, you have worked tirelessly all day. Indulge in a foot soak to ease your fatigue." Yi Chun did not refuse this offer. Li Lanxiang knelt down to remove his shoes and prepared to soak his feet. Her delicate hands, fair and smooth, were somewhat wasted on the task of washing his weary feet. Once she had finished, she was about to carry the basin of foot water away when Yi Chun suddenly called out to her. "Lanxiang." Li Lanxiang paused, turning to glance back at him. "Master, is there anything else you need?" Yi Chun, as if performing a magic trick, produced a marrow-cleansing pill and handed it to her. "This is a marrow-cleansing pill. It will aid you in refining your marrow and bones, officially embarking you on the path of cultivation." Chapter 36. The Essence of Orchid. Upon hearing the words, Li Lanxiang was overwhelmed with joy, her excitement rendering her almost unable to contain herself. "Thank you, master," she exclaimed, gingerly accepting the cleansing essence pill and observing it intently for a considerable time. With her eyes sparkling with delight, she inquired, "Master, how should I use this cleansing essence pill? Should I consume it directly?" Yi Chun pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well. You may take the cleansing essence pill here. I will remain by your side to protect you and offer guidance, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances." Li Lanxiang nodded obediently in response. Subsequently, she followed Yi Chun's instructions and consumed the cleansing essence pill. Almost immediately, she began to feel an immense discomfort coursing through her body. "Master, I feel quite unwell," she cried out. Yi Chun, taken aback by her sudden exclamation, found himself puzzled. After all, she had ingested a cleansing body pill, not a spirit tiger pill. Had he been an experienced alchemist, he would have discerned the cause at a glance. The discomfort stemmed from Li Lanxiang's delicate constitution. As the cleansing essence pill expanded her meridians and purged her marrow, the side effects were markedly pronounced. Seeing Li Lanxiang tearing at her clothing in distress, revealing her undergarments, prompted Yi Chun to act swiftly. He gathered his true essence within his palm and placed it upon her smooth, jade-like back. "Ah!" Li Lanxiang shuddered as a plume of white smoke escaped her lips. Subsequently, her body began to receive a continuous flow of spiritual power from Yi Chun. With this influx of energy, she successfully expanded her meridians, opened the Ren and Du channels, and purified her marrow and bones. This process persisted throughout the entire night, culminating in a remarkable transformation. Even Yi Chun, after tirelessly channeling spiritual power for the whole night, began to exhibit signs of exhaustion. In stark contrast to his fatigued state, Li Lanxiang emerged revitalized. The effects of the cleansing essence pill had rejuvenated her, and she felt as though she had been reborn. Her skin appeared fairer and more delicate, and her already youthful visage became even more radiant and luminous. "Master, are you all right?" Li Lanxiang observed Yi Chun's pale complexion and the beads of sweat dotting his forehead, prompting her to approach him with genuine concern. "I am fine," Yi Chun replied, shaking his head. As he spoke, he sat cross-legged to regulate his breath. Once his breathing steadied, he gradually opened his eyes. However, the sight before him left him inexplicably parched. Li Lanxiang was nearly unclothed, clad only in her undergarments, with little else to obscure her form. Momentarily stunned, Li Lanxiang quickly realized her predicament and hastily covered herself with her hands. The exquisitely sculpted face blushed crimson in an instant, as if it were about to bleed. The atmosphere in the room became palpably awkward. Adhering to the principle of not witnessing impropriety, Yi Chun reluctantly averted his gaze. He retrieved a new set of garments from Yi Xian's storage ring and handed them to Li Lanxiang. "Lanxiang, please change into these clothes. I shall take a stroll outside." After speaking, Yi Chen yawned and strode directly toward the door. Good morning, esteemed immortal. The residents of Fong family village and the refugees approached Yi Chen, bowing respectfully. However, Li Wenjing appeared somewhat troubled. The previous night, his daughter Lanxiang had gone to bring Yi Chen foot-washing water and had not returned by dawn. Concerned for her safety, he set out to search for her. As he passed by Yi Chen's room, he heard sounds emanating from within, and to his shock, the source of those sounds was his daughter, Li Lanxiang. He had always sensed his daughter's affection for Yi Chen. Moreover, she was merely a modestly attractive peasant girl. To be favored by an immortal was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Thus, he refrained from intruding, anxiously waiting outside throughout the night. Finally, upon seeing Yi Chen emerge, he hesitated briefly before stepping forward to bow respectfully. Greetings, esteemed immortal. Yi Chen nodded slightly, acknowledging the courtesy. Observing Yi Chen's expression up close, Li Wenjing's heart began to stir with concern. The immortal's demeanor seemed somewhat off today, lacking vitality. Could it be that his own daughter had drained him of his vigor? If that were the case, this immortal would surely be quite feeble. Had Yi Chen been privy to Li Wenjing's thoughts, he might have felt compelled to deliver a swift blow. After Yi Chen departed, Li Lanxiang hurriedly exited his room, her face still flushed. Seeing his daughter's rosy cheeks, Li Wenjing felt a pang of sorrow. His suspicions were confirmed. The precious cabbage he had nurtured was indeed ravaged by a swine. After a moment's hesitation, he quickly followed her. Lanxiang. Li Lanxiang halted, turning to inquire, Father, what is it? Upon witnessing his daughter's visage up close, Li Wenjing stood frozen in astonishment. His expression mirrored that of one who had encountered a celestial being. Lanxiang, what has happened to your face? Noticing her father's shocked demeanor, Li Lanxiang instinctively touched her cheek. Father, what is wrong with my face? Even Li Wenjing, who hailed from a scholarly background, found himself at a loss for words. Go look in the mirror, and you'll understand. Li Lanxiang quickly retrieved a bronze mirror, and upon seeing her reflection, she was rendered speechless. It was hard to believe that the stunning face in the mirror belonged to her. She instinctively pinched her cheek to confirm her reality. After feeling a slight pain, she revealed a look of surprise and joy. Could it be because of her master? Upon hearing his daughter's words, Li Wenjing instinctively believed that his previous assumptions had been confirmed. The reason for his daughter's demeanor was the favor bestowed upon her by the immortal. Moreover, judging by her current state, it seemed to be of her own volition. Contemplating this, Li Wenjing felt an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. Although his daughter receiving the blessings of the immortal was undoubtedly a tremendous fortune for both the Li family and her lifelong happiness, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment, as if the cabbage he had painstakingly nurtured was now being ravaged by a swine, leaving him somewhat disconcerted. Noticing her father's fluctuating expression, Li Lanxiang blinked her lively eyes and inquired, Father, what is the matter? Your complexion seems rather unusual. Li Wenjing quickly shook his head and replied, I am fine, just did not sleep well last night. After saying this, he gazed at his daughter with affectionate eyes and solemnly advised, Lanxiang, from today onward, you have grown up. You must serve the immortal well, do you understand? Li Lanxiang nodded earnestly, like a chick pecking at rice. Father, rest assured, I will serve my master diligently. Hearing his daughter's words only deepened Li Wenjing's sense of unease. Alas, a daughter grows up too quickly. After letting out a melancholy sigh in his heart, he turned and walked away. Observing her father's retreating figure, Li Lanxiang felt that he was acting rather strangely today. However, she couldn't quite pinpoint what was peculiar about him. For the moment, it eluded her understanding. Chapter 37. The childlike Lanxiang. In order to better manage the displaced individuals, Yi Chen adopted a model of labor for relief. Engaging in extensive construction on the Frog Ridge, he meticulously organized these displaced individuals into teams, with 1,000 forming a large unit, 100 a medium unit, and 10 a small unit. To bolster their motivation for labor, Yi Chen implemented a points system reminiscent of his past life among these individuals. Furthermore, he selected 900 robust young men from the displaced populace, dividing them into 3 battalions of 300 each and equipping them with weapons to serve as a defense force, deterring bandits from neighboring hills who might seek to provoke trouble in his absence. Having established this framework, Yi Chen planned to make a trip to Jianyang City. Upon learning of his intention, Li Lanxiang expressed her desire to accompany him. Observing the bright spark of anticipation in her large eyes, Chen could not bring himself to refuse and welcomed her along. Throughout the journey, Li Lanxiang was as exuberant as a bird released from its cage, filled with excitement as she leaped and danced. Wow, how magnificent is this city gate! Upon arriving before Jianyang City, she gazed in awe at the grand entrance, exclaiming in delight. Chen looked at her and inquired, Lanxiang, is this your first visit to Jianyang City? With a tilt of her head. She pondered briefly before responding, I came here once as a child with my father, but after my mother's incident, I never returned. The mention of her mother brought a noticeable tremor to her voice, and the sunny smile that had graced her face moments ago faded away. Realizing that this had stirred painful memories for Li Lanxiang, Chen quickly offered words of comfort. Lanxiang, the past is behind us. It is essential for us to look forward and strive to live well in the present. That is what truly matters. Though she had managed to hold back her tears, Chen's soothing words unloosed a torrent of emotions, and her tears began to flow freely like pearls from a broken string. Chen, apprehensive at the sight of a girl in tears, felt somewhat flustered and hurried to wipe her tears away. Seeing Chen tenderly drying her tears, a glimmer of gratitude shone in Li Lanxiang's tear-filled eyes. She quickly wiped her face with the back of her hand and said, Master, I am fine. Please do not be embarrassed. That is a relief. Let us head into the city. With that, Chen turned and walked toward Jianyang City. Master, wait for me. Li Lanxiang quickly wiped her tears and ran after him. The girl's face, like the weather in June, transformed from tear-streaked to radiant with joy in an instant. At that moment, she resembled Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, filled with curiosity about everything she encountered. Master, look at how beautiful this jewelry is. Master, I want to eat candied hawthorn. Master, Watching Li Lanxiang bounce around like a child, Chen's mind drifted to the image of his younger sister, Inhe. The two of them are of similar age, both in the bloom of youth, and possess the innocence of children. If she were here at this moment, she would surely be as lively and charming as Lanxiang. I wonder, has she now returned to Sanjiabao and reunited with her mother? Just as Chen was lost in thoughts of Inha, a discordant sound suddenly pierced the air, jolting him back to reality. As he lifted his gaze, a scene unfolded before him that caused his expression to turn abruptly cold. Chapter 38. Remember, there is no next time. Are you blind? Can't you watch where you're going? A man clad in luxurious robes suddenly erupted in anger after being bumped into. Li Lanxiang, engrossed in her candied hawthorn, inadvertently collided with the oncoming individual. Immediately, she resembled a child who had misbehaved, hastily offering her apologies. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Upon noticing that the person who had collided with him was a stunningly beautiful and innocent young lady, the robed man's eyes gleamed with mischief. He clutched his chest, a wicked grin spreading across his face. My dear girl, you have shattered my heart. How will you compensate me for this? Being a simple country girl, Li Lanxiang had never encountered such a situation before, leaving her flustered and unsure of how to respond. She quickly scanned the surroundings in search of Chen. Master, Master. The robed man, observing Li Lanxiang's pitiful demeanor, felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. My dear, even if you call your master, it won't change a thing. Compensation is still required. How about this? Come home with me, soothe my heart, and share a few drinks. Then I shall let you go. What do you say? As he spoke, he attempted to reach out to caress Li Lanxiang's delicate visage. However, just as his hand began to rise, it was firmly seized by a powerful grip. The robed man turned to find a young man with striking features and an imposing presence, gazing at him with a sharp, icy stare. A flicker of trepidation coursed through him, but he mustered his courage and blustered. I am Pan Yong, the second son of the Pan family. Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Are you tired of living? Li Lanxiang's eyes brightened at the sight of the newcomer, and she quickly dashed to stand behind him, her voice tinged with distress. Master, I'm scared. Chen gently patted Li Lanxiang's small hand and reassured her. Don't be afraid, Lanxiang. With your master here, nothing will happen to you. Feeling the warmth radiating from Chen's hand, Li Lanxiang nodded vigorously, enveloped in a sense of security. Upon overhearing their exchange, the man introducing himself as Pan Yong scoffed mockingly. What master? More like a lover. Yet, before Pan Yong could finish his taunt, he was abruptly struck by a sharp pain in his mouth. Slap. Without a word, Chen delivered a resounding slap across his face. Did you eat something foul this morning? Clean up your mouth. Pan Yong could hardly fathom that someone dared to strike him, especially in public. The gazes of the onlookers, filled with curiosity and judgment, ignited a furious rage within him. He bellowed, "Do you know who my father is? How dare you hit me?" Chen regarded him with a sympathetic gaze and spoke deliberately. "I have no knowledge of who your father is, nor do I possess any interest in discovering that. If your curiosity is insatiable, I suggest you inquire with your mother. She should be well aware of his identity." Before Chen's words could fully resonate, the onlookers erupted into laughter. Pan Yong, feeling utterly humiliated, shouted in a fit of rage, "You have some nerve, kid." Chen nodded and replied, "I may lack many things, but I certainly have courage." He then pointed at Li Lanxiang and commanded, "Apologize to my disciple." Upon hearing Chen demand that he apologize to a girl in front of a crowd, Pan Yong immediately refused. "No way, I will not slap." Before Pan Yong could finish his protest, Chen delivered a resounding slap to the other side of his face. "Apologize. I slap. Slap. Slap." Chen unleashed a barrage of slaps upon Pan Yong's face. What was once a reasonably handsome visage now resembled that of a pig's head after enduring dozens of sharp blows. It was likely that even his own mother would struggle to believe this was the offspring she had borne. At that moment, Pan Yong's earlier bravado had vanished. With a tremulous voice, he pleaded, "Stop, please. I apologize, is that not enough?" "I'm sorry," Chen coldly retorted. "Have you not eaten? Speak louder." As he spoke, his hand poised to strike once more. Seeing this, Pan Yong, terrified, raised his voice. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I truly understand now." Li Lanxiang observed that Pan Yong had already received a severe lesson and said to Chen, "Master, I'm fine. Let us leave it at this." Chen nodded, his icy gaze fixed on Pan Yong like a drawn blade. "Remember, there will not be a next time. Should there be, it will not merely be a matter of a few slaps. I will ensure you witness your own demise, understand?" Pan Yong, visibly relieved, nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grain, indicating his understanding and assuring there would be no repeat of this incident. Subsequently, Chen seized Pan Yong as one would a chick and hurled him away. Pan Yong tumbled and scrambled several meters before he felt safe enough to regain his composure, only to start cursing furiously. "You wait, this isn't over, not over." Before he could finish his threat, fear gripped him and he dashed away like a rabbit, disappearing without a trace. It was evident that Pan Yong was the archetype of a spoiled bully, and among the crowd of spectators, many had likely fallen victim to his tyranny. Now witnessing his comeuppance, everyone was filled with excitement and applauded heartily. An elderly man, his beard entirely white, approached with a cane and inquired, "Young man, you appear unfamiliar. You are not from our Jianyang city, are you?" Chen nodded and replied, "Indeed. We are merely passing through." The elder stroked his beard, a look of realization dawning upon his face, and remarked, "No wonder." Chen asked, "Elder, what do you mean?" The elder, with a grave expression, cautioned, "Young man, the Pan family is a prominent clan in Jianyang City, possessing formidable power. That Pan Yong is a vengeful man who harbors grudges. Given the way you just reprimanded him, he certainly will not let this go unpunished. While the members of the Pan family have yet to arrive, it would be prudent for you to leave swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." Upon hearing the elder's words, Li Lanxiang immediately felt a pang of guilt. "Master, I am sorry. I have brought trouble upon you as soon as we entered the city." After speaking, she lowered her head in a pitiful manner, awaiting Chen's reprimand. Chapter 39. Wanbao Pavilion. Chen gently patted Li Lanxiang's small head, speaking in a tone filled with affection. "Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? They are merely a group of insignificant rascals, not worth worrying over. Come, let us head to the auction house." With that, Chen took Li Lanxiang by the hand and made their way toward the largest auction house in Jianyang City. Situated in the heart of the city, the auction house was easy to locate. After traversing 2 streets, they arrived at an imposing building that resembled a grand pavilion. On the sign above the entrance, 3 vigorous characters were inscribed in an elegant script, "Wanbao Pavilion." For guards stood sentinel at the entrance, their posture as steadfast as pines. Chen adjusted his attire and strode confidently inside with Li Lanxiang. The garments they wore had been prepared by Xian and were crafted from fine silk, exuding an air of opulence. Consequently, although the guards found Chen and Li Lanxiang unfamiliar, they refrained from obstructing their entry. Upon entering the hall, a middle-aged man of short stature yet sharp demeanor approached them briskly. "Esteemed young master, do you intend to consign treasures or purchase them?" he inquired. Chen replied, "I wish to consign treasures." He then produced 3 jade vials from his robes, arranging them carefully upon the table. The middle-aged man's expression transformed into one of intrigue as he gazed at the vials. "May I open them?" Chen nodded, gesturing for him to proceed. With Chen's permission, the middle-aged man gingerly lifted a vial and unscrewed the cap. As he did, a rich and fragrant aroma wafted into the air, causing him to perk up with interest. "Are these elixirs?" he asked, astonished. "Indeed, they are a first-grade dragon and tiger pill, a first-grade body refining pill, and a first-grade beauty pill." Upon hearing that the elixirs presented by Chen were all highly sought after, the man's demeanor shifted to one of excitement. The dragon and tiger pill can revitalize a frail individual in an instant and enhance the combat prowess of ancestral treasures. The beauty pill, as its name suggests, promises to preserve one's youthful appearance. While claims of eternal youth may be exaggerated, maintaining one's looks for a decade or two is certainly within reach. The first step to becoming a cultivator involves refining the body and cleansing the marrow, which makes the body refining pill exceedingly coveted. Particularly those of superior quality are rare and invaluable. Please wait a moment. I shall summon one of our alchemists to assess the quality of these elixirs. Chen nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, but let us not be kept waiting, as our time is precious. Rest assured, it will not take long. Please, allow us to serve you some tea." The middle-aged man hurried away, only to return shortly with an elderly gentleman whose hair was entirely white, yet whose demeanor was remarkably spry. The middle-aged man introduced, "Elder Bai, this is the young master who has brought these elixirs." After glancing at Chen, Elder Bai shifted his gaze towards the 3 vials of elixirs. In no time, his expression transformed from placid calmness to an unprecedented gravity. "Remarkable. Extraordinary. Indeed, exceptional. All 3 elixirs are of the highest caliber within the first tier." Upon hearing Elder Bai's words, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. Even though he had heard it with his own ears, he still found it hard to believe. Incredulously asking, "Elder Bai, what did you say? Are you implying that all 3 of these elixirs are of the utmost quality within the first tier?" Chapter 40. The meteorite from beyond the grades of elixirs are classified from 1 to 9, with the first grade being the least esteemed and the 9th grade the most superior. Within each grade, distinctions are made based on quality, further dividing them into inferior, medium, superior, and extraordinary categories. It is often said that a medicine contains a third of its poison, and elixirs, being a type of medicine, are not devoid of toxins. When consumed in moderation, they can confer substantial benefits, greatly enhancing one's cultivation efforts. However, excessive consumption can lead to adverse effects, including the peril of losing one's way in the pursuit of enlightenment. Moreover, many elixirs exhibit remarkable efficacy only upon initial consumption. Subsequent doses are either significantly less potent or may even prove detrimental. Thus, the quality of a single elixir is of utmost importance. In the marketplace, a high-quality elixir of the first grade may command a price exceeding that of ordinary second-grade elixirs. Consequently, when the shopkeeper heard the esteemed Elder Bai declare that these 3 elixirs were all extraordinary within the first grade, he was profoundly astonished. Elder Bai, concerned that his failing eyesight might lead to an error, re-evaluated the elixirs, and the result remained unchanged. They were indeed all extraordinary first-grade elixirs. Chen smiled slightly and inquired, "How much are these elixirs worth?" The middle-aged shopkeeper, brimming with enthusiasm, responded, "They are all extraordinary elixirs. Might I ask, dear sir, do you prefer payment in spirit stones or in silver?" Chen asked, "What is the price in spirit stones, and how about silver?" The shopkeeper exchanged a knowing glance with Elder Bai before replying, "If you prefer spirit stones, the Longhu Dan and the Xiandan are priced at 500 inferior spirit stones each, while the Tsuadi Dan is priced at 1,000 inferior spirit stones. To speak candidly, this price is neither exorbitant nor particularly low. After all, our Wanbao Pavilion is a chain establishment with branches in major cities across the Jiuzhou Continent, and we do not engage in one-time transactions. Therefore, we place great emphasis on repeat customers. If one were to deceive a customer, they would surely not return a second time. Moreover, should one inadvertently exploit a customer with significant connections, it could lead to unnecessary complications." Chen found the price acceptable and nodded in satisfaction. And what about the silver? How much could they fetch? The middle-aged shopkeeper pondered for a moment, then shook his head, saying, "That is more difficult to ascertain." Chen furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean by that?" The shopkeeper carefully selected his words, explaining, "It is rare for anyone to exchange such extraordinary elixirs for silver, making it challenging for us to provide an estimate. Young Master Yi, our Wanbao Pavilion is currently hosting an auction. These elixirs could be placed for bidding. What are your thoughts on this?" Chen nodded, saying, "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest." Seeing Chen's agreement, the middle-aged shopkeeper's face brightened with joy, and he promptly summoned a female attendant to escort Chen and his companions to the VIP room of the auction hall. After bidding farewell to Chen and Li Lanxiang, the middle-aged shopkeeper lowered his voice and inquired, "Old Bai, was that young Master Yi just now an alchemist?" Old Bai pondered for a moment before responding, "It's difficult to say. However, the fact that he could produce 3 exquisite elixirs for auction suggests that he undoubtedly possesses significant connections. We must treat him with utmost courtesy and facilitate his needs. Establishing a favorable relationship could yield unforeseen rewards for us." The middle-aged shopkeeper nodded repeatedly, affirming, "I understand. That's good to hear. Even if we cannot cultivate goodwill, we must ensure not to offend him. Otherwise," he trailed off, his tone growing noticeably colder. With a meaningful glance at the middle-aged shopkeeper, he flicked his sleeve and departed gracefully. The auction venue was vast, comparable in size to a sports stadium, comfortably accommodating several thousand attendees. Upon the elevated stage of the auction, where the lights converged, a stunning woman clad in a resplendent crimson robe was passionately presenting the auction items. Chen and Li Lanxiang, guided by a female attendant, found themselves in a relatively forward private box. Although the items being auctioned initially consisted of rare and precious goods, they held little allure for Chen. Thus, his attention was entirely captivated by the enchanting auctioneer. This was Li Lanxiang's first encounter with such grandeur, and she appeared quite exhilarated. Having grown more familiar with Chen, her demeanor became less reserved as she began to ask numerous questions like an inquisitive child. Initially, Chen patiently explained things to her. However, as her queries increasingly delved into areas beyond his expertise, he adopted an aloof demeanor, attempting to convey that such elementary questions were beneath him. Lanxiang maintained decorum while observing. Upon hearing Chen's words, Li Lanxiang's large, sparkling eyes widened in surprise. Maintain decorum while observing? What ball is there in this auction house? Leaning forward, she peered around in hopes of discovering the elusive ball Chen had mentioned. But to no avail. A girl with a strong thirst for knowledge, she hesitated to inquire further for fear of irritating Chen, and instead followed his gaze. It landed precisely on the graceful woman's alabaster neck. Realizing what her master meant by maintaining decorum, Li Lanxiang's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she murmured softly, "Master, you're being inappropriate." Though her voice was barely audible, it did not escape Chen's ears. He turned to glance at the now flustered Li Lanxiang, thinking to himself, "We haven't even begun, and you're already this shy. If I, the legendary driver of Autumn Ming Mountain, were to unleash my full power and race recklessly, you would surely feel the urge to find a crevice to hide in. My dear girl, where have I behaved improperly?" Just, indeed, it is improper," Li Lanxiang stammered in response. Seizing the moment when Chen turned his back, she playfully stuck out her tongue and made a cheeky face. The next item up for auction was a piece of divine iron, consigned by a mysterious figure who allegedly obtained it by chance on Longyin Mountain. This divine iron possessed an exceptionally hard quality, and after being assessed by several master craftsmen, it was suggested that it might be an ancient extraterrestrial meteorite. Should it be fashioned into a weapon, it could undoubtedly slice through iron as if it were mere mud, capable of cleaving mountains and redirecting rivers. The starting bid was set at 3,000 taels of silver. A captivating woman pointed to a tray and enthusiastically began her introduction. Upon hearing her description, many attendees expressed interest, eagerly craning their necks to catch a glimpse. However, when she unveiled the red cloth covering the tray, revealing the true appearance of the divine iron, disappointment washed over the crowd. Immediately, someone, with a look of disdain, remarked, "Isn't this just a piece of scrap metal? And it looks so unappealing. How can it be called divine iron? For this, 3,000 taels of silver? I wouldn't even bother to pick it up if it were lying on the street." Is your Wanbao pavilion truly out of treasures to auction, resorting to such worthless iron to fill the gaps? Chapter 41. Bidding for elixirs. As the guests engaged in animated discussions, the enchanting woman on stage displayed a hint of embarrassment. It must be said that this so-called divine iron was somewhat overrated. The treasures presented by others, even without special effects, would shimmer with ethereal light. And at the very least, they would possess a certain elegance. They certainly would not resemble this unsightly lump of dark iron. It is not only humans who judge by appearance. Even lifeless objects such as stones and iron pieces are subject to the same scrutiny. However, Chen found himself inexplicably intrigued by this unappealing hunk of iron. He could distinctly sense that the Seven Stars Dragon Abyss was responding in some manner. Could it be that this grotesque piece of iron was indeed a celestial meteorite? Seeing that no one else was interested in this divine iron, the enchanting woman declared the commencement of the next round of bidding. Noting the likelihood of this treasure going unsold, she wore a polite yet awkward smile. Just then, a magnetic voice rang out unexpectedly. 3,000 taels, I shall take it. The assembly was taken aback, their gazes shifting curiously to discover which affluent patron was willing to spend 3,000 taels of silver on what they perceived to be mere scrap metal. The enchanting woman cast a grateful glance towards Chen. She then surveyed the crowd and called out, "This gentleman has bid 3,000 taels. Is there anyone who wishes to raise the stakes?" After a brief pause, and upon ascertaining that no further bids were forthcoming, she picked up a small hammer and struck the wooden table before her with vigor. 3,000 taels sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the divine iron. At that moment, the middle-aged shopkeeper who had attended to Chen hurried onto the stage and whispered something into the enchanting woman's ear. After nodding in acknowledgement, she turned to the audience with a charming smile and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me a moment of your attention. Our esteemed shopkeeper has just received a new treasure that I believe will pique your interest." Before she could finish her sentence, someone from the crowd shouted, "What treasure? Please don't try to bamboozle us with more scrap. Indeed, it would take a remarkable item to capture my interest. I hope you won't disappoint me this time. Otherwise, I may never return to your Wanbao pavilion." The enchanting woman, a skilled mistress of atmosphere, had successfully stirred excitement in the auction house with her mere hint of suspense. Once the mood was sufficiently heightened, she cheerfully announced, "This round of bidding features elixirs." With a graceful wave of her slender, fair hand, 3 exquisitely dressed female attendants entered, each carrying a tray. Upon each tray rested a white porcelain vial. The 3 elixirs presented were the Dragon Tiger elixir, the youth-enhancing elixir, and the body-refining elixir, all of which had been personally appraised by Elder Bai and deemed to be exceptional among first-grade elixirs. The enchanting woman's words instantly enveloped the entire auction hall in a profound silence. The elixir, a coveted rarity capable of inciting fervent desire, had many willing to part with their fortunes for a single pill. Such an exquisite specimen, a pinnacle among first-class elixirs, was an unparalleled treasure. Within the vast assembly of over 1,000 attendees, predominantly affluent and esteemed individuals, it is noteworthy that at least half had never laid eyes upon a superior elixir, much less 3 at once. Observing the eager bidders, necks craned and eyes ablaze with insatiable greed, the alluring woman smiled and commenced her introduction. The first item up for bid was the Dragon Tiger pill, renowned for revitalizing the most depleted individuals in an instant. Moreover, it boasted remarkable efficacy in enhancing intimate relations between men and women. The starting bid was set at 30,000 taels of silver, with increments no less than 1,000 taels. As she concluded her announcement, a tantalizing blush adorned her cheeks, inciting many men present to indulge in fanciful thoughts. "I bid 31,000 taels." Before the alluring woman could finish her sentence, a wealthy merchant initiated the bidding. 32,000 taels. Swiftly followed from another participant. 35,000 taels. 40,000 taels. "Master Wang, you are neither a warrior nor a cultivator. What need do you have for the Dragon Tiger pill? Surely, it cannot be to satisfy your lady wife," retorted a man named Wang, his face flushed with indignation. "Mr. Li, you are no different. Let us not mock our elder brother." 45,000 taels. 50,000 taels. Seeing Master Wang's unwavering determination, Mr. Li graciously withdrew from the bidding, offering a respectful nod as he declared, "Master Wang, this elixir is yours. May your nights be invigorating." Master Wang, though slightly embarrassed, stood and returned the gesture. "Thank you, brotherly, for your generosity." The starting bid for the rejuvenation pill was also 30,000 taels. It was rumored that this elixir could preserve one's youthful appearance for at least 20 years, causing the socialites and noblewomen to become utterly frenzied. The bidding escalated far more fervently than for the Dragon Tiger pill. Within just 5 minutes, the price soared beyond 100,000 taels. By the 10-minute mark, it reached an astonishing 200,000 taels, ultimately securing a price of 350,000 taels when won by the city lord's wife. Witnessing such intense competition, even Chen could not help but marvel. Indeed, it appeared that, regardless of time or place, the business of women remained the most lucrative. Identical quality elixirs could command a staggering 7-fold price difference, solely based on their target clientele. The grand finale of the auction featured the body refinement pill, starting at a bid of 100,000 taels. While its target demographic may not be as expansive as that of the Dragon Tiger or rejuvenation pills, it nonetheless promised to be a prized possession. However, these clients are undoubtedly formidable individuals. After all, the body refinement pill is primarily intended for practitioners. The 4 essential elements of cultivation are wealth, companionship, methods, and environment. Without a certain material foundation, it is exceedingly challenging to pursue the path of enlightenment. As the sage once proclaimed, without wealth, one cannot sustain the way. 111,000 taels. The bidding price for the body refinement pill was just announced, and already someone began to place a bid. Moreover, each increment was a staggering 10,000 taels, 120,000 taels, 150,000 taels. Esteemed guests, I implore you to grant this humble song a favor. I assure you, I shall repay it handsomely in the future. 200,000 taels. Hehe, Song Dutu. Do you truly believe that your 200,000 taels can secure a premium body refinement pill? That seems rather too modest, does it not? I bid 250,000 taels, 300,000 taels, 500,000 taels. Although the number of participants in the bidding for the body refinement pill is far fewer than that for the youth-preserving pill and the Dragon Tiger pill, the competition is exceptionally fierce. When someone announced a bid of 500,000 taels, the entire auction hall fell into a profound silence. After all, the annual expenses to support a family of 3 amount to merely 5 taels. 500,000 taels could sustain 30,000 individuals for an entire year. In the entire Zhenyang city, those capable of producing 500,000 taels in liquid assets at once number no more than a handful. At this moment, Li Lanxiang was utterly astonished. If her memory served her correctly, just 2 days prior, her master had utilized a body refinement pill for her. That was a sum of 500,000 taels. The mere thought of it caused her delicate frame to tremble slightly. Upon hearing the bid of 500,000 taels, Yi Chun's expression also reflected a hint of astonishment. It was not the figure of 500,000 taels that surprised him. Rather, he found the voice of the bidder, a woman, to be somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. Chapter 42. Narrow Paths of Enemies. Yi Chen leaned forward to observe. Although the distance was considerable, he had cultivated the heart-pupil secret technique. With his current prowess, he could perceive even the minutest details from afar, be it a living person or a mere fly. Before him stood a woman whose very essence radiated seduction, exuding an alluring charm that was captivating and enchanting. It seemed she sensed a gaze upon her, instinctively glancing back. Their eyes met. It was indeed her. This woman failed to recognize Yi Chen. However, he discerned her identity immediately. She was the actress who had engaged in a clandestine affair with a rugged man in the graveyard. What a delightful coincidence to encounter her here. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced Yi Chen's lips. Beside him, Li Lanxiang observed his lingering gaze on another beauty, her own mouth curling into a smirk of intrigue. Being perceptive, she quickly noted the similarities between the two women. First, they exuded an irresistible allure, possessing what the villagers would call enchanting eyes that could ensnare any man. Second, they were generously endowed. Regarding the first point, Li Lanxiang felt disdain. However, for the second, envy welled within her. She lowered her head to glance at her modest curves, pouting slightly. I am still young. I shall grow. As Li Lanxiang consoled herself with such thoughts, the final body-refining pill was claimed by the alluring woman for the exorbitant price of 500,000 taels of silver. Congratulations to Miss Pan Rong for acquiring the body-refining pill. This auction has concluded successfully. We hope to see you all again next month. After this announcement, the enchanting woman on the stage bowed deeply. Clad in a plunging neckline, her graceful bow revealed tantalizing glimpses of her porcelain skin, causing many men to gaze in awe, their mouths watering. Master, the auction has ended. We should take our leave, Li Lanxiang remarked, feeling a tinge of sourness akin to having bitten into a lemon, as Yi Chun continued to stare unabashedly. All right, Yi Chun replied, redirecting his attention and adopting a serious demeanor as he proceeded toward the auction's backstage. Young Master Yi, welcome. The middle-aged manager greeted him warmly upon his arrival. Yi Chun nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he presented a stack of silver notes. Young Master Yi, your 3 pills fetched a total of 900,000 taels. According to the regulations of our Wanbao Pavilion, we charge a 10% service fee, amounting to 810,000 taels. Please verify the amount. Upon hearing the hefty service fee of 10%, Yi Chun couldn't help but feel a wave of discontent. Truly, there is no commerce without cunning. Just like that, a 10% profit was made, swifter than outright robbery. However, Yi Chun chose not to elaborate on the matter. After all, this was the profession of the middle-aged shopkeeper, and his livelihood depended on it. He casually accepted the banknote, expressing his gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." Observing Yi Chun's good spirits, the shopkeeper donned a beaming smile, saying, Young Master Yi, you recently bid on a piece of divine iron. As a personal gesture, I shall waive the fee for you. Consider this divine iron as a token of our first meeting. I sincerely hope that should you require any elixirs or other treasures for consignment in the future, you might think of me. If you seek any particular items, I can assist in gathering them at the most competitive prices in the industry. Hearing this, Yi Chun did not refuse. After all, there would undoubtedly be times when he needed money. The rather lackluster treasures awarded through the system's daily sign-in could be consigned here in exchange for silver or spirit stones, which sounded like a splendid option. Very well, I graciously accept. With this thought in mind, Yi Chun inclined his hand in acknowledgement of the shopkeeper's goodwill. The middle-aged shopkeeper, initially concerned that Yi Chun might find the 3,000 taels unworthy, was elated upon receiving his acceptance. Indeed, at present, Yi Chun regarded 3,000 taels with indifference. However, he placed considerable importance on the piece of celestial meteorite that resonated with the 7 stars dragon abyss. Shopkeeper Chen, if anyone else wishes to consign divine iron, please reserve it for me. The price is certainly not an issue. I intend to utilize these materials to forge a longsword. The shopkeeper nodded vigorously, pledging with confidence, absolutely. I assure you. Just as Yi Chun was preparing to take his leave, the enchanting woman overseeing the auction entered, accompanied by a man and a woman. The man was unfamiliar, though rather handsome, likely possessing half of Yi Chun's striking looks. The woman, however, was none other than Pan Rong, the one who had previously secured the body refinement pill. Both the enchanting woman and Pan Rong could not help but cast lingering glances at Yi Chun as they passed by. The handsome man turned his gaze back, but it was not directed at Yi Chun. Rather, it was fixed upon Li Lanxiang. He was a flirtatious individual by nature, and upon seeing a beautiful woman, he was irresistibly drawn, determined to win her over by any means necessary. The pure and innocent beauty of Li Lanxiang, having just blossomed, truly captivated his attention. After exiting the grand hall of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, dusk had already settled. Yi Chun and his companions had yet to attend to their business of purchasing grain and other essentials. Thus, they decided to stay the night in the city, intending to complete their errands the following day. However, en route to the inn, they unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. This familiar face was none other than Pan Yong, who had recently received a severe reprimand from Yi Chun for his disrespectful words. After being beaten into a pulp by Yi Chun, Pan Yong's anger had only grown, prompting him to seek out his sister Pan Rong and his second senior brother Dong Minqing to exact revenge on Yi Chun. Little did he know, before he could find his sister, he would once again cross paths with the formidable Yi Chun. Their eyes met, confirming their recognition. He was not someone to be trifled with. Pan Yong initially intended to circumvent the encounter, but was abruptly halted by Yi Chun's commanding voice. Stop! Pan Yong trembled with fear, inwardly lamenting his misfortune, and instinctively shielded his already swollen face. Please, I beg you, no more slaps. Yi Chun smirked coldly and replied, Rest assured, I won't strike your face this time. I merely wish to inquire about something. Upon hearing that Yi Chen would not harm him, Pan Yong sighed in relief, and, with a face full of ingratiation, stammered, "What do you wish to ask?" Yi Chen inquired, "Where is the largest inn in Jianyang City?" Pan Yong was momentarily taken aback by the simplicity of the question. Yi Chen shot him a frosty glance and pressed, "Do you not know? Or are you unwilling to tell me?" Pan Yong shivered and hastily answered, I know. Just past the street ahead, there is the Duel Inn. It is the largest one in Jianyang City." Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly, and said, "Good. You may leave." Relieved by Yi Chen's dismissal, Pan Yong was about to flee when he suddenly heard Yi Chen's icy voice again. "When I say leave, I mean roll, not run or walk. Do you not comprehend human speech?" Pan Yong trembled in fear, but recalling Yi Chen's brutality, he complied and curled his body into a ball, rolling away in plain view of the crowd. The onlookers erupted in laughter at the absurdity of the scene. Pan Yong rolled several meters and ended up at the feet of a man and woman who had just exited the Wanbao Pavilion, Dong Minqing and Pan Rong. Dong Minqing, still lost in thoughts of Li Lanxiang's innocent charm, found the sight of a rolling ball obstructing his path rather distasteful and kicked it in annoyance. "What a wretched creature! Daring to block my way!" A shrill scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, resonated throughout the street. Upon hearing the cry, Pan Rong furrowed her brows slightly and remarked, "That voice sounds oddly familiar. It resembles my brother Pan Yong." Dong Minqing paused, skeptical, and replied, "No way. How could Pan Yong possibly be rolling on the ground like a dog?" Just then, Pan Yong, extending his hand with a whimper, called out to Pan Rong, "Sister, help me." At that moment, Pan Rong was certain that the pitiful figure resembling a meatball was indeed her brother Pan Yong. "Pan Yong, what on earth happened? Who has done this to you?" Pan Yong had already prepared his fabricated tale and exaggerated the events. After listening to Pan Yong's account, both Pan Rong and Dong Minqing were filled with indignation. How dare they bully him like this? Do they think the Pan family is easy to push around? Pan Yong turned around and pointed in the direction where Yi Chen and Li Lanxiang had departed, his voice tinged with sorrow as he lamented, "They have gone to the Duel Inn." Chapter 43. A single strike sends him flying. Duel Inn, the most bustling hotel in Jianyang City, is reputed to be part of a chain, with branches established in every major city. Upon entering, Yi Chen and Li Lanxiang were warmly greeted by an astute and capable innkeeper. "Welcome, distinguished guests. Will you be dining or seeking accommodation?" Yi Chen replied, "We require lodging. 2 rooms, please." The innkeeper, with a face full of regret, responded, "I sincerely apologize, esteemed guest, but we only have 1 room remaining." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen cast a glance at Lanxiang. She was gazing at him with her large, watery eyes, seemingly captivated. However, when their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze, her delicate fingers intertwining nervously as she pondered her thoughts. "Then we shall take 1 room," Yi Chen declared. "Very well, esteemed guest. Here is your room key. It is located on the 2nd floor, to the right." The innkeeper handed Yi Chen a wooden plaque, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he glanced between him and Li Lanxiang. Thinking about sharing a room with Yi Chen that evening made Li Lanxiang's demeanor somewhat awkward. Her charming face flushed a deep crimson, her ears radiating warmth. Yet, beneath her shyness lay an inexplicable thrill that she could not quite articulate. Just as Yi Chen and Li Lanxiang were about to ascend the stairs, a familiar voice suddenly reached their ears. "Sister, brother Dongmen, it was he who has reduced me to this state. You must seek justice for me." Upon hearing this voice, Yi Chen turned to see none other than the battered Pan Yong, followed closely by Pan Rong and Dong Minqing. "It's you?" Pan Rong and Dong Minqing were utterly astonished to encounter Yi Chen so swiftly and in such a manner once again. "On what grounds do you strike my brother? You will provide me with an explanation today, or this matter will not be resolved." Pan Rong, enraged and flustered, pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Chen, her agitation causing her throat to pulse with emotion. Yi Chen smirked coldly and replied, "Simply because he deserved it. Is that explanation sufficient?" At his words, Pan Rong, Dong Minqing, and the others were consumed by fury. They had encountered arrogance before, but Yi Chen's audacity was unprecedented. "You seek death." Pan Rong, seething with rage, drew her sword and lunged at Yi Chen. Her cultivation was comparable to Yi Chen's current level, having just established her foundation, though their skills were on par. Given Yi Chen's current combat prowess, he could easily handle her with just one hand. Therefore, when Pan Rong attacked, Yi Chen did not even feel the need to unsheath his sword. He simply blocked her strike with the scabbard. As Pan Rong realized her thrust had missed, she attempted to change her tactics. However, before she could react, Yi Chen flashed her a smile, devoid of any tenderness, and struck with a sudden, forceful palm. This blow was both simple and brutal, landing precisely beneath Pan Rong's fair neck, instantly flattening the ball. Immediately, Pan Rong's entire body soared backward like a kite severed from its string. Junior sister, Dong Minqing could hardly believe that at such a tender age, Yi Chen possessed such terrifying combat prowess. In a mere encounter, he had sent his junior sister, who had already advanced to the foundation establishment stage, flying. He swiftly spun in midair and caught Pan Rong before she could fall. Junior sister, are you all right? Pan Rong glanced down at her snow-white neck, grinding her teeth in frustration. How infuriating. Dong Minqing, avenge me. Seeing Yi Chen's decisive strike, Dong Minqing felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet, with so many witnesses present, if he refrained from intervening, others might perceive him as cowardly, tarnishing his reputation. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he swiftly drew his sword, striking towards Yi Chen with the speed of lightning. In comparison to Pan Rong, Dong Minqing's swordplay boasted superior speed and strength, likely indicative of his cultivation at the third level of foundation establishment. However, in Yi Chen's eyes, it was still utterly futile. Yi Chen employed the same technique once more, delivering a powerful palm strike, simple and unadorned, without a hint of hesitation. The fierce force of his palms surged forth like a violent tempest, colliding with the sword in midair. Sparks erupted, scattering like fleeting stars in the wind. After the impact, Yi Chen remained firmly rooted in place, unyielding, while Dong Minqing was forced to stagger backward, unable to maintain his stance. Although he was not sent flying like Pan Rong, the disparity in their cultivation levels was unmistakable. Yi Chen flexed his palm and stated, "You are no match for me. Best return whence you came, lest you seek unnecessary suffering. Not my match. Then what about me?" Before Yi Chen could finish his words, a penetrating voice erupted from outside the inn. Hearing this voice, even Yi Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow, fixing his gaze intently on the newcomer. Pan Rong and Pan Yong, upon seeing the arrival, both appeared exceedingly exhilarated. Senior brother. Chapter 44. Wang Jian, a figure clad in black, approached. Though not as handsome as Dong Minqing, he was by no means unattractive. Particularly striking were his eyes, sharp and focused, reminiscent of a blade poised to be unsheathed, exuding an intimidating presence. Uncertain whether from guilt or another reason, Dong Minqing dared not meet the stranger's gaze, bowing his head respectfully as he stepped forward to pay his respects. "I have the honor of meeting senior brother Wan." The first brother was named Wang Jian, and he lived up to his name, dedicating his life to the art of the sword. He displayed an indifference to all people and matters outside of his singular passion. In his world, the way of the sword reigned supreme. Wealth, beauty, and worldly treasures were mere illusions, distractions that could only hinder his swiftness in drawing his blade. It was precisely this aloofness that drove his fiancée, Pan Rong, to seek solace in the company of Dong Minqing. Wang Jian offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. His gaze flickered downward, momentarily scrutinizing the delicate expanse of Pan Rong's neck, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet, he chose not to utter any words of comfort, instead redirecting his piercing gaze toward Yi Chen. "I am Wang Jian, here to seek your esteemed guidance." Wang Jian's reputation was substantial throughout Jianyang City. As his voice resonated, patrons in the inn and onlookers nearby paused to observe the unfolding scene. This was Wang Jian, the foremost prodigy of swordsmanship in Jianyang City, known for his reclusive nature and relentless dedication to honing his craft. Who would have thought to witness his prowess here today? "Tell me," one bystander mused, "who do you think would prevail, Wang Jian or that Yi Chen?" Before the question could settle, a companion regarded him with a look of incredulity. "Is that even a question? It is undoubtedly Wang Jian. He is the pride of Jianyang City, rumored to have slain a third-tier demon beast and faced a half-step golden core opponent without defeat. Is it true? I heard Wang Jian is merely at the 5th level of foundation establishment, yet he can vanquish third-tier beasts and hold his ground against half-step golden core foes. That is astonishing. Thus, Yi Chen is destined to lose. Just wait and see. If you doubt it, We can wager, within 10 exchanges, Wang Jian will have bested Yi Chen. Huh, are you underestimating someone? Though Yi Chen is also a prodigy, he is only at the first level of foundation establishment. In matches of equal realms, who has witnessed Wang Jian ever needing a second strike? His rhetorical question hung in the air, met with a silence that spoke volumes. No one dared to voice dissent. Upon realizing that the newcomer was Pan Rong's senior brother, Wang Jian, Yi Chen could not help but furrow his brow. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of pity directed toward him. Wang Jian, unprepared for such a gaze from Yi Chen, found himself perplexed, ignited by an unnamed rage. I am Wang Jian. Please, enlighten me. With a voice brimming with fury, Wang Jian let out a roar. Without uttering any further words, he swiftly lunged forward, his movements akin to a soaring dragon, striking towards Yi Chen with a powerful palm. At that moment, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on his opponent's figure. On the surface, the opponent's cultivation appeared to be merely at the 5th level of foundation establishment, far inferior to Zhang Dongpeng and Yi Boyang. Yet, the sense of pressure he exuded surpassed that of the two. It was evident that this individual was far from ordinary. Upon recognizing this, Yi Chen felt no trepidation. Instead, the brilliance of his star-like eyes ignited with fervent flames. This was fortuitous. Yi Chen subtly channeled his true essence, gathering all his spiritual energy into the palm of his hand. Boom! The two young prodigies clashed their palms across the void, creating a tempestuous vortex that surged outward from their joined hands. The nearby onlookers felt as though knives were striking their faces. After a tense 3 seconds, Yi Chen and Wang Jian retreated simultaneously. This round ended in a stalemate. Master, are you all right? Li Lanxiang inquired hurriedly as she saw Yi Chen being pushed back. Yi Chen waved his hand and replied, I am fine, Lanxiang, please step back. After a moment's hesitation, she obediently retreated a couple of steps. Her current cultivation was too weak to be of any assistance and could potentially distract her master, hindering him further. Yi Chen's strength was impressive as he managed to withstand Wang Jian's palm without defeat. Observing the first round, the spectators displayed expressions of astonishment. The man who had confidently asserted that Wang Jian could defeat his opponent in one strike within the same realm now appeared utterly flabbergasted. Clearly, this outcome exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, he stubbornly insisted, What are you all so anxious about? That was merely a probing attack. Besides, Wang Jian excels in swordplay. He hasn't even drawn his sword yet. Once he does, will Yi Chen still be standing here unscathed? The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his words. Indeed, Wang Jian's previous strike had been exploratory in nature. Yet, even so, few could withstand such a blow within the same realm. To their utmost surprise, the youthful Yi Chen, who looked considerably younger and less experienced, had endured it. Moreover, he seemed remarkably at ease. Your skills are impressive. Might I challenge you to a duel? Although Wang Jian's tone was interrogative, his hand was already resting upon the hilt of his sword, poised to draw it at any moment. A duel? Upon hearing this phrase, Yi Chen felt an odd sensation. Why must they duel with swords? After a moment of silent contemplation, Yi Chen noticed that all the onlookers were fixated on him. He promptly responded with remarkable confidence. If we are to compete, then let us do so. What is there to fear? Following his declaration, neither party uttered another word, their gazes locking in a silent duel. In that fleeting instant, it seemed as though the entire universe revolved solely around the two of them. The surrounding spectators were equally captivated, feeling the overwhelming aura of formidable sword intent emanating from the two young prodigies. They held their breath, straining their necks and widening their eyes, eager to witness the thrilling confrontation between these two exceptional talents. Chapter 45. The Art of Deception. Suddenly, the night breeze surged forth, causing the sign hanging from the rafters to rattle audibly. As this gust swept through the doors and windows, it brushed against the faces of Yi Chen and Wang Jian, lifting the corners of their hair. In that very instant, both combatants sprang into action almost simultaneously. With a swift motion, Wang Jian unsheathed his sword first, resembling a startled phoenix as he charged towards Yi Chen with the ferocity of a tempest. Yi Chen quickly activated his heart-eye secret technique, his pupils narrowing slightly as he concentrated a radiant gleam, fixating intently on the tip of Wang Jian's sword. Come forth. At the beckoning of its master, the 7 stars dragon abyss materialized out of thin air, positioning itself before Yi Chen. With a resounding clash, Yi Chen drew his sword in a reverse motion, its ringing echoing like a dragon's roar. The tip of his sword glinted with a chilling light, reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the sea, surging forward with unbridled momentum. The blades met with a thunderous crash, sending forth countless sparks that illuminated the faces of both combatants in a flickering dance of light and shadow. Following this exchange, their figures transformed into arcs, swiftly brushing past each other. After creating a distance of several meters, they pivoted once more, their fierce gazes colliding across the void before they charged at one another again. This time, it was Wan Jiani who launched the assault, his dark eyes suddenly fixed with intensity as his resplendent sword transformed into a tempest, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. In the blink of an eye, he had executed a staggering 81 strikes. The sound of shattering silver vases and the clamor of cavalry echoed through the air, creating an atmosphere charged with the clangor of metal and the ferocity of battle. Witnessing Wan Jiani's formidable sword intent, even Yi Chen felt a jolt of astonishment. Yet, instead of succumbing to panic, an unprecedented exhilaration surged within his deep, luminous eyes. Given his comprehension of the sword path, he estimated his chances of withstanding Wan Jiani's onslaught to be less than 30%. The wisest course, therefore, was to evade the sharp edge and seek an opportune moment to counter. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen hesitated not for a moment. As Wan Jiani's sword intent bore down upon him, he immediately activated the nine-dragon sky-treading step, arms outstretched like a white crane taking flight, retreating in an astonishing arc to narrowly evade the lethal strike. Wan Jiani was utterly unprepared for Yi Chen's remarkable agility. The calmness that typically characterized his gaze was momentarily replaced with a flicker of shock. In a duel between masters, distraction is the gravest sin. Even a fleeting moment can determine victory or death. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Yi Chen executed a Thomas spin mid-air, swiftly advancing with his sword. As he struck, his figure danced in harmony with the blade, merging into a singular, tempestuous vortex of sword energy. In that urgent moment, it was as if a torrential downpour had descended upon a grove of palms. As the duel unfolded with a gentle grace, it resembled pearls cascading upon a jade plate. The intricate exchanges were so dense that they rendered one defenseless. Wan Jiani could scarcely anticipate the profound mastery that Yi Chen possessed in the art of swordsmanship. In a moment of haste, he wielded his sword to parry, narrowly avoiding vital strikes. Yet he still suffered an injury from Yi Chen's sword intent, leaving a gory gash upon his shoulder. Yi Chen, however, refrained from pressing his advantage, choosing instead to withdraw his sword, recognizing that there was no deep-seated animosity between them, thus deeming it unnecessary to be excessively ruthless. He then inclined his hand in a gesture of respect towards Wan Jiani, adorned with a serene smile, and remarked, "I concede." The gravity of Wan Jiani's expression was palpable as he felt the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitch. Casting a glance at the wound upon his shoulder before lamenting, "I have lost." The spectators, who had been captivated by the brilliance of Wan Jiani's swordsmanship, were left utterly astonished by his admission of defeat, a reality that seemed almost unfathomable. Even as they witnessed it firsthand, disbelief clouded their senses. This was especially true for the siblings Pan Yong and Pan Rong, along with Dong Minqing. Although they harbored no fondness for Wan Jiani, they could not help but admire his extraordinary talent and swordsmanship. The thought that their undefeated idol would falter in such a manner was beyond their wildest imaginations. When Yi Chen's gaze swept in their direction, Pan Yong shuddered involuntarily, instinctively retracting his head, resembling a mouse caught in the presence of a cat. Heavens! Did I hear that correctly? Wan Jiani has conceded? Who exactly is this Yi Chen? To possess such formidable prowess at such a tender age is truly astonishing. Following a profound silence, the gathered spectators began to converse in small clusters. Three figures, upon catching sight of Yi Chen's true identity, instinctively recoiled in fear. Exchanging furtive glances, they retreated to a secluded corner before daring to speak. The first, a slender youth, broke the silence. Elder 3. That person appears to be Yi Chen from the Yi family. The portly companion chimed in. When did Yi Chen's strength become so formidable? The third elder, marked by a dark mole at the corner of his mouth, cast a scornful glance at them. Is that even a question? Clearly, Yi Chen must have acquired the legacy of some powerful being, propelling his cultivation to meteoric heights. As he spoke of this legacy, A glint of avarice sparkled in the elder's narrowed eyes. The slender youth interrupted the elder's grandiose daydream. Elder 3, even our family head, with such formidable strength, is no match for Yi Chen. We are hardly worthy opponents. I suggest we retreat. The elder shot them a disdainful look, his sarcasm cutting through the air. Return? How can we possibly go back now? The master of the house, the elder, and the second elder have all perished at the hands of Yi Chen. How can we still find a foothold in Shuanglin City? Besides, there is no need for us to take action ourselves to eliminate Yi Chen. Upon hearing the words of the third elder, both the plump and thin men were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances and simultaneously inquired, "Third elder, do you have a plan?" The third elder feigned profundity, dipping his fingertip into the wine and inscribing for characters on the table. The plump and thin men leaned in to take a look. Using a knife to kill. The third elder stroked his goatee and remarked, "Indeed, it is using a knife to kill." At this point, he cast a sidelong glance at Wang Jiani and his companions, lowering his voice to add, "These individuals are disciples of Pan Tong from Panjiayuan. Pan Tong has reached the threshold of the golden core stage, but has remained stagnant in this realm for over a decade. Unless he encounters a significant opportunity, it is unlikely he will ever break through this bottleneck and form a genuine golden core. If Pan Tong were to discover that Yi Chen possesses the mysterious legacy of a certain powerful being, what do you think he would do?" After hearing the third elder's words, the plump and thin men exchanged glances once more, both giving a thumbs up and praising, "Third elder, you truly are the strategist of our Zhang family. This tactic of using a knife to kill is brilliant. As long as we eliminate Yi Chen and achieve such great merit, the position of the next head of the Zhang family will undoubtedly belong to you." Amidst the endless flattery, the third elder's face lit up with pride. This matter should not be delayed. We must pay a visit to Panjiayuan and meet with the head of the Pan family at once. Chapter 46. The invitation from Wang Jiani. Upon hearing the discussions among the onlookers, a proud smile graced Li Chen's lips as he ascended the stairs alongside Lan Xiang. "Wait." Suddenly, Wang Jiani's voice resonated behind them. Yi Chen halted in his tracks. Without turning around, he inquired, "What? Do you wish to fight again?" Wang Jiani shook his head and replied, "At present, my mastery in the sword arts does not match yours. However, I assert that in the future, I shall undoubtedly surpass you." Whether it was a lack of confidence or something else, he repeated the word undoubtedly with emphasis. Yi Chen turned to him with a smile, saying, "Then let us await the day when your prowess in swordsmanship exceeds mine." Wang Jiani opened his mouth, intending to say something, but the words felt insipid, and he swallowed them back. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, "In 3 days, I will be wed to my junior sister, Pan Rong. Might I have the honor of your presence?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt an unusual sensation, as if green light was emanating from his head. Wang Jiani, sensing Yi Chen's peculiar gaze, felt an inexplicable unease. He maintained a serious expression and stated, "I mean no offense. I merely wish to forge a friendship with you. If you decline, then so be it. Consider it as if I never spoke. Farewell." With that, he turned to leave. Yi Chen, appreciating Wang Jiani's demeanor, called out to his retreating figure, "You misunderstand. That was not my intent. Since it is a celebratory feast, I shall attend even without your invitation." Delighted by Yi Chen's acceptance, Wang Jiani exclaimed, "Excellent. In 3 days, I shall await your esteemed presence at Pan's Garden." Pan's Garden, a place with which he was familiar. In his past life, his workplace was near Pan's Garden. Never did he expect that such a place would exist in the Jiuzhou Continent. He resolved to explore it in the coming days. As for Wang Jiani, the truth of the matter remained undisclosed for now. Yi Chen did not intend to reveal it. Firstly, they had only just met, and their bond was still shallow. Secondly, he lacked substantial evidence. Speaking prematurely could lead to misunderstandings and the perception of gossip. Lastly, he wished to utilize this incident to craft a splendid narrative. "Master, you are truly remarkable." After Wang Jiani departed, Li Lanxiang clasped her hands over her heart. Her expression filled with admiration. Yi Chen playfully tapped her on the head, saying, "Cease your flattery. Let us return to our chamber." At this, a myriad of strange thoughts flitted through Li Lanxiang's mind, causing her cheeks to flush. With a determined bite of her lip, she quickly followed him. The room they entered was spacious, yet its furnishings were quite simple. A table, 2 chairs, and a large bed. For some inexplicable reason, whenever Li Lanxiang gazed upon that grand bed, She felt an unusual warmth flush her cheeks, and peculiar thoughts would invade her mind. Chen observed Li Lanxiang's bewildered expression and casually inquired, "Lanxiang, what troubles you?" "And nothing." Li Lanxiang instantly shook her head vigorously, as if trying to dispel her thoughts. After a moment, she blushed again and hesitantly asked, "Master, there is only one bed in this room. How shall we manage to sleep?" Chapter 47. A confused breakthrough. Chen was taken aback to discover a delicate blush adorning Li Lanxiang's cheeks. A mischievous smile crept upon his lips as he playfully sought to tease his naive disciple. How else could they sleep? Naturally, they would share the bed. Oh, share the bed. Although Li Lanxiang had mentally prepared herself for this moment, hearing Chen utter it aloud left her utterly flustered. With a roguish grin, Chen remarked, "Lanxiang, have you never heard this saying?" Li Lanxiang's eyes widened in surprise as she inquired, "What saying?" Chen deliberately cleared his throat and declared, "If you wish to learn, first sleep with your master, Li Lanxiang." Noticing the rosy hue of Lanxiang's exquisitely sculpted face, her ears flushed with warmth. Chen chuckled, "I was merely teasing you. Look at how frightened you are. Tonight, you shall sleep on the bed." Upon hearing this, Li Lanxiang gently patted her chest, a look of relief washing over her. However, beneath that relief lay a peculiar sense of disappointment. "Master, where will you sleep?" Chen pointed to the floor and replied, "Where else? I shall sleep on the ground." Hearing this, Li Lanxiang felt a pang of guilt and quickly insisted, "Master, you should take the bed. I will sleep on the floor." Chen, touched by Lanxiang's thoughtfulness, was reminded of his sister, Yinha. He gently patted Li Lanxiang's small head and said, "Silly girl, how could I, a grown man, allow you, a young girl, to sleep on the floor?" Li Lanxiang felt a wave of emotion upon hearing his words. She bit her lip, contemplating inviting Chen to join her on the bed. Yet, as she opened her mouth to speak, he interrupted, "Lanxiang, after a long day, it's best to rest early." With that, Chen settled into a meditative posture, akin to a venerable monk in deep concentration, entering a state of cultivation. Seeing this, Li Lanxiang swallowed her words and, like a docile kitten, nodded obediently. Subsequently, she lifted the covers and lay down, but she did not close her eyes to sleep. Instead, she lay on her side, stealing glances at Chen's profile. How fortunate she felt to have encountered such a wonderful master. Lost in her thoughts, Li Lanxiang soon drifted into a sweet slumber. At that moment, Chen was diligently practicing the eternal life technique, nourishing his meridians and restoring his spiritual and physical strength to its peak condition. After completing a full cycle of 36 heavenly rotations, he sensed the spiritual energy within his dantian surging and boiling, as if it were about to burst forth. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light appeared. This was a sign of breakthrough. He was ascending to the second level of the foundation establishment realm. Had he truly broken through? Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, rippling with joy and disbelief. According to his plans, he anticipated that reaching the second stage of foundation building would require at least another month. However, he was utterly astonished to experience a breakthrough so swiftly, a truly unexpected delight. Now, he felt that should he confront Wang Jiani directly, his chances of victory would be at least 50-50, unlike during their encounter in the inn's first floor, where he had to evade his formidable prowess and take advantage of his momentary weakness, employing the Nine Dragons step to secure an unforeseen victory. If he and Wang Jiani were of equal standing, both at the fifth stage of foundation building, he estimated that a single strike would suffice to defeat him. Ding! The hour has arrived. Would the host like to sign in? Just as Chen was relishing his triumph, Xiao Yi's voice resonated suddenly within his consciousness. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a jadeite. In the secular world, jadeite is considered a treasure. Yet for Chen, it was somewhat of a useless trinket. Perfectly suitable as a congratulatory gift for Wang Jiani. It must be said, this vibrant green hue does indeed complement him well. Having realized his breakthrough and completed his daily sign-in task, Chen stifled a yawn and prepared for slumber. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Li Lanxiang on the bed out of the corner of his eye, causing him to furrow his brow. The girl's sleeping posture was rather unbecoming, to say the least. Before falling asleep, Li Lanxiang had been surreptitiously observing Chen and, as was her habit, she tended to kick off the covers during the night. Consequently, the blanket that had originally been draped over her had largely slipped to the floor. Seeing this, Chen chuckled softly and rose to retrieve the blanket, intending to cover her once more. As he leaned down, an unexpected sight caught his eye, momentarily blinding him. From his vantage point, he could clearly see the pink of Lan Xiang's little belly band and the subtle curves beneath it. Just as Chen was entranced by the view, Lan Xiang's voice suddenly broke the silence. Master, yes, I noticed your blanket had fallen, so I came to pick it up and cover you. Chen had not anticipated her sudden awakening, and he turned his head away, feeling a bit embarrassed and sheepishly offering an explanation. However, after waiting for a response that never came, he instinctively glanced back, only to find that Li Lan Xiang was still deeply asleep, showing no signs of having woken. It appeared that the girl had merely been speaking in her dreams. Chen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly draped the blanket over her. Avert your gaze. Avert your gaze. Avert your gaze. Such a young girl. Yet she had blossomed into such an alluring figure. If she were to grow up, who could say what she would become? Perhaps she might even be the second Empress. Chapter 48. The cultivation of Li Lanxiang. Upon recalling the Empress practicing in her crimson attire, a whimsical smile unconsciously graced Chen's lips. He realized the urgency of his own cultivation. Otherwise, even if fate decreed a bond between them, her current aloof demeanor would surely lead her to strike him down without hesitation. With this thought, Chen felt a surge of determination and chose to forego sleep. Immersing himself in his training, he began to activate the heart-eye secret technique. As Chen entered a profound meditative state, akin to that of a venerable monk, Li Lanxiang's large, captivating eyes suddenly fluttered open. Stealing a glance in Chen's direction, she remained vigilant, a habit cultivated from years of evading danger alongside her father. Earlier, when Chen had approached to cover her with a blanket, she had already stirred from her slumber. The term master had escaped her lips instinctively, not as mere sleep talk. Yet, she found the situation somewhat embarrassing, considering her master was a perfectly ordinary man. If he were to make an inappropriate advance, should she decline or acquiesce? It was a dilemma she was ill-equipped to resolve, forcing her to feign unconsciousness. Fortunately, Chen had merely covered her with a blanket, without any other inappropriate actions. Reflecting on that earlier moment, a tide of peculiar thoughts surged within Li Lanxiang's mind. Was it her lack of beauty or charm that caused her master to treat her so? Oh dear, what absurd notions are swirling in your little head, Li Lanxiang? She playfully slapped her own forehead, perhaps a bit too forcefully, causing a twinge of pain that nearly elicited a gasp. Remembering Chen's focus on his cultivation, she quickly stifled any sound with her hand. Then, she cocooned herself tightly in her blanket, her form curling slightly like a fish as she nestled in. Unbeknownst to her, dawn was breaking in the east, casting a soft light. After a night of rigorous cultivation, Chen awoke refreshed. Lanxiang, how did you sleep last night? He inquired. Li Lanxiang rubbed her sleepy eyes and nodded, responding, it was all right. However, no sooner had she uttered the word than she yawned widely. She had scarcely slept, either watching Chen or tossing and turning in her bed. Master, when will you teach me to cultivate? She asked eagerly. Chen pondered for a moment and replied, I will teach you now. Really? The suddenness of such happiness rendered Li Lanxiang almost incredulous, prompting her to leap out of bed with excitement. However, her balance faltered, and she began to tumble towards the floor. Chen, quick of reflex, caught her just as she was about to fall. Li Lanxiang, with her sparkling eyes, cast a cool glance at Chen. The two gazed at each other for a full half-minute. Chen, out of instinct, cast a fleeting glance at Li Lanxiang's fair neck, only to hastily clear his throat twice. Li Lanxiang, regaining her senses, was suddenly struck by the realization that she was clad only in a belly wrap, nearly indecent. Lanxiang, do put on your clothes. You are not a child anymore. How can you be so careless? Chen feigned a stern demeanor, chastising her earnestly. After his reprimand, he could not resist stealing another glance before reluctantly turning away. Li Lanxiang's face flushed crimson, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. What an embarrassment! Once she had dressed properly, Chen adopted the demeanor of a master, earnestly beginning his explanations. Lanxiang, the essence of cultivation lies in harnessing the spiritual energy of the universe for one's own use. The greater the amount of spiritual energy one can gather, and the purer the transformation, the higher the level of cultivation achieved. Do you understand? Li Lanxiang listened with a somewhat bewildered expression. However, Her capacity for comprehension was commendable. Soon, she grasped the crux of the matter. With the curiosity of a child, her wide eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge as she inquired, "Master, how does one acquire this spiritual energy?" Chen pondered for a moment before replying. The simplest and most fundamental method is to meditate and practice the art of breath control. With that, he sat cross-legged, inhaling and exhaling in a rhythmic cycle. Like this. Understand? Li Lanxiang's eyes widened, her expression seemingly questioning. Is that all? Do not underestimate meditation and breath control, Lanxiang. Although they appear deceptively simple, maintaining such practice day after day, year after year, is no trivial endeavor. If one can master the simplest tasks to perfection, that is a miracle. Success is said to be 1 talent and 99 hard work. In truth, there is a further clause to that saying. The 1 talent is far more significant than the 99 effort. Yet, like many teachers before him, Chen omitted this latter part to avoid dampening Lanxiang's enthusiasm and self-confidence in her cultivation journey. Talent determines one's potential. Without it, no amount of effort can yield the highest achievements. However, with sufficient diligence, even those of average talent can ultimately attain commendable success. The diligent shall not be forsaken by the heavens. Chapter 49. Chen's wisdom to achieve miracles. One must excel in the simplest of tasks. 1% talent combined with 99% effort equals success. Upon hearing Chen's words of wisdom, Li Lanxiang felt as if enlightenment had struck her mind. She whispered these phrases to herself repeatedly until they were firmly ingrained in her heart. At that moment, Chen may not have realized that on this early autumn morning, his teachings bestowed upon Li Lanxiang an unwavering faith, akin to a sunflower's devotion to the sun, solid and resolute, unyielding in purpose. This faith would support the formidable rise of a new empress, leading to the creation of one miracle after another. However, that is a tale for another time. At present, Li Lanxiang was merely a novice in her cultivation journey, still in the early stages of learning. Chen imparted to her the techniques of meditation and breathing exercises, even providing a demonstration. Nodding like a chick pecking at grains, she followed his instructions diligently, calming her mind, concentrating her energy in her lower dantian, holding on to the remnants of her understanding, and focusing her spirit. Lanxiang, take your time with your practice. I shall fetch some breakfast. With that, Chen turned and stepped outside. After about half an hour, he returned, carrying millet porridge and steamed buns. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Lanxiang, you. Seeing Chen's astonished expression, Li Lanxiang naturally assumed she had erred, leading to his surprise. With this thought, she gently bit her lip, resembling a student awaiting reprimand for a mistake. Master, I am so sorry. I am truly too foolish. But rest assured, I will strive to improve. Upon hearing her words, Chen was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized the misunderstanding. Lanxiang, you did nothing wrong. You performed excellently. Did you not feel any unusual sensations in your body just now? Upon learning that her actions were not a mistake, Li Lanxiang exhaled in relief, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, I felt a warm flow in my lower abdomen, and it was quite pleasurable. As she uttered the last 3 words, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Precisely. You have just made a breakthrough. You are now at the first level of qi refinement. Ah, I have broken through? Li Lanxiang could hardly believe it, her cherry-like lips forming an O shape, large enough to hold an egg. Chen nodded affirmatively, saying, Indeed, you have achieved a breakthrough. With his confirmation, Li Lanxiang realized she had not misheard. She had truly advanced. Hee, master, this cultivation is not so difficult after all. It feels quite simple. Observing her exuberance, Chen felt compelled to temper her pride with a dose of reality. Cough, Lanxiang, in the path of cultivation, one must be wary of pride and complacency. This journey is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one inevitably regresses. Do you understand? Li Lanxiang nodded obediently and replied, Yes, master, I shall remember. Ding. Congratulations to the host for having the first disciple officially embark on the path of cultivation. Unlocking the achievement, a glimpse into the doorway. You have gained 100 luck points and a contribution of 200 to the sect. Contribution to the sect? Upon hearing this new term from Xiao Yi, Chen transformed into a curious child, eager to inquire further. Xiao Yi, embodying the role of a diligent teacher. provided Yi Chen with a meticulous explanation. Suddenly, Yi Chen comprehended the concept. The contribution value to the sect is akin to a special currency, utilized for maintenance, upgrades, and the exchange of corresponding rewards. To acquire contribution value, there exists but one method: to take on disciples and nurture them. The higher their achievements, the greater the contribution value they bestow upon the sect. Li Lanxiang possesses commendable talent and merits focused cultivation. In a fleeting moment, Yi Chen envisioned a multitude of contribution values cascading into his bowl. Contemplating this, a subtle and triumphant smile graced the corners of Yi Chen's lips. Li Lanxiang, bewildered, timidly inquired, "Master, I have memorized everything you just said. Is there anything else you wish to instruct?" Yi Chen shook his head and replied, "No, just remember it. After a busy morning, let us have some breakfast." "All right, thank you, Master." Li Lanxiang nodded earnestly, like a chick pecking at grain beneath the rising sun. Her smile radiated brilliantly, resembling blooming lilacs. After breakfast, Yi Chen busied himself with the task of purchasing grains. Given the current famine, grain prices fluctuated drastically, soaring more than tenfold compared to ordinary days. It seemed that all the silver he possessed would be dedicated to procuring grain to help the victims of the disaster in Frog Ridge survive this winter. However, mere sustenance was insufficient for winter survival. Shelter and clothing were equally essential. After all, the winter temperatures here could rival those of Mo in northeast China, often plunging to 30 or 40 degrees below zero, a commonplace occurrence. For cultivators, such chill was hardly a concern, but for the ragged victims, it was undoubtedly fatal. Theoretically, these individuals were subjects under his sect's jurisdiction, and he relied on their contribution of luck points. He could not allow them to perish from the cold during winter. It appeared that a visit to Panjiayuan was indeed necessary. However, Yi Chen did not intend to seek out Wang Jiani. Instead, he would approach Dong Minqing. Such a splendid opportunity, if not utilized to craft a splendid narrative, would be a lamentable oversight. Chapter 50. A thrilling encounter. Yi Chen was on his way to Panjiayuan to seek out Dong Minqing when he happened upon a tailor shop named Keifeng. There, he spotted Dong Minqing, who was glancing around furtively, his demeanor decidedly suspicious. It struck Yi Chen as peculiar. What business could he have at a tailor's that warranted such stealth? Perhaps he was not there to purchase garments, but rather for something more clandestine. Intrigued by this notion, Yi Chen discreetly followed him inside, only to discover that Pan Rong was also present, seemingly trying on bridal attire. Upon noticing Dong Minqing's arrival, Pan Rong exhibited a clear expression of surprise. "Second brother, what brings you here?" she inquired. In a rather envious tone, Dong Minqing replied, "I came specifically to see how lovely you look in your wedding gown, of course." "Second brother, I." Pan Rong hesitated, sensing an unusual undertone in his words. She opened her mouth to defend herself, but found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, the elegant seamstress, who was measuring Pan Rong, cast a knowing glance at Dong Minqing before turning back to Pan Rong with a smile. Rong, you two continue your conversation. I shall step out to find some other fabric." With that, she swayed her hips gracefully and exited the shop. Yi Chen quickly realized that her errand was not to procure fabric, but rather to close the shop, hanging a sign that indicated it was temporarily closed for business. This development stirred a sense of intrigue within him. Why did this scene seem so familiar? It bore an uncanny resemblance to the clandestine encounters orchestrated by Wang Po and Jin Ping, made between Shi Minqing and Pan Jinlia. The phrase, Pan Lu Dengdun Xiaoxian, encapsulating the wisdom of the matchmaking old woman, resonated with Yi Chen as he recalled the book. Every time he read that part, he found himself applauding in admiration. "Brother, please don't be like this." Just as Yi Chen was lost in his reflections on Jin Ping Mei, a scene of comparable intrigue was about to unfold. Dong Minqing, embracing Pan Rong, entered a fitting room, leaving the door ajar, with only a curtain swaying back and forth. The somewhat scandalous activities within were veiled, yet suggestive. Yi Chen's eyes brightened at the sight. Was this the Uniqlo of the 9 provinces? Moreover, did they not think to close the door? Clearly, they did not regard him as an outsider. Inside the fitting room, the sounds of fervent passion filled the air as the two engaged in an intimate encounter. Intent on interrupting this escapade, Yi Chen deliberately cleared his throat twice and pulled aside the curtain. "Ahem, you two seem to be having quite the thrill." Startled by his sudden intrusion, Dong Minqing and Pan Rong, both disheveled, jumped in shock, their expressions mirroring that of someone who had seen a ghost in broad daylight. After a considerable time had passed, Dong Minqing's voice, noticeably trembling, inquired, "Yi Chen, how could you be here?" Yi Chen responded with a cold smile, stating, "How I came to be here is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether your indiscretions will reach your senior brother, Wang Jiani. I wonder if he would become enraged and act irrationally." At this juncture, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression that suggested a shared understanding. Upon hearing Yi Chen mention Wang Jiani, Pan Rong's face instantly drained of color. Dong Minqing, who had been striving to maintain his composure, was abruptly returned to his true self in that moment. I merely wished to assist my senior brother by inspecting my junior sister's wedding gown. I had no other intentions. You must not slander me. Seeing the two of them still attempting to defend themselves despite being caught in their transgressions, Yi Chen could not help but let out a cold scoff. As Zhuge Liang once remarked, I have never encountered such shamelessness. Yi Chen feigned an expression of realization, smiling as he said, "So that is the case. Does that mean you are also helping your senior brother assess the depth of his fiancée's attire?" Dong Minqing's face turned a mix of green and white at Yi Chen's retort. You. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and smirked, saying, "What about you? And what about me? However, I must admit, your escapades are rather exhilarating. Last time it was at the cemetery, and now it appears you are indulging in a game of Uniqlo. Truly, you have broadened my horizons." Though Dong Minqing and Pan Rong did not fully comprehend what Uniqlo entailed, they felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing the mention of the cemetery. After a prolonged silence, Dong Minqing suddenly seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "So it was you who was peeping that night at the cemetery?" To this, Yi Chen did not deny. "What peeping? We are all civilized individuals. Let us not speak so harshly." Dong Minqing, suppressing his anger, demanded, "What do you intend to do?" Seeing that the conversation had finally shifted to serious matters, Yi Chen replied cheerfully, "It is nothing much. I merely wish to request your assistance." "Assistance with what?" Dong Minqing and Pan Rong asked in unison. Yi Chen did not respond to their query, but instead produced a pre-prepared sheet of paper and handed it to them. "Everything I require is written on this. You have 3 days. Should you manage to procure these items within that time frame, I shall pretend nothing ever occurred. However, should I inadvertently let it slip to your senior brother Wang Jiani, do not blame me." Dong Minqing took the letter and, upon reading it, discovered it was densely filled with dozens of items. However, none of them were particularly rare. They consisted of staples such as grains, fabrics, fruits, vegetables, salt, and medicinal herbs. Yet the quantities demanded were far from ordinary. He briefly assessed the situation. Given the current market prices for such bulk supplies, it would undoubtedly require no less than 3 to 5 million to procure them. "The quantity you requested is excessively large, and I certainly cannot prepare it within 3 days." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "That is your concern, not mine. Deliver all these items to Frog Ridge in 3 days. Otherwise, you know the consequences." With that, he ceased further discussion, his figure vanishing into thin air like a wraith, leaving only Pan Rong and Dong Minqing exchanging bewildered glances. At that moment, they felt as though they were ensnared in a surreal dream, questioning whether the recent events had been mere illusions. However, the densely packed note served as a harsh reminder of reality. What had transpired was no dream, nor was it an illusion. It was an undeniable occurrence. After a lengthy silence, Pan Rong finally spoke, her voice trembling and tinged with tears. "Second senior brother, what should we do now? We must not let the first senior brother find out about this. Given his temperament, he would surely eliminate us." Her voice quivered at the last words, revealing her deep fear that their secret might be exposed. Dong Minqing, inexplicably agitated, replied, "Enough. Rong, do not cry. This situation is not without room for negotiation. Leave the remaining matters to me. Now, dry your tears and tidy yourself up. Remember, do not reveal any signs in front of the first senior brother to avoid raising his suspicions. Do you understand?" Pan Rong nodded solemnly, wiping her tears vigorously to indicate her comprehension. Just then, the alluring woman from before hurried over, inquiring, Rong, young Master Dongmen, what just happened?" "I saw a figure emerge from the shop." Before she could finish her sentence, Dong Minqing fixed her with a murderous glare, causing her to instinctively recoil in fear from the chilling intensity of his gaze. Chapter 51. Hidden agendas. In that fleeting moment, Dong Minqing drew his sword, positioning it menacingly before the woman's throat. Startled, she trembled and inquired, "Young Master Dongmen, what are you intending to do?" "Pan Shower," he retorted. "I have treated you well, yet you dare to betray me?" The woman, known as Pan Shower, quaked in fear, her legs shaking uncontrollably as she pleaded, "Young Master Dongmen, I swear I did not. This is an injustice." With a fierce glare, Dongmen Qing barked, "If you are innocent, then from where did Yi Chen suddenly emerge?" Pan Shower, utterly bewildered, asked, "Yi Chen? Who is Yi Chen?" Fuming, Dongmen Qing shouted, "Do not feign ignorance with me. If you do not know Yi Chen, how could he coincidentally appear here? You better provide me with a satisfactory explanation, or I shall not hesitate to sever your head." Fear gripped Pan Shower, and with a quivering voice, she cried, "I truly do not know this Yi Chen. I swear." As she spoke, her trousers became soaked, a clear sign of her terror. Observing this, Pan Rong interjected, "Second brother, I genuinely believe Sister Shower might not know this Yi Chen. Please let her go." At that moment, Dongmen Qing had regained some composure. He shot a menacing glare at Pan Shower and threatened, "For Rongrong's sake, I shall spare your miserable life. However, not a single word of today's events must leave your lips. Otherwise, I will ensure the demise of your entire family." Relieved by his words, Pan Shower hastily vowed she would not utter a syllable, lest she suffer a gruesome fate. Dongmen Qing sheathed his sword and returned to the Pan estate with Pan Rong. Upon entering, a disciple approached them, stating, "Sister Pan, second brother, Master wishes to see you." Dongmen Qing inquired, "What does he want?" The disciple shook his head, replying, "I am unaware." Pan Rong, feeling a twinge of anxiety, pressed further, "And what of the senior brother? Is he with my father?" The disciple again shook his head, saying, "No, since returning last night, senior brother has secluded himself, and I am not privy to his activities." Hearing this, Pan Rong felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then huffed indignantly, filled with resentment. "Humph, what could he possibly be doing? Surely he is preoccupied with devising a way to counter Yi Chen's sword." Pan Rong was a girl who inherently sought romance and excitement, while her senior brother, Wan Jianyi, was as wooden as they come, completely lacking in charm. Even at night, he clutched his cold sword as he slept. If only he possessed even half of second brother's romantic flair, she mused. How could she ever have engaged in such reckless behavior? In summary, all of this is entirely the fault of the esteemed senior brother, Wan Jianyi. A quarter of an hour later, Pan Rong, accompanied by Dongmen Qing, arrived at Pan Tong's study. "Father, did you summon us?" Pan Tong regarded his daughter and Dongmen Qing with a stern expression before reprimanding them. "Rong, you are soon to wed your senior brother as your companion on the path. In all matters, one must exercise discretion and cannot behave as recklessly as before your betrothal, lest you attract unwelcome gossip." Upon hearing her father's admonishment, both Pan Rong and Dongmen Qing felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that their father, master, was aware of their secret? As these thoughts crossed their minds, both Pan Rong and Dongmen Qing could not help but feel a sense of guilt. After a considerable pause, Pan Rong managed to suppress her unease and replied, "Father, your teachings are well noted." Pan Tong nodded and said, "That is good to hear. By the way, are you aware that our Jianyang city has welcomed a prodigious young talent, seemingly named Yi Chen?" At the mention of Yi Chen, the guilty hearts of Pan Rong and Dongmen Qing tightened once more. Observing his master's countenance closely, Dongmen Qing cautiously responded, "Indeed, last night, Pan Yong had a confrontation with him and was soundly defeated. My junior sister and I intended to seek an explanation, but alas, our skills were lacking. Eventually, senior brother arrived, and they engaged in battle. Senior brother, however, was caught off guard and was wounded by Yi Chen's underhanded tactics." After listening to Dongmen Qing's account, which mirrored the words of the three Zhang family members from the previous night, Pan Tong furrowed his brow. "Master, that Yi Chen is exceedingly arrogant, even boasting that beneath the golden core stage, he is invincible, dismissing you with disdain. Such a brazen individual, if not properly chastised, would tarnish the reputation of our Pan family." Noticing the topic had veered towards Yi Chen, Dongmen Qing seized the opportunity to plant a seed of persuasion. If he could convince his master to take action, given his master's half-step golden core prowess, it would undoubtedly lead to Yi Chen's immediate demise. At that point, not only would his and Pan Rong's troubles be resolved, but the lovely girl accompanying Yi Chen would also fall into his grasp. Pan Tong did not respond directly, but instead inquired casually, "Do you know what cultivation level that Chen possesses?" Dong Minqing pondered for a moment before replying. He should have just barely surpassed the foundation establishment stage. After saying this, he reflected on his own third level of foundation establishment. Having been defeated by someone only recently past the foundation establishment stage, this was indeed hard to justify and made him appear rather inept, prompting him to add hastily, "I wonder if this lad is concealing his true strength, pretending to be weaker than he is." Pan Tong shook his head and remarked, "If the information is accurate, then he should not be hiding his cultivation." Upon hearing this, Dong Minqing was momentarily taken aback and hastily inquired, "Master, have you received some news?" Pan Tong pondered for a moment before replying, "Last night, someone from the Zhang family of Shuanglin City came to me and spoke of matters concerning Yi Chen. Yi Chen was originally a prodigy from the Yi family of Shuanglin City, an unparalleled talent in a century. However, 3 years ago, he failed in his foundation establishment, which led him to become possessed, resulting in a shattered dantian and blindness. Yet, just last month, this so-called waste suddenly rose to prominence, his sight restored. It is said that the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Dongpeng, along with 2 elders from their clan, have met their demise at the hands of this young man." After hearing Pan Tong's account, both Pan Rong and Dong Minqing were left utterly astonished, their expressions filled with disbelief. This was more incredible than a tale from the Arabian Nights. "Master, our Pan family has no ties with the Zhang family of Shuanglin City, and we rarely interact with them. Why would they share this information with you?" Pan Tong reflected for a moment before responding. The third elder of the Zhang family mentioned that Yi Chen may have fortuitously acquired a mysterious legacy from a powerful being. This could explain how he transformed from a mere waste into a formidable young prodigy in just over a month, likely due to this enigmatic inheritance. Now, with Zhang Dongpeng and the Elder Council having perished in Yi Chen's wake, the Zhang family's combat strength has dwindled to such an extent that their remaining forces might not suffice to challenge Yi Chen. Thus, they intend to use the swordsmanship legacy that Yi Chen possesses as bait to lure me into taking action against him, to exact vengeance for their family head. Dong Minqing, upon hearing this, suddenly understood and remarked, "Master, if this swordsmanship legacy has enabled him, a mere waste, to rise so dramatically in such a short span, wouldn't acquiring it allow you to condense the golden core at will and ascend to greater heights?" As he spoke, Dong Minqing's piercing gaze began to glimmer with excitement. The swordsmanship legacy was desired by both his master and himself. With careful planning, he could orchestrate a scenario where both his master and Yi Chen would suffer mutual destruction. At that juncture, not only would the swordsmanship legacy belong to him, but he could also seize the vast Pan family estate. However, before that, he needed to devise a way to eliminate his senior brother, Wang Jiani. Just as Dong Minqing's thoughts swirled, Pan Tong's voice resonated once more. "There is no need for haste. We must plan meticulously. Though Yi Chen's cultivation may be low, his combat prowess is unfathomable. Acting recklessly could alert him. By the way, the fact that Yi Chen may possess the swordsmanship legacy is known only to the 3 of us, aside from the Zhang family. Do not disclose this to anyone else, understood?" Upon hearing his master's admonition, Dong Minqing's cunning eyes darted about, and he tentatively asked, "Master, should we not inform senior brother?" Pan Tong shook his head, stating, "No need. He has his own swordsmanship. Even if there is a legacy, it may not be suitable for him." As he spoke, a glint of icy murderous intent flickered within his ebony eyes. It appeared that should Wang Jiani seek to contest the swordsmanship legacy that resided within Yi Chen, he would undoubtedly show no mercy. After all, in the entirety of Jianyang City, the individuals capable of posing a threat to him could be counted on one hand. Among them, his foremost disciple, Wang Jiani, stood as one of the few. Chapter 52. A night of tireless cultivation. Upon returning from the colorful garment workshop, Yi Chen proceeded to sweep through the grain store, purchasing at the customary reasonable prices. If the sellers were reluctant, he would appeal to their sense of reason, expounding various philosophical truths such as the notion that saving a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda, and that a household that accumulates virtue will invariably experience abundant blessings. Should they be receptive to his words, it would be most fortuitous. Conversely, if they remained obstinate, he would persist with his rational arguments. The final facet of his reasoning was grounded in the principles of physics. Thus, after nearly a day of relentless persuasion, Yi Chen ultimately secured 1 million stones of rice. This bounty would suffice to feed 100,000 disaster victims for 3 months. If they were frugal and supplemented their diet with wild vegetables and game, it could potentially sustain them for half a year without significant issue. Upon learning that there was food available at Frog Ridge, disaster-stricken families flocked to the area. Yi Chen welcomed them all, for they represented an influx of fortuitous energy. How could one turn away such serendipity? Following this series of orchestrated maneuvers, Yi Chen's fortune had surpassed the remarkable threshold of 100,000. The benefits of this accumulated luck began to manifest vividly. The most striking evidence of this was that Yi Chen could effortlessly find silver coins, whether on the bustling streets or the desolate mountain paths. Although the coins he discovered offered little tangible assistance in his current state, the mere act of finding money was an exhilarating omen. "Master, it is time to wash your feet." After a day of diligent effort, Li Lanxiang entered Yi Chen's chamber with a basin of foot-washing water. This moment was fortuitously witnessed by Li Wanzhong, who, upon contemplating the impending events, felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. Over the years, his little darling had never once washed his feet. Moreover, this Navi daughter was not merely delivering water. She was unwittingly leading a lamb to the slaughter. He surmised that she would likely not return home tonight. The thought of his precious daughter potentially being taken advantage of filled him with unmerited sorrow. As the moonlight bathed the scene, he felt an urge to compose a poem. Yet, as he opened his mouth, not a single word escaped. Just then, the door to Yi Chen's room creaked open, and he quickly turned to see his daughter, Li Lanxiang, emerging with a wooden basin. "Why are you out so early today?" Li Wanzhong pondered, feeling a tinge of disappointment. "Father, it's quite late. Why are you still awake?" Li Lanxiang was taken aback to find her father gazing at the moon instead of returning to his room. "I cannot sleep, so I came out for a stroll." "Where is your master?" Li Wanzhong replied. Li Lanxiang turned around and pointed, saying, "Master is in the room. Is there something you wish to discuss with him? Should I go and call him?" Upon hearing this, Li Wanzhong hurriedly grasped his daughter's arm. "Lanxiang, there is no need for that. I do not wish to disturb your master's rest." After a moment, he hesitated and inquired, "Lanxiang, does your master sleep alone at night?" Li Lanxiang shook her head, replying, "No, he does not." A sense of despair washed over Li Wanzhong upon receiving his daughter's confirmation. "What is wrong, father?" Li Lanxiang asked, her bright eyes filled with confusion. Her master practiced meditation instead of sleeping at night. So why did her father's expression seem so peculiar? Li Wanzhong shook his head, insisting, "I am fine, truly fine. Lanxiang, you are still young, and there are certain matters that require moderation. Do you understand?" At that moment, Li Lanxiang was as innocent as the purest milk from the northern latitude of 45 degrees, utterly oblivious to what her father meant by moderation. Thus, she naively assumed he was referring to the intense practice of cultivation through the night. She nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. "Father, you need not worry about such matters. My master has imparted a secret technique to me, allowing me to cultivate through the night without feeling fatigued. In fact, it invigorates me, as if I have ascended into the clouds. It's an indescribable sensation." She scratched her head, feeling a bit sheepish at her inability to articulate her feelings. However, her words struck Li Wanzhong, an affectionate father, like thunder. To him, her struggle for words was merely the shyness of a young girl. Cultivating through the night? Ascending into the clouds? My heavens! How has my once pure and innocent daughter transformed in just a few short days? At this moment, Li Wanzhong felt an overwhelming sense of heartbreak. "Father, what is troubling you so peculiarly this evening?" Li Lanxiang observed her father's strange demeanor, her mind swirling with confusion. Li Wanzhong pressed his hand to his chest, saying, "It's nothing, really, I assure you. In any case, you must practice moderation." With that, he staggered away. Li Lanxiang tilted her head, gazing at her father's retreating figure, utterly perplexed. Striving to cultivate is a good thing. Why should there be moderation? Oh, now she understood. It must be because her father, being a mere mortal, did not comprehend the essence of cultivation, leading to such misunderstandings. Yes, that must be it. Li Lanxiang silently commended her own cleverness. She glanced back at Yi Chen's room, reflecting on how her master, with such exceptional talent, continued to strive in his cultivation. "My talents are rather mediocre. If I do not exert myself further, I shall undoubtedly bring shame to my master in the future." Contemplating this, she hastily returned to her room, preparing to immerse herself in the arduous pursuit of cultivation throughout the night. Alas, why does no one seem to be reading this book? I, Erguzi, find myself quite disheartened. If anyone is indeed reading, please lend a hand by urging for updates or leaving a comment, so that I may be aware of your presence. Chapter 53. The Battle of Gods and Demons. Upon returning to his chamber, Chen was suddenly reminded of the divine iron he had acquired at the Wanbao Pavilion auction. With a flicker of thought, he summoned it from the depths of his system space. It must be said, this stone was remarkably unsightly. Its pitch-black surface was not only unattractive but also possessed an irregular shape. It was undoubtedly the epitome of unremarkable stones, fated to remain solitary, devoid of any chance for companionship, destined to endure a lifetime of loneliness until the sea runs dry and rocks decay. However, the texture was surprisingly pleasant to the touch. Unlike ordinary stones that felt frigid, this one radiated warmth. If held tightly for an extended period, it even imparted a sensation akin to burning. Could this stone possibly have been unearthed from a volcano? With another thought, Chen summoned the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss. Indeed, his previous conjecture was correct. There existed a certain connection between the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss and this peculiar stone. Whenever they drew near to one another, a reaction would ensue. Could it be? A surge of inexplicable joy coursed through Chen's heart. He promptly settled into a meditative position, gripping the celestial meteorite in his left hand and the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss in his right. Utilizing his own blood essence as a medium, he continuously infused his spiritual energy into the sword. Initially, his efforts bore no fruit. However, after sacrificing nearly 1,000 cc of his blood essence, the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss finally exhibited a hint of response. Through a hazy veil of blood mist, Chen discerned what appeared to be a small figure the size of an infant's fist nestled deep within the sword. At that moment, it resembled a baby curled up in a mother's embrace, its form contorted into a shrimp-like shape. As Chen's blood essence flowed into it, the figure instinctively began to draw upon it, as if it were an infant nursing at its mother's breast. Yet, it still did not open its eyes. Chen sacrificed another 1,000 cc of blood essence, but the outcome remained unchanged. He was now visibly pale, akin to parchment, with beads of sweat the size of peas cascading down like rain. At this rate, even if his blood essence were entirely consumed by this little sword spirit, he would still be unable to awaken it. It seemed he must seek another avenue. With this thought, Chen ceased his sacrificial offering of blood essence. He hastily seized a handful of restorative pills, consuming them voraciously to replenish his vitality. Gradually, a semblance of color returned to his face. Seizing the moment while the sword spirit still exhibited some reaction, Chen placed the celestial meteorite upon the heart of the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss. As soon as they made contact, an intensely blinding light erupted, prompting Chen to instinctively close his eyes. When he opened them once more, he was astonished to find himself transported to an ancient continent, desolate and barren. This was not a scene of tangible reality, but rather a virtual projection reminiscent of fragmented memories. In light of this, Chen continued to observe, hoping to glean some hints from the unfolding scene. The mosquitoes in this ancient continent were as large as rats. A single bite could send an adult on their final journey. Towering ancient trees rose majestically from the ground, each one stretching towards the heavens, their tops lost from view. The creatures racing through the jungle were bizarrely shaped, some as large as mountains, and most of them were beyond Chen's ability to name, seemingly remnants of species long extinct. Suddenly, a group of beings caught Chen's eye, rendering him utterly astounded. Were they dinosaurs? This pack was desperately fleeing forward, pursued by a torrent of molten lava. The slower dinosaurs were engulfed, instantly turning into mere bones, which soon crumbled to ash. In short, wherever the lava flowed, all existence was obliterated in an instant. Even from a distance, Chen could feel the terror of this molten deluge. Just as he was overwhelmed by shock, a rumbling shook the ground, causing his very soul to tremble. Was it another earthquake? The answer quickly became clear. It was not an earthquake, but rather 2 formidable beings engaged in a fierce battle atop a mountain. This appeared to be a memory of the 7 Star Dragon Abyss, fragments depicting the ancient clash between gods and demons. Chen discerned that one of the powerful entities wielded a sword that was none other than the 7 Star Dragon Abyss itself. Presumably, this individual was the previous master of the Abyss, the 7 Star deity. Embedded within the seven-star dragon abyss were 7 gemstones, each harboring different elemental powers. Could these 7 gems be the 7 Dragon Balls spoken of by Xiaoyi? As Yi Chun pondered, the gemstones suddenly radiated various hues of light, swirling around the sword's body in a dazzling display. Then, a magnificent 5-colored dragon, stretching thousands of feet long, soared into the sky, its roar shaking the very foundations of the world. Just a glance revealed its cataclysmic power. The woman opposing the dragon was equally formidable. With a graceful figure and a face that seemed to be painted, she wielded a divine weapon, a folding fan shrouded in black shadows. Upon opening, a thick black mist billowed forth, plunging the entire realm into utter darkness. Amidst the obscurity, a blood-red phoenix could be faintly perceived, soaring and calling out. Unfazed by the 5-colored dragon, the crimson phoenix met its gaze with eyes of fierce determination. In an instant, both beings charged forth at an extraordinary speed, colliding with a cataclysmic force. A deafening explosion echoed, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble and collapse, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. The 7-star dragon abyss vanished without a trace. The 7 dragon orbs, each embodying a distinct element, fell from the sword and scattered across the world. One such orb landed precisely within the mouth of a volcano. Could the dark stone I hold in my hand be the legendary dragon orb? Witnessing this scene, Yi Chun found himself momentarily bewildered. At that moment, it was almost inconceivable for him to believe that this grim, unsightly rock was the same as the resplendent dragon orb. It was akin to someone pointing at a beggar, whose head bled, feet oozed, and body was covered in sores, and claiming he was once a dapper, princely figure of elegance. However, the subsequent event left Yi Chun with no choice but to accept the incredible truth. The obsidian stone before him dramatically transformed in a manner reminiscent of the ugly duckling's metamorphosis into a swan. Suddenly, a blazing meteor streaked across the sky, descending from above. The intense radiance compelled Yi Chun to instinctively shield his eyes with his hand. Once the brilliance subsided, he opened his eyes again only to be astonished by the sight of the dragon orb perfectly embedded within one of the star slots of the 7-star dragon abyss. The entire abyss now radiated a fiery red hue, indicating that this was indeed a dragon orb of the fire element. In that instant, the 7-star dragon abyss appeared to respond to some unseen call, beginning to tremble violently. Moreover, Yi Chun keenly observed that the dormant sword spirit showed signs of awakening. Chapter 54. The Empress's devoted fan. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Chun's heart surged with uncontainable joy as he softly called out, "Little one, you've slept for quite a while. Surely it's time to awaken and enjoy your milk." Yet, to his surprise, the little sword spirit merely yawned, turned over, adopted a more comfortable position, and resumed its slumber. This left Yi Chun, who was eagerly awaiting the spirit's awakening, feeling a twinge of disappointment. However, upon catching sight of the 7-star dragon abyss, adorned with the fiery dragon pearl, this minor discontent was swiftly eclipsed by an overwhelming ecstasy. Instinctively, he grasped the 7-star dragon abyss and swung it with abandon. Whoosh! A concentrated sword intent transformed into a ferocious fire dragon midair, slashing towards the doors and windows. Crack! All the doors and windows, as if crafted from mere paper, were instantly cleaved in two. Moreover, any door or window that came into contact with the fire dragon ignited in a roaring blaze. In mere moments, his room was engulfed in flames, billowing thick smoke. Seeing this, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. "Goodness, this power is astonishing," he exclaimed. "It's out of control. Fire! Fire! Someone help!" At that moment, others noticed the fire erupting from Yi Chun's room and began to shout in alarm, rushing to fetch water from the nearby river to douse the flames. Before long, the fire was extinguished. Fortunately, Yi Chun cherished tranquility, thus his room was not connected to those of others. Coupled with the timely response, apart from his own room suffering significant damage, the other residences remained largely unscathed. "Master, are you all right?" Li Lanxiang, having heard of the fire in Yi Chun's room, rushed over without even taking the time to put on her shoes. Sharp stones cut into her delicate feet, leaving trails of blood. Yet, her concern for Yi Chun's safety overshadowed any pain she felt. Yi Chun, brushing his singed hair, reassured her, "I'm fine, don't worry." As he spoke, he noticed that Li Lanxiang was barefoot, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. "Lanxiang, Why did you come over without your shoes? With a playful pout, she replied, I forgot to put them on. I'll go back and get them now. However, as she attempted to return to her room, she stepped on a sharp stone, grimacing in pain. Seeing this, Chen shook his head in helplessness. Silly girl, let me help you. Li Lanxiang blinked her large eyes, a hint of confusion flickering within. Without hesitation, Chen swept her into a princess carry and strode directly towards her room. In that instant, all eyes turned to them in unison. Though Li Lanxiang had experienced numerous intimate encounters with Chen, including moments of physical closeness, being swept into his arms in front of a crowd left her utterly embarrassed. Her petite head nestled deeply within the crook of Chen's arm, her ears blushing like ripe crabs. This poignant scene was witnessed by the hurriedly arriving Li Wenjing, who felt as though his heart had been pierced by a knife. How true it is that a daughter grows beyond her father's grasp. After Chen gently carried Li Lanxiang to her chamber, he treated her foot injury with the care of an elder brother looking after his younger sister, stirring a wave of gratitude within her. It's getting late. You should rest now. I must take my leave, he said, preparing to bid her farewell after bandaging her wound. Li Lanxiang bit her lip and replied, Master, your home has been burned down. Where will you sleep upon your return? Chen glanced at her and smiled. Wherever I find rest. I cannot stay in your room. She pouted, murmuring softly, Why can't you stay? We've shared a room before. Chen's expression darkened slightly. That is different. Li Lanxiang, undeterred, insisted, What is so different? We are not engaging in anything inappropriate. We merely practice cultivation. Besides, your presence here could guide me in my training. Chen's countenance grew grave as he replied, Others may not perceive it that way. You have yet to be wed. Should this rumor circulate, it could tarnish your reputation. Pouting her cherry-red lips in dissatisfaction, Li Lanxiang retorted, What does it matter? A person of integrity need not fear slander. I stand tall and proud. I have no fear of their gossip. Moreover, I am destined to become the future Empress. Why should I concern myself with the idle chatter of mere mortals? Li Lanxiang was an ardent admirer of the Empress in red, her idol, and the son she revered. After a moment, she bit her lip again, whispering, Moreover, Master, when you held me before so many witnesses, did you consider that I am still an unwed maiden? Chen. Just then, a chilling roar echoed from the nearby forest, causing Chen's expression to harden in alarm. It's a beast. Lanxiang. Stay safely in your room while I investigate. Master, I wish to accompany you. This time, she remembered to put on her shoes. Upon arrival, Chen found the scene in chaos, filled with the cries of women and children. He approached and inquired, What is happening? As Feng Changqing and others rushed over, they spoke in a flurry, Immortal, it's the wild boar king. Chen followed the direction of their pointing fingers and beheld a wild boar, its size rivaling that of an adult elephant, charging towards them with tusks as sharp as swords. In its wake, anyone who dared to obstruct its path was violently thrown aside, reduced to a gruesome spectacle. The entire encampment had devolved into a bloody battleground. A little girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, stood directly in the path of the rampaging boar king. At this moment, paralyzed by fear, she remained frozen in place, her small hands wiping away tears as she helplessly cried out, Woo-woo, mother, Bauer is scared, scared. The distance between her and the boar king was a mere 100 meters. The situation was dire. In that critical instant, Chen's gaze sharpened, and he launched himself into the air, pushing his speed to its absolute limit. Just as the boar king was about to collide with the little girl, he swooped down and snatched her into his embrace, narrowly evading disaster. At that moment, a middle-aged woman rushed over, clasping the little girl tightly to her chest, showering Chen with heartfelt gratitude. Seeing that the boar king continued its wanton destruction and slaughter, Chen's voice rang out with intensity. Maintain order. Do not scatter. I shall take down this beast. Chapter 55. A sword strike in an instant. Chen's figure had already arrived before the wild boar king. Without allowing the beast a moment to react, he unleashed a powerful palm strike upon its head. However, the wild boar king was remarkably resilient, its tough hide absorbing the blow, causing only a slight tremor in its massive frame. Roar. Following the strike, the wild boar king was evidently consumed by fury. With blood-red eyes glaring and razor-sharp tusks bared, it charged at Chen with ferocity. Taken aback by the creature's formidable defense, Chen furrowed his brow slightly. As the beast lunged forward, He opted not to engage directly, but instead deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack. The massive rock behind him was ruthlessly shattered by the wild boar king's tusks, splintering into fragments. Witnessing this, Chen initially frowned, but soon his eyes, akin to twinkling stars, sparkled with a fervent light. This creature shall serve as my trial for the sword, to gauge its true might. Earlier, a mere casual stroke of my blade had set an entire house ablaze. For safety's sake, I shall lure this wild boar king deeper into the forest before delivering the fatal blow. Come forth if you dare, he declared with resolute bravado, and seizing the opportunity, he struck the wild boar king again on its head with considerable force. Were the beast capable of speech, it would surely retort, "You lack martial virtue, you young rascal." With that strike, Chen had undoubtedly provoked the creature's wrath. Thus, when the wild boar king observed him retreating towards the forest, it wasted no time in accelerating its pursuit. Upon entering a lush woodland, Chen found the surroundings agreeable and chose to halt, patiently awaiting the wild boar king's arrival. Roar! The wild boar king soon caught up, unleashing a furious roar. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Chen exuded an air of composure and superiority. "You beast, guilty of indiscriminate slaughter, must be punished." Although the wild boar king could not comprehend Chen's words, it was a second-tier demon beast, having developed a semblance of intelligence. From Chen's expression, it could discern that he was not delivering pleasant tidings. With a powerful stomp, the beast gouged the hard ground. Charging fearlessly at Chen, dust and debris erupted as the formidable force of its charge snapped ancient trees, stout enough for 2 or 3 grown men to encircle, in half. Should it collide with a human, the result would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Just as planned, Chen's gaze sharpened, fixated on the wild boar king. He had deliberately refrained from employing the 7 stars dragon abyss initially. Instead, he clenched his fingers tightly, causing his knuckles to crack like firecrackers. He aimed to ascertain the extent of his combat prowess after ascending to the second stage of foundation establishment, testing his skills unarmed against this formidable creature. As the wild boar king charged towards him, Chen summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful punch. This strike was devoid of any embellishment, raw and straightforward. Like a cannonball, it forcefully struck the wild boar king's head. With a resounding boom, Chen's explosive fist collided with the wild boar king's skull, resulting in a sudden eruption. Staggering back, Chen felt a tingling sensation in his clenched arm, and even half of his body succumbed to numbness. As if his entire being was uncontrollably propelled backward, he looked down at his bloodied fist, a frown creasing his brow. Such formidable defense. Truly, it was remarkably resilient. Having taken a solid blow from Chen's explosive punch, the wild boar king was in a rather precarious situation as well. It felt as though its head was a cacophony of chimes and drums, ringing incessantly in a tumultuous symphony. Dizziness enveloped its senses, and the world around it spun chaotically. It could never have anticipated that this seemingly insignificant human before it possessed such terrifying combat prowess. Roaring with fury, the wild boar king unleashed an angry growl. Its sharp tusks resembling 2 colossal swords, slicing through the air like a comet striking the moon, aimed directly at Chen. With a slight furrow of his brow, Chen spotted a protruding boulder not far away, seized it, and hurled it with force. The wild boar king, undeterred, slashed with its razor-sharp tusks, cleaving the boulder in 2 as if it were mere tofu, sending the halves tumbling to the ground. Witnessing this, Chen's eyes narrowed. Such razor-sharp tusks could serve as splendid weapons. The 7 stars dragon abyss had begun to shine brightly, and to avoid unnecessary complications, he resolved to refrain from utilizing it unless absolutely necessary. After all, he understood the adage that a common man is innocent, yet possessing treasure can invite calamity. Unbeknownst to the wild boar king, Chen had set his sights on its tusks. After effortlessly shattering the boulder, it charged at Chen once more, intent on tearing this detestable human apart. Having already witnessed the sharpness of the wild boar king's tusks, Chen decided against engaging it barehanded. "You are fortunate, beast. To perish beneath an ancient divine weapon is not a fate unworthy of your existence," Chen declared, reaching into the void and calling out, "Sword, come." The sword resonated with a vibrant clang, a dragon's chant echoing forth. Chen grasped the 7 stars dragon abyss, which floated in the air. With a swift motion, the long sword was drawn, tracing a magnificent arc. The arc transformed into a fiery dragon, lunging forward with fierce claws bared. Within the dragon pearl lay a fragment of dragon's soul intent. Though feeble, it was more than sufficient to subdue a low-tier demon beast like the wild boar king. And indeed, it proved true. Upon witnessing a fiery dragon charging directly towards him, the wild boar king's beastly eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Resembling the vibrant red lanterns that adorn the Lantern Festival, his gaze was filled with incredulity. Unable to fathom that this seemingly insignificant human could summon such a formidable divine dragon. In that moment, all thoughts fled his mind, leaving only a singular impulse: to flee, to escape at once. Yet, how could Yi Chen allow him the opportunity to evade capture? The fire dragon swiftly caught up with the wild boar king, ensnaring his massive form. The wild boar king writhed in agony upon the ground, emitting pained cries. This tumult persisted for nearly half an hour until the wild boar king finally lay still, his body sizzling and oozing fat. The rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, instantly stimulating the appetite with merely a couple of whiffs. Yi Chen approached, first removing the two sharp tusks, utilizing them as knives to carve into the wild boar king's substantial body and extract its demon core. Little did the wild boar king know that his own tusks would be the instruments to breach his belly. Just as Yi Chen was preoccupied with the tusks, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching rapidly from the distance. Chapter 56. I have defeated them. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, Yi Chen instinctively looked up. Leading the group was Li Lanxiang. Although she appeared to be a fragile girl, ever since her body refinement, her physical prowess surpassed that of most adult men her age. Following closely behind her were Li Wanzhong, Feng Changqing, and several hundred others, all armed with machetes, spears, bows, wooden sticks, and even sickles and hoes. Master, we have come to rescue you, Li Lanxiang exclaimed, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Yi Chen unharmed. And she hurriedly jogged over. Yi Chen discreetly glanced at her feet. Fortunately, she had chosen to wear shoes this time. As she approached, concern etched on her face. She asked, Master, are you all right? Yi Chen shook his head, reassuring her, I am perfectly fine. Feng Changqing stammered, SS Senior, the WW Wild Boar. Yi Chen felt a surge of anxiety for him. Are you trying to ask where the Wild Boar King is? Feng Changqing nodded vigorously. Yi Chen pointed to a massive heap of meat not far away and said, Isn't that it? The sight that greeted them left everyone utterly astonished. In a mere hour, Yi Chen had not only slain the Wild Boar King, but had also roasted it to perfection. Such combat prowess, such speed. It was simply unbelievable. The tantalizing aroma of the roasted boar stirred the hungry, destitute villagers, making their mouths water. Seeing their reaction, Yi Chen clapped his hands and announced, You can share it among yourselves. If there is any left, take it home. Let nothing go to waste. Master, please don't walk so fast. Wait for me. Li Lanxiang called out, hastily chasing after Yi Chen. He turned to glance at her and asked, Lanxiang, do you need something? Biting her lip, she replied, Can I come to see you if I have nothing to do? Yi Chen looked back at the charming and playful Lanxiang, smiling as he said, Of course you can. Master, are you going to the city tomorrow for the wedding of Wan Jini? Yi Chen nodded, replying, Yes, why do you ask? Then, could you take me with you? Li Lanxiang's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Yi Chen, unblinking. After a brief pause, Yi Chen shook his head and said, There may be dangers at the wedding in Panjiayuan tomorrow. It would be best for you to stay at home and focus on your cultivation. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Li Lanxiang's lips immediately pouted. Master, you're lying. How could there be danger at a wedding? If you don't want to take me, just say so. Why make up such excuses as if I were a 3-year-old? Hearing Li Lanxiang's incessant chatter, Yi Chen gently patted her little head and remarked, Indeed. You are not a mere 3-year-old. You are already 4. Li Lanxiang was taken aback. In truth, when Yi Chen mentioned the potential dangers at the wedding, he was not merely speaking whimsically to amuse his naive disciple. Rather, he genuinely harbored such a premonition. It was highly likely that the wedding would be rife with unexpected disturbances. If any unforeseen incidents were to occur, it would be relatively easy for him to extricate himself alone. However, if he were to bring along Lanxiang, the situation would become considerably more complicated. Be good and focus on your cultivation at home. Yi Chen affectionately treated Li Lanxiang as an older brother would indulge a younger sister, patting her head once more. Li Lanxiang, utterly defenseless against Yi Chen's affectionate gesture, obediently nodded in response. The following day dawned bright and sunny. After offering a few simple reminders, Yi Chen prepared to make his way to Panjiayuan. As soon as he stepped outside, the passive attribute of his fortune value activated, and he found himself picking up 2 taels of silver. At that moment, Panjiayuan was bustling with activity, alive with the sounds of carriages and people. It appeared that the esteemed officials and dignitaries of the entire Jianyang city had gathered there. In stark contrast to these affluent figures were the gaunt and emaciated beggars lining the road. Some of the beggars, emboldened by desperation, approached in hopes of receiving a bit of kindness in the form of spare change to satiate their hunger. Yet, they were met with disdain and reprimands. Such was the fragility of life. Yi Chen casually tossed the spare silver he had found that day to an elderly man and his grandchild. The pair, moved to tears, knelt before Yi Chen in gratitude. Witnessing this, other beggars swarmed around like wolves catching the scent of blood. Frowning at the scene, Yi Chen hastened his pace toward the main entrance of Panjiayuan. At that moment, the entrance of Panjiayuan was adorned with colorful decorations, brimming with festivity. This scene felt eerily familiar. One could not help but wonder if this occasion would prove as lively as the Zhang family's gathering a month prior. "Young master, please present your invitation," called out a disciple of the Pan family, blocking Yi Chen's path. Yi Chen glanced at him and replied, "I do not possess an invitation. I was invited by your senior brother, Wan Jinni." Upon learning that Yi Chen was a friend of their esteemed senior brother, the disciple's demeanor shifted to one of respect. "You know my senior brother Wan Jinni?" Yi Chen nodded, saying, "Indeed, not only do I know your senior brother Wan Jinni, but I am also acquainted with your second brother, Dong Minqing, your senior sister Pan Rong, and Pan Gang." The Pan disciple quickly corrected him. "My second brother is named Dong Minqing, not Shi Minqing." Noticing Yi Chen's apparent unfamiliarity, he skeptically inquired, "You seem somewhat unfamiliar. How do you know them?" Yi Chen replied, "I have fought them." The Pan disciple was left speechless. "Xiaoyozi, what are you doing standing there? Aren't you supposed to be attending to the guests?" At that moment, Pan Gang approached and sternly reprimanded the disciple of the Pan family. The disciple, referred to as Xiaoyozi, hurriedly replied, "Senior brother Pan Gang, this young man claims he has beaten you." "Oh, who is this?" A toad yawning, boasting quite grandly. "In Jianyang City, no one dares to lay a hand on me." Pan Gang. Before he could finish his sentence, Pan Gang suddenly noticed Yi Chen, who was grinning widely at him. This sight startled him immensely. "Why you, Yi Chen? What brings you here?" Yi Chen smiled and replied, "Your master brother, Wan Jinni, invited me. You were present at the time. Did you forget so soon?" Pan Gang shook his head, stammering, "And no, I didn't." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired, "By the way, you just said there is no one in Jianyang City who would dare strike you, correct?" Pan Gang trembled in fear, instinctively covering his face with his hands and taking 2 steps back, terrified that Yi Chen might unexpectedly slap him. Seeing Pan Gang's reaction, Yi Chen chuckled coldly and said, "Rest assured, today is a joyous occasion for your master brother Wan Jinni. Out of respect for him, I won't strike you." Hearing Yi Chen's assurance, Pan Gang's anxious heart calmed down. However, he quickly reconsidered that this was the Pan family's territory. Even if his master brother Wan Jinni was not a match for Yi Chen, could his father, a half-step golden core expert, not handle this young man? Chapter 57. The verdant wedding. Upon entering Panjiayuan, Yi Chen promptly presented the green jade he had signed for as a congratulatory gift. Its vibrant hue harmonized splendidly with the wedding festivities. Shortly thereafter, the groom, Wan Jinni, and the bride, Pan Rong, commenced their ceremonial bowing. Today, Pan Rong's wedding gown was identical to the one she had worn at the Tsai workshop. At that moment, vivid images from the workshop resurfaced in Yi Chen's mind, compelling him to shake his head and redirect his gaze towards Wan Jinni, who appeared to emanate a radiant green light, even more vivid than the jade he had gifted. Suddenly, Yi Chen sensed a piercing gaze directed at him. Startled, he instinctively looked up to find a middle-aged man, bearing a striking resemblance to Pan Gang, observing him with an intense, covetous stare. Seated in the principal position, he was undoubtedly Pan Rong's father, Pan Tong, the master of the Pan family. An unusual feeling washed over Yi Chen as he pondered the peculiar intensity of Pan Tong's gaze. Could it be a result of having injured his son and vanquished his disciple, thus causing him to lose face? Contemplating this, Yi Chen's expression grew serious. Nevertheless, he had anticipated such a reaction. One of his purposes for visiting Panjiayuan today was to gauge the prevailing atmosphere and ascertain Pan Tong's response to the events involving his son and disciple. Moreover, given that the headquarters of the Star Palace was located at Frog Ridge, neighboring Jianyang City, Chen considered the possibility that Pan Tong might harbor deep animosity towards him. Should the situation escalate to an immediate confrontation, Chen was prepared to devise a plan to deal with the cunning old fox. Of course, if Pan Tong proved to be of good character and willing to reconcile, that would be even more favorable. After all, harmony and neighborly relations are of great value. As Chen pondered these thoughts, Wang Jiani noticed his presence and abruptly abandoned Pan Rong, striding directly towards Chen. Chen, you've arrived. Indeed, I have. Chen felt a certain camaraderie in their exchange that echoed the spirit of a classic Gu Long martial arts novel. To preempt any further remarks from Wang Jiani, he smiled slightly and continued, I have always had a fondness for lively gatherings. Today, Panjiayuan is undoubtedly the most vibrant place in Jianyang City, and I simply had to join in. In truth, Chen's visit served a dual purpose. Besides testing the waters of Panjiayuan, he harbored an equally significant intent to seek out Dong Minqing and ascertain the progress of the commitments he had made a couple of days prior. After all, autumn had deepened, and many disaster-stricken individuals were still without adequate clothing to brave the winter chill. Upon hearing Chen's words, Wang Jiani suddenly extended a finger, resolutely declaring, Give me a year, and I will surely defeat you. Upon hearing Wang Jiani's words, Chen stood frozen in place. Brother, you are getting married today. Why are you here challenging me instead of focusing on your wedding? At that moment, he began to understand Pan Rong's decision to betray Wang Jiani. With a disposition as rigid as the sword he wielded, this steel-hearted man hardly required the presence of a woman. In fact, a woman's existence would only hinder his speed in drawing his sword. Amused by this thought, Chen could not help but chuckle. Wang Jiani, noticing Chen's unexpected laughter, assumed he was being mocked, causing his expression to darken. What? You don't believe I can defeat you in a year? Chen, feeling a surge of irony, mused internally, I don't need to wait a year. You've already bested me. However, he merely replied, Does it really matter if I believe you can defeat me? Taken aback by Chen's retort, Wang Jiani pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. You make a valid point. Observing the awkward atmosphere enveloping the wedding, Pan Tong, seated at the head of the table, stepped in to ease the tension. Striding towards Chen, he clasped his hands together and said, You must be the talented young man, Chen, who defeated my disciple Wang Jiani at the Yulian. Chen returned the gesture with a slight bow. Indeed, I am Chen. I apologize for any offense I may have caused previously, esteemed Master Pan. As he spoke, he discreetly studied the older man, noticing the peculiar glint in his gaze. It was not the anger of a man humiliated by the defeat of his disciple, but rather an intense desire. Yes, a fervent and greedy desire. Recalling a former colleague from his past life who was openly gay, Chen recognized the same kind of look in Pan Tong's eyes, a mix of longing and impatience. As though he was eager to possess him, a shiver ran down Chen's spine, and he felt a wave of goosebumps wash over him. It seemed that regardless of the circumstances, young men must always learn to protect themselves. Chapter 58. The Conspiracy of Pan Tong. I have always held a fondness for youthful heroes. I have heard that young Master Yi is currently residing at the Yulian. If it does not displease you, might you consider spending a few days at my humble abode? Pan Tong squinted his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he extended the invitation to Chen. Upon hearing Pan Tong's words, Chen felt a sudden jolt of unease. Could this cunning old fox possibly be harboring ulterior motives? Yet, he quickly reconsidered. Residing at the Pan Tong estate would afford him an opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of the situation. Now that he had reached the second level of foundational cultivation, with the 7-star Dragon Abyss and Silver Shadow as his two formidable trump cards, he felt somewhat assured. Although Pan Tong had advanced to the threshold of the Golden Core realm, he had yet to solidify his attainment. Should a confrontation arise, even if he were to falter, he could retreat with ease. With this thought in mind, Chen graciously accepted the offer, saying, Then I shall humbly comply. Upon hearing Chen's agreement, Pan Tong was filled with delight, repeatedly exclaiming, What a pity that I have but one daughter. Were there a second, I would surely consider her a fitting match for a hero like young Master Yi. Chen was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself, I certainly do not wish to live a life of pastoral simplicity. With Yi Chen's acceptance to stay at the Pantong estate for a few days, Wang Jiani became animated, expressing his excitement. This is splendid. We shall have the opportunity to engage in further swordplay. Yi Chen's expression darkened at this. Brother, you are currently married. Could we not refrain from incessantly discussing swords? After the celebratory feast, Pantong instructed Dong Minqing to arrange a guest room for Yi Chen. After walking a short distance, Yi Chen, seeing no one around, turned to Dong Minqing with a smile. How does it feel to see your favorite junior sister married off to another? Dong Minqing's muscles twitched at the corners of his mouth, a flash of anger crossing his face. However, as he recalled Yi Chen's formidable strength, his ire dissipated. This is my affair. It does not concern you. Yi Chen smiled nonchalantly. Indeed, it does not concern me. I was merely inquiring. Do not take it too seriously. Moreover, you are well aware of your junior sister's situation. This audacious remark from Yi Chen darkened Dong Minqing's expression, his teeth grinding in frustration, wishing he could silence Yi Chen once and for all. Humph, Yi Chen. Your demise is imminent. Enjoy your moment of pride while it lasts. Just wait and see how I shall deal with you. Noticing Dong Minqing's fluctuating demeanor, Yi Chen decided to shift the conversation back to business. By the way, how are the items I requested coming along? After a brief moment of contemplation, Dong Minqing replied, the quantity you requested is substantial. I will need a few more days to prepare. Yi Chen, with eyes as sharp as a sword, cast a glance back at him and remarked, the 3-day period we agreed upon is drawing near. Should you fail to uphold your end of the bargain, and if I inadvertently disclose your matters to Wang Jiani, do not hold me accountable. Very well, I shall not blame you. Dong Minqing gritted his teeth, his gaze towards Yi Chen brimming with ire. In truth, he had an additional half-sentence that remained unspoken. The dead never speak recklessly. Based on his understanding of his master, he estimated that action would likely be taken against Yi Chen within the next couple of days. Furthermore, the probability of a strike tonight was significantly high. The Panjiayuan was indeed expansive. Dong Minqing led Yi Chen through winding corridors for a good 15 minutes before arriving at a tranquil courtyard. Dong Minqing gestured towards a rather exquisite villa ahead, complete with a small garden. This is the finest guest room in our Panjiayuan, quite secluded, and I hope Master Yi will not find it lacking. Yi Chen first scrutinized the courtyard before his gaze inadvertently fell upon Dong Minqing. Noticing Yi Chen's attention, Dong Minqing suddenly shifted his eyes away. Whether out of guilt or some other reason, he dared not meet Yi Chen's gaze. The eyes are the windows to the soul. While both body language and speech can deceive, the eyes do not lie. There was certainly something amiss here. However, Yi Chen chose not to confront him directly. He remained uncertain whether it was Dong Minqing orchestrating something nefarious or if the cunning old fox Pantong was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. If it were the former, it posed little concern. Yet if it were the latter, caution was warranted. With this thought in mind, he maintained a nonchalant smile and stated, indeed, I find it quite agreeable. Upon hearing this, the tension in Dong Minqing visibly eased. As long as Master Yi is pleased, I shall take my leave now, not wishing to disturb your rest. With that, he turned to depart. Not long after, Yi Chen observed him being summoned by a servant. The two then hurriedly made their way towards the main courtyard, prompting Yi Chen to ponder deeply. Where there is action, there are secrets. It seemed there was indeed something amiss here. Dong Minqing went directly to Pantong's study, bowing respectfully. Master, you summoned me? Pantong nodded and inquired. Chinger, how has the task progressed? Dong Minqing responded. It has been taken care of. I have arranged for Yi Chen to stay in the East Wing. That area is relatively secluded, making it easier to act. Pantong nodded again, continuing his inquiry. Has Yi Chen exhibited any suspicion? Dong Minqing paused for a moment in contemplation before shaking his head. No, his demeanor has been entirely normal, without a hint of abnormality. Seeing that everything was under control, Pantong nodded with satisfaction. Chinger, you have performed remarkably well. Upon hearing the master's commendation, Dong Minqing lowered his voice and tentatively inquired, Master, are we to take action against Yi Chen tonight? Pantong glanced out the window to ensure no one was watching before he nodded in affirmation. Indeed, however, before we proceed, there is another task you must undertake for me. Dong Minqing quickly asked, what is it that you require me to do, Master? Pantong did not respond directly. Instead, he retrieved a vial of medicine and handed it to Dong Minqing. This contains the drunken fragrance powder, which is colorless and odorless. making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Once ingested, it will plunge the individual into a deep slumber from which they will not awaken for at least 12 hours. Dong Minqing examined the vial in his hand and asked, "Master, do you wish for me to drug Yi Chun and incapacitate him?" Pan Tong shook his head and replied, "This is not intended for Yi Chun. Though he possesses the inheritance of swordsmanship, he is merely a second-level foundation establishment cultivator. Capturing him will be child's play. Such underhanded tactics are unnecessary." Dong Minqing, realizing he had misjudged the situation, was momentarily taken aback. "Master, whom do you intend for me to drug?" Pan Tong enunciated each word carefully. "Your senior brother, Wan Jiani." Dong Minqing was taken aback by this revelation. He questioned whether he had misheard and quickly sought confirmation. "My senior brother?" Pan Tong solemnly nodded and stated, "Indeed, your senior brother is far too upright. Should he learn of our intentions towards Yi Chun, he would undoubtedly intervene." After hearing Pan Tong's explanation, Dong Minqing finally grasped the situation. "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately." Once outside, Dong Minqing mixed the drunken fragrance powder into the wine, ensuring it was well blended. Once everything was prepared, he made his way to the living room, where he found Wan Jiani. At that moment, Wan Jiani was engaged in merriment with his fellow disciples. Dong Minqing steadied his nerves and approached with a smile. "Congratulations, senior brother. I would like to offer you a toast." Wan Jiani, already inebriated, was blissfully unaware of any ulterior motives. His mind was singularly focused on swordsmanship, and he paid little attention to anything else. Seeing Dong Minqing approach with a toast, he harbored no suspicions. "Thank you, Dongmin Jr. brother." Wan Jiani accepted the cup and raised it to his lips, draining its contents in one go. Dong Minqing, out of the corner of his eye, observed Wan Jiani as he confirmed the cup was indeed empty. A cold smirk of triumph crept upon his lips. Chapter 59. The fox's tail is exposed. The elder brother was intoxicated, and I assisted him back to his room. "You all may continue drinking." Dong Minqing exchanged a few words with his fellow brothers before supporting Wan Jiani toward the bridal chamber. Inside, the red candles flickered gently. Pan Rong sat poised upon the bed, her head covered with a bright red silk scarf, her hands entwined nervously. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the door being pushed open and tentatively called out, "Elder brother, is that you?" "Junior sister, it is I." Upon hearing this voice, Pan Rong quickly lifted the scarf from her head, her expression tense as she looked over. "Second brother, what brings you here?" Dong Minqing wore a wicked grin as he replied, "Rong's sister, I have come to share a romantic evening with you." After saying this, he swiftly approached Pan Rong with an eagerness that was all too familiar. Pan Rong could scarcely believe the audacity of her second brother. While secret affairs were one thing, daring to intrude upon her bridal chamber was another entirely. Moreover, this was happening right before the eyes of the elder brother Wan Jiani. It was akin to a mouse teasing a cat, seeking unnecessary thrills. "Second brother, are you not afraid that elder brother will see you and take your life?" Dong Minqing appeared unfazed. Casting a glance at Wan Jiani, who lay sprawled like a lifeless dog, he scoffed, "Rong's sister, fret not. Without 12 hours, elder brother shall not awaken." With that, he lunged forward ravenously, like a wolf pouncing on its prey. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes were watching intently from outside. It was none other than Yi Chun. Initially, Yi Chun had intended to gather some information, but he was utterly unprepared for the scene before him. Thus, he stood there, scrutinizing the unfolding drama with a critical gaze, regretting the absence of a mobile device to capture the moment. He could have returned to review the footage and critique it further. Just as Yi Chun felt a tinge of disappointment, he suddenly noticed several shadowy figures darting past. Their trajectory seemed to lead directly to his residence. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to pursue them. Upon arriving at Yi Chen's abode, Pan Tong found it utterly deserted. Could it be that Yi Chun had sensed something amiss and slipped away in advance? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed an unusual presence behind him. He whipped around to find a tall figure standing confidently in his wake. Upon recognizing the figure's owner, Pan Tong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Yi Chun." Yi Chun feigned surprise, inquiring, "Master Pan, what brings you to seek me at such a late hour? Is there something of importance?" Pan Tong squinted, revealing the crafty smile characteristic of a cunning fox. "Oh, it is nothing of consequence. I merely had some free time and thought I would check in on young Master Yi to see if you have settled comfortably in our Pan family estate." Yi Chun smiled and replied, "Not bad. I appreciate Master Pan's concern. Pan Tong scrutinized Yi Chen closely and inquired with a smile. I have heard that young Master Yi, 3 years ago, encountered a mishap in his cultivation, leading to a state of demonic deviation, rendering his dantian incapacitated. Yet, within the span of merely a month, you ascended dramatically, becoming a prodigious talent admired by thousands. Is this matter true? Upon hearing this question, Yi Chen seemed to grasp something, and a sense of vigilance arose within him. Observing Yi Chen's reaction, Pan Tong continued to speak candidly. I have been trapped at the threshold of the golden core for an entire 60 years. Should I fail to achieve a breakthrough and solidify my golden core, I fear my time may be drawing near. I am not one to shy away from death. However, my inability to form the golden core remains the greatest regret of my life. Thus, I have come today to request a certain item from young Master Yi to fulfill my dream of attaining the golden core. Yi Chen, feeling a surge of caution, asked, What item? Pan Tong responded slowly and deliberately, The swordsmanship inheritance you acquired by chance. After speaking, his gaze upon Yi Chen resembled that of a ravenous wolf eyeing a delectable lamb, brimming with fervor and avarice. Chapter 60. Confrontation with the Half-Step Golden Core. Upon hearing the words, Sword Dao Inheritance, Yi Chen's heart jolted with surprise. Master Pan, from where have you heard such nonsensical tales? From us. Before Yi Chen could finish his retort, a sinister voice emerged from behind. Yi Chen turned to see a figure, his expression tightening slightly. Are you from the Zhang family? The third elder of the Zhang family glared fiercely and shouted, Yi Chen, you have slain our family head and humiliated our clan. Today marks your demise. Realizing that the newcomers were from the Zhang family, Yi Chen's understanding crystallized. He scoffed coldly, Huh? You think it will be so easy to take my life? Pan Tong solemnly declared, Yi Chen, if you are willing to relinquish the Sword Dao inheritance and present the divine weapon to me, I can spare your life. Should you desire the Sword Dao inheritance, come and take it. Yi Chen replied, his once gentle gaze transforming into one of unparalleled disdain. Sword, come forth. He reached into the void, summoning the 7 stars dragon abyss. As the ethereal flames danced around the weapon, Pan Tong became exhilarated. Indeed, a divine weapon. Unable to contain his excitement, he lunged forward to seize it. Yi Chen, since you refuse my kindness, I shall oblige you. With that, Pan Tong charged at Yi Chen like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, his aura menacing. Yi Chen, with an air of superiority, fixed his gaze on Pan Tong's approaching figure. As the adversary closed the distance, he swiftly drew his sword. Swish! The sword's shadow surged forth like a rampaging fire dragon, slicing towards Pan Tong. Pan Tong, recognizing the ferocity of Yi Chen's sword intent, dared not underestimate it. He quickly clasped his hands together, summoning a shimmering barrier to shield himself. Boom! The sword's shadow collided with the barrier, unleashing a violent surge of true essence that rippled outward like waves. The entire room trembled as if on the brink of collapse. In the midst of the chaos, Yi Chen chose not to engage further. With his current cultivation, he could not withstand Pan Tong, a half-step golden core, head-on. Moreover, this was their territory. Employing the age-old strategy of retreat, he dashed towards the exit as Pan Tong was momentarily staggered. The 3 members of the Zhang family were taken aback to see Yi Chen not captured by Pan Tong, but instead charging towards them. Those who block my path shall perish. Yi Chen bellowed, his 7 stars dragon abyss soaring high, poised to strike. With a swift thrust, he cleaved the 3rd elder of the Zhang family in half, blood splattering in abundance. The remaining 2, witnessing the imminent danger, turned to flee. Yet, with the situation escalated, Yi Chen would not grant them the chance for survival. With a thought, he summoned the fangs of the wild boar king. With one weapon in each hand, he lunged forward with ferocity. The sound of piercing flesh echoed. 2 disciples of the Zhang clan, caught off guard, were struck down, their lives extinguished in an instant. Their pupils dilated in shock as vitality swiftly ebbed away, and soon they collapsed into a pool of blood, shrouded in darkness. Pan Tong, witnessing the swift demise of 3 foundational stage experts at the hands of Yi Chen in mere moments, felt a jolt of surprise course through him. Yet, rather than attributing this to Yi Chen's innate talent, he attributed it to the legacy of the swordsmanship and the power of the divine weapon. Such formidable strength displayed by a novice in the foundational stage, if wielded by himself, would surely propel him to unimaginable heights. Filled with exhilaration at this thought, Pan Tong bellowed, "Yi Chen, there is no escape for you." He charged at Yi Chen's back, delivering a forceful palm strike. Yi Chen pivoted, countering with a sword strike that met Pan Tong's ferocious attack head-on. The clash reverberated through the skies above the Pan clan's estate. A thunderous sound that illuminated the faces of both combatants with flickering light. In terms of cultivation and battle experience, Pan Tong exhibited an overwhelming advantage over Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen's mastery of true essence and the advantage of the divine weapon allowed him to hold his ground. In the high skies, they exchanged blows with remarkable parity. Hearing the commotion, the guarding disciples of the Pan clan rushed over. One disciple craned his neck and inquired of his companion, "Who is that young man? To contend so evenly with our master? Who else could it be but that prodigy, Yi Chen, who recently defeated our second brother Dong Minqing and our senior brother Wan Jiani at the Yulian? But why would Yi Chen be fighting our master? We were all drinking together just moments ago. Who can we ask about this?" Chapter 61, Critical Damage. A resounding crash echoed through the air as Yi Chen and Pan Tong were propelled backward simultaneously. However, Yi Chen stumbled back several dozen steps before finally managing to stabilize his center of gravity. Faintly, one could discern a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. In contrast, Pan Tong had only retreated 5 or 6 steps. Though his demeanor appeared slightly disheveled, his aura remained robust and formidable. The disparity in their combat prowess was unmistakable. Pan Tong glared fiercely at Yi Chen and barked, "Yi Chen, you are no match for me." The wise recognized their circumstances. Surrender your divine weapon and the legacy of your swordsmanship, lest you incur physical suffering. Yi Chen wiped the blood from his lips with the back of his hand and replied with a cold smile, "Master Pan, merely half a month ago, someone uttered similar words to me. Would you care to know what fate befell him?" Pan Tong, maintaining a stern expression, inquired, "What fate?" Yi Chen bellowed, "If you wish to know, venture to the underworld and inquire of him personally." With that furious roar, Yi Chen's Qixing Longyuan transformed into a fiery dragon. Lunging forward with ferocity, "Arrogant brat, it seems you want to weep until you see the coffin." Pan Tong retorted defiantly, drawing forth a radiant sword imbued with shimmering light and soaring into the fray. The clang of their weapons collided like the clash of steel on a battlefield, reverberating with the intensity of 1,000 warriors. In that fleeting moment of impact, Yi Chen's pupils narrowed slightly, emitting a glint of insight that the average person would scarcely perceive as he scrutinized Pan Tong. Pan Tong's movements appeared to Yi Chen as though they were slowed down by a factor of 10. This was one of the skills of the hard eye secret technique, allowing him to observe his opponent's moves and identify their weaknesses. Soon, he detected subtle, indistinct spots on Pan Tong's chest. It seemed these spots were the vulnerabilities he sought. However, Pan Tong was a master on the brink of the Golden Core stage. With Yi Chen's current cultivation, a direct confrontation would surely fail to exploit those weaknesses. He needed to devise an unconventional approach, striking when least expected. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen's gaze darted back and forth. He then feigned defeat, retreating rapidly like a kite with severed strings. Seeing Yi Chen being pushed back, Pan Tong could not contain his elation, eager to press the advantage and capture Yi Chen. As Pan Tong fell into the trap, a subtle smile played at the corners of Yi Chen's mouth. The distance between them continued to close, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Just as the gap dwindled to a mere 10 meters, Yi Chen executed a flawless Thomas turnaround, launching a counterattack. In an instant, all his true essence coalesced in his palm, which he then continuously infused into the Qixing Longyuan. The 7 stars dragon abyss thus radiated an overwhelming brilliance, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, opening its gaping maw to viciously strike at Pan Tong's vulnerable throat. Pan Tong was utterly unprepared for this unexpected maneuver from Yi Chen, leaving him in a state of profound shock. In a moment of desperation, he hastily swung his sword to block the onslaught. The clash resounded like thunder in the sky, accompanied by a dazzling display of sword shadows that sparkled like the resplendent fireworks of a lantern festival. "How audacious of you, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, to attempt a sneak attack on me. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the true might of a half-step golden core cultivator." Although Yi Chen's counterattack caught Pan Tong off guard, rendering him quite flustered, Pan Tong was, after all, an adept at the half-step golden core realm. With Yi Chen's current cultivation level, he was incapable of inflicting any significant harm. At best, the damage amounted to mere superficial wounds. Just as Pan Tong furiously channeled his true essence, the raging winds filled his sleeves to the brim. He suddenly felt an excruciating sting in his chest. Looking down, he was horrified to see two razor-sharp boar tusks piercing deeply into his torso. This was the true lethal strike of Yi Chen. Pan Tong had naively assumed that Yi Chen had exhausted his tactics, becoming overconfident in his moment of triumph. He never anticipated that Yi Chen still had a hidden card up his sleeve. Consequently, caught completely off guard, he was instantly impaled by the formidable tusks. And due to the nature of the surprise attack, it resulted in a critical blow. Chapter 62. The terrifying Yi Chen with a sharp gasp. Pan Tong stared in disbelief at the wild boar tusks that had pierced his body. He never imagined that Yi Chen possessed such a lethal technique. However, even with these methods, it would not be an easy feat for Yi Chen to overpower a formidable opponent at the threshold of the Golden Core stage. Enduring the excruciating pain from his wound, Pan Tong summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful strike aimed directly at Yi Chen's heart. The proximity between them left Yi Chen no room to evade. Reluctantly, he had to withstand the blow. With a resounding impact, Pan Tong's full-force palm thrust sent Yi Chen staggering back several meters, his internal organs roiling as if caught in a violent storm. Seizing the opportunity created by the distance, Yi Chen swiftly executed the nine-dragon sky treading technique, transforming his figure into a streak of light that vanished into the vast night. Pan Tong attempted to pursue, but the tumult within his body rendered him unable to follow. He could only watch helplessly as Yi Chen escaped. Thus, Yi Chen fled several dozen miles before finally resting against a large tree. Suddenly, he felt a surge of sweetness in his throat, and with a violent cough, he expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. Once he stabilized his energy, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. What a ferocious strike! Truly, a force befitting one at the half-step golden core level. Glancing at the time, Yi Chen realized it was midnight, precisely the moment for his sign-in. He hurriedly logged into the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the sign-in reward, a 9th-rank spirit medicine, blood chi pill. As the name suggests, the blood chi pill replenishes both blood and energy, regarded as a miraculous healing remedy for those below the golden core realm. It was as if he had been given a pillow just as he was about to doze off. Yi Chen felt a surge of joy as he grabbed the pill and consumed it. The pill dissolved instantly in his mouth, and soon he felt a warm current flowing directly into his dantian, circulating throughout his body and nourishing his limbs and bones. Thus, he continued until dawn broke with a pale light in the east. By then, Yi Chen had completed his recovery. Although he had not regained his peak combat prowess, his injuries had healed significantly. Meanwhile, the Pan family was in an uproar. Pan Tong could hardly fathom the sheer strength Yi Chen had displayed. How could someone just entering the Foundation establishment stage possess such terrifying combat power? If Yi Chen were also at the half-step golden core level, on par with himself, would he not be able to defeat him with a single sword strike? Contemplating these thoughts, Pan Tong felt a wave of dread wash over him. Without a doubt, he could not allow Yi Chen to grow stronger. Otherwise, given the blood feud that had been forged today, once Yi Chen condensed his golden core, would he not annihilate the entirety of the Pan family? With this in mind, Pan Tong set aside his injuries and urgently called for his second disciple, Dongmen Qing. Qinger, Yi Chen has already been severely injured by my master. You must immediately take people and capture him. He must not escape, do you understand? Ever since I learned that Yi Chen might possess a legacy of swordsmanship, I, Dongmen Qing, have harbored ambitions regarding this inheritance. However, my cultivation is simply too weak, and I have long suffered from a lack of opportunity. Unexpectedly, just when I was dozing off, fortune has come my way. If I were to obtain the swordsmanship legacy, I would retreat and cultivate diligently in seclusion. By then, even if my master were to find out, he would be powerless to intervene. Moreover, given my master's current injuries, it is evident that he will not recover without 3 to 5 years of rest. By that time, even my master may not be able to contend with me. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Dongmen Qing envisioned several schemes to betray his master, a triumphant smile inadvertently appearing on his lips. Pan Tong was utterly unaware of the ulterior motives of his proud disciple. Noticing Dongmen Qing's distraction, He displayed an expression of displeasure and sternly admonished, Dong Minqing, do you remember what I just told you? After being chastised by his master, Dong Minqing finally regained his focus, nodding vigorously in affirmation. The disciple understood and vowed to pursue Yi Chun, ensuring he would not escape. Hearing Dong Minqing's declaration, Pan Tong nodded in satisfaction. Go, but be cautious. Although Yi Chun is severely injured, that boy is cunning. Do not underestimate him. I understand. Dong Minqing replied with utmost respect and gathered all the capable disciples and guards from the Pan family to set out. They then pursued the direction in which Yi Chun had fled with great fervor. They chased until they reached outside the city, beside an ancient tree. One disciple discovered blood on the ground and urgently called out to Dong Minqing, second brother, look, there are bloodstains here. Dong Minqing approached and examined the evidence closely, declaring, this is fresh blood. Yi Chun must be nearby. He can't have run far. Search. Before Dong Minqing's command could fully resonate, a voice as cold as death suddenly echoed, no need to search. I am right here. Upon hearing these words, everyone present was startled, instinctively turning to look. Dong Minqing was taken aback to find Yi Chun had appeared behind him without a sound. However, upon noticing the faint trace of blood at the corner of Yi Chun's mouth and the many experts surrounding him, including several foundational stage cultivators, he felt emboldened. Yi Chun had already been gravely wounded by their master. They would capture him together. If they could seize him alive, a reward of 1 million silver would be theirs. This final bounty was an impulsive addition of his own design. Under the lure of such a generous reward, valiant men would surely emerge. Upon hearing of the million-tael bounty, the disciples and guards of Panjiayun were invigorated, as if they had been infused with the essence of vitality. Their gazes upon Yi Chun were akin to avaricious merchants beholding a mountain of gold, or lecherous men captivated by a stunning beauty, brimming with fervent greed. Subsequently, they brandished their weapons, clamoring and rushing forward. Yi Chun stood resolute, his eyes radiating an unparalleled disdain as he regarded them. A mere rabble dared to seek their demise at his hands? With a swift motion, a brilliant flash of light sliced through the air like a rainbow piercing the sun. The sound of impending doom lingered in the ether when, in an instant, several disciples at the forefront were caught unawares. They merely perceived a chilling gleam before an intense heat surged in their throats. Streams of blood gushed forth, unrestrained, akin to a spring bursting forth. Almost immediately, darkness enveloped their vision, and they collapsed into a pool of their own blood in a daze. Witnessing this scene, Dong Minqing and the others were left utterly astounded, their jaws nearly unhinged in disbelief. Was it not said that Yi Chun was gravely injured? How could his swordsmanship still exude such terrifying prowess? Chapter 63. Who's next? With a gentle breath, Yi Chun blew the blood off the blade of his sword. Under the rising sun, his gaze was as piercing as a bright star, instilling fear in those who dared to meet his eyes. At his commanding shout, Dong Minqing and the others were utterly terrified, instinctively retreating. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, each hesitant to confront him. Let's attack together. Yi Chun has already been severely injured by our master. He must be at his wit's end. With so many of us, we need not fear him. After regaining their composure, Dong Minqing began to incite the other disciples to engage in battle. Many present had witnessed Yi Chun receive a blow from Pan Tong, and thus, spurred by Dong Minqing's words, they steeled themselves, brandishing their weapons like swirling snowflakes. Rushing towards Yi Chun. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chun's figure was enveloped by the flurry of sword shadows. Yet, he remained undaunted. With a commanding glare, he bellowed, break through. The seven-star dragon abyss sliced through the air, igniting a fierce clash with their weapons. The sounds of metal striking metal, crackling and thunderous, intertwined. And the sparks that erupted were as dazzling as fireworks during the Lantern Festival. Break through. Yi Chun roared once more, and the swords wielded by the disciples of the Pan family shattered completely. A few unfortunate souls were struck down, their bodies turning cold. Seeing this, the remaining disciples were paralyzed with fear. They exchanged glances and scattered like birds taking flight. Dong Minqing, sensing the dire situation, wisely chose to retreat. Yi Chun, however, did not pursue them. To him, they were merely insignificant creatures, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Upon returning to Toad Ridge, Li Lanxiang noticed Yi Chun's injuries and hurriedly inquired, Master, are you hurt? Chen shook his head nonchalantly, responding, "It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Lanxiang, I shall enter seclusion for a few days to heal. You must guard the entrance and ensure no one disturbs me." Hearing Chen's instructions, Li Lanxiang nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Chen knew he must swiftly restore his combat prowess to its peak. Although his encounter with Pan Tong had been brief, he understood that the latter would not simply let matters rest and could strike at any moment. Thus, vigilance was essential. Meanwhile, Dong Minqing and his companions, having narrowly escaped, returned to Pan's residence in a disheveled state. Without delay, he reported to his master, Pan Tong. Upon hearing Dong Minqing's account, Pan Tong was greatly astonished. He simply could not comprehend how Chen, after receiving a solid blow from him, could still possess such formidable fighting strength. However, this also solidified the resolve to eliminate Chen at all costs. If he could not be extinguished before he matured, then once he grew, not only would seizing his inheritance and fortune become impossible, but it would also jeopardize the lives of everyone in the Pan family, numbering over 100. Yet, he himself was currently gravely injured and in dire need of recuperation. The disciples under Dong Minqing were utterly incapable, and it was unwise to delegate this task to others. At that moment, Pan Tong found himself in a quandary, when the perceptive Shi Minqing stepped forward and suggested, "Master, why not let the senior brother handle it?" Indeed, Pan Tong had entertained this thought, but he was aware that his eldest disciple possessed a straightforward nature and would likely be unwilling to partake in such matters. Understanding his master's hesitation, Dong Minqing lowered his voice and whispered a few words. Pan Tong, initially taken aback, soon revealed a troubled expression and remarked, "If we proceed this way, it may tarnish Ronger's reputation and affect their relationship in the future." Sensing his master's indecision, Dong Minqing urged, "Master, those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. For your chance to attain the inheritance and solidify your golden core, it is worth it for junior sister to endure some hardship." After a moment of contemplation, Pan Tong made up his mind and declared, "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest." Dong Minqing nodded in agreement and made his way to the marital chamber of Wang Jiani and Pan Rong. Upon seeing Dong Minqing approach her in broad daylight for a clandestine rendezvous, Pan Rong chastised him in a hushed tone, "Second senior brother, your audacity knows no bounds. It is still daytime, and the senior brother will awaken shortly. If he catches us..." Before she could finish her warning, Dong Minqing silenced her with his lips. They indulged in a passionate embrace for some time. Reluctantly, he pulled away and whispered a few words. Pan Rong's expression turned conflicted as she replied, "Isn't this rather inappropriate, given the senior brother's disposition, if he were to..." Before she could complete her thought, Dong Minqing, feigning seriousness, interjected, "There is no if. Chen must be eliminated, for if our secret is exposed, we would face disgrace and annihilation." Pan Rong was taken aback by his words and nodded, saying, "All right, I will heed your advice." Elated by her acquiescence, Dong Minqing tenderly kissed her cheek twice. "That's more like it. Once Chen and the senior brother are dealt with, we can be together openly. I assure you, I will cherish you dearly." With time pressing, as the senior brother was about to awaken, Dong Minqing instructed, "Follow my lead. Do you understand?" Under the spell of his assurances, Pan Rong nodded repeatedly, saying, "Second senior brother, rest assured, I know what to do." As soon as Dong Minqing took his leave, Wang Jiani awoke from his slumber. He rubbed his heavy head in an attempt to regain clarity. At that moment, a woman's sobbing voice suddenly reached his ears. Startled, Wang Jiani turned to investigate and discovered his newlywed wife, Pan Rong, wiping away her tears incessantly. Her disheveled appearance suggested she had endured some form of indignity. This alarming sight jolted Wang Jiani into a heightened awareness, prompting him to urgently inquire, "Junior sister, what has happened to you? Why are you crying so sorrowfully?" Chapter 64. Lanxiang stands up to protect her master. In response to Wang Jiani's inquiry, Pan Rong remained silent, her tears flowing incessantly as she sobbed, appearing to bear an immense grievance. This deepened Wang Jiani's sense of panic. He was inherently a man of few words, clumsy in speech, and lacked the charm that his junior brother Dong Minqing possessed, who could sweet-talk a girl with ease. Thus, when he beheld Pan Rong weeping, he found himself at a loss, opening his mouth without knowing what to say. "Junior sister, what exactly transpired? Please, do enlighten me." Pan Rong wiped her tears and, with a tone of wounded innocence, replied, "It was all the doing of your so-called friend." Wan Jiani was momentarily bewildered and asked, "Friend? Which friend?" Pan Rong, feigning a pitiful demeanor, retorted angrily, "Who else could it be but Yi Chun, the one you invited here? Last night, he saw how beautiful I was and, upon witnessing you drunk beyond measure, he harbored ill intentions towards me. When my father and the others learned of the situation and came to dissuade him, he ambushed them and caused injury. Woe is me. My innocence has been utterly shattered by Yi Chun. I can no longer show my face to the world." After speaking, she feigned a state of despair, as if contemplating ending her life. However, Wan Jiani swiftly embraced her. With gritted teeth, Wan Jiani declared furiously, "You scoundrel! Yi Chun, I once considered you a friend, yet you turned out to be such a beast in human guise. Fear not, junior sister. I shall avenge you and our master." With that proclamation, he brandished his sword and stormed out, a palpable aura of rage surrounding him. As he departed, Pan Rong's tears ceased instantaneously, replaced by a sinister smirk that signified her triumph in orchestrating this scheme. Meanwhile, Feng Chongqing, leading a patrol in the mountains, spotted the vengeful figure of Wan Jiani approaching, sword in hand, and hurriedly stepped forward to intercept him. "Whom do you seek?" he stammered. "It is Wan Jiani," he retorted with a fierce glare. "Where is Yi Chun?" Feng Chongqing hesitated, stuttering. "Why, Yi Chun is currently in seclusion." What do you want with him?" Wan Jiani, teeth clenched, enunciated each word with chilling determination. "I intend to kill him." Upon sensing the icy malice emanating from Wan Jiani, Feng Chongqing and his companions were struck with alarm. Exchanging glances, one of them hurried off to relay the news, while the rest formed a barricade, resolutely blocking Wan Jiani's path. "If you wish to harm the immortal, you must first step over our corpses," they proclaimed. Though Feng Chongqing's speech was halting, his actions were resolute and unhesitating. The others, seeing this, promptly joined him, standing united against Wan Jiani. They have farmers, artisans, and beggars, yet the courage they exhibit at this moment makes even seasoned veterans blush with shame. This stirs a slight emotional response in Wan Jiani. "I do not wish to slaughter the innocent. All of you, step aside." Nevertheless, Feng Chongqing and the others remained steadfast. Enraged at their defiance, Wan Jiani bellowed, "Do you truly believe I would hesitate to strike you down?" Before his words faded, the sword in his hand had already been unsheathed, slicing through the air with lethal intent. However, it did not descend upon Feng Chongqing and his companions, but rather cleaved a massive boulder beside them into countless fragments. Witnessing the shattered stone, Feng Chongqing and the others could not help but tremble, yet they still showed no intention of yielding. At that moment, men, women, and children from the mountains all joined hands and began to descend together. As far as the eye could see, the mountains were teeming with disaster victims, moving like a swarm of ants. Li Lanxiang sprinted to the front. Though she felt the overwhelming pressure of Wan Jiani's formidable sword aura, she was acutely aware that her meager cultivation was no match for him. Yet, with unwavering resolve, she drew her sword. "You shall not harm my master." In the past, it was her master who protected her. Now, she was determined to defend him in return. Even if it meant facing her own demise, she was willing to sacrifice everything. Chapter 65. The Fury of Wan Jiani. Gazing upon Li Lanxiang's youthful visage, which bore an expression of unwavering resolve, Wan Jiani's demeanor was evidently stirred. The admiration and protection bestowed upon Yi Chun by the masses and the displaced were indeed perplexing. Could it be true, as Pan Rong had suggested, that he was merely a predator exploiting the vulnerable? Yet, just as Wan Jiani found himself ensnared in a dilemma, a vibrant and resonant voice echoed down from the direction of Frog Ridge. "Wan Jiani, I trust you are well." Soon thereafter, a figure clad in a blue robe appeared, seemingly gliding through the air with grace. It was none other than Yi Chun. Upon witnessing Yi Chun's long-awaited arrival, the cold glint in Wan Jiani's eyes nearly ignited with fury. "Yi Chun, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. I was beginning to think you intended to cower like a turtle." Yi Chun regarded Wan Jiani and, with a serious tone, inquired, "Wan Jiani, have you come for the so-called inheritance of the sword path?" Startled by the question, Wan Jiani retorted vehemently, "What inheritance of the sword path? I have come for vengeance." The word vengeance was squeezed from his clenched teeth, his expression betraying a desire to rend Yi Chun into pieces. Yi Chun paused, bewildered, and asked, "What vengeance?" Wang Jianyi's wrath surged, and he bellowed, "Yi Chen, cease your pretense. You took advantage of my inebriation to insult my newlywed wife. That is one grievance. You harmed my master. That is a second grievance. You killed my junior brother. That is a third grievance. With these 3 blood-soaked enmities, do you not believe I am justified in seeking your life?" At Wang Jianyi's declaration, the crowd erupted in a tumult of astonishment, their gazes swiftly converging upon Yi Chen. "You speak falsehoods. My master is a paragon of virtue. How could he ever exploit another's misfortune to commit such vile acts?" Li Lanxiang was the first to step forward in protest. If Yi Chen were truly a beast in human guise, she would have long been consumed by him. Despite their solitary encounters, her master had never overstepped his bounds. As for Pan Rong, she was merely a superficial beauty, lacking in comparison to herself. Unless, of course, Yi Chen harbored an inclination towards the more mature. Others joined in solidarity, expressing their unwavering faith in Yi Chen's innocence. Seeing Yi Chen's silence, Wang Jianyi assumed he was merely guilty and, with a commanding tone, demanded, "Yi Chen, do you have nothing to say?" Yi Chen responded with a calm smile, "I do. But it is not suitable for this setting. Let us find another place to converse." However, Wang Jianyi categorically rejected the proposal. "What? Do you acknowledge that your actions are unfit to be unveiled?" Yi Chen, exasperated, implored, "I am merely looking out for your best interest. Let us discuss this elsewhere." Yet, Wang Jianyi's obstinacy flared, and he proclaimed resolutely, "There is no need. I, Wang Jianyi, stand firm in my righteousness." With no words left unspoken, there was truly no need for veils of secrecy. Yi Chen, his expression darkened, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you certain?" Without hesitation, Wang Jianyi replied, "Of course." Given the resolute nature of Wang Jianyi's response, Yi Chen decided against shielding him any further. "Very well, since that is the case, I shall divulge the details." Clearing his throat, Yi Chen recounted the events in their entirety. He spoke of their first encounter in the cave at the graveyard, where they sought thrills for amusement. He recounted the incident when Wang Jianyi was intoxicated by Dong Menqing, leading to an intimate exchange in his bridal chamber. He also narrated the attempt by Pan Tong to forcibly claim his inheritance, resulting in a fierce clash that left both parties gravely wounded. The pursuit by Dong Menqing and Yi Chen's retaliatory strike followed suit. Yi Chen's storytelling was vivid and engaging, with many dialogues faithfully reproducing the words of Dong Menqing and Pan Rong, capturing even their intonations with remarkable precision. The audience, captivated by the unfolding drama, listened with rapt attention, thoroughly entertained. Young maidens like Li Lanxiang, at the tender age of blossoming womanhood, found their cheeks flushed with embarrassment upon hearing the inappropriate descriptions, their ears burning with a tantalizing heat. Wang Jianyi's countenance shifted through shades of blue and purple, rivaling the artistry of a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. "Silence! You speak nonsense," he exclaimed, consumed by rage, resembling a wild beast in a frenzy. He brandished his sword, striking fiercely at Yi Chen. Chapter 66. The Fury That Slayed Pan Xiaoer. Witnessing Wang Jianyi's rage, Yi Chen swiftly took action. Drawing his sword from its sheath, he intercepted the oncoming attack. As the clash of blades resonated, sparks flew, illuminating the faces of both combatants in a flickering glow. Observing the situation, Yi Chen admonished, "Wang Jianyi, you must maintain your composure. The veracity of my words can be confirmed upon your return." At Yi Chen's commanding shout, Wang Jianyi's demeanor softened considerably. He was no fool. He had always been attuned to the subtle dynamics between Dong Menqing and Pan Rong. Yet, he had chosen to focus all his energy on the path of the sword, neglecting to delve deeper. Little did he suspect the audacity and shamelessness of Pan Rong and Dong Menqing. Recognizing the shift in Wang Jianyi's expression, Yi Chen understood he had begun to sway his conviction. "If you doubt me, follow me." With that, Yi Chen leapt forward, sprinting into the distance. Wang Jianyi hesitated for a moment before hastening to catch up. Their first destination was the Tsai workshop. The proprietress, Pan Xiaoer, was a distant relative of the Pan family. This establishment had become a clandestine rendezvous for Pan Rong and Dong Menqing. Upon seeing Yi Chen and Wang Jianyi, both radiating an aura of menace, Pan Xiaoer felt a surge of trepidation. She contemplated fleeing, but was swiftly blocked by Yi Chen. "Madam, there is no need to rush away," he said, his tone unyielding. Trembling, Pan Xiaoer stammered, What can I assist you with regarding fabrics?" Yi Chen shook his head, stating, "We seek not garments, but information concerning certain matters." Pan Xiaoer, her voice quivering, inquired, "What matters?" Yi Chen replied, "Concerning Pan Rong and Dong Minqing." Upon hearing their names, Pan Xiaoer's expression shifted dramatically. I know nothing of their affairs. You must have inquired of the wrong person." Before she could finish her sentence, she attempted to retreat to the back of the workshop. With a swift motion, Yi Chen barred her path with his sword. Is it ignorance or an inability to speak? Pan Xiaoer, petrified by the sight of Yi Chen's sword, trembled uncontrollably. I cannot disclose anything. If I do, young Master Dong Minqing will have me killed." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiani felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. His eyes, now ablaze with fury, resembled a ferocious beast ready to pounce. He bellowed, "Speak! What unspeakable deeds have those two engaged in?" Pan Xiaoer, overwhelmed by Wang Jiani's outburst, quaked in fear. Losing all composure, her mental defenses collapsed, and she divulged everything she knew, pouring out the details like beans spilled from a bamboo tube, including intricate specifics. Moreover, the account was even more detailed than that of Yi Chen. Wang Jiani appeared as if struck by lightning, embodying a sense of utter despair. After Pan Xiaoer finished speaking, her voice trembling with tears, she pleaded, "I have revealed everything I know. It was Dong Minqing and Pan Rong who forced me into this. It has nothing to do with me. I beg you, spare me. Do not kill me. Do not kill me." Before the last words escaped her lips, Wang Jiani's gaze suddenly turned icy. Pan Xiaoer, frightened, instinctively recoiled. In an instant, a shadow of a sword, like a rainbow piercing the sun, swiftly severed her throat. With a gasp, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her body tilting before collapsing into a pool of crimson. Yi Chen glanced at him, shaking his head, and mused. Heaven's misfortune may still allow for survival. Self-inflicted calamity, however, is inescapable. After uttering this, he noticed Wang Jiani rising to depart and casually inquired, "What are you off to do now?" Wang Jiani gritted his teeth and replied, "To slay that pair of treacherous scoundrels." With that, he severed Pan Xiaoer's head and wrapped it in cloth, making his way toward the Pan family estate. Upon his return, the disciples of the Pan family beheld Wang Jiani, one hand gripping a bloodied sword, while the other carried a round object, the cloth soaked through with blood. To anyone with sight, it was evident that it was a gruesome human head. The disciples, aware that Wang Jiani had pursued Yi Chen, assumed that the package contained Yi Chen's severed head. "Eldest brother, have you already slain Yi Chen so swiftly?" Truly, our Wang Jiani is the foremost sword genius of the Pan family, achieving success at the first strike, dispatching that rogue under his sword. However, Wang Jiani ignored their flattery, his expression devoid of emotion as he coldly inquired, "Where are second brother and junior sister?" Chapter 67, The Capture of a Scandal. "Where are Dong Minqing and Pan Rong?" Wang Jiani, noticing their silence, repeated his inquiry in an icy tone that cut through the air. Among the gathered disciples, the one closest to him, a member of the Pan family, trembled under Wang Jiani's piercing gaze and blurted out, "They seem to be in your room." Instantly regretting his words, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand. The others shot him reproachful glances, as if blaming him for his indiscretion. One of Dong Minqing's sycophants hurriedly attempted to mediate. "Senior brother, you must have business with second senior brother and junior sister. Let me fetch them for you." "No need. I shall go myself." Wang Jiani cast a sharp, frigid look at the disciple who intended to relay the message, causing him to tremble in fear, unable to take another step. With an expression devoid of emotion, Wang Jiani grasped a bloodied head in one hand and a dripping sword in the other, striding purposefully towards his chamber. Meanwhile, Dong Minqing and Pan Rong were in the throes of a passionate encounter within. Just as the moment reached its crescendo, the door was abruptly kicked open. Dong Minqing turned sharply, and upon seeing Wang Jiani wielding the blood-soaked sword and glaring at him with murderous intent, he was immediately paralyzed with fear. Stammering, he exclaimed, "BB brother." Hearing her senior brother's return, Pan Rong, disheveled, jolted upright in fright. "Brother, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Dong Minqing hastily echoed, Yes, it's a misunderstanding. I merely came to comfort junior sister, who was deeply distressed. It's not as you think." Wang Jiani's eyes burned with fury, nearly igniting with rage. He laughed bitterly. "Oh, Dong Minqing, Your method of consolation seems to have escalated quite dramatically, hasn't it? The two were rendered speechless, caught in the act. Humph. Left without words. Today I shall end the lives of this treacherous pair. With that, Wan Jiani forcefully threw Pan Xiaoer's head before Dong Minqing and Pan Rong, raising the bloodied sword high. The sight of the severed head sent chills through them, instilling a terror that paralyzed Pan Rong completely. Her face drained of color as she collapsed onto the bed, motionless. Dong Minqing, however, discreetly glanced towards the window, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. As for Pan Rong, she was simply out of luck. Birds of a feather may flock together, but when calamity strikes, they often take flight alone. Moreover, they were hardly even a couple. Today, I shall slay you both. As Wan Jiani lifted the bloodied sword, poised to strike, a commanding voice rang out from outside, "Stop." Upon the arrival of the newcomer, Wan Jiani halted his actions. Pan Rong and Dong Minqing, akin to drowning souls, clutched desperately at their last hope. "Father, save me. Master, please help." The visitor was none other than Pan Tong. His aged visage was darkened with anger, as he glared fiercely at Dong Minqing and Pan Rong, exclaiming in a thunderous voice, "You two are truly shameless, to commit such foolishness." Dong Minqing and Pan Rong hastily knelt before him, repeatedly bowing their heads. "Father, Master, we were momentarily foolish. We realize our mistake. Please spare our lives. You have acted in such a despicable manner, and thus deserve punishment," Pan Tong declared, then turned to Wan Jiani, saying, "Jiani, it is my failure as a mentor that has brought you shame. You possess extraordinary talent, destined for boundless achievements. Do not allow these two to tarnish your resolve. Today, let me take on the role of the villain to cleanse our ranks." Hearing his master's words, a wave of emotion surged through Wan Jiani. He felt compassion and responded, "Master, while Dong Minqing and Pan Rong are indeed guilty, it is unnecessary to take their lives. Simply stripping them of their cultivation will suffice." Pan Tong sighed heavily. "Ah, Jiani, you are a good person, but too kind-hearted. If they live, your inner demons will persist. For your future, do not speak further. Today, I must cleanse our ranks." Upon hearing Pan Tong's resolute words, Pan Rong and Dong Minqing were struck dumb with fear. They collapsed to the ground, pleading desperately, their foreheads nearly bleeding from their incessant bowing. "Master, father, you cannot kill us. Please spare us." Pan Tong, with an unyielding demeanor, barked, "Dong Minqing, Pan Rong, yesterday's actions lead to today's consequences. When you engaged in such disgraceful deeds, you should have anticipated this day. Today, you shall both perish." With that, Pan Tong gathered all his spiritual power into his palm. Witnessing this, Wan Jiani could not bear to watch and turned his gaze away. Just then, Pan Tong struck down fiercely, not upon Dong Minqing, nor upon Pan Rong, but directly at Wan Jiani's vital point on his back. Wan Jiani, being of a pure heart, never anticipated that the master who had just professed to act for the sake of his integrity would, in the next moment, direct his lethal intent towards him. Caught off guard, he took the full force of the blow, feeling a sudden sweetness in his throat, before he violently spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 68. Chen takes action. "Master, you." Wan Jiani's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock. At that moment, Dong Minqing, seizing the opportunity, hurled a poisoned needle he carried towards Wan Jiani's eyes. Wan Jiani, severely injured, could not evade in time and was instantly blinded by the needle. "Ah, my eyes." He covered his bleeding eyes with his hand, descending into a state of hysteria. "Master, why have you treated me this way?" At this moment, Pan Tong no longer feigned composure. "Humph, Wan Jiani, I ordered you to eliminate Chen, and what have you done? You defied my command and even sought to harm my daughter. Shouldn't you face death for this?" As he spoke, he raised his hand, ready to end Wan Jiani's life. In that critical moment of life and death, a sword shadow descended like a white rainbow piercing the sun, intercepting Pan Tong's lethal strike and saving Wan Jiani. With a clang, the newcomer was none other than Chen, who had followed closely behind. After a brief clash, Chen feigned a strike, forcing the aggressive Pan Tong to retreat. He then grasped Wan Jiani's arm and commanded, "Let us go." Seeing this, Pan Tong shouted fiercely at the bewildered disciples of the Pan family. "Wan Jiani has conspired with Chen, betraying his master and ancestors. All disciples of the Pan family, seize them at once. Any who resist shall be killed without mercy." Upon hearing Pan Tong's order, The disciples of the Pan family were momentarily stunned. They could scarcely believe that their broad-shouldered, big-eyed senior brother would commit such a heinous act of betrayal against his master and kin. Dong Minqing, noticing their hesitation, bellowed, "What are you all still doing? Did you not hear what master just said?" At Dong Minqing's roar, the disciples who had been trailing him raised their weapons and charged towards Yi Chun and Wang Jini. "Those who stand in my way shall die," Yi Chun shouted, brandishing the 7 stars dragon abyss, striking left and right. Blood splattered in his wake, a scene of death and carnage. Pan Tong, witnessing his disciples' ineptitude, was consumed by rage. A bunch of useless fools. After venting his frustration, he seized the opportunity while Yi Chun was momentarily distracted and struck out with a powerful palm. Yi Chun, quick-witted, executed the 9 dragons sky-treading step, narrowly evading the attack. He swiftly countered, advancing with his sword and slashing towards Pan Tong. Pan Tong, already wary of the 7 stars dragon abyss in Yi Chun's hands and now injured, dared not confront him directly. He was forced to retreat repeatedly. Seeing Pan Tong falter, Yi Chun chose not to linger, scooping up the injured Wang Jini and soaring away into the distance. Pan Tong, witnessing Yi Chun absconding with Wang Jini, erupted in fury, screaming, "Pursue them! We must not let them escape." Upon encountering Yi Chun, Dong Minqing witnessed the audacious rescue of Wang Jini right beneath their very noses. He hurriedly approached with a sense of urgency and inquired, "Master, what shall we do now?" However, before Dong Minqing could finish his sentence, Pan Tong retaliated with a swift motion, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Caught off guard, Dong Minqing staggered from the force, nearly losing his balance and crashing heavily to the ground. "Master," he murmured. Pan Tong, filled with wrath, pointed an accusatory finger at him and reprimanded, "How dare you still call me master after witnessing the foolishness you both have committed?" Following this, he cast a furious glance at the retreating figures of Yi Chun and Wang Jini, vigorously brushed his sleeves, and bellowed, "To the city lord's mansion." Chapter 69, Collusion. In Jianyang City, at the lord's mansion, upon learning of Pan Tong's arrival, Lord Zhang Tao personally stepped out to greet him. "What brings you to our lord's mansion on such a gusty day?" Pan Tong, seeking assistance, humbly lowered his stance. "Your Excellency Jiang, you flatter me. I have come today with a request." Feigning surprise, Zhang Tao inquired, "What is it?" Instead of answering directly, Pan Tong glanced at those flanking Zhang Tao. Understanding, Zhang Tao waved his hand, saying, "You may all withdraw for now. I have important matters to discuss with Master Pan." The attendants bowed and exited in succession. Once they were alone, Zhang Tao finally asked, "Master Pan, now you may speak." Pan Tong gathered his thoughts and asked, "Lord Jiang, are you acquainted with Yi Chun?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Tao nodded, saying, "I have heard of him. It is said he resides at the Yueli Inn, where he defeated your prodigious disciple, Wang Jini." Pan Tong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, however, they are merely putting on a show for my benefit." Taken aback, Zhang Tao asked, "What do you mean by that?" Pan Tong replied, "To speak candidly, not long ago, by a stroke of fortune, I acquired a swordsmanship inheritance from a formidable, nascent soul practitioner. However, my eldest disciple, Wang Jini, became aware of this. As you know, his sole obsession is the sword. Thus, he colluded with that scoundrel Yi Chun to plot against me and seize the inheritance." Pan Tong, a cunning old fox, spun this tale with ease. Zhang Tao, astonished, asked, "Is this true?" Anticipating such a question from Zhang Tao, Pan Tong did not respond verbally. Instead, he lifted his garment to reveal a gruesome wound. "Lord Jiang, words can deceive, but this injury cannot lie, can it?" Zhang Tao scrutinized Pan Tong's wound for an extended period. Once he confirmed its authenticity, he smiled and said, "Master Pan, you have misunderstood me. I harbor no disbelief. It is merely the suddenness of this matter that astonishes me. What assistance do you seek from me? As long as it is within my power, I shall not hesitate." Pan Tong eagerly seized this opportunity, replying, "If Lord Jiang helps me reclaim the inheritance and clear my ranks, I am willing to share that swordsmanship legacy with you. If it pleases you, our families could forge a bond through this opportunity." Upon hearing Pan Tong's words, Zhang Tao did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately acquiesced. "Very well. I shall abide by Master Pan's wishes. To be candid, that Yi Chun has gathered tens of thousands of disaster-stricken people at Frog Ridge, inciting chaos and attempting rebellion. I have been contemplating military action to eradicate him. Thus, united by a common enemy and shared interests. In Jianyang City, the two paramount forces, the Pan family and the Lord's Manor, have formed an unexpected alliance, heralding an impending storm. Meanwhile, after rescuing Wang Jiani, Chen brought him to his stronghold at Toad Ridge. He first administered a healing elixir, a reward from the system, to Wang Jiani, stabilizing his injuries. The wounds on Wang Jiani's body were relatively easy to mend, yet the scars on his heart proved far more complex to heal. It was hardly surprising, after all. Who could remain unscathed after being betrayed by a newlywed spouse, forsaken by his disciples, and ultimately abandoned by his master, all within a single night? Now deprived of sight, he had become a veritable shell of his former self. Most individuals would have succumbed to despair under such circumstances. Chen found himself at a loss for words to comfort Wang Jiani, so he casually handed him a flask. Wang Jiani, given the situation, there is no need for such despondency. Life is fraught with absurdities. One must simply learn to adapt. Wang Jiani accepted the flask without hesitation and tilted his head back, draining its contents in one swift motion. He then discarded the empty vessel and, with a gravelly voice, inquired, "Chen, I am now but a broken man. Why do you risk your life to save me?" Chapter 70. I wish to take you as my disciple. In response to Wang Jiani's inquiry, Chen took a sip of his drink and remarked, "I see that you possess commendable talent. I wish to take you as my disciple." Upon hearing Chen's unexpected declaration, Wang Jiani was momentarily taken aback. What is this? He wishes to take me as a disciple? He had initially assumed that Chen regarded him as a kindred spirit. Little did he anticipate that Chen aspired to be his master. On what grounds should I become your disciple? Though his vision was now clouded, Wang Jiani's pride remained unyielding. Chen chose not to directly respond to Wang Jiani's question, but instead casually inquired, "What is your dream?" After a prolonged silence, Wang Jiani replied, "I wish to become a master of the sword, akin to the sword god, Dugu Qiubai." Yet, immediately after expressing this ambition, he let out a despondent sigh. "Alas, I am now blind. My journey in the realm of swordsmanship may very well come to an end." At this juncture, he felt as if his heart had plummeted to the depths, enveloped in darkness. Chen, however, feigned an air of mystery, smiling as he said, "There is no need to be so pessimistic. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Did not the sage once say that to achieve great things, one must first endure hardship, labor, and deprivation, thereby tempering one's resolve and strengthening one's character?" Wang Jiani paused, momentarily perplexed. Which sage said that? I do not recall. Chen was taken aback for a moment and replied, "You have been too focused on practicing your swordsmanship. It is only natural that you are less acquainted with literature. Besides, do not concern yourself with which sage said it. Simply ponder whether my words hold merit." Wang Jiani reflected on Chen's remarks, savoring them twice before nodding solemnly. "Indeed, there is some truth to it." Chen slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Isn't that what matters? Only by descending into the depths of despair, beyond what you could ever imagine, can you hope to achieve unprecedented heights in the future." Following this, he proceeded to provide examples and elaborate further. The motivational words he shared were undoubtedly stirring. After indulging in this hearty encouragement, Wang Jiani felt a surge of passion within him. However, as he recalled his blindness and the inability to read the sword manuals, despair washed over him once more. How could he possibly ascend from this abyss to reach unprecedented heights? Such thoughts doused his spirits like a cold bucket of water, leaving him utterly despondent. Chen, sensing Wang Jiani's turmoil, deftly redirected the conversation. "As I mentioned earlier, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. There is no need for such pessimism." Wang Jiani chuckled self-deprecatingly, stating, "All I see now are misfortunes. Where is the fortune?" Chen pointed to himself and replied, "I am the benefactor destined to aid you. Do you not consider that a form of fortune?" Wang Jiani was taken aback by this assertion and asked, "You are my destined benefactor?" Chen nodded solemnly and stated, "Indeed, I possess the ability to restore your vision and assist you in furthering your prowess in the swordsmanship path. Would you not consider this as a significant benefactor in your life?" Upon hearing Chen's words, Wang Jiani was struck as if by lightning, incredulously asking, "Is this true? Are you not jesting with me?" Chen smiled calmly and replied, "Do I appear to be jesting?" To bolster his credibility, he recounted a simplified version of his experiences, albeit with some embellishments. The divine sign-in system was his greatest secret, one he intended to keep to himself. Thus, he continued to weave the narrative along the lines of Zhang Dongpeng and Pan Tong's presumed swordsmanship inheritance. Wang Jian listened with a mix of doubt and belief. Seeing his reaction, Chen proposed, "How about this? I will heal your eyes first, and then you can decide whether to join my ranks." After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Jian agreed. "Very well, but before we proceed, I have one question." Chen inquired, "What question?" Wang Jian pondered for a moment before asking. "Others who receive swordsmanship inheritances tend to guard them jealously, yet you wish to share yours with me. I truly cannot comprehend this. What is your reasoning?" Having just undergone a significant life change, Wang Jian found this question perplexing. His master, who had nurtured him for over 20 years, feared he would covet the still unattained swordsmanship inheritance, and thus resorted to drastic measures against him. Yet, he had known Chen for merely a few days, during which they had clashed multiple times. Despite this, Chen not only saved his life, but also intended to impart a coveted swordsmanship inheritance that others would pursue fervently. This left Wang Jian in a state of bewilderment, pondering Chen's true motives. Chen, in response to Wang Jian's inquiry, felt an urge to boast. Thinking to himself, "Why should I explain my actions to you?" However, he realized that while such an attitude might elevate his stature, it would ultimately serve little purpose. If he did not provide a convincing rationale to Wang Jian, who had just experienced a profound transformation, it might lead to unnecessary doubts. This would be detrimental for both of them. With this in mind, Chen deliberately cleared his throat and said, "As for the reason, it is quite simple. There are only 3. Upon hearing that Chen had not only a reason but 3, Wang Jian eagerly inquired, "Oh, what are those 3 reasons?" Chapter 71. 800 Autumn Since Enlightenment. Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, extending his index finger as he proclaimed, "Firstly, I am no ordinary individual. Hence, my way of conducting affairs cannot be measured by conventional standards. Those who have inherited the sword path are often inclined to hoard their knowledge, practicing in isolation, unwilling to share even with their closest companions. This is born from their fixation, a manifestation of humanity's inherent selfishness." Wang Jian, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean by fixation?" Chen smiled lightly and replied, "Take your master for instance. He fears that your exceptional talent, upon receiving the sword path inheritance, may surpass him, threatening his position. Thus, he remains wary of you, even resorting to nefarious means to eliminate the threat swiftly. In contrast, I harbor no such concerns." Upon hearing Chen's unabashed confidence, Wang Jian's expression darkened considerably. However, Chen's subsequent words transformed his countenance into one of utmost seriousness. Clearing his throat, Chen recited with measured cadence, 800 autumns since enlightenment. Not once has a flying sword taken a head." Wang Jian mulled over these couplets repeatedly. Could it be that Chen was not merely as he appeared, but rather an ancient being who had lived for 8 centuries, reborn through possession? He recalled having read in ancient texts that some formidable beings, nearing the end of their time, unable to break through their limitations and ascend to higher realms, might employ secret methods to seize a new body through their primordial spirit upon the decay of their flesh. This notion could indeed elucidate Chen's extraordinary encounters. Moreover, despite appearing merely 16 or 17 years of age, with a youthful demeanor, Chen's eyes and tone bore the weight of profound experiences, suggesting a depth of wisdom unattainable by one so young. The grandeur of the couplets, 800 autumns since enlightenment. Not once has a flying sword taken a head, encapsulated everything. If a sword genius practiced for 8 centuries, he would nearly attain the transformation of spirit, or even higher realms. Wang Jian pondered this theory extensively, finding the entire logic flawless, devoid of any discrepancies. After this mental exercise, his gaze toward Chen brimmed with increasing reverence, prompting him to address him as senior rather than as an equal. "Senior, what is your second reason?" Chen cleared his throat and continued, "The second reason is that I see your remarkable talent and wish to take you as my disciple, to strengthen my sect." Wang Jian's expression was one of clear astonishment. "Senior, you have a sect?" However, upon reflection, he considered that if his conjecture was correct, Chen, having lived for 8 centuries and undergone a rebirth, naturally possesses his own sect. He nodded solemnly and declared, "Indeed, it is named the Hall of Stars." of which I am the inaugural master. The name Hall of Stars alone struck Wang Jiani as quite formidable. It resonated splendidly with the lines, "For 800 autumns, I have attained the Tao, yet never once have I beheaded a foe with my sword." Wang Jiani, suppressing his inner excitement, inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, how many disciples does your esteemed sect currently have?" This question left Chen momentarily perplexed. After pondering for a considerable time, he finally replied, "If we include you, then there are 2 of us." "What? Including me, there are merely 2 disciples?" Wang Jiani was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. He thought to himself, "You have attained the Tao for 8 centuries, nearly living for 1,000 years. How could it be that there are only 2 disciples? Moreover, this count included himself. If he were to exclude his own presence, would there not be merely 1? Wang Jiani recalled a girl named Li Lanxiang, who had consistently referred to Chen as her master. Could it be that this singular disciple was indeed Li Lanxiang? Yet, she had only just begun her journey in Qi refining. Why did the Hall of Stars seem so implausible? Chapter 72. Taking disciples. Chen was taken aback by Wang Jiani's vivid imagination, and he continued, "As for my third point, I intend to embark on distant travels in the future. Our sect requires a disciple to oversee its affairs, so I was considering appointing you to manage the sect's operations." Wang Jiani responded, "Is there truly a need for someone to remain in place when there are only 2 disciples in total?" After articulating his 3 reasons, Chen turned to Wang Jiani and declared, "That concludes my remarks. What say you? Would you care to join my sect?" After a moment's hesitation, Wang Jiani suddenly knelt before Chen and exclaimed, "Master, please allow me to pay my respects." Before Wang Jiani's words could fully escape his lips, Xiao Yi's voice echoed in Chen's consciousness. "Congratulations, host, on accepting Wang Jiani as your disciple. You are awarded 1,500 contribution points. Following system evaluation, Wang Jiani's cultivation level is at the 5th stage of foundation establishment, surpassing your current level, granting you an additional 1,000 sect contribution points." Upon hearing Xiao Yi's announcement, Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. He never imagined that accepting Wang Jiani would yield a total of 2,500 contribution points. After regaining his composure, Chen feigned solemnity and proclaimed, "Without further ado, I shall now utilize a secret technique to heal your eyes." Wang Jiani repeatedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, master." Just as he finished his bow, his ears twitched suddenly, and he called out urgently, "Who goes there?" Although Wang Jiani was blind, his hearing remained exceptionally sharp. He could detect any rustle within a radius of 500 meters. Before he could finish speaking, Li Lanxiang timidly responded, "It's me, Lanxiang." Seeing Li Lanxiang approach, Chen waved her over and said, "Lanxiang, you have arrived just in time. From now on, this individual shall be your junior brother." "Junior brother?" Li Lanxiang was taken aback by Chen's words. She had witnessed Wang Jiani's swordsmanship and knew that even 100 of her combined efforts would likely fall short against him. How could she, of all people, be considered his senior sister? "Master, this seems somewhat inappropriate," she protested. Wang Jiani also felt it was challenging to refer to a girl in the Qi refinement stage as his senior sister. However, he soon recalled Chen's earlier words, "Extraordinary matters must not be judged by ordinary standards." With this in mind, he hesitated no longer and clasped his hands toward Li Lanxiang, saying, "I have met Sister Li." Li Lanxiang, feeling flustered, could only blink her large, watery eyes in a daze, staring at Chen. Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority, and remarked, "Very well. This is the custom of our Xingqian Hall. There is nothing amiss." Li Lanxiang, who generally adhered to Chen's words without question, accepted his statement without further argument. Immediately, she mimicked the earlier gesture of Wang Jiani, clasping her fists in greeting. "Master Wang, I hope you will take good care of me in the future." Upon hearing Li Lanxiang's respectful return, Wang Jiani bowed deeply in response. Observing this, Chen coughed lightly a couple of times. "All right, we are all friends here. There is no need to adhere too strictly to societal formalities. It feels as though we are participating in a wedding ceremony." Upon hearing Chen's remark, both Wang Jiani and Li Lanxiang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Wang Jiani had recently participated in a wedding, which stirred painful memories, while Li Lanxiang, embodying the modesty of a young lady, blushed profoundly. Chen glanced at Li Lanxiang and said, "Lanxiang, I am about to assist your master Wang with his eye treatment. Please guard the area and ensure no one interrupts us. Understood? Upon hearing Yi Chen's earnest words, Li Lanxiang nodded vigorously. I understand. Lanxiang will take care of it. Chapter 73. The onslaught of the army in a tranquil and spacious location. Yi Chen utilized the visualization method from the heart pupil secret technique to treat Wang Jinni's eyesight. This endeavor persisted for a full 3 days and nights, during which Wang Jinni's eyes gradually regained a semblance of light. Although his vision remained exceedingly blurred and could not be compared to normalcy, it at least allowed him to glimpse the dawn of hope. The continuous rescue efforts left Yi Chen with an overwhelming sensation of physical exhaustion, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Although Wang Jinni could not discern Yi Chen's pale complexion, the gratitude swelling in his heart was unmistakable. In his profound appreciation, he knelt before Yi Chen and bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me a second chance at life." Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of nonchalance as he replied, "Jinni, since you have pledged your allegiance to the Starry Pavilion, it is my duty as the Pavilion Master to ensure your safety. There is no need for such formalities. Rise quickly. Your eyes cannot yet endure strong light. They must be covered to allow for gradual adaptation. Do you understand?" With utmost seriousness, Wang Jinni responded, "Disciple understands." Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction and gestured, "Very well, you may now retire to recuperate." Disciple takes leave. Wang Jinni bowed again and departed. Once sure that Wang Jinni had left, Yi Chen felt his balance falter, nearly stumbling to the ground. He quickly settled into a cross-legged position and ingested the medicinal pills awarded from his sign-in. He circulated his energy through the 36 major and minor circulatory paths until he stabilized his internal breath. Afterward, Yi Chen recalled the sign-in rewards from the past 3 days. Having been preoccupied with treating Wang Jinni's eyesight, he had only hastily signed in without examining the rewards. Now, with time on his hands, he could take a closer look. The first day's sign-in reward, 10 boxes of landmines. The second day's sign-in reward, astonishingly, a Barrett sniper rifle, accompanied by 10 rounds of ammunition. The third day's sign-in reward, even more outrageous, an Italian cannon, though it came with only 3 shells. Upon seeing these items, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed that the system's rewards would comprise elixirs, divine weapons, or martial arts techniques. To his utter astonishment, he discovered the inclusion of landmines, a Barrett rifle, and an Italian cannon, modern weaponry. If such items were available, it would not be unreasonable to expect future rewards to include aircraft, tanks, armored vehicles, or even warships. The prospect of gradually amassing a formidable arsenal to create a fleet, an armored division, or an Air Force brigade seemed entirely feasible. In the future, should anyone dare to provoke him, he could simply employ missiles for precise targeting, delivering devastating long-range strikes against their sections. Alternatively, under the pretense of illegal construction, he could deploy an excavation team to demolish their mountain gates. The thought of such mischievous schemes filled Yi Chen with an inexplicable excitement. At that moment, Li Lanxiang hurriedly approached. "Master, a grave situation has arisen. A great army is advancing towards us." Observing the breathless Li Lanxiang, Yi Chen furrowed his brows slightly and inquired, "Lanxiang, do not rush, speak slowly. What has transpired?" As he spoke, he gently patted her back. After a considerable moment of catching her breath, Li Lanxiang recounted the events in fragments. Upon hearing her narrative, Yi Chen's expression darkened as he asked, "Lanxiang, are you saying that a large army is here to besiege us?" Li Lanxiang nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grain. "Yes, they claim we are inciting rebellion." Yi Chen then questioned, "How many have they brought?" Li Lanxiang shook her head, replying, "I do not know, but it appears there are many. The mountain path stretches for over 10 miles, and I cannot see the end." Yi Chen ascended to the highest point to survey the surroundings. Indeed, a formidable army was marching towards them with great momentum. By his estimation, there were at least 8,000, if not a full 10,000. Furthermore, he discerned the figures of Dong Menqing and other disciples from the Pan family. Clearly, this was the handiwork of that cunning old fox, Pan Tong. Just as well, let you all experience the might of my Italian cannon. Chapter 74. The Consequences of Human Misdeeds. Master, what were you just saying about the Italian cannon? I don't understand at all, Li Lanxiang inquired with wide, curious eyes upon hearing Yi Chen's murmurs. Chen found himself momentarily at a loss as to how to elucidate the concept of an Italian canon to Li Lanxiang. After a brief contemplation, he feigned an air of mystery and replied with a smile, "Patience, you shall soon discover." He then proceeded to scrutinize the terrain. Noting a narrow passage resembling the neck of a deer, characterized by its steepness and defensibility, he recognized that if an army intended to mount an assault on the mountain, this would be an essential route. With this realization, a clever plan began to form in his mind. "Lanxiang, go fetch your father, Fang Changqing, and the others." Although Li Lanxiang was unaware of Yi Chen's intentions, she had always complied with his directives without hesitation and promptly nodded in agreement. After a while, Li Wenzheng, Fang Changqing, and dozens of other corps members gathered around. Yi Chen gestured towards the concealed explosives. "You are to bury these at each of the intersections." Upon seeing the ominous-looking objects, Li Wenzheng and Fang Changqing exchanged glances filled with apprehension. They cautiously picked one up, examining it closely. "Master, what is this?" They stammered in unison, bewildered. "I've never encountered anything like it before." Feigning mystery, Yi Chen replied, "The secrets of heaven are not to be divulged. Simply follow my instructions." Hearing his enigmatic words, Li Wenzheng and Fang Changqing shared a knowing glance and departed to carry out his orders. At that moment, Wan Jinni approached. "Master, I have heard that the old rogue, Pan Tong, has colluded with Jiang Tao from the city lord's mansion, planning to launch a crackdown on Frog Ridge." Yi Chen nodded impassively, adopting a demeanor of authority. "I am already aware. Come, let us go meet them." Wan Jinni was taken aback by the response. "Just the two of us?" Yi Chen affirmed, "Yes, just the two of us." Although Wan Jinni could not see Yi Chen's expression at that moment, he could discern a palpable confidence in his tone. With that thought, he solemnly nodded in agreement. "Understood, master." Speed is of the essence in warfare. Jiang Tao, with his military experience, understood this principle well. Hence, after reaching an agreement with Pan Tong, he wasted no time in mobilizing his forces. Intent on exterminating the group of displaced individuals at Frog Ridge while their foundation remained unstable. Furthermore, he harbored a secret strategy, regardless of whether it was the talented youth Yi Chen or the cunning old fox Pan Tong. Both were on the brink of mutual destruction. Thus, now is the opportune moment to act, for I possess a formidable force at my disposal, allowing me to wield complete control. Should I succeed in capturing Yi Chen and seizing his swordsmanship legacy, even the severely injured Pan Tong would not dare to challenge me. Just as Jiang Tao was contemplating his plans, two figures suddenly appeared, gliding through the air like phantoms. They came to a halt before their steeds. Jiang Tao and Pan Tong swiftly reined in their horses, and upon recognizing the newcomers as Yi Chen and Wan Jinni, they were momentarily taken aback. Pan Tong, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Wan Jinni, you have betrayed our sect and deserve to be punished, yet you dare to show yourself before me." With that, he attempted to strike Wan Jinni down. However, he was intercepted by Dongmen Qing, who implored, "Master, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Allow me to confront this Wan Jinni and determine who truly is the foremost swordsmanship prodigy of Jianyang City." Dongmen Qing, seeing Wan Jinni gravely injured and blinded, sought to seize the opportunity for personal gain. Indeed, his own talent was commendable among his peers, but it paled in comparison to Wan Jinni, a once-in-a-century genius in swordsmanship. The contrast rendered him rather insignificant. Ever narrow-minded, Dongmen Qing had long desired to trample Wan Jinni beneath his feet. Unfortunately, Wan Jinni's brilliance was simply too overwhelming. Dongmen Qing's entanglement with Pan Rong was partly driven by a desire to exact revenge on Wan Jinni, and now, he finally saw his chance to slay Wan Jinni and elevate his own name. Seeing Dongmen Qing voluntarily take up the challenge, Pan Tong nodded, saying, "Very well. But do exercise caution." As Wan Jinni's former master, Pan Tong was well aware of his disciple's prodigious talent. Despite Wan Jinni's severe injuries and blindness, he remained vigilant. However, in that moment, Dongmen Qing, eager to ascend by stepping over Wan Jinni's corpse, was blinded by ambition and failed to consider the gravity of the situation. Yi Chen turned to Wan Jinni and inquired, "Do you feel confident in facing Dongmen Qing?" After a moment's contemplation, Wan Jinni replied, "His talent is fairly decent." Upon hearing this, Dongmen Qing, already somewhat arrogant, swelled with pride at the compliment. "Wan Jinni, You now know fear, but alas, it is too late. If you were wise, you would surrender without resistance. Out of respect for our shared sect, I might even leave your corpse intact. Despite Dong Minqing's taunts, Wang Jian remained impassive, his expression unchanging. In a tone devoid of emotion, he coldly remarked, "Initially, I worried that I might not be able to defeat him with a single strike. It seems my concerns were unfounded." After saying this, he chose to disregard Dong Minqing entirely. A boastful warrior is destined to fail. In his eyes, Dong Minqing had already become a dead man, and the dead do not warrant further consideration. Upon hearing this, Dong Minqing was momentarily taken aback, swiftly consumed by a fervent rage as he bellowed, "Wang Jian, you are now blind, reduced to a mere sightless wretch, yet you continue to spout your nonsense. Since you are oblivious to your own demise, I shall cleanse the sect of your treachery." Following his furious outburst, Dong Minqing unsheathed his sword with great fervor, striking towards Wang Jian. His sword was exceedingly sharp, akin to a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, a tempest in full fury. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Tao commended, "Master Pan, your disciples are indeed paragons among men. In my humble opinion, Dong Minqing's talent is not inferior to that of Wang Jian. He is destined to inherit your legacy and elevate the Pan family to new heights." Flattered by Jiang Tao's praise, Pan Tong felt a swell of pride. He stroked his beard and remarked, "Please excuse my second disciple, though his talent is commendable. His temperament is rather impetuous. If he wishes to achieve greatness in the future, he must undergo considerable refinement." Seeing the black cloth obscuring Wang Jian's eyes, Dong Minqing could not suppress a triumphant sneer. He believed that the once towering presence of Wang Jian would soon lie at his feet, a lifeless corpse. Yet, in the very moment of his utmost satisfaction, the smile on his face abruptly froze. With a swift motion, Wang Jian unsheathed his sword. Though unable to see, his instincts remained astutely sharp, his sword intent as piercing as ever, leaving no room for defense. Before Dong Minqing could react, a flash of light akin to a white rainbow zipped past him, and he felt an icy sensation at his throat. Looking down, he was horrified to see the blade had pierced his neck. Blood gushed forth like a waterfall. Instinctively, he clutched his bleeding throat, his body unable to resist the downward pull. How could this be?" he gasped, but before he could finish his thought, he erupted in another fit of blood. The vitality in his eyes dissipated in an instant, vanishing completely. Soon after, Dong Minqing collapsed to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. A pungent scent of iron wafting through the air. His eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting an expression of utter incredulity. It was evident he had died with eyes wide open. Witnessing this astounding spectacle, everyone present, including Pan Tong and Jiang Tao, stood in stunned silence, collectively inhaling sharply. Despite having slain his foe, Wang Jian's visage bore no trace of joy. A chilling breeze swept through, ruffling his hair at the temples, while a shadow of indescribable sorrow passed over his weathered face. Chen, sensing the profound sadness within Wang Jian, stepped forward and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "Sword 1, remember this. Heaven's transgressions may be endured, yet those wrought by man are inescapable. This is his own doing, a consequence he must face. You are merely executing the will of heaven. Past grievances have faded like the gentle breeze caressing the mountain ridge. What has transpired is now behind us. Do not dwell upon it, lest it disturb your path of righteousness." Chapter 75. The thrill of a hasty escape. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Jian felt as though enlightenment had struck him, and immediately bowed in respect once more. "I shall heed my master's teachings." Seeing that Wang Jian grasped his intention, Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. Pan Tong, witnessing this scene, was left utterly astonished. He could hardly comprehend how, in just 3 days, his once prideful disciple had so bewilderingly become Yi Chen's apprentice. This defied all logic. Regardless of the rationality of the situation, Pan Tong's mind was resolute. Yi Chen must not be allowed to remain, nor should Wang Jian. With this thought, he glared fiercely, drawing his sword and pointing it menacingly at Wang Jian, exclaiming, "Wang Jian, you have betrayed your sect, and now you show no regard for the bonds of brotherhood. Your heart is merciless, publicly slaying your own junior brother. This is an unforgivable sin. Today, I shall cleanse our ranks." Upon hearing Pan Tong's words, Any lingering guilt or reluctance in Wang Jian vanished in an instant. He erupted with wild laughter, tilting his head back toward the sky. Huh, Pantong, have your eyes gone blind? Just now, Dong Minqing claimed he would kill me. Did he consider our brotherhood then? He knew that Pan Rome was my fiancée, yet sought to seduce her, even getting me drunk on our wedding night to commit unspeakable acts. Did he think of our bond then? After the truth came to light, rather than seek justice for me, you, my master, ambushed me, allowing Dong Minqing to blind me. Did you think of our bond then? Wang Jianyi's accusations rang out, each word dripping with anguish, moving even Jiang Tao and the other soldiers to cast doubtful glances at Pantong. If Wang Jian spoke the truth, then Dong Minqing deserved to lose his head by a sword. He should be torn apart and reduced to ashes to assuage the hatred in their hearts. Pantong shouted furiously, "You ungrateful disciple, cease your slander. Come forth and meet your demise." After a frantic roar, Pantong pressed his palms together and struck forcefully towards Wang Jianyi's crown, aiming for a decisive blow. Though Pantong had been grievously wounded by Yi Chen's wild boar king's fangs days prior, he was still a formidable cultivator, a half-step into the golden core realm, and his strength remained formidable. Moreover, Wang Jianyi's condition was even more precarious compared to Pantong's. Should the two engage in single combat, the outcome was all too predictable. Wang Jian would undoubtedly fall. As Wang Jian prepared to confront Pantong, he was abruptly halted by Yi Chen's intervention. Retreat. Initially intent on a life-or-death struggle with Pantong, Wang Jian paused in surprise at Yi Chen's sudden command. "What are you waiting for? Move," Yi Chen urged softly, grasping Wang Jianyi's shoulder and employing the 9 dragon steps to swiftly depart from this perilous place. The thrill of escaping just after a confrontation was exhilarating to contemplate. This scene left Pantong, Jiang Tao, and others momentarily stunned. It was only after Yi Chen and Wang Jianyi had sprinted over 100 meters that they regained their senses. "Quick, pursue them. We must not allow them to escape." In an instant, a cacophony of hooves thundered forward, akin to a surging river. Yi Chen glanced back, a smirk of triumphant scheming curling at the corners of his mouth. "If you fear not for your lives, then by all means, chase after us." Chapter 76. Annihilation. Upon arriving at the prearranged ambush site, Yi Chen, alongside Wang Jianyi, ascended to the highest precipice. Li Lanxiang, Li Wenzheng, Fang Changqing, and others had been awaiting their arrival. Yi Chen inquired, "Are we all prepared?" Fang Changqing hesitated, stammering, "Why yes, ready." Yi Chen, finding his speech cumbersome, shifted his gaze to Li Lanxiang. "Lanxiang, you speak." Nodding, Lanxiang responded, "Master, everything is ready. What shall we do now?" Yi Chen feigned an air of mystery, smiling as he declared, "All is in readiness. We merely await the eastern wind." Eastern wind? Upon hearing Yi Chen's proclamation, Lanxiang, Fang Changqing, and the others exchanged perplexed glances. After a moment of mutual bewilderment, their attention turned to Li Wenzheng, the most knowledgeable among them. "Father, what is this eastern wind?" Li Wenzheng, unsure of its meaning, yet wishing to maintain his authoritative demeanor, sternly chided, "Children should not pry into such matters. Heed the celestial arrangements." "Oh," Lanxiang, disappointed by the lack of clarity, felt a twinge of melancholy and, in a moment of mischief, stuck out her tongue at her father when he wasn't looking. This playful act was caught by Yi Chen, causing Lanxiang's cheeks to flush crimson as she quickly lowered her head, her delicate fingers intertwining nervously. Yi Chen chuckled softly, then turned his gaze towards the distant valley. Pantong, Jiang Tao, and their vast army, numbering in the tens of thousands, were advancing with great momentum. "City Lord, look. They are on the mountain. They're in ambush." Jiang Tao, following the of his deputy, looked on with disdain. "Humph, just a ragtag bunch of emaciated ruffians. Even with an ambush, what can they achieve?" After chastising his deputy, he fixed a sharp gaze upon Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, heaven shows mercy, and this city lord has no desire for needless slaughter. If you are willing to surrender, I can grant them mercy." Hearing the city lord's boastful declaration, Yi Chen scoffed coldly, saying, "City Lord Jiang, there is much I enjoy, but I have no inclination to engage in the folly of surrender. If you possess courage, then by all means come at me." Jiang Tao, incensed by Yi Chen's defiance, bellowed, "Since you refuse my goodwill, I shall oblige you with your fate. Wang, lead the charge. Spare none who resist." Wang, responding affirmatively, brandished the battle flag, calling out, "Brothers, charge with me." The sound of hooves pounding against the rocky terrain echoed throughout the valley. The ragtag group surrounding Yi Chen, unaccustomed to such a display of force, promptly fell into disarray. Fortunately, Yi Chen had been well prepared. He raised his voice, proclaiming, "Fear not, my friends. Today, I shall ensure they come and go without return, leaving not a single remnant behind." Upon hearing Yi Chen's unwaveringly confident declaration, the previously chaotic scene instantly regained its composure. They brandished their makeshift weapons, simple spears, sickles, wooden clubs, shovels, stones, and in unison, they shouted, "Let them come and go without return, leaving not a single remnant behind. Let them come and go without return, leaving not a single remnant behind." Chapter 77. One must leave a mark. With a satisfied smile gracing his lips, Yi Chen gestured for silence among the assembled troops. After a moment, he observed that the majority of the advancing soldiers had already stepped into the minefield. He swiftly seized a command flag and waved it vigorously. "Detonate!" At Yi Chen's command, a cacophony of deafening explosions erupted in succession. Boom, boom. The soldiers charging forward were thrown into disarray, tumbling over one another, suffering countless casualties. Initially, Vice General Wang shouted frantically to steady the troops, but the chaos was overwhelming, and his voice soon became hoarse to no avail. Noticing the turmoil, Yi Chen promptly retrieved a Barrett sniper rifle. Peering through the scope, he began to zero in on Vice General Wang's head. Holding his breath, he gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! A heated bullet, trailing a brilliant arc of light, surged forth like a comet streaking through the night sky, locking onto Vice General Wang. Unbeknownst to him, death was already at hand. He continued to bellow, urging his men to remain calm, to not panic. Crack! The bullet pierced through his forehead, erupting in a spray of crimson from the back of his skull. Vice General Wang's eyes widened in agony as darkness enveloped him, and he tumbled from his horse, collapsing into a pool of blood. The soldiers, already disoriented from the mines, were plunged into further chaos upon witnessing their leader's sudden demise. They trampled over the fallen, the casualties mounting alarmingly. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Tao and Pan Tong were left astounded. What sort of arcane technique could yield such devastating power? Suddenly, they saw Yi Chen manipulating a formidable weapon, its dark barrel aimed directly at them. Fire! With Yi Chen's command, a shell soared through the air like a meteor, tracing a dazzling parabolic arc towards Jiang Tao and Pan Tong. In response, Pan Tong scoffed dismissively. "Humph, such trivial skills dare to flaunt themselves before me?" He then focused his energy, lifting a massive boulder into his palm and hurling it with force. Boom! The boulder collided with the shell mid-air, resulting in a thunderous explosion. In an instant, the entire valley was engulfed in the deafening roar. Countless soldiers were injured or killed by the shrapnel and debris. Had it not been for the high cultivation of Pan Tong and Jiang Tao, they too would have fallen victim to the chaos. Even so, they emerged from the ordeal disheveled and covered in dust, their appearances a testament to the havoc that had unfolded. Jiang Tao, still trembling with trepidation, hastily turned to Pan Tong and inquired, "Master Pan, what manner of sorcery is this that bears such terrifying might?" Unbeknownst to Pan Tong, who had no knowledge of the Italian canon, he too felt a sense of dread and replied, "Lord Jiang, this is not sorcery but the formidable power of a magical artifact." To substantiate his claim, he pointed towards the mountaintop, where Yi Chen was busy loading the cannon. Jiang Tao soon discerned that the dark object, resembling a massive head, had indeed been unleashed from that shadowy figure. The power of this artifact was astonishing. If one could obtain it, conquering cities would be as effortless as a stroll in the park. As Jiang Tao pondered, Yi Chen's second cannon shot soared through the sky like a brilliant meteor, tracing a majestic parabolic arc before hurtling downward. Learning from their previous misstep, both Pan Tong and Jiang Tao had become adept this time. They refrained from attempting to block it with boulders and chose instead to evade, momentarily retreating from the onslaught. Their advanced cultivation allowed them to narrowly escape, but alas, the soldiers behind them, bewildered and unprepared, became unwitting scapegoats. Particularly those stationed at the epicenter of the explosion met a gruesome fate, with blood and flesh scattered in a harrowing display. The sight of such carnage was enough to rend one's heart. Upon witnessing this tragic scene, Pan Tong and Jiang Tao exchanged glances. each perceiving the dread and apprehension mirrored in the other's eyes, particularly in Jiang Tao's. The fallen soldiers were none other than the elite warriors of their lord's domain. Master Pan, Yi Chun was evidently well prepared. We must retreat for now and strategize for the future, suggested Jiang Tao. Pan Tong, taken aback by the turn of events, sighed in resignation. Alas, it seems we have no choice. Relay my orders. Withdraw from the valley immediately. By the command of the Lord, all must hasten to retreat. Master, it appears they are retreating, exclaimed Li Lanxiang, her excitement palpable as she observed the chaotic throng of officials below beginning to withdraw. Seeing they had moved beyond the cannon's range, Yi Chun promptly stowed away the artillery and its final shell. Send the orders, pursue, he commanded. Before his words had settled, several burly men, acting as messengers, raised their voices in a rallying cry. The immortal commands, all units, pursue, leave no survivors. While these refugees were largely devoid of combat prowess and could not match the officials in their prime, they could still play a significant role in mercilessly pursuing the terrified retreating soldiers. Yi Chun turned to Wan Jiani, his demeanor grave, and remarked, Jiani, Pan Tong is at the half-step golden core level, while Jiang Tao, though slightly weaker, is still a formidable cultivator at the 9th level of foundation establishment. They absolutely must not return unharmed. Regardless of the circumstances, one of them must remain, otherwise endless troubles will surely follow. Without a moment's hesitation, Wan Jiani solemnly nodded in agreement. Very well. Master, what about me? Li Lanxiang inquired, her large, glistening eyes wide with anticipation. Yi Chun pondered for a moment before gently patting Li Lanxiang on the head and responding, You shall stay here and refrain from wandering about. After this simple admonition, Yi Chun and Wan Jiani set off in pursuit of Pan Tong and Jiang Tao. As she watched the figures of Yi Chun and Wan Jiani recede into the distance, Li Lanxiang, the eldest disciple, was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of defeat. At that moment, she contemplated that if she possessed the same formidable prowess as Wan Jiani, she could assist her master in vanquishing foes, sparing him from injury and the need for such desperate efforts. Yet, currently, she could do nothing but watch helplessly, utterly incapable of offering any assistance. Chapter 78. Wan Jiani versus Pan Tong. Yi Chun leaped to a vantage point, refraining from further pursuit. Instead, he grasped his Barrett rifle and loaded a bullet. His first target was Pan Tong. Bang! As his finger gently curled, the trigger was pulled. A searing bullet, adorned with a dazzling arc of light, hurtled towards Pan Tong. Being a formidable warrior at the half-step golden core stage, Pan Tong acutely sensed the impending danger and made an astute prediction. With a narrow escape, he managed to evade the shot. However, the warhorse beneath him had no such fortune. It was struck, suffering a grievous wound, rearing up and letting out a series of anguished whinnies before collapsing to the ground. Witnessing the immense power of Yi Chun's weapon left Pan Tong profoundly startled. When he saw that he had narrowly avoided the sniper's aim, Yi Chun paused momentarily before adjusting the focus and relocking his target. Bang! 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 This time, he fired 3 consecutive shots. The 3 blazing bullets formed a triangular assault pattern, simultaneously hurtling towards Pan Tong. With a swift motion, Pan Tong deflected the first bullet with a palm strike and cleaved the second with his sword. However, in his fervor, he exacerbated his already wounded abdomen, failing to evade the third bullet. It pierced through his chest, leaving a gruesome cavity in its wake. Had this been an ordinary person, they would surely have perished on the spot. But Pan Tong was a warrior on the brink of the Golden Core realm, merely a step away from true mastery. Even in the face of a Barrett sniper attack, one could hardly expect him to succumb instantly, even if a cannon were aimed directly at him. Nevertheless, injury was inevitable. As the bullet tore through his chest, a searing pain coursed through his body, momentarily slowing his movements. At that moment, Wan Jiani had already surged forward, sword in hand. With a swish, a blade of intent, akin to a shooting star, sliced towards Pan Tong's back. Pan Tong, filled with dread, hastily attempted to block the strike. When their swords clashed with a resounding clang, sparks flew, illuminating the faces of both combatants in a flickering light. Wan Jiani, blindfolded, wore an expression as still as a tranquil pond, devoid of joy or sorrow, unperturbed by the unfolding chaos. In stark contrast, Pan Tong's eyes bulged like copper bells, filled with flames of fury his visage twisted into a grotesque mask of wrath, resembling a demon poised to devour its prey. Wan Jiani, after all the care I bestowed upon you, nurturing your swordsmanship and martial prowess, I never imagined you would repay my kindness with treachery, seeking to bring about my demise. Wan Jiani, maintaining his stoic demeanor, replied in an emotionless tone, Pan Tong, the moment you delivered that devastating blow to me, all debts of gratitude have been swept away with the wind. Pan Tong, realizing that emotional manipulation was futile, roared like a furious beast. Wan Jiani, your swordsmanship is a reflection of my teachings. Do you truly believe you can surpass me? Such aspirations are nothing but delusions. With that, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, akin to a raging tempest, aimed directly at Wan Jiani's chest. Although Wan Jiani's vision was impaired, he relied on his instincts to make precise predictions, narrowly evading the attack. Seeing that Wan Jiani had dodged his strike, Pan Tong advanced, wielding his sword with sweeping motions that sliced through the air with lethal intent. Showing no mercy, unyielding, Wan Jiani raised his sword to meet the challenge. The two engaged in a fierce battle, shrouded in chaos. Their fates intertwined as they fought with relentless determination. Chapter 79. The Master's Demise. As the fierce battle raged between Wan Jiani and Pan Tong, Chen stepped forward, brandishing his sword to obstruct Jiang Tao's path. Jiang Tao, wary of the magical artifact in Chen's possession, refrained from confronting him directly. Instead, he gestured to the guards beside him and commanded, "All of you, seize him." At Jiang Tao's command, the guards exchanged glances before surging forward like a pack of ravenous wolves, brandishing their weapons as they charged at Chen. Chen's gaze sharpened. He reached into the air and bellowed, "Sword, come forth." The 7 stars Long Yuan, responding to its master's call, emitted a resonant dragon's roar as it soared from its sheath. Fire Dragon's Roar. This was a technique uniquely crafted by Chen, merging the characteristics of the 7 stars Long Yuan with the piercing swordsmanship of the Sword of Heaven. With a single stroke, he unleashed a force akin to a fire dragon emerging into the world, sweeping across the sky. Though the moves were few and brutal, they exuded an unparalleled dominance, leaving nothing but ashes in their wake. The sword intent, manifesting as a fiery dragon, twisted and coiled through the air, advancing upon the oncoming soldiers. As the fiery dragon of sword intent collided with the guards, a fierce blaze erupted, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of crackling flames. The heavily armored guards were instantly engulfed in flames, writhing in agony upon the ground, their screams resembling the wails of slaughtered pigs, echoing in succession. Jiang Tao, already apprehensive of the magical artifact wielded by Chen, felt a surge of trepidation as he witnessed this violent display. Contemplating retreat, he turned to flee. Sensing Jiang Tao's intent to escape, Chen prepared to pursue him. However, in that moment, he noticed that Wan Jiani, locked in combat with Pan Tong, was clearly at a disadvantage, his situation perilous. Realizing this, Chen abandoned the chase and grasped his barret, aiming a shot at Pan Tong. Though Wan Jiani's swordsmanship was remarkably sharp, he was merely at the 5th level of foundation establishment and currently injured, unable to unleash his full combat potential. Pan Tong, despite his own injuries, was a genuine half-step golden core powerhouse and had a profound familiarity with Wan Jiani's techniques, having taught him most of them. Consequently, after dozens of exchanges, Wan Jiani found himself increasingly outmatched. Just as Pan Tong prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Wan Jiani, a searing bullet, accompanied by a sharp whistle, sliced through the air. Pan Tong, startled, quickly raised his sword to block. Seizing the opportunity, Wan Jiani thrust his sword forward with great ferocity. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced Pan Tong's abdomen, blood gushing forth. Clutching his wound, Pan Tong staggered backward. "Wan Jiani, we were once master and disciple. Must you be so ruthless and seek my end?" Upon hearing Pan Tong's frantic accusation, Wan Jiani's previously impassive expression flickered with a hint of emotion. After a moment of contemplation, the bloodied sword in his hand gradually fell. "Pan Tong, you may leave. Henceforth, the bond between us as master and disciple is severed. Should we meet again, I shall show you no mercy." As Wan Jiani's sword drooped, a glint of malevolence flashed in Pan Tong's eyes. "There will be no next time. You wretched disciple, die now." Seizing the moment when Wan Jiani was off guard, Pan Tong lunged forward like a bloodthirsty beast, fiercely thrusting his sword. Yet, in that critical instant, a streak of sword light, akin to a thunderbolt, descended abruptly, intercepting Pan Tong's assault. He was jolted back, stumbling several steps until he crashed against a massive stone, barely managing to regain his balance. Upon realizing that Jiang Tao had fled alone, he couldn't help but curse vehemently. If it were merely Wang Jinyi or Yi Chen alone, Pan Tong believed he could certainly slay them with his half-step golden core cultivation. However, their combined strength posed a significant threat, especially in his current state, burdened with injuries. With this thought, Pan Tong wasted no time and surged forth, directing his true essence towards the direction Jiang Tao had vanished. Yi Chen approached Wang Jinyi, supporting him, and inquired, "Are you all right?" Wang Jinyi shook his head, responding, "I'm fine." After a brief inspection, Yi Chen noted that while Wang Jinyi bore wounds, they were superficial and not life-threatening, which eased his mind. Immediately, his gaze darted towards the direction of Pan Tong's escape. Trying to flee? It won't be that easy. With this resolve, Yi Chen pursued without hesitation. Once the distance between them shrank to less than 2,000 meters, Yi Chen leaped into the air, brandishing a Barrett sniper rifle for precision targeting. Bang! 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 The scorching bullets surged forth like venomous serpents towards Pan Tong. Yet, true to his status as a half-step golden core expert, Pan Tong demonstrated remarkable foresight during his frantic escape, evading Yi Chen's bullets or deflecting them with his sword. Observing this, Yi Chen furrowed his brow. He swiftly executed the Nine-Dragon Sky Step, surpassing his limits in speed to close the gap. When the distance dwindled to under 1,000 meters, he decisively retrieved the Italian cannon. Loading the cannonball, he aimed and ignited it. The cannon roared boom. Pan Tong, preoccupied with his escape, was caught off guard by Yi Chen's sudden escalation. Without any means of defense, he was struck squarely, resulting in a gruesome explosion. Flesh and blood scattered, and even the hard ground bore a crater nearly half a person deep. Yi Chen initially believed Pan Tong to be doomed, but little did he anticipate what would unfold as the smoke began to dissipate. Having been reduced to cinders by the relentless artillery, Pan Tong surprisingly stirred once more. At that moment, Wang Jinyi approached, sword in hand, advancing toward the motionless Pan Tong, who lay at the bottom of a deep pit. Pan Tong yearned to rise, yet agonizing pain coursed through his bones and muscles, rendering him utterly immobile. Summoning every ounce of strength, he laboriously lifted his bloodied face to gaze at Wang Jinyi, who was steadily closing the distance. With all his might, he bellowed in desperation, "Wang Jinyi, regardless of the circumstances, I am your master. Once a teacher, forever a father. Do you truly intend to slay your master, your father?" Upon hearing Pan Tong's anguished cry, Wang Jinyi's heart trembled, instinctively halting his advance. In that moment, Pan Tong was on the brink of death. His fate lay precariously in the hands of Yi Chen and Wang Jinyi, both of whom could effortlessly bring about his demise. Yet, when Pan Tong posed that frantic question to Wang Jinyi, the situation grew complicated. The crux of the dilemma was, how could one eliminate Pan Tong without incurring the burden of a dark conscience? In just a few days, Wang Jinyi had undergone a profound transformation. Pan Tong had now become a haunting specter in his soul, a specter that would not dissipate with Pan Tong's demise. If Wang Jinyi could not vanquish this inner demon, it would gradually erode his resolve, potentially leading him to madness or even total corruption at a critical moment. It was evident that Wang Jinyi was acutely aware of this reality. Seeing Wang Jinyi's trembling hand gripping the sword, Pan Tong's face contorted into a sinister grin, and he taunted, "Haha, Wang Jinyi, why do you hesitate? Hurry and slay me. With but a flick of your sword, you could easily accomplish the act of parricide. Come now. Kill me. Kill me." As Pan Tong's frantic shouts echoed, Wang Jinyi's mind became increasingly disordered. Even his body involuntarily recoiled, as if seeking to escape like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Observing this, Yi Chen urgently interjected, "Wang Jinyi, when he no longer seeks justice from you, and instead aims to take your life, he ceases to be your master. It is Pan Tong who has wronged you first. Since he is devoid of righteousness, you are not bound by duty. Mutual affection is the essence of a master-disciple relationship, while mutual hatred is that of enemies. In dealing with foes, one must not show mercy." Yi Chen's fierce admonition struck Wang Jinyi like a clarion call. His resolve solidified, no longer easily swayed by external turmoil. Consequently, the blood-stained sword in his hand instinctively began to rise. Witnessing this scene, At this moment, Pantong was utterly flustered, tremblingly exclaiming, Wang Jianyi, I am your master. You cannot kill me. You must not kill me. Before Pantong's cries could fully dissipate, Wang Jianyi's enchanted sword had already been raised to its zenith, glimmering brilliantly under the starlight. Whoosh! Thud! With a swift motion, blood gushed forth. Pantong's severed head rolled away like a ball, his eyes wide with an expression of disbelief and horror. Clearly, he was met with a death that left him unable to close his eyes in peace. The once dominant Pantong, who had commanded the Jianyang city for 30 years, fell into obscurity, meeting an anonymous demise. Yeqing clapped his hands and stepped forward, smiling as he remarked, Well done, Wang Jianyi. However, remained silent, enveloped in an eerie stillness. After a prolonged pause, he posed a question that left Yeqing utterly astonished. Now that I have killed Pantong, are you not afraid that I might one day kill you as well? Yeqing was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent for an extended period. Finally, he smiled and shook his head, replying, I am not afraid. Wang Jianyi, intrigued, inquired further why not. With a calm smile and unwavering confidence, Yeqing responded, Because I will not engage in the nefarious deeds that Pantong did. Yet Wang Jianyi was not one to relent easily, pressing on coldly with another question, What if you did? Yeqing found himself momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the query. Goodness, he had just begun his apprenticeship, and already the thought of how to betray his master loomed over him. Was he being compelled to preemptively sever ties? Chapter 80. His head is useful to me. There is no if. Yi Chun, suppressing his desire to settle scores, spoke each word with deliberate precision. After finishing, he added, Moreover, with your capabilities, you cannot kill me. Wang Jianyi shook his head and replied, That is not necessarily true. Seeing Wang Jianyi's serious expression, Yi Chun felt a surge of frustration. What? Do you intend to betray me in the future? Wang Jianyi then realized that his earlier words were somewhat inappropriate and hastily clarified. I did not mean to imply I would kill my master. I meant that I can certainly surpass you. Observing the flustered demeanor of Wang Jianyi, Yi Chun smiled calmly and remarked, Are you implying that you wish to surpass your mentor? Wang Jianyi nodded vigorously, affirming, Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Then do your best. Yi Chun concluded, casually reaching for Pantong's waist and retrieving his storage bag. At that moment, Li Lanxiang, Li Wenzheng, and Fang Changqing arrived one after another. Master, are you all right? Seeing the concern reflected in Li Lanxiang's beautiful eyes, Yi Chun, with a tender smile, gently patted her head, reassuring her, Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no harm will come to anyone. He then gestured towards Pantong's lifeless body on the ground, saying, Find a suitable place to bury him. Faced with the gory sight of the headless corpse, Li Lanxiang and Fang Changqing felt their stomachs churn. Immortal, whose body is this? They inquired. Pantong's. What? Pantong's. The revelation left everyone present utterly astounded. Pantong had dominated Jianyang City for 30 years, a renowned powerhouse within a 1,000-mile radius, known to all. Yet, it was unimaginable that such a formidable figure now lay as a headless corpse at their feet. Why are you all just standing there? Get to work. Fang Gongong, emboldened by the sight of Pantong's head, stepped forward to retrieve it, intending to bury it alongside the body. Yi Chun, witnessing this, interjected, Find a wooden box to store the head. I have use for it. Fang Gongong was momentarily taken aback, questioning, Immortal, what do you need the head for? You wouldn't want it as a night pot, would you? Before Fang Gongong could finish his sentence, Fang Changqing delivered a forceful kick to him. Why you, Immortal? Just tell him what to do without all this nonsense. Yi Chun found Fang Changqing's speech tiresome and quickly urged him to be quiet. All right, I'll return to rest now. Continue to clean up the battlefield. Unless it's urgent, do not disturb me. After giving his instruction, Yi Chun retreated to his room for a well-deserved sleep, slumbering soundly until the sun was high in the sky. Yi Chun gazed at the glaring sun outside the window, stifling a yawn as he inquired, What time is it? Li Lanxiang promptly replied, Master, it is already midday. Midday? I slept for such an extended period. Yi Chun muttered casually. Upon learning that Yi Chun had awakened, Li Wenzheng, Fang Changqing, and Fang Gongong entered to report. SS Senior. Before Fang Changqing could finish his sentence, Yi Chun interrupted, pointing at him, Silence. He then turned to Li Wenzheng and said, You speak. Li Wenzheng complied and produced a booklet, handing it over. Senior, All the details have been meticulously recorded. Please take a look. Chen accepted the document and perused it carefully. It detailed the battle from the previous night, chronicling events with remarkable precision. A total of 205 enemy soldiers were slain, of which merely 300 met their demise by Chen's Italian cannons. The remainder perished largely due to the chaos of trampling. Additionally, over 5,000 captives were taken, alongside more than 800 warhorses and various weapons and armor. Their own casualties numbered just over 100, with 15 fatalities, primarily due to accidental falls leading to trampling incidents. In summary, their achievements were indeed commendable. Following this battle, they had firmly established their position on the Frog Ridge. Chen closed the booklet, nodding in satisfaction. Li Wenjing smiled and inquired, "Senior, do you have any additional comments?" Chen shook his head, replying, "No. I trust your judgment." Hearing Chen's praise, Li Wenjing was nearly beaming with joy. After a moment, he suddenly recalled something, his expression turning troubled as he said, "By the way, Senior, there is a rather vexing issue." Chen asked, "What issue?" Li Wenjing responded, "What shall we do with the captives? We cannot simply sustain them indefinitely, can we? The notion of maintaining them indefinitely was untenable. In my view, it would be far better to eliminate them all at once, thus resolving the matter once and for all." Fang Gonggon harbored no fondness for these soldiers and immediately called for their execution. Li Wenjing deemed this approach excessively cruel. Yet he did not voice his concerns directly, instead casting an inquiring glance at Chen. Chen was not a bloodthirsty individual. How could he consider slaughtering all 5,000 captives? They were merely following orders, and to execute them all would be far too merciless. Seeing that Chen did not endorse his suggestion, Fang Gonggon expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Then what shall we do? We cannot simply release them. That would be too lenient." Chen pondered for a moment and declared, "Of course, we cannot release them. They may escape the death penalty, but they cannot evade punishment. We intend to embark on grand construction projects, do we not? Thus, let them serve as laborers to atone for their deeds. They shall be released only once their tasks are completed." After Chen spoke, he noticed Li Wenjing displaying a hesitant demeanor, as if he were grappling with unspoken words. He casually inquired, "Military strategist, is there something you wish to express? Do not hesitate." Li Wenjing took a moment to organize his thoughts before responding, "Immortal, the method you suggest is indeed commendable, yet it is excessively taxing on our food supplies. Our current grain reserves are already meager. If we were to add 5,000 more mouths to feed, I fear none of us would survive this winter." Chen smiled calmly and replied, "You need not worry about the grain issue. I shall take care of it." He then turned to Fang Gonggon and asked, "Have you properly secured Pantong's head in a wooden box as I instructed?" Fang Gonggon, eager to take credit, replied, "It has already been taken care of. By the way, should we cure the head with salt? Otherwise, it may spoil in just a few days." Chen shot him a glance. "You truly are a clever little rascal." He then waved his hand dismissively and said, "There is no need for such trouble. I require it today." Chapter 81. An opportunity to be my disciple in Jianyang City. Within the Lord's manor, Jiang Tao returned in a state of utter disarray, surrounded by a handful of loyal followers. The formidable presence of Chen and the mysterious artifact he wielded haunted Jiang Tao, leaving him filled with trepidation and regret. After momentarily steadying his thoughts, he turned to one of his companions and inquired, "How many have returned?" The attendant responded, "Fewer than 100. "What? Fewer than 100 have made it back?" Jiang Tao, who had just begun to regain his composure, was instantly struck by shock. He recalled that when they departed the city, they had set forth with tens of thousands of troops, marching forth in an impressive array towards Toad Ridge. To his dismay, merely a day had passed, and they were decimated, returning with barely 100 survivors. "By the way, what of Pantong? Is there any news of him?" Several of his followers exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Observing their reaction, Jiang Tao ordered, "Deploy more men immediately to search for him. Inform me at once if you learn anything." Yet, before Jiang Tao's words could fully resonate, a voice of piercing clarity erupted, akin to thunder. "Jiang City Lord, there is no need to search any further. I have brought Pantong to you." At the utterance of the first syllable of Jiang, Chen was still a kilometer away. However, by the time the final syllable fell, he had materialized within the manor's grand hall. Upon recognizing Chen, Jiang Tao and his companions were struck with astonishment. His guards raised their weapons, encircling Yi Chen with lethal intent. Nonetheless, Yi Chen regarded these minor adversaries with utter disdain. "Is this how your manor treats its guests, Jiang City Lord?" The words of Yi Chen caused a jolt of alarm to surge through Jiang Tao. After a brief contemplation, he waved his hand at his followers, deliberately adopting a stern expression, commanding, "Young Master Yi is my guest. What is the meaning of this? Withdraw at once." All present were taken aback by their lord's proclamation. "What is happening? Just last night, he was pursuing us with a sword, and now, inexplicably, he is deemed a guest?" Despite their confusion, they could not disregard their lord's command. Moreover, they had witnessed Yi Chen's prowess. Even in unison, they would likely be no match for him. Realizing the futility of their predicament, the attendants exchanged glances and reluctantly lowered their weapons, stepping back. Jiang Tao, with a forced smile, spoke, "Young Master Yi, this is all a misunderstanding. I was misled by that old fox, Pan Tong, which prompted me to mobilize forces. By the way, where is that old fox? I assure you, I shall not let him off lightly for the losses he has caused my manor." As he spoke, he wore an expression of righteous indignation, intent on confronting Pan Tong for retribution. Yi Chen smiled indifferently and replied, "City Lord Jiang, there is no need to search. He has already arrived." Jiang Tao was taken aback by these words and glanced around, asking, "Where is Pan Tong? I do not see him." "Right here," Yi Chen declared, tossing the wooden box at Jiang Tao's feet. The lid flew open, and a bloody severed head rolled out. Upon seeing the bulging, lifeless eyes, Jiang Tao was rendered speechless. Trembling in horror, is this Pan Tong's head?" Yi Chen arched an eyebrow and countered, "What? Does it not resemble him? Or do you believe I am deceiving you?" Before Yi Chen finished speaking, Jiang Tao was shaking his head vigorously. "And no, I dare not. I, a mere wretch, would not presume." At this moment, Jiang Tao had completely abandoned his pride, now referring to himself as a mere mortal before Yi Chen. Yi Chen chuckled and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting an air of superiority as he recited a rather lofty verse. 800 autumns since enlightenment. Never has a flying sword claimed a head. Jiang Tao, perplexed by Yi Chen's cryptic recital, was momentarily stunned. However, after silently repeating the lines twice in his mind, he felt as though struck by lightning, his gaze toward Yi Chen now filled with reverence. "Have you truly lived for 800 years? Before Jiang Tao could voice his bewilderment, Yi Chen feigned a mysterious smile and nodded, offering him a knowing glance. Jiang Tao understood and quickly fell silent. "All of this is due to Pan Tong's deceit, leading me to commit a grave mistake. I beseech the immortal for forgiveness." With that, he suddenly knelt down before Yi Chen. His address had shifted from young Master Yi to immortal. The guards and attendants of the city lord's mansion, witnessing their once mighty lord kneeling before a mere youth, were utterly astonished. Yet, they dared not speak or inquire, merely sneaking glances filled with awe. Yi Chen smiled calmly and said, "City Lord Jiang, I am already aware of your words. Otherwise, my flying sword would not have claimed only Pan Tong's head." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao hastily bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you for your mercy, immortal." Yi Chen looked down at Jiang Tao and, with a shift in tone, remarked, "However, while you may escape the death penalty, the punishment for your misdeeds remains." At the mention of escaping death but facing punishment for his transgressions, Jiang Tao felt his heart plummet once more, now lodged in his throat. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that at the very least, he had preserved his head, unlike Pan Tong, whose remains were scattered elsewhere. The little man acknowledges his wrongdoing and humbly requests the celestial being to administer punishment. Yi Chen, finding him somewhat discerning, nodded in satisfaction. "I shall not punish you. Instead, I shall grant you an opportunity to atone for your sins." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao was overjoyed and hastily inquired, "What opportunity?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Chen replied, "I offer you the chance to become my registered disciple. Would you be willing?" Jiang Tao was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a proposition from Yi Chen. Noticing his discontent, Yi Chen inquired, "What, do you refuse?" As he spoke, he deliberately kicked Pan Tong's bloodied head as if playing soccer, causing Jiang Tao to tremble in fear. He dared not utter a word of refusal and promptly knelt, bowing his head repeatedly. "I am willing to be your disciple." Chapter 82. This Italian artillery is yours as Jiang Tao ceremoniously paid his respects and entered the discipleship. The ethereal voice of the system resonated in Yi Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting Jiang Tao as your disciple. You are awarded 3,000 points of sect contribution. After system appraisal, Jiang Tao is identified as a 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator, whose cultivation surpasses that of the host. Thus, you are granted an additional 5,000 points of sect contribution. Ding! The host's sect now possesses 3 foundation establishment cultivators, meeting the criteria for advancing to a yellow-level sect. Do you wish to promote? Upon hearing such splendid news, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming joy. Promote. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your sect has successfully advanced, becoming a yellow-level sect. 1. The system marketplace has been unlocked, allowing the host to utilize sect contribution points for purchasing items. With the revelation of the system marketplace, Yi Chen eagerly delved into it with his consciousness, unveiling the sect marketplace page. The marketplace was categorized into 5 distinct levels. The first 4 levels corresponded to the heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow tiers of sections. In simpler terms, as a yellow-level sect, they could only purchase items from the yellow-level marketplace, with no purchasing rights for items from the mysterious, earthly, or heavenly marketplaces. After a patient explanation from Xiao Yi, Yi Chen grasped the concept. By the way, Xiao Yi, what level is required to unlock the 5th marketplace? Xiao Yi replied, Transcendent. Transcendent? What does that mean? Xiao Yi responded, it is quite literal, transcending to the sacred. Yi Chen pondered, having just advanced to yellow level. The gap to the mysterious level is still immensely vast, and the notion of transcending to the heavenly level remains a distant dream. With that thought, Yi Chen ceased to dwell on it further and began to browse through the offerings of the yellow-level marketplace. The marketplace boasted a comprehensive array of items, broadly divided into 4 sections: the magical tools section, the elixirs section, the techniques section, and the daily life section. The magical tools section included magical instruments, semi-finished products, finished goods, and raw materials, everything one could desire. However, due to the lower tier of the yellow-level marketplace, the items available were of correspondingly modest rank, primarily suitable for cultivators below the golden core realm. The elixirs section offered a variety of potions, including healing elixirs, lethal poisons, and alluring aphrodisiacs, all in abundance. The techniques section resembled a library of scriptures, filled with an impressive collection of techniques, though most were merely yellow level. For Yi Chen, they were of little value. Even for the likes of Wang Jiani and Jiang Tao, the utility of these yellow-level techniques was minimal. However, for someone like Li Lanxiang, who had just begun her cultivation journey, they held significant importance. The daily life section, as its name suggests, catered to the basic needs of ordinary individuals, offering goods like food, water, clothing, and other essentials. Yi Chen had accumulated 15,000 sect contribution points and casually surveyed the prices of these items. A high-quality yellow-level magical tool commanded a price of 3,000 contribution points, while even moderately good techniques exceeded 1,000 contribution points. The price of elixirs is truly staggering, starting at a minimum of 1,000 contribution points. The Longhu Dan and body refining pill that Yi Chen acquired through his sign-in reached a terrifying 1,500 contribution points each. After much effort, having taken on 3 disciples, he had managed to accumulate 15,000 contribution points, which would only suffice to purchase 10 body refining pills or Longhu Dan. It appears that he must devise a strategy to recruit more disciples. As Yi Chen was contemplating his recruitment plan, Jiang Tao's voice suddenly resonated from outside. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen regained his focus and assumed a demeanor befitting a sage, stating, Jiang Tao, now that you have become my disciple, I have a task for you. Jiang Tao, eager to serve, inquired, what is it? Yi Chen gestured towards the direction of Frog Ridge, saying, currently, natural disasters are rampant, and there are over 100,000 displaced people congregating at Frog Ridge. If they are not properly settled, they may not survive the winter. Do you understand my meaning? After listening to Yi Chen's explanation, Jiang Tao was momentarily taken aback, then vigorously nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Master, rest assured, as the lord of this city, it is my duty to address this matter. I will open the granaries and provide aid to the disaster victims. Seeing his disciple so dutiful, Chen nodded in satisfaction. He contemplated for a moment before retrieving the Italian cannon from the system space. This magical artifact, named the Italian cannon, shall serve as a welcoming gift for you. Jiang Tao's eyes lit up with joy. Just the day before, he had witnessed the cannon's formidable power. With a single shot, it could level mountains. Their swift and devastating defeat had been largely attributed to this powerful artifact. He never anticipated that his seemingly humble master would be so generous, bestowing upon him such a lethal weapon as a greeting gift. Filled with excitement, Jiang Tao eagerly wiped his hands and carefully accepted the cannon. "Oh, master, this artifact is quite heavy." Chen thought to himself, of course, as the Italian cannon weighs over 1,000 pounds. How could it not be heavy? It is a formidable weapon, a unique treasure fashioned by me. Jiang Tao was utterly astonished to learn that his master was also an artifact refiner. His face lit up with surprise as he asked, "Master, are you also an artifact refiner?" Chen feigned nonchalance, adopting a casual demeanor as he replied, "It's merely a trivial skill, a secondary pursuit, nothing more than a way to pass the time." Upon hearing Chen's words, Jiang Tao gazed at him with sheer admiration, an admiration that was decidedly profound. "Master, how do I operate this Italian cannon?" he queried, cradling the cannon as if it were a cherished infant, his hand tracing the intricate patterns with curiosity. This question momentarily stumped Chen. Upon signing in, he had only been provided with 3 cannonballs. Yesterday's tasks have been completed, leaving only this cannon left. However, this does not pose a challenge for Chen. He feigned profundity with a subtle smile and remarked, "Did I not just mention that this is a unique treasure crafted by me? Without practicing my secret techniques, not even you, nor a golden core, or even an essence-nurturing realm expert, could wield this treasure." Upon hearing Chen's words, Jiang Tao quickly bowed his head in earnest reverence. "I have been foolish. Please bestow upon me your teachings." Chen replied, "There is no rush. First, complete the tasks I have assigned." At this, Jiang Tao's expression initially revealed a flicker of disappointment. However, this fleeting sadness dissipated almost immediately. Having just recently entered the sect, the fact that his master would grant him a unique treasure already constituted a tremendous blessing. One must not be overly greedy, lest they leave their master with the impression of insatiable desire. Moreover, he had already been gifted the Italian cannon. As long as he performed well and fulfilled his duties to his master's satisfaction, how could he worry about not receiving the secret techniques to wield the Italian cannon? Chapter 83. The landlord's granary is depleted. Upon contemplating these matters, Jiang Tao began to devise a plan on how to effectively manage the relief efforts for the disaster-stricken populace. The recent calamity had been particularly severe, affecting as many as 1 million people in Jiuzhou City and its surrounding areas. To ensure the survival of these countless victims and provide them with a safe passage through the winter ahead is, without doubt, a formidable challenge. Noticing Jiang Tao's sudden expression of distress, Chen, with a solemn countenance, inquired, "What troubles you? Is it that I have not bestowed upon you the techniques for manipulating the Italian cannon, and thus you are discontented?" Before Chen could finish his statement, Jiang Tao hastily knelt down, eager to clarify, "Master, you misunderstand me. That is not my intention." Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, then what do you mean?" Jiang Tao quickly responded, "Master, I am contemplating the issue of how to provide relief to the victims. The number of disaster-stricken citizens in Jiuzhou City is in the millions. Although our city lord's mansion possesses some reserves, they are insufficient to sustain such a vast number of people." Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "Surely, the entirety of Jiuzhou City does not rely solely on your mansion for provisions. Those affluent families must have amassed significant stocks of grain." Jiang Tao nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, there are 5 major factions in Jiuzhou City. They include our city lord's mansion, led by myself, the Pan family, spearheaded by that cunning old fox Pan Tong, the Jin family, which monopolizes grain, the Zhou family, which controls the textile trade, and the Liang family, which governs the transportation docks. Each of them is extraordinarily wealthy." After listening to Jiang Tao's account, Chen contemplated momentarily before stating, "Now that Pan Tong is deceased, let us directly incorporate the Pan family into the city lord's mansion. As for the remaining 3 families, we must urge them to open their granaries for disaster relief." Jiang Tao's expression darkened as he remarked, "Master, they are all hoarding supplies for profit. It would be a rare kindness for them to part with their grain to aid the victims. A cold glimmer flashed in Yi Chun's eyes. Humph. Let us see today whether their hearts are darker than their blades are sharp. He then turned his gaze toward Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao, send out a notice inviting every prominent merchant in the city to the city lord's mansion. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from Yi Chun, Jiang Tao could not help but shiver, repeatedly nodding in agreement. It must be said that Jiang Tao's efficiency was indeed commendable. That very afternoon, he managed to summon all the notable figures in the city. Over 100 individuals gathered, forming small clusters to engage in discussion. What do you suppose is the reason for City Lord Jiang's sudden invitation? I am unsure. I heard that yesterday. City Lord Jiang and the head of the Pan family led over 10,000 troops to confront the band of refugees at Frog Ridge. Yet they returned in utter defeat within a single day. Surely not. The head of the Pan family is the foremost expert in Jiangyang City, a formidable figure at the threshold of the Golden Core stage. In the Lord's Mansion, although the thousands of soldiers may not be battle-hardened elite troops, they are certainly well-trained. How could they possibly be outmatched by a mere group of emaciated refugees? This is a matter of undeniable truth. I have a distant nephew who serves as a guard at the Lord's Mansion, and it is he who has relayed this information to me. Now, one must ponder whether Lord Jiang has summoned us here for this very matter. I believe it is highly likely that this is the case. As they engaged in their fervent discussions, one of the attendants raised his voice to announce, "Lord Jiang has arrived." Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively ceased their chatter, turning their attention towards Jiang Tao. He strode forward with purpose and offered a respectful salute to the wealthy merchants present. "Esteemed guests, I appreciate your presence." The merchants reciprocated the gesture, clasping their fists in acknowledgement. "Lord Jiang, may I inquire the reason for your hasty summons?" One merchant ventured. "Indeed, Lord Jiang. I have heard rumors that there are refugees gathering at Frog Ridge. Is there any truth to this?" After listening to the merchant's inquiries, Jiang Tao raised his hand, signaling for silence. "Gentlemen, it is true that refugees have congregated at Frog Ridge, but they are not assembling to revolt. They are merely seeking sustenance to survive. The benevolent heavens have granted us the opportunity to aid those afflicted by disaster. Today, I have gathered you all to discuss how we might provide relief to these unfortunate souls." The room erupted in astonished murmurs at Jiang Tao's words. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in silk garments feigned distress and spoke. "Lord Jiang, this is indeed a year of calamity. With a large family to support, our expenses for food and resources are substantial. We are tightening our belts just to survive the winter and simply cannot spare any provisions to assist those refugees." The other merchants chimed in, echoing his sentiments. "Yes, our situation is no different." Their protests, though varied in expression, conveyed a singular theme. The landowners too have no surplus to offer. Jiang Tao had anticipated such a response. He gestured for calm, saying, "In light of this, I appreciate your honesty. If everyone faces difficulties, we shall postpone the discussion on aiding the refugees. Since it is no small feat for us to gather here today, let us instead revel in a banquet hosted by the Lord's Mansion to properly entertain you." The wealthy merchants were taken aback, for they had expected the domineering and decisive Lord Jiang to be stern, yet here he was, surprisingly accommodating. Their initial strategy had been to feign hardship, hoping that everyone would concede a little, allowing them to contribute a small amount of grain to placate the situation without incurring significant loss, while also preserving Jiang Tao's dignity as the Lord. To their utter astonishment, the other party not only refrained from haggling, but also insisted on hosting a banquet for them. Such unexpected occurrences often harbor ulterior motives. A portion of them had begun to sense that there might be some hidden complexities at play. An unspoken unease lingered in their hearts. However, at this moment, none dared to leave their seats, fearing they might provoke Jiang Tao and face dire consequences. They exchanged glances, each scrutinizing the other, their eyes wide with apprehension, caught in a silent exchange of uncertainty. Chapter 84. Yi Chun. Never delay my revenge. Jiang Tao left a group of wealthy merchants languishing in the courtyard while he quietly entered the inner hall. Yi Chun, attended by two exquisite maidens, was savoring tea and admiring the blossoms. "Master, as you predicted, those affluent merchants are all lamenting their poverty." Yi Chun smiled faintly and replied, "It is a tad premature for their lamentations. They shall soon have ample reason to weep." Though Jiang Tao remained perplexed, uncertain of what schemes his mentor had in mind. An instinctive feeling told him that the wealthy merchants were destined to face a downfall. As time slipped away, the sun began its descent behind the mountains. With dusk approaching, the merchants grew restless, clamoring to meet the city lord, Jiang Tao. "Where is your city lord? I demand to see him." "Is this how you entertain guests at the city lord's estate? You invited us, yet we have waited in vain for a single dish. Are we to feast on air?" "Esteemed gentlemen, there is no need for haste. Good things come to those who wait. The city lord has meticulously prepared a feast that you shall not have experienced in your lifetimes. Thus, the timing may be slightly delayed. I kindly ask for your understanding and patience." Upon hearing that the city lord had prepared dishes unlike any they had ever tasted, curiosity piqued among the wealthy merchants. What exquisite delicacies could these possibly be? Could it be dragon liver or phoenix marrow? If it is indeed a fine treat, we can afford to wait a while longer. Amidst their fervent discussions, a dozen graceful maidens approached, each bearing a platter of dishes. As the dishes were served, the merchants, famished from their afternoon wait, eagerly picked up their chopsticks to savor the culinary delights. However, as soon as they took their first bites, their expressions froze, and they immediately retched. "Is this not mere dirt? Oh dear, this old tree bark nearly shattered my teeth." It turned out that these dishes were crafted primarily from guanine clay and old tree bark. The merchants, already simmering with frustration, felt as though they were being mocked, their anger boiling over. "This is outrageous. The city lord's estate has gone too far, shamelessly trying to deceive us with guanine clay and tree bark. This is simply intolerable. Let us leave this place." With that, the merchants turned to exit the courtyard. However, upon pushing open the grand doors, they were met by a battalion of fully armed soldiers, brandishing their gleaming weapons, stationed outside. A vice commander, drawing his sword, pointed it at the merchants and sternly declared, "The city lord has issued orders. There are assassins lurking within the estate. Anyone who dares to leave the premises without his command shall be treated as an assassin and executed without mercy." Witnessing this scene, the wealthy merchants were left utterly stunned, at a loss as to how to respond. "Gentlemen, why the haste to depart? Are you dissatisfied with the feast I have prepared for you?" At that moment, the voice of Jiang Tao resonated from within. The assembly of affluent merchants turned their attention, only to be taken aback by what they beheld. Indeed, it was the city lord, Jiang Tao, but he walked deferentially behind a young man. Curiosity swelled within them as they speculated about the identity of this young figure. After a moment of agitation, a stout man named Jean was the first to speak. "City Lord Jiang, you summoned us here, only to deliberately leave us waiting for hours, leaving us famished. Then you serve us a meager meal of guanine soil and old tree bark. Is this not excessive? Indeed, this is utterly intolerable." The merchants, united by the principle of collective accountability, erupted in indignation. Even though Jiang Tao was the city lord, he would not dare to slay them all. Sensing the tension, Jiang Tao cast a pleading glance towards Chen. With a cold smile, Chen declared, "Who among you finds this excessive?" "I do," responded a man with a mole on his face, stepping forward. "What is your name?" Chen inquired. "Lu Fuwang of Lu's in the East City. Do you intend to seek revenge afterwards?" Chen shook his head with a smile. "I assure you, I am not one to retaliate post factum." Upon hearing this, Lu Fuwang smirked. "Humph, as if you would dare." Chen flashed a grin, revealing a row of pristine white teeth, and uttered a phrase that would haunt Lu Fuwang for eternity. "If I hold a grudge, I shall repay it immediately, without waiting for tomorrow." With that, Chen swiftly drew his sword. In a flash, a blinding light sliced through the air. Lu Fuwang, caught unawares, felt a searing pain at his throat. Instinctively, he reached up to touch the area, only to find it slick with the warm flow of his own blood. "You dare to kill, kill, kill." The word lingered on his tongue as darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. His body, not yet fully departed from this world, convulsed in a grotesque dance. The scene was horrifically bloody, a sight too dreadful to behold. As Chen had taken a life with such ease, the remaining merchants were utterly paralyzed with fear. They could not muster even a breath, let alone a word of defiance. "Gentlemen, does anyone still believe I am being excessive?" Having spoken, Chen delicately wiped the blood from his sword's blade. The entire venue was engulfed in a chilling silence, as everyone gasped in trepidation, too fearful to utter a word. The courtyard was shrouded in an eerie stillness. Yi Chen's obsidian eyes gleamed with a sharper intensity than the sword he wielded, sweeping across the faces of the affluent merchants. In the presence of his penetrating gaze, the wealthy patrons were gripped by fear, unable to meet his stare, and they collectively lowered their heads. Observing their reaction, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, revealing an innocuous smile as he spoke. Since none of you have any objections, please return to your seats. Upon hearing his words, the merchants merely exchanged bewildered glances, remaining motionless. Witnessing this scene, Yi Chen's expression abruptly turned icy. Casting a stern gaze over the crowd, he barked, "What? Do you wish for me to take another life to entertain you?" Chapter 85. Do any of you have objections? Before Yi Chen's words could fully resonate, a palpable shiver coursed through the assembly. Disregarding any semblance of dignity, they hastened to comply with Yi Chen's directive, returning to their respective seats in trepidation, fearful of sharing the same unfortunate fate as the earlier unfortunate Lu Fuwang. Once the affluent merchants had settled, Yi Chen surveyed the room and proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, have you not all grown hungry? Why do you linger in silence? Pray indulge yourselves." Before them lay the unpalatable guanine soil and aged tree bark, a stark contrast to the sumptuous delicacies they were accustomed to. Observing their reluctance to lift their chopsticks, Yi Chen casually brandished his blood-stained sword and remarked with a chilling undertone, "Should you choose to disregard my hospitality, do not expect me to extend any courtesy in return." At the sound of his cold, threatening words, the merchants exchanged anxious glances. Then, trembling, they cautiously picked at the tree bark and guanine soil, slowly gnawing away. Before long, some found their stomachs distended or struggled to swallow, their faces contorted in discomfort. In essence, these once mighty figures now displayed a pitiful spectacle, lamenting their plight. After half an hour had passed, the merchants could no longer endure the torment. Each one, humbled and tear-streaked, began to plead for mercy. Yi Chen, with a faint smile, replied, "You have merely fasted for one meal and grown restless after a few hours, yet outside, the disaster-stricken populace has gone days and nights without a morsel. While you sample guanine soil and tree bark, those in need are literally suffocating on this very soil. The roads are littered with the frozen remains of the unfortunate, while the opulent halls are reeking with excess. In light of this contrast, do you not feel a pang of conscience? Ah, I forgot. Your consciences have long been devoured by dogs. Without a conscience, how can one feel pain?" The merchants, struck dumb by Yi Chen's piercing words, realized the intent behind his actions. Understanding the principle of avoiding immediate calamity, they knelt in supplication, admitting their faults and pledging to donate funds and provisions for the relief of the suffering. Seeing that his objective had been achieved, Yi Chen instructed a subordinate to fetch prepared paper and ink, requesting that they inscribe their pledges. Moments later, a scroll filled with figures was presented to him. Upon examination, the amounts inscribed were meager, ranging from a mere 1,000 to 800 taels of silver or a scant 100 stones of rice. A few audacious merchants ventured to inquire, "Lord Jiang, may we take our leave now?" Jiang Tao remained silent, directing his gaze at Yi Chen. With a cold smile, Yi Chen replied, "Gentlemen, do not be in haste to depart. I have yet another gift for you. Please, allow me to present it." With that, he clapped his hands vigorously. Shortly thereafter, a loyal attendant approached, bearing a wooden box. The wealthy merchants craned their necks to observe. When they beheld the gruesome sight within the box, a bloodied human head, their faces turned pale with terror. Was that not the head of Pan Tong from Panjiayuan? Pan Tong, the foremost master of Jianyang City? How could his severed head be displayed within a wooden box? Hiss, even our esteemed master Pan Tong has met his demise. What hope do we have to retain our lives? In an instant, the shadow of death loomed over all the affluent merchants, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Some of the more timid individuals were so frightened that they wet their pants. Observing this scene, Yi Chen smiled calmly and remarked, "Gentlemen, I believe the amount you intend to donate to aid the disaster victims can be adjusted. What do you think?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's words and glancing at Pan Tong's severed head, none of the merchants dared to voice any dissent. Yes, it can certainly be amended." Seeing that someone had already acquiesced, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "And what about the rest of you? Do you have any objections?" The bloody reminder was starkly evident before them. Even with the greatest of courage, they could not muster a single word of protest. "No objections, none at all. We all agree." Yi Chen smiled coldly and stated, "Since there are no objections, Let us proceed with the changes. The first merchant to grasp the pen trembled as he hesitated to write. He glanced nervously at Yi Chun and, with a quivering voice, inquired, "How much should we adjust it by?" With a harmless expression, Yi Chun replied, "That is entirely up to you. Honesty is all that matters." Honesty multiplied by 10? The merchant understood Yi Chun's implication and added a 0 to the end of his figure. The other affluent merchants followed suit, each augmenting their respective donations with an additional 0. Witnessing this, Yi Chun finally displayed a satisfied smile. As his smile became less menacing, the merchants, too, felt their anxiety dissipate. "Lord of Jiang City, shall we return now to prepare the grain?" Jiang Tao remained silent, continuing to direct his gaze towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun nodded with a smile and said, "Of course, but before we proceed, as a token of my gratitude, I have prepared some small gifts for you. I hope you will accept them." Upon hearing that Yi Chun had prepared gifts for them, the merchants' hearts raced with renewed apprehension. They wondered what surprises awaited them this time. Yi Chun clapped his hands, and a dozen elegantly dressed maidens approached, each holding a large red lantern. Upon seeing these bright red lanterns, the wealthy merchants were momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by their significance. Yi Chun pointed to the characters inscribed on the lanterns and remarked with a smile, "Esteemed guests, behold. Each lantern bears the inscription the House of Benevolence and Righteousness, symbolizing the gratitude of the city lord of Jiangcheng and the millions of disaster-stricken citizens of Jianyang towards you. After your departure, I urge each of you to take a lantern home and hang it above your door, allowing the afflicted populace of Jianyang to witness your benevolence. Let them see your compassion, which contradicts the notion of you being cold-hearted, and instead reflects the vibrant red of these lanterns." Upon hearing Yi Chun's impassioned words, the merchants felt a surge of enthusiasm. They bowed respectfully to Jiang Tao and Yi Chun, and instinctively formed a line to claim their respective lanterns to take home. Chapter 86. The return of the multitude. Under the astute maneuvers of Yi Chun, the affluent merchants of the city found themselves thoroughly subdued, each willingly parting with their stockpiled grains to aid the suffering populace. Adhering to the principle of mutual benefit, Yi Chun ensured that their generosity did not go unrewarded. He distributed the meager rewards bestowed upon him by the system during his recent sign-ins, in accordance with the contributions made by these wealthy individuals in terms of food and silver. To Yi Chun, these rewards were trifling, yet to the ordinary merchants, they were akin to treasures, eliciting an outpouring of gratitude from each of them. By employing both benevolence and authority, he garnered widespread loyalty, solidifying his influence in Jianyang City to a degree that far surpassed that of Jiang Tao, the city lord. The reach of his star palace expanded correspondingly, stretching over 1,000 kilometers, with a population under its jurisdiction nearing 5 million. Should the forthcoming years be blessed with favorable weather and devoid of calamities, a doubling of the population to the tens of millions would soon be within reach. Moreover, countless refugees, grateful for Yi Chun's life-saving interventions, began to craft statues in his honor, venerating him in temples and halls. As long as their devotion remained sincere, they would contribute a measure of belief power. The belief power of a single individual may be negligible, yet the collective faith of millions could wield immense force. Empowered by this belief, Yi Chun's combat prowess would surge dramatically in a short span of time. However, this phenomenon was confined solely to the region of Jianyang City, beyond its borders. Such belief power would lose its efficacy. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Chun established the Star Palace's presence. The main hall was constructed on the original site of the Pan family estate, requiring only minor renovations to reach completion. Following the deaths of Pan Tong and Dong Minqing, the disciples of the Pan family either surrendered or fled. The previously notorious Pan Yong met a grim fate, executed by enemies during his desperate escape. As for Pan Rong, she vanished without a trace after Pan Tong's demise, and her absence elicited little concern, as if she had never existed in this world. Upon completing the renovations of the Star Palace headquarters, Yi Chun initially intended to summon Wang Jiani to oversee operations. However, Wang Jiani, still burdened by unresolved wounds and harboring grievances, chose instead to remain at the serene Frog Ridge, citing the need for a tranquil environment to focus on his cultivation. Yi Chun understood this sentiment and acquiesced to his wishes. This arrangement proved advantageous, with Jiang Tao serving as the city lord and Yi Chun's third disciple, while Wan Jiani, the second disciple, maintained his post at Frog Ridge. Together, these brothers-in-arms fulfilled their respective roles, bolstering one another's positions. This cooperation would further promote stability and development in Jianyang City and its surrounding areas. As for the eldest disciple, Li Lanxiang, her cultivation was regrettably inadequate, necessitating Yi Chen's direct guidance. Thus, Yi Chen resolved to take her along for a journey through the mundane world. Furthermore, there existed a reason not meant for the ears of outsiders. Yi Chen had grown accustomed to the comforts of having someone to attend to him, and Li Lanxiang was undoubtedly a skilled hand in this regard. Time slipped away like a fleeting horse. Unbeknownst to him, an entire winter passed amidst the hustle and monotony of daily life. With no external dangers and a relatively tranquil environment, the rewards bestowed by the system for signing in during this winter were rather insipid. They consisted of low-grade elixirs, an array of firearms, or rudimentary martial techniques, as well as subpar magical artifacts. For Yi Chen at this stage, these were all insipid offerings, delectable in neither taste nor worth discarding. He selected a few items that might be useful for himself and Li Lanxiang on their journey, leaving the remainder for Jiang Tao and Wan Jiani. Jiang Tao exhibited a keen interest in these peculiar artifacts, his excitement manifesting in lively gestures. However, Wan Jiani remained indifferent, his passion still firmly anchored in the path of the sword. After some contemplation, Yi Chen decided to impart to him the first sword technique he had unlocked from the 3,000 sword arts, namely, the sky-piercing thrust. Chapter 87. Bestowing the one-sword path of 10,000 swords on that day, under the radiant sun, after arranging matters in Jianyang City, Yi Chen journeyed to Frog Ridge, summoning Wan Jiani to the mountain's peak. Upon his arrival, Wan Jiani bowed respectfully to Yi Chen, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the clouds drifting across the horizon. "Master, you called for me?" Wan Jiani inquired. Without turning, Yi Chen replied, "Wan Jiani, how are your eyes?" With a bow, Wan Jiani responded, "They have healed." "That is good to hear. The visualization technique I have taught you requires diligent practice. Do you understand?" Wan Jiani nodded gravely, affirming, "Disciple comprehends." Pleased, Yi Chen continued, "My senior sister and I plan to embark on a journey for some time. Before we depart, I wish to impart a sword technique to you. Are you willing to learn?" Upon hearing this, Wan Jiani was overjoyed, nodding fervently. "Disciple is willing. This sword technique is quite simple. Pay close attention," Yi Chen declared, extending his hand into the void and calling out, "Sword, come." With a resonant dragon's roar, the seven-star dragon abyss manifested before him. Yi Chen unsheathed the sword and, with a speed that was almost imperceptible, struck downwards. Crack! The sturdy mountain rock shattered, revealing a sword mark half a foot deep, extending over 100 meters and cleaving a millennia-old tree in two. After completing the demonstration, Yi Chen returned the sword to its sheath and turned to Wan Jiani, smiling as he asked, "Did you perceive the profundity within?" Wan Jiani, momentarily taken aback, stared wide-eyed at the lengthy sword scar. After a long pause, he shook his head vigorously. "Disciple is dull-witted. I failed to discern the subtleties." Hearing this, Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged, unaffected by any turmoil. "I myself do not know what profundity lies within that strike. If you could perceive it, that would indeed be a marvel." After a brief internal chuckle, Yi Chen cleared his throat deliberately and stated, "Not being able to see it indicates that your understanding of the sword path is still shallow and requires refinement. However, do not lose heart, given your talent. With diligent training, achieving the level I currently possess is merely a matter of time." With both hands clasped in salute, Wan Jiani bowed deeply. "Yes, master. Disciple will diligently heed your teachings." Seeing Wan Jiani's commendable attitude, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Wan Jiani, do you see that sun on the horizon?" Wan Jiani looked up and replied, "I see it." Yi Chen pointed at the sword in Wan Jiani's hand, and then at the sun, instructing, "Draw your sword and thrust towards the sun. If the sun is in the east, strike eastward. If it is overhead, thrust upwards. If it is in the west, aim westward. Persist in this practice from sunrise to sunset. According to your talent in swordsmanship, you shall achieve remarkable accomplishments within 3 years." Wan Jiani, upon hearing this, was initially taken aback, followed by an overwhelming sense of joy. "Yes, master. Your disciple will certainly dedicate himself to rigorous training, living up to your high expectations." Yi Chen nodded slightly, offering encouragement. Very well. Upon my return from traversing the mortal realm with your senior sister, I shall personally assess your swordsmanship. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Wan Jinyi alone atop the cliff to practice his swordplay. The second map has been completed. In the next chapter, we shall unveil a new map. Our Empress, clad in crimson, along with her betrothed, Shangwan Wanner, who is set to call off the engagement, will likely make a dazzling appearance. Do stay tuned. Chapter 88. The young lotus just reveals its tips in March, as the grass flourishes and the orioles sing. A young couple traverses a winding mountain path, one riding a white steed. This pair consists of Yi Chun and Li Lanxiang. For Li Lanxiang, the farthest she had previously ventured was Jianyang City, making this her inaugural journey beyond familiar horizons. Within her heart, a tumultuous blend of anxiety and anticipation brewed. She observed Yi Chen's figure ahead, and, with a gentle squeeze of her calves against the horse's belly, called out, "Master, wait for me. Don't go so quickly. I'm struggling to keep up." Yi Chen glanced back at Li Lanxiang and, with a resigned shake of his head, gently tightened the reins to slow his pace. Upon finally catching up, Li Lanxiang beamed, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth, and inquired, "Master, where are we headed?" Yi Chen pondered for a moment before responding, "To Jiuzhou." Jiuzhou, as its name implies, lies at the heart of the 9 provinces. It is the most prosperous region among them, brimming with vibrant spiritual energy. Renowned sects such as Tianxiang Pavilion, Tianqi, and Tianjin Mountain are all situated in Jiuzhou. Upon hearing Yi Chen mention their destination, Li Lanxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yi Chen cast a sidelong glance at her and asked, "Have you been to Jiuzhou before?" Li Lanxiang shook her head, replying no. Yi Chen pressed on, "Then why are you so excited?" Tilting her head slightly, she explained, "It's precisely because I've never been there that I'm thrilled. I've heard my father say that Jiuzhou is the most bustling place in the 9 provinces. They say the Empress of Tianxiang Pavilion, Lian Hongchang, resides there. Master, do you think we might see the Empress herself?" At the mention of the Empress Lian Hongchang, Li Lanxiang's demeanor mirrored that of an ardent fan anticipating a glimpse of their idol, her face alight with admiration. Yi Chen shot her a sidelong glance, saying, "Since she is an empress, her status is extraordinarily elevated. How could she be seen so casually?" Hearing this, a shadow of disappointment flickered across Li Lanxiang's bright, clear eyes. After a moment, she turned her gaze back to Yi Chen with renewed hope. "Master, I've heard that Empress Lian Hongchang is the most beautiful woman in the 9 provinces. Have you ever seen her?" Instantly, Yi Chen's mind conjured an image of Lian Hongchang beneath the moonlight, shedding her red garments, her fair feet gliding like lotus blossoms as she stepped into the cool lake water. That night, the moon was stunning, and the lake's surface was equally enchanting. Yet, in her presence, everything else paled in comparison. Lian Hongchang was indeed breathtaking, and the phrase capable of bringing calamity to nations seemed entirely justified. However, her temperament was rather fierce, with a penchant for eliminating her husbands. Reflecting on the near-fatal encounter he had with her, Yi Chen still felt a shiver of apprehension. "Master, what is the matter? Have you truly seen the Empress or not?" Li Lanxiang, noticing Yi Chen's lack of response and the peculiar expression on his face, curiously pressed for an answer. Yi Chen remained ensnared in the terror that had beset him that fateful night, dominated by Lian Hongchang's influence. When he heard Li Lanxiang's inquiry, he rubbed his nose in feigned ferocity, retorting, "Why do you ask so many questions, little child?" Upon hearing Yi Chen refer to her as a child, Li Lanxiang bristled. Instinctively, she recoiled slightly, and, seizing the opportunity while Yi Chen was distracted, she playfully stuck out her tongue. "Humph, I have grown up. I am no longer a child. You know." After declaring this, she deliberately accentuated her newly developed curves to emphasize the veracity of her statement. Yi Chen cast a sidelong glance and muttered, "A mere bud just emerging dares to claim maturity?" Li Lanxiang, somewhat baffled, failed to grasp the deeper significance of Yi Chen's words. She blinked, her curiosity piqued, and inquired, "Master, what do you mean by a mere bud just emerging?" "I don't understand." With a mischievous grin, Yi Chen replied, "You will comprehend it when you grow up." Following this, he tightened his grip on the horse's flank and galloped away. Although Li Lanxiang did not yet fathom the meaning of a mere bud just emerging, the sight of her master's playful smirk led her to realize it was likely not a compliment. Frustrated by Yi Chen's departure, she huffed, "Fine, if you want tea, tell me. I shall ask someone else. After a moment of self-talk, she noticed Yi Chun had already distanced himself, prompting her to raise her voice. Master, don't run so fast. Wait for me. Just as Li Lanxiang was on the verge of catching up to Yi Chun, her white horse suddenly reared up, letting out a loud neigh. Then, as if possessed, it bolted forward uncontrollably. Seeing that she could no longer rein in the horse, Li Lanxiang's face paled in fright. She quickly bent down, clutching the horse's neck tightly, and shouted towards the distant Yi Chun, Master, help. Save me. Noticing the horse's sudden loss of control, Yi Chun's brows furrowed. With a swift leap, he soared into the air and landed firmly beside her, wrapping her securely in his embrace. Lanxiang, do not fear. Your master is here to save you. Upon hearing his words, Li Lanxiang's heart, which had been lodged in her throat, promptly settled back down. She nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, and a subtle smile of happiness graced her lips. She felt warm in Yi Chun's arms, not just physically, but emotionally. This sensation mirrored the comfort of her childhood when, during a thunderous storm, her father would hold her close as she trembled with fear. Such profound security. As Li Lanxiang reveled in this blissful moment, Yi Chun expertly regained control of the horse. Lanxiang, are you all right? Li Lanxiang shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, Master, I am fine. Upon finishing her words, she turned her gaze towards Yi Chun. In her lively eyes, a hint of confusion flickered as she inquired, By the way, Master, how did this little white suddenly lose control for no apparent reason? Chapter 89. Shangguan Yinran. The name Little White was bestowed upon the white horse by Li Lanxiang. One glance at the name reveals her lack of talent in naming. Just as Yi Chun was about to respond, an unsettling roar from a monstrous beast echoed from the distant mountains. Soon, Yi Chun beheld a creature resembling a cross between a rhinoceros and a tiger, with horns sprouting from its head and blood-red eyes glaring ferociously as it charged towards them. Master, look! A beast! Li Lanxiang exclaimed, her face paling at the sight of the ferocious creature. Yi Chun narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing within as he focused intently on the oncoming beast. His keen observation revealed a deep, bone-exposing wound on its hind leg. It was evident that the creature was injured. Instead of retreating, the beast barreled forward with reckless abandon, uprooting trees in its path. As it sprinted, it opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of flames. The startled Little White reared up, letting out a terrified whinny that nearly unseated Li Lanxiang from its back. Fortunately, Yi Chun reacted swiftly, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist and tightening the reins to maintain their balance. Nevertheless, the Little White instinctively recoiled from the crazed beast before them. Yi Chun scrutinized the creature, drawing from his experience to conclude that it was a low-level third-tier beast. At its peak, it could rival a cultivator at the 7th level of Foundation establishment. In a direct contest of strength, even a 9th-level cultivator would find it a formidable opponent without the aid of treasures. Yet, Yi Chun felt no fear. As the beast closed in within 100 meters, Yi Chun executed a graceful leap into the air. In one fluid motion, he unsheathed his sword, creating a perfect arc as he struck. The beast, hampered by its injury, was unable to evade Yi Chun's swift attack. The blade found its mark, carving a bloody gash across the creature's throat. The beast let out a despairing and furious wail before collapsing to the ground. Seeing that the beast was lifeless, Yi Chun approached to examine it closely. It was indeed a fire-type beast, and he realized he could use its core to refine the 7-star dragon abyss. Resolute, he retrieved a dagger, ready to slice open the creature's abdomen to extract the fire core. However, just as he grasped the core, a sharp sound sliced through the air above him. Instinctively, he looked up to find an arrow soaring towards him, akin to a serpent striking with venomous intent. Reacting immediately, Yi Chun swung his sword to block the impending attack. Clang! The arrow pierced the clouds, separated by the 7 stars dragon abyss, producing a sound akin to the clash of swords and cavalry. Before the arrow could touch the ground, a cacophony of galloping hooves resonated from the dense woods ahead. Yi Chun lifted his gaze to behold a group of several dozen riders, charging toward him like a tempest. At the forefront was a young woman in her 20s, adorned in a vibrant crimson cloak that billowed dramatically as she rode. The cloak, filled to the brim, fluttered fiercely, resembling a blazing inferno. Release the core of the fireball beast, or else do not blame me for being merciless. The woman in red shouted, drawing forth an arrow from her quiver. With a bow drawn taut, She aimed at Yi Chen, flames seemingly igniting at the tip of the arrow. With a delicate release of her fingers, the arrow shot forth like a comet streaking across the sky, hurtling toward Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen remained steadfast, neither dodging nor evading. Instead, he raised the 7 stars dragon abyss and with a subtle flick, effortlessly deflected the fierce arrow. Witnessing her once reliable projectile fail not once, but twice, the woman in red was engulfed in fury. She knocked another arrow, this time drawing 3, arranged in a triangular formation, surging forth simultaneously toward Yi Chen. Observing this scene, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a playful smile emerging. Interesting. After a brief moment of contemplation, he sheathed the 7 stars dragon abyss, deciding to receive the arrows barehanded. This audacious maneuver astonished everyone present. What was he doing? Why had he sheathed his sword? Did he intend to face the oncoming arrows unarmed? It seemed implausible. The third miss's fiery arrows could pierce through even the tough-skinned firebolt beast. This young man appeared to have merely ascended to the foundation establishment stage. How could he possibly withstand such an attack barehanded? Could it be that he possessed other magical artifacts? Behind Yi Chen, Li Lanxiang was equally taken aback, her face paling. However, having followed Yi Chen for nearly half a year, she held an enigmatic confidence in her master. Thus, only a fleeting look of concern crossed her exquisitely carved features before her composure returned. As the 3 fiery arrows advanced in unison, Yi Chen's pupils narrowed, a glimmer of brilliance emanating from within. To the untrained eye, the arrows sped toward him with blinding swiftness. Yet, through the application of the heart's secret technique, Yi Chen perceived the arrow's flight as if time had decelerated tenfold. Simultaneously, he keenly observed the mottled light at the tails of the arrows, alternating between brightness and darkness. Clearly, this was the flaw he sought. This is the efficacy of the heart pupil's secret technique. Once deployed, the opponent's attack speed appears to be decelerated in the eyes of the practitioner. This allows one to discern the opponent's vulnerabilities and counter accordingly. The extent of this deceleration depends entirely on one's level of cultivation. Yi Chen has practiced the heart pupil secret technique for merely 6 months, achieving only modest success. Consequently, the current limit of his deceleration is approximately tenfold. Should he attain a higher level of mastery, he could potentially slow down movements by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times. At that point, the speed of the flaming arrows would likely seem no faster than that of a snail to Yi Chen. Upon detecting the flaw, a satisfied smile crept across Yi Chen's lips. He swiftly brought his hands together, channeling his internal true essence into his palms. Subsequently, he manifested a swirling vortex that influenced the surrounding air currents, ensnaring the 3 flaming arrows within its grasp. Once this was accomplished, Yi Chen, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, easily grasped all 3 arrows in his hand. Without allowing the crowd a moment to react, he forcefully hurled the arrows back towards the lady in red. "Miss, be careful," shouted the guards beside the red-clad woman as they rushed forward on horseback, brandishing their swords to intercept the incoming projectiles. Despite their efforts, the warhorse beneath her was startled, rearing up and letting out a whinny, nearly unseating her. In a fit of rage, the lady on horseback charged towards Yi Chen, wielding her whip and demanding, "You insolent boy, where do you come from to dare shoot arrows at me?" Faced with this fiery girl, akin to a pepper in temperament, Yi Chen could not help but let out a cold chuckle. "Ah, I was just about to ask you the same question." The lady, incensed by his audacity to mock her, lashed her whip in the air with a sharp crack, directing it towards Yi Chen. He effortlessly seized the whip and, with a sudden pull, destabilized her balance, causing her to tumble down in a most ungraceful manner. The 2 guards, witnessing this, shouted angrily, "You dare to disrespect our young lady? You must be seeking an untimely end." They then charged at Yi Chen, swords drawn. Yi Chen fixed his gaze, unsheathing the 7 stars dragon abyss to block their assault, repelling them both with tremendous force. Though Yi Chen appeared youthful and was merely at the foundational level of cultivation, his strength was astonishingly formidable, leaving the 2 guards deeply shocked. Yi Chen coldly regarded them and stated, "You are no match for me. It would be wise to withdraw and avoid further embarrassment. You truly are a toad yawning, boasting beyond your means. Today, I shall indulge in my own folly. What can you do about it?" The woman in red, with a fierce shout, brandished her long whip and struck violently toward Yi Chen, the whip in her hand, Embedded with the core of a fire-attributed beast was a formidable fire-based artifact. Each strike resonated with a thunderous sound, akin to the crackling of fireworks, as if the very void were ablaze. As the whip approached, Chen deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow. The fiery lash struck a massive boulder beside him, cleaving it cleanly in two. If such a force were to hit a person, the consequences would be dire. Realizing that he bore no grudge against this fiery woman, yet she chose to attack him with such ferocity, a surge of anger rose within Chen. The woman, seeing her first strike miss, prepared to change her tactic. Yet, at that moment, Chen's figure approached like a wraith, and before she could lift her whip again, she was astonished to find her wrist firmly grasped by his hand. The woman in red, taken aback, exerted all her strength to break free from Chen's grip. However, despite her desperate attempts, it was to no avail. In a moment of realization, she glanced at Chen's position and swiftly drew a crescent-shaped scimitar from her waist. The blade gleamed with a silvery sheen, reflecting the sunlight with an enchanting brilliance, signaling that it was no ordinary weapon. With a swift spin, she lunged at Chen's abdomen with great force. Chen had anticipated her move. As she thrust, he suddenly exerted power in his waist, shifting his body to the side. The woman missed her strike, and before she could react, Chen executed a flawless disarm, seizing the dagger from her grasp and examining it with a keen interest. This blade is quite impressive. It shall be mine. The woman, infuriated at the loss of her silver crescent scimitar, reached out in a fit of rage to reclaim it. Return my dagger. Chen skillfully evaded her grasp, and as they brushed past each other, he playfully smacked her on the behind. With a resounding slap, the woman, incensed not only by the theft of her weapon but also by the audacious affront, was consumed by rage. Initially intent on charging at Chen for a fierce confrontation, she reconsidered, realizing she was no match for him. To advance recklessly would only bring humiliation. With this thought, she glared furiously at her subordinates and screamed frantically. Why are you all just standing there? Attack him. I want both of his hands severed. Upon hearing their mistress's furious command, the group of guards exchanged glances and, in unison, brandished their swords and charged at Chen. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen cast a fleeting glance at them, a trace of disdain flickering across his handsome visage. He swiftly brandished the silver crescent blade, which he had just seized from the hands of the crimson-clad woman, slicing through the air to create a dazzling arc as he struck forward. This silver crescent blade was forged from the finest materials, capable of severing hair and breaking snow, slicing through iron as though it were mere clay. Of course, it could not be compared to the seven-star dragon abyss, crafted from celestial meteorite iron. Nevertheless, in comparison to ordinary weapons, it could indeed be deemed a divine instrument of war. Thus, in a mere encounter, every weapon that collided with the silver crescent blade emitted a crisp sound of shattering, splitting cleanly in two. Subsequently, Chen, utilizing the advantage of his agility, darted around them like a specter. Before they could react, they were astonished to find themselves, to varying degrees, adorned with wounds. It was evident that this was a result of their opponent's restraint. Had their adversary harbored true intent to kill, their fates would have been far graver, perhaps even fatal. Contemplating these thoughts, the guards could not help but feel a chill of trepidation, their gazes filled with fear as they regarded Chen. After a moment of profound silence, the most seasoned among the guards, with a cold demeanor, shouted, "Young man, we are from the Shangwan family of Baiyun City. This is our family's second young lady, Shangwan Yinran. If you wish to avoid trouble, it would be prudent to return the silver crescent blade and the core of the firebull beast to Our Lady." The mention of the Shangwan family of Baiyun City caused Chen to furrow his brow. His betrothed, Shangwan Wanner, was indeed affiliated with that very family, was she not? Chapter 90. City of White Clouds. Upon hearing the guard introduce himself, Chen turned his gaze to carefully scrutinize the young lady, Shangwan Yinran. This was the first time she had ever been subjected to such an unabashed stare from a stranger, causing her heart to flutter with an inexplicable unease. Immediately, she composed her expression, raising her voice slightly as she chided, "What are you staring at? If you dare to look again, I will have your eyes gouged out." Chen diverted his gaze, and, in a tone devoid of any emotion, inquired, "You are Shangwan Yinran. What is your relationship with Shangwan Wanner?" "She is my elder sister." "And what of it?" Shangwan Yinran replied, puffing out her newly developed curves with a proud demeanor. Shangwan Wanner was not only her sister, but also her idol. Her dream was to follow in her sister's footsteps and serve under the Empress, becoming a legendary figure akin to her. Now that you know Shangwan Wanner is my sister, return my silver moon scimitar and the core of the firebolt beast at once. Perhaps if I am pleased, I may let you off lightly. Otherwise, I assure you, you will regret it. At this proclamation, Shangwan Yanran placed her hands on her hips, her nostrils flaring in an attitude of haughty defiance. Observing her demeanor, Yichen could not help but emit a cold, derisive laugh. Humph, Shangwan Yanran, witnessing not only the absence of her belongings being returned, but also the audacity of his mockery, felt a surge of ire rising within her. With her brows furrowed and her eyes wide, she exclaimed indignantly, "What are you laughing at?" Yichen replied, "I laugh at how you are just as acerbic as your sister." Although he held no particular impression of Shangwan Wanner, from the perspective of a modern individual who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he could comprehend her decision to withdraw from the engagement. After all, forging a lifelong bond was a significant commitment. Even an ordinary person would hesitate to spend their life with a waist who had a shattered dantian and was blind, let alone someone of Shangwan Wanner's stature, a paragon among women. Nevertheless, for Yi Chen's original self, labeling her with such a term was not unwarranted. Shangwan Yanran was momentarily taken aback, realizing that instead of showing reverence upon hearing her sister's name, he had instead offered a scathing critique. After a prolonged silence, she finally reacted, glaring at him with wide, furious eyes as she retorted, "Acerbic? You dare say I am just as acerbic as my sister?" Yichen nodded and stated, "Indeed, you are acerbic. Do you have a problem with that?" Shangwan Yanran was on the verge of exploding with rage. To mock her by comparing her to her sister in such a manner, and then to question whether she had a problem with it? The older guard, observing the exchange closely, cautiously inquired, "Do you know our young lady, friend?" Reflecting for a moment, Yichen responded, "I suppose I do." Shangwan Yanran, growing impatient, pressed, "Knowing is knowing, and not knowing is not knowing. What do you mean by I suppose I do? You are not acquainted with my sister. On what grounds do you claim she is acerbic?" Yichen responded, "Based on you." Shangwan Yanran was momentarily taken aback, her eyes shimmering with confusion. "Based on me?" Yichen nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, your own acerbic nature undoubtedly reflects your sister's failure to set a commendable example. My assertion about her being acerbic stands unchallenged. Does it not?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Shangwan Yanran found a semblance of logic in his reasoning. It seemed quite valid. However, she quickly reconsidered. "Wait a moment. What do you mean by claiming I am acerbic? In what way am I acerbic? Pray, elucidate your statement." Shangwan Yanran, irate and embarrassed, approached Yi Chen for clarification. Yi Chen shrugged, wearing an expression that suggested the answer was self-evident, delivering an irrefutable reply. "Those who understand, understand. Those who understand, understand." Upon hearing this phrase, Shangwan Yanran felt her mind was somewhat overwhelmed, her small head adorned with a multitude of perplexing questions. What does it mean to understand? Why do I not comprehend it? Observing her bewildered expression, Yi Chen chose not to engage further. He then directed his gaze towards Li Lanxiang, beckoning her over. "Lanxiang, let us depart." Li Lanxiang nodded obediently and hastened to follow him. "Hey, return my silver moon crescent blade." Seeing Yi Chen's intent to leave, Shangwan Yanran hurried after him. "Have your sister come to reclaim it from me." Yi Chen replied without glancing back. Shangwan Yanran stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Despicable fellow, what is your name?" "Yi Chen." He pronounced clearly, enunciating his name. "Yi Chen." Upon hearing his name, Shangwan Yanran felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered it before. The bodyguard beside her interjected, "Miss, that seems to be the name of the eldest lady's fiancé." Shangwan Yanran paused, her expression transforming into one of realization. "Are you implying he is the Yi Chen from the Yi family in Shuanglin City? Was he not said to have been consumed by his training, resulting in a shattered dantian and blindness?" The bodyguard nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, otherwise, the eldest lady would not have sought to annul the engagement. It seems this is merely a coincidence of names." Shangwan Yanran huffed indignantly, regardless of whether it is a mere coincidence. "He dared to seize my silver moon crescent blade, and..." At this juncture, the remaining words were too shameful to utter. She bit her teeth in frustration, glaring fiercely at Yi Chen's receding figure, vowing, "He shall surely regret his actions." "Lanxiang, consider this your gift." Yi Chen casually handed the silver moon crescent blade, which he had snatched from Shangwan Yanran, to Li Lanxiang. Although Li Lanxiang was unaware of the blade's true worth, the gemstones embedded within it shimmered brilliantly, indicating it was far from ordinary, a treasure of immeasurable value. At that moment, she shook her little head like a rattle drum. Master, this item is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Seeing Li Lanxiang still being polite, Chen directly pressed it into her hands, deliberately adopting a stern expression, and declared, "What do you mean by precious? Just take it. It is merely a high-quality magical artifact. Is my disciple not worthy of such a gift?" Upon witnessing Chen's serious demeanor, Li Lanxiang stuck out her playful little tongue and quickly accepted the offering. She carefully toyed with the silver crescent blade, her heart brimming with joy and reluctant to part with it. "Thank you, master." Chen affectionately patted Li Lanxiang's head and replied, "What are you thanking me for? You are my disciple. Of course, I must cherish you." Upon hearing Chen's words, Li Lanxiang felt a warmth in her heart. Yet, soon a shadow of disappointment flitted across her bright eyes. Am I just a disciple? After a flurry of wild thoughts, she gently patted her little head, hoping to dispel the chaotic notions swirling within. Li Lanxiang, what are you overthinking? Being chosen as master's disciple is already an immense honor. One must learn to be content and not overly greedy. Master, please don't walk so fast. Wait for me. Li Lanxiang called out as she noticed Chen had already walked quite a distance ahead. As the sun began to set, they entered Baiyan City. Baiyan City, a fortress built halfway up a mountain, appeared surrounded by a ring of clouds from afar, which is precisely how it earned its name. Wow, master, Baiyan City is magnificent. Li Lanxiang exclaimed, her face radiating astonishment, much like Lu Laolao gazing upon the Grand View Garden. Lanxiang, let us enter the city. Chen beckoned to her. After nodding obediently, Li Lanxiang hurried to catch up. Their first order of business upon entering the city was to find an inn to stay. Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you looking for a place to rest or to stay the night? As they stepped into the inn, the innkeeper greeted them with great enthusiasm. Chen replied, "We would like a room, and please bring out all of your specialty dishes." The innkeeper, glancing at Li Lanxiang, instinctively swallowed hard and inquired, "Do you require one room or two?" Instead of directly answering, Chen casually asked, "How many rooms do you have available?" The innkeeper responded, "We have plenty of rooms. But..." He paused momentarily, glancing sideways at Li Lanxiang. Observing the innkeeper's peculiar expression, Chen curiously pressed, "But what? Speak up. There's no need to be so evasive." The innkeeper, awkwardly smiling, replied, "It's just that it's a bit unsafe here at the moment. There are reports of a flower thief in the area. The young lady is exceedingly beautiful, and if she were to reside alone in a room, I would fear that she might attract the attention of a nefarious suitor." Upon hearing of such a rogue's presence, Li Lanxiang involuntarily shivered. She instinctively clutched the hem of Chen's garment, timidly uttering, "Master, I am afraid to be alone." Chen remained silent, merely offering a gentle pat on Li Lanxiang's small hand. Feeling the warmth emanating from his palm, her anxious heart settled, and her fear began to dissipate. After providing Li Lanxiang with a simple comfort, Chen turned to the innkeeper and said, "Please prepare a room for us and have your signature dish sent to our quarters." "Certainly, right this way." The innkeeper, shaking the white towel draped over his shoulder, responded amiably. As Chen and Li Lanxiang ascended to the second floor, a man clad in a black cloak lurked in the shadows on the first floor. His piercing gaze fixated on Li Lanxiang's graceful form, swallowing hard with evident desire. Once inside the room, Li Lanxiang noticed several specks of dust upon her attire and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "Master, I am dreadfully dirty. It's so uncomfortable. I wish to take a bath." Witnessing her distress, Chen shook his head helplessly. "Oh, you girls truly are a handful." Upon hearing this, Li Lanxiang playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, "If it's so troublesome, perhaps I shall forego the bath for now. I can endure for a couple more days." Raising an eyebrow, Chen inquired, "And what of those 2 days hence?" Li Lanxiang responded, "Do you men not bathe at all?" Chen nodded, stating, "I do, but not as frequently as you ladies." With a glimmer of curiosity in her lively eyes, Li Lanxiang asked, "How often do you bathe then?" After a moment's contemplation, Chen replied, "In spring, summer, autumn, and winter, 4 times a year." Upon hearing this, Li Lanxiang's large, watery eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Only 4 times a year? You must be filthy." Chen teased. What is this? Are you starting to look down on your master? Before he could finish, Li Lanxiang vigorously shook her head in denial. No, no, how could that be? With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Yi Chen grinned and declared, perfect timing. I too need a bath. Let us bathe together today. Together? Li Lanxiang gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if an egg could fit inside. Seeing her reaction, Yi Chen chuckled, I am merely jesting. Oh, Li Lanxiang. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, initially thought he was merely jesting, allowing her anxiety to gradually subside. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, a subtle sense of loss began to stir within her heart. Observing Li Lanxiang's demeanor, Yi Chen chuckled and remarked, come now, it's just a bath together. Is it really necessary to be this startled? Li Lanxiang shook her head and replied, it's not that. I'm just not quite accustomed to it. With a mischievous grin, Yi Chen responded, the first time is always awkward, but you'll grow accustomed to it over time. Li Lanxiang retorted, Master, you are quite incorrigible. I shall ignore you. As she spoke, she turned her small head to the side. Finding her playful and adorable nature irresistible, Yi Chen couldn't help but pat her head affectionately. Wait here. I shall summon the innkeeper to bring a bucket of hot water. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Li Lanxiang eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. All right. No sooner had Yi Chen departed than a shadowy figure stealthily appeared on the beam above. His gaze fixated on Li Lanxiang, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. Instinctively swallowing hard, he then produced a flower petal and tossed it into the room. Noticing the petal drifting into the room, Li Lanxiang approached, bending down to pick it up and cradling it in her palm. She examined the petal closely, bringing it to her nose for a gentle sniff. However, as she inhaled, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, her consciousness slipping towards oblivion, the world around her spinning and distorting into double images, everything becoming increasingly unclear. At that moment, the door creaked open. In the dim light, she perceived a figure stepping through the threshold. Chapter 91. The flower-picking bandit Li Lanxiang found herself enveloped in a dense fog, able to discern only a vague silhouette before her. Master, is that you? Indeed. I am your master. The voice of the stranger was hollow and eerie, sending shivers down her spine. Although Li Lanxiang could not clearly see the figure, she was certain from the voice that this was not Yi Chen. Who are you? Do not touch me. Do not touch me. The figure advanced, attempting to grasp Li Lanxiang's arm. However, she pushed him away with determination. I did not expect you to be such a fiery little pepper, but I find it delightful. The flower-picking bandit, despite being repelled, displayed a countenance of surprise and anticipation rather than anger. Dearest, are you not feeling unwell? Originally, Li Lanxiang had sensed a discomfort, and upon hearing the stranger's words, that feeling intensified. Feel free to remove your garments. Do not be shy. The bandit continued to coax her with an alluring tone, enticing her to undress. Summoning her remaining consciousness and formidable willpower, Li Lanxiang resisted the primal instincts of her body. Time passed, second by second. Typically, a girl might endure for only 3 to 5 breaths, yet Li Lanxiang maintained her resolve for over 100 breaths, her willpower unyielding. The flower-picking bandit was utterly unprepared for this seemingly fragile girl, who had never experienced the world, to possess such formidable strength of will, successfully resisting his advances. Fearing that Yi Chen might return and lead to endless troubles, he relinquished the idea of dealing with Li Lanxiang immediately, opting instead to take her away and savor her slowly. With this decision made, the bandit approached to seize her arm once more. Instinctively, Li Lanxiang drew the silver crescent dagger gifted to her by Yi Chen and thrust it toward the bandit. Caught off guard, the bandit had not anticipated that this delicate girl concealed a weapon. He was struck directly, yet Li Lanxiang, weakened and under the influence of the peach blossom pastry, lacked the strength to inflict significant harm. Thus, her strike only grazed him, causing a mere superficial wound. Seeing the faint trickle of blood from his shoulder, the bandit glanced at the silver crescent dagger in Li Lanxiang's hand and nonchalantly snatched it away, examining it with delight. Quite impressive. I did not realize you possessed such a treasure. It seems I have struck gold this time. As her dagger was taken, Li Lanxiang attempted to reclaim it. Return it to me. The bandit deftly sidestepped her outstretched hand. My dear, if you wish to have this dagger back, you must first become my woman. I implore you to truly relish the exquisite sensations that accompany womanhood. It is simply ineffable. At this juncture, the rogue, with a lascivious grin plastered across his face, could not help but swallow hard. Li Lanxiang, utterly terrified, found herself on the brink of tears, trembling as she cried out, "Master, save me." At that moment, Yi Chen returned, only to witness Li Lanxiang being held captive by a mysterious figure cloaked in a black hat. His expression shifted dramatically, and he barked, "Halt!" The rogue, upon noticing Yi Chen's arrival, displayed no hint of trepidation. Rather, he wore a look of disdain. "Humph! Merely a fledgling in the foundational stage dares to meddle in my affairs." With malevolent intent, he unleashed a serpent-like black sword from his sleeve, akin to a venomous snake lying in wait, suddenly striking at its prey. The blade, imbued with a deadly poison, lunged toward Yi Chen's throat with the swiftness of lightning. The faint black mist surrounding it only hinted at its lethal nature. Were an ordinary person to face such a sudden and sharp attack, enhanced by venom, they would likely succumb in dire peril. However, Yi Chen was no ordinary individual. He was a paragon of excellence, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education. How could he so easily fall prey? Under the influence of his heart's secret technique, the serpent, which appeared to be as swift as lightning to an average observer, seemed no more threatening than a 3-year-old child wielding a wooden sword to Yi Chen. He deftly sidestepped the attack with a triangular step, and, before the rogue could mount another offensive, retaliated with a strike of his own. The rogue was utterly astonished that Yi Chen not only evaded his tried-and-true lethal maneuver, but also counterattacked with alacrity. Panic surged within him as he hastily raised his sword to defend. A resounding clash echoed through the corridor, sparks flying in all directions. Overwhelmed by Yi Chen's prowess, the rogue was forced to retreat. Shaking his numbed arm, he regarded Yi Chen with wary admiration, exclaiming, "Excellent swordsmanship." Yi Chen, with a cold smile, replied, "Without superior swordplay, how could I claim your life? If you possess any sense, release Lanxiang at once. Otherwise, I assure you, you will regret ever having come into this world." "Humph. If you wish for me to release this young lady, you must first be able to catch me," boasted the rogue, swiftly dragging Li Lanxiang away like a specter, vanishing from sight in an instant, leaving behind only an afterimage. Even Yi Chen, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. Since his rebirth, among the opponents he has encountered, this one undoubtedly possesses the swiftest agility, second only to the Empress in her crimson attire. Although she harbors an impulse to eliminate Yi Chen, she cannot truly be deemed his adversary. Upon witnessing the vanishing shadow of the flower thief, Yi Chen hesitated not for a moment. Swiftly employing the ancient technique of 9 dragons treading the sky, pushing beyond his limits to pursue immediately. The flower thief's cultivation was relatively modest, estimated to be around the 7th or 8th level of foundation establishment. However, he had practiced a remarkably peculiar form of movement. Even a genuine golden core expert, if not fully committed to the chase, would find it difficult to apprehend him. Coupled with his extensive combat experience and proficiency in using hidden weapons, poisons, and aphrodisiacs, he proved to be a formidable opponent, evading capture in over 100 criminal endeavors within a mere few years. The flower thief initially believed this time would be no different. Yet, after darting 30 miles and preparing to rest and catch his breath, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the wind behind him. His heart tightened as he turned to look, only to be met with a scene that nearly caused him to freeze in terror. To his astonishment, the young man had indeed caught up. What incredible agility, he thought, momentarily impressed, but there was no time for rest as he hastened towards his temporary lair. After witnessing the flower thief's uncanny movement, Yi Chen felt a flicker of astonishment. It is worth noting that he was employing the ancient secret technique, 9 dragons treading the sky, and doing so alone. The flower thief, however, was burdened with another person. Had their roles been reversed, with him carrying Li Lanxiang while the flower thief chased from behind, it was likely he would have already been overtaken. As he observed the flower thief fleeing once more, a glint of cold determination ignited in Yi Chen's gaze, resolutely locking onto his target. "Where can you escape this time?" he thought as he pursued another 30 miles, arriving at a dilapidated manor nestled halfway up a mountain. The ominous atmosphere of the estate made him furrow his brow. Instinctively, he looked up to see the weathered sign above the entrance, enshrouded in cobwebs, which bore the ominous inscription, "Charity Manor." No wonder it exuded such a sinister aura. With heightened alertness, Yi Chen delivered a forceful kick that shattered the door. Before him lay a desolate courtyard, where frightened snakes, rats, and insects scurried away. Additionally, he noticed a dry well, reminiscent of those from eerie tales. A shiver ran down his spine as he cast his gaze into the inner room. Swiftly, he advanced, raising his leg to deliver a powerful kick. The already crumbling door splintered under the force, revealing a sight of numerous coffins, both large and small. The surroundings were shrouded in cobwebs. Beside the coffin lay tattered garments and eerie white bones. Yi Chen's gaze swept over the coffins, and suddenly it halted upon an inconspicuous coffin nestled in the corner. While the cobwebs on the other coffins were intact, this particular one appeared disheveled, clearly indicating recent disturbance. Realizing this, Yi Chen unsheathed the seven-star dragon abyss and cautiously approached. Just then, various concealed weapons erupted from within the coffin, cascading toward him like a torrential downpour. Yi Chen had anticipated such an assault. Thus, he remained unperturbed, skillfully wielding the seven-star dragon abyss to deflect the incoming projectiles with precision. As he successfully knocked away all the hidden weapons, the ebony coffin, inscribed with the character, suddenly charged at him like a speeding freight truck. Concerned that Li Lanxiang might be inside, Yi Chen refrained from using his sword for fear of causing her harm. Instead, he delivered a powerful palm strike, meeting the coffin head-on. The impact resonated with a dull thud as Yi Chen's formidable strength collided with the rapidly approaching coffin. In that instant, the lid of the ebony coffin was sent flying, spinning through the air before hurtling toward him. Glancing up, Yi Chen swung the seven-star dragon abyss with ferocity, cleaving the coffin lid in two. Empowered by the fire attribute of the dragon pearl, the seven-star dragon abyss ignited the wooden coffin, which was highly flammable. As the shattered pieces of the coffin lid descended, the entire graveyard was engulfed in roaring flames. Witnessing the destruction of his lair, the flower thief seethed with rage, his teeth gritting in fury. "You wretched scoundrel, I shall slay you," he bellowed in a fit of deranged anger, lunging at Yi Chen like a ravenous wolf. His assault was relentless, employing a myriad of underhanded tactics. Yet Yi Chen remained undaunted, aware that it would not be an easy feat for the flower thief to inflict harm upon him. Firstly, Yi Chen practiced the ancient technique of the Nine Dragons Sky Step. Although he had only grasped the basics, his agility was formidable enough to match that of the flower thief. This rendered the thief's speed advantage null and void. Secondly, the seven-star dragon abyss granted him immunity to all poisons and a counter to myriad threats. Thus, regardless of whether the flower thief employed hidden weaponry, poison, or other nefarious tactics, they proved utterly ineffective against Yi Chen. After several exchanges, it became evident that the flower thief was at a distinct disadvantage. Sensing the dire situation, he resolutely hurled Li Lanxiang away. Upon witnessing this, Yi Chen swiftly leapt into the air, catching her in his embrace. Seizing the opportunity, the flower thief executed a roll and plunged into the desolate well. Concerned for Li Lanxiang's safety, Yi Chen refrained from pursuing him. "Lanxiang, how do you fare?" Observing her condition, he instinctively knew the answer. She exhibited signs of poisoning, but not just any poison. This was the venom of spring. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Yi Chen noticed that Li Lanxiang's garments had nearly slipped away. "Lanxiang, do not succumb." Her delicate visage, akin to a finely sculpted jade, was flushed crimson, her seductive gaze ensnaring, her breath fragrant. "But master, I cannot endure." He recalled the nearby mountain stream he had spotted while chasing the flower thief. With that thought, Yi Chen cast aside all hesitation and, taking Li Lanxiang with him, sprinted toward the stream. The water babbled joyfully against the stones, resonating like a melodious ballad. However, at that moment, Yi Chen had no inclination to appreciate such beauty. Grasping Li Lanxiang as one would a chick, he unceremoniously tossed her into the stream. It was the transitional season of early spring, and the mountain stream was frigid, especially under the cover of night. Thus, as Li Lanxiang's body made contact with the icy water, she instinctively shuddered, flailing her limbs in a desperate attempt to reach the shore. Observing this, Yi Chen quickly called out, "Lanxiang, bear with it, it will soon pass." Chapter 92 Master, you will protect me, won't you? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Li Lanxiang instinctively nodded. After submerging Li Lanxiang's entire body in the frigid stream, Yi Chen hoped that this physical cooling method would help alleviate her fever. He quickly retrieved a pill and placed it in Li Lanxiang's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that enveloped her entire being. "Lanxiang, are you still cold?" Li Lanxiang shook her head and replied, "Not cold anymore." Yi Chen then took out a garment from his storage ring and said, "Lanxiang, remove your wet clothes and put this on. I will gather some dry branches to start a fire." After speaking, he turned to leave. Just as he moved, he heard Li Lanxiang's slightly trembling voice from behind. "Master." Yi Chen halted, glanced back, and asked, "What is it?" Li Lanxiang bit her lip and said, "Master, please don't go too far. I'm scared." Yi Chen smiled reassuringly. "I will remain nearby. I won't stray far, so don't worry." Upon hearing his response, Li Lanxiang nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. Half an hour later, Li Lanxiang had changed into dry clothes and even taken a bath. Yi Chen had collected dry branches and fashioned a makeshift campfire. While gathering the wood, he also caught 2 plump wild rabbits. Under the moonlight, Yi Chen roasted the rabbits until they were golden and glistening. Li Lanxiang cupped her cheeks with her hands, her lively eyes wide with admiration as she gazed at Yi Chen. Noticing her unwavering attention, Yi Chen chuckled and asked, "Lanxiang, what are you staring at?" Li Lanxiang unabashedly expressed her admiration, smiling, "Master, you are so amazing. You can do everything." Hearing this familiar sentiment, Yi Chen's mind suddenly conjured the image of his sister, Yi Yinhe, and he wondered if she had returned to Song family fortress and reunited with their parents. "Master, what are you thinking about so intently?" Li Lanxiang inquired playfully. Noticing Yi Chen lost in thought, Yi Chen did not conceal his thoughts, replying, "I was thinking about my sister." Li Lanxiang's eyes widened, a flicker of curiosity sparkling within. "Sister?" Yi Chen nodded, affirming, "Yes, her name is Yi Yinhe. She is as beautiful and adorable as you, and we grew up together." Li Lanxiang felt a surge of delight at being compared to such a lovely description, giggling with joy. After a moment, she spoke with an envious tone. "It must be wonderful to grow up with Master. By the way, Master, where is my martial uncle now?" Upon hearing the term martial uncle, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. It took him quite a while to process this inquiry. The term Shirshu refers to the sister Yi Yinhe. Lanxiang, being of a similar age to you, should be addressed as elder sister. Calling her Shirshu sounds rather awkward. Li Lanxiang nodded vigorously, much like a chick pecking at grains. "All right, where has Sister Yinhe gone now?" Yi Chen casually tossed a log into the campfire and replied, "She has gone overseas." "Overseas?" At that moment, Li Lanxiang resembled an inquisitive child, brimming with curiosity about everything. "These matters shall be discussed later. You must be hungry. Here, have some rabbit meat." As he spoke, Yi Chen handed over the roasted wild rabbit. Li Lanxiang gazed at the golden-brown, aromatic rabbit meat, unable to resist swallowing her saliva as she eagerly accepted it. Observing her endearing, food-loving demeanor, Yi Chen chuckled and advised, "Take your time. Be careful not to burn yourself." In less than a quarter of an hour, the two of them had devoured both plump wild rabbits completely. After washing her hands, Li Lanxiang gently patted her flat stomach and, satisfied, exclaimed, "Master, I am so full." Just after finishing her meal, she stood up to stretch, adding, "Otherwise, I might gain some extra weight." Upon hearing Yi Chen's remark, Li Lanxiang immediately rose to her feet, beginning to pace back and forth and perform some simple exercises. "Master, where shall we go now?" Yi Chen pondered for a moment before responding. "We need to find that flower-thieving scoundrel and eliminate him." Recalling the earlier encounter with the thief, Li Lanxiang felt a lingering dread. With her teeth clenched, she asserted, "Yes. We must kill him to avenge our sisters whom he has wronged." In that moment, Li Lanxiang yearned to swiftly elevate her skills, eager to personally confront the flower thief. After a brief workout, she gazed up at the cool, luminous moonlight and suggested, "Master, the moonlight is beautiful tonight, and the spiritual energy here is quite abundant. Why don't we cultivate here instead of returning to the inn?" Yi Chen considered her proposal and agreed, "Sounds good." Upon receiving Yi Chen's approval, Li Lanxiang's face lit up with joy. Subsequently, they sat together under the moonlight, quietly cultivating. Before they knew it, midnight had arrived, the time for their daily sign-in. Sign in. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have received a grade 9 pill, the honesty pill. As its name implies, the honesty pill compels honesty in the user. Upon consumption, it takes immediate effect, lasting for half an hour." Hearing the system's announcement, Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head. He hadn't anticipated such an array of extravagant pills. He stowed the honesty pill away and turned his attention to Li Lanxiang's cultivation. At that moment, Li Lanxiang was seated cross-legged on a bare stone, hands clasped in prayer, fully engrossed in her practice. After a while, the spiritual energy surrounding her began to surge and swirl violently. This is a sign of advancement. As expected, after half an hour had passed, a brilliant hexagram halo began to swirl above Li Lanxiang's head. She had broken through. She had ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement. Li Lanxiang opened her eyes, which sparkled with waves of surprise. Master, I feel as if I have broken through again. Chen cast a look of approval at her, nodding as he said, Yes, but you must remain humble and grounded. Do you understand? Li Lanxiang nodded earnestly. Master, I will remember. Then, taking advantage of Chen's momentary distraction, she playfully stuck out her tongue at him. Master, should we go catch that flower thief now? At this moment, having just broken through, Li Lanxiang radiated a peculiar confidence. Chen looked at her and casually asked, Lanxiang, are you not afraid of that flower thief? Upon hearing the words flower thief, Li Lanxiang instinctively shivered. However, she stubbornly shook her head. Not afraid, because you are here. Master, after saying this, she slightly raised her chin and eagerly asked, Master, you will protect me, won't you? Chen smiled indulgently and gently patted Li Lanxiang's head. Of course. Upon hearing Chen's affirmative response, Li Lanxiang beamed, resembling a carefree child. Let us go. Chen chuckled, taking her delicate hand and leading her towards the abandoned courtyard. Although Li Lanxiang had now reached the 5th level of qi refinement, she would likely struggle against 3 or 5 ordinary bandits. However, to contend with a flower thief of such cultivation at the 8th or 9th level of foundation establishment, who was adept at nefarious tactics and a myriad of cunning schemes, she would not suffice. Nevertheless, Chen alone was more than capable of handling the flower thief, and there was no need for Li Lanxiang to assist him. Moreover, the flower thief was currently injured and would surely not be able to flee far. Now was the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Otherwise, once he recovered, who knows how many virtuous maidens would fall victim to his malevolence. After approximately half an hour, Chen arrived at the location of the abandoned courtyard once more, accompanied by Li Lanxiang. The courtyard had been consumed by flames, reduced to ashes. The coffins and bones within had all turned to dust. Chen approached the dry well, carefully inspecting the surroundings. He discovered only footprints leading into the well, with none leading out. This indicated that the flower thief was most likely still hiding below. Considering this, he leaned over to peer into the depths of the dry well. Li Lanxiang, summoning her courage, glanced inside as well. What met their eyes was a darkness akin to flowing ink. Master, it's so dark in there. Chen did not respond, but instead picked up a stone and tossed it into the well. He then held his breath, focusing intently to listen. Yet, not a sound could be heard. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen's brow furrowed slightly. How peculiar. Could it possibly be an endless abyss? Contemplating this, Chen held his breath and employed the heart-eye secret technique, extending his vision and tactile perception into the depths of the dry well. Indeed, hearing Chen exclaim indeed unexpectedly, Li Lanxiang's little head became somewhat bewildered. Master, what do you mean by indeed? Chen pointed towards the well and said, There is another world beneath this well. Let us descend and explore. Ah, we are going down to take a look. Upon hearing that Chen intended to descend, Li Lanxiang involuntarily shivered. Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired, What's wrong? Are you afraid? Li Lanxiang first nodded her head, but soon shook it vigorously, stubbornly stating, Afraid? How could that be? Master, you underestimate me. I am destined to become the future Empress. How could I possibly be afraid? Chen smiled indifferently and asked, Are you certain you are not afraid? Not afraid. Absolutely not. Impossible to be afraid. Li Lanxiang shook her little head like a rattle drum, affirming her courage with fervor. Chen's mischievous eyes twinkled as he grinned and said, But what if there are ghosts lurking beneath this dry well? You know, the kind dressed in white, with a pallid expression like paper and eyes that continuously bleed. Upon hearing Chen's description, Li Lanxiang felt a shiver run down her spine, a chill gripping her. Nevertheless, she stubbornly shook her head. Not afraid. Although her words conveyed bravery, Li Lanxiang's voice unmistakably quivered. Suddenly, Chen feigned a terrified expression, pointing behind her, and exclaimed, Lanxiang, there seems to be a female ghost in white right behind you. As Chen's words lingered on his tongue, a gust of night wind serendipitously swept through, stirring the strands of Li Lanxiang's hair. This sensation gave her the eerie impression of being caressed by a ghostly figure. In an instant, her body jolted as if struck by lightning, and she leaped onto Yi Chen. "Master, save me." Seeing Li Lanxiang pale with fright, almost on the verge of tears, Yi Chen erupted into laughter. "Lanxiang, yet you claimed you were not afraid?" Realizing she had fallen for Yi Chen's prank, Li Lanxiang immediately raised her delicate fists and playfully struck at his chest. "Master, you are so wicked, always bullying me." "Umph, you naughty master, I shall ignore you." With that, she turned her little head away, signaling her resolve to disregard her mischievous master. Suddenly, she felt something damp. "What is this? How wet?" Yi Chen felt a warm liquid flowing down his arm and lowered his head to investigate. At that moment, Li Lanxiang seemed to realize something. Her exquisitely sculpted face instantly flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. It turned out that she had been frightened to the point of losing control. Fortunately, Yi Chen had several changes of clothes in his storage ring, allowing Li Lanxiang to change into a fresh outfit on the spot. "Master, are we certain we want to descend?" Li Lanxiang, now dressed anew, gazed apprehensively at the pitch-black dry well. Yi Chen nodded and replied tenderly, "Do not fear. I shall protect you." Upon hearing his words, Li Lanxiang nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. As long as she was with Yi Chen, she felt an immense sense of security. Even the thought of ghosts could not instill fear in her. "Master, this well is so deep. How shall we get down?" Li Lanxiang cast her gaze down into the depths of the dry well, feeling a twinge of trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen declared, "I will carry you down." "All right." Li Lanxiang nodded, gently opening her arms to signal him to embrace her. Yi Chen wrapped his arms around her slender waist, which felt delicate enough to be held in a single hand. As he lifted her, Li Lanxiang experienced a jolt of electricity coursing through her body, leaving her feeling both exhilarated and tingling all over. "Lanxiang, if you feel frightened, you may close your eyes," Yi Chen kindly suggested. "Master, I am not afraid," Li Lanxiang insisted, though her eyes were squeezed shut even tighter than when she slept. With Li Lanxiang in his arms, Yi Chen leaped boldly into the depths of the well. The dry well was profound, based on the principles of gravity and acceleration. It could be estimated to be no less than 100 meters deep. Moreover, there was no water at the bottom, resembling more of a labyrinthine tunnel. Indeed, there lay hidden wonders beneath. Chapter 93. The mysterious underground palace. With his left hand clasping Li Lanxiang's, Yi Chen wielded the 7 stars dragon abyss in his right. Under the impetus of Yi Chen's spiritual power, the fiery dragon orb atop the 7 stars dragon abyss ignited, releasing flickers of flame that resembled a torch ablaze. As they traversed the passage, Yi Chen suddenly felt something beneath his feet, accompanied by a sharp crackling sound. Li Lanxiang glanced down, her face paling in terror, and with a startled gasp, she took refuge behind Yi Chen. Looking down, Yi Chen discovered it was a skeletal arm, evidently belonging to a long-deceased individual. Scattered around were other remnants of bones, indicating that many had perished in this forsaken place. Yi Chen picked up a fragment of the white bone and examined it closely. The owner of this bone had likely been a young woman in her lifetime. It was clear that these atrocities were the work of a nefarious flower thief. As this realization dawned upon him, Yi Chen's animosity towards the villain deepened, fueling a fervent desire for vengeance. Wishing to obliterate him to bring solace to the souls of the departed. "Lanxiang, stay close to me and tread carefully," Yi Chen gently urged, guiding Li Lanxiang forward with utmost caution. After proceeding approximately 100 paces, they found themselves at an impasse. "Master, there is no path ahead. What should we do?" Li Lanxiang inquired, pointing at the stone wall before them. Yi Chen stepped forward, pushing against the wall with all his might, but it remained unyielding. He then lightly tapped it twice. As he did so, he felt something beneath his fingers. With a decisive press, a heavy stone door suddenly creaked open. In that instant, a barrage of hidden projectiles erupted from within, raining down upon Yi Chen and Li Lanxiang like a tempest. "Lanxiang, be careful," Yi Chen shouted, swiftly maneuvering the 7 stars dragon abyss. As he deftly twirled it, the frequency of its motion intensified, summoning fiery dragons that emitted resonant roars, effectively deflecting the oncoming arrows. This defense endured for a full 15 minutes until the last of the projectiles were exhausted. At last, the stone door swung wide open, revealing 4 statues of stone men. each brandishing a weapon, sword, spear, axe, and dagger. Their faces were concealed behind ghastly masks, revealing menacing fangs, rendering them utterly terrifying. Li Lanxiang, stricken with fear, gripped Yi Chen's arm tightly, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Master, what is this place?" Before Yi Chen could respond, the four stone figures sprang to life. The first to attack was the one wielding a long knife, swinging it with fierce intent towards Yi Chen's head. Should he be struck, it would surely spell disaster. Prepared for the assault, Yi Chen reacted swiftly. In an instant, he brandished the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss to defend himself. The clash of blades erupted with a sharp, resounding metallic sound, akin to the thunderous confrontation of two armies, swords clashing and steeds galloping, exuding an aura of invincibility. Suddenly, the stone golem wielding a spear sprang into action. The spear, slithering like a venomous serpent, lunged toward Yi Chen's throat. The narrow confines of the tunnel offered no escape, and with Li Lanxiang behind him, Yi Chen had no option but to confront the onslaught head-on. He braced himself. The 7 Stars Dragon Abyss held aloft to withstand the thrust of the second stone warrior. At that moment, the stone golems wielding a massive axe and a long sword moved almost in unison. The axe descended toward Yi Chen's head, while the sword aimed for his abdomen. Surrounded by these 4 stone figures, retreat was impossible. Yet, he exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, his bright eyes shimmered with a fierce intensity. Lanxiang stepped back. He called to Li Lanxiang before executing the 9 dragons treading the heavens, gliding forward like a phantom, swiftly escaping the encirclement. Without waiting for the stone warriors to strike again, Yi Chen wielded the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss in a magnificent arc, aiming for their weapon-bearing arms. Crack, 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 crack. The 4 weapons fell to the ground almost simultaneously. However, the relentless assault of the stone golems did not wane. They continued to attack with their remaining limbs. Observing this, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, and he declared, "If that is the case, I shall sever your other arms." With that, he leapt into the air once more, swinging the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss toward the intact arms of the stone figures. Now, the stone golems stood as armless warriors. Yet, they persisted in their assault, attempting to strike him with their heavy stone legs. Frustration welled within Yi Chen as he decisively severed their legs as well. To his vexation, the legless and armless golems still endeavored to headbutt him. Driven by unbridled fury, he chose not to wield the 7 Stars Dragon Abyss any longer. Instead, he clenched his fist tightly, transforming it into an iron hammer, and hurled it toward their heads with tremendous force. Boom! The first stone golem's head shattered upon impact. Suddenly, Yi Chen noticed a shimmering stone floating in midair. Overjoyed, he reached out swiftly. It was, indeed, a crystal. It appears that this crystal is indeed the core of the stone sculpture operation. With this in mind, Yi Chen directed his gaze towards the second stone figure. Boom! Another explosive punch. At the moment the head of this stone figure shattered, a crystal floated out as expected. Then came the third and fourth. Thus, under Yi Chen's meticulous execution, he successfully acquired all 4 crystals. "Master, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed Li Lanxiang, the little admirer, showering him with praise. Yi Chen carefully stored the 4 crystals and gently patted Li Lanxiang's little head, affectionately saying, "Lanxiang, let's proceed." Li Lanxiang followed Yi Chen, continuing onward. "Master, there seems to be light ahead." After traversing a narrow, dark corridor, Li Lanxiang suddenly caught a glimpse of flickering brightness, her excitement palpable. Yi Chen glanced in the direction she pointed. To his surprise, the walls were adorned with perpetual lamps. This place certainly held significance. Moreover, such a grand endeavor could not possibly be the work of a mere flower thief. Could there be other hidden secrets behind this? At that moment, Yi Chen felt a distinct sense of adventure akin to that of a tomb raider, accompanied by an inexplicable exhilaration. As they progressed halfway, Yi Chen abruptly halted. Li Lanxiang, puzzled, blinked her bright eyes and inquired, "Master, what is it?" Just as her words lingered on the tip of her tongue, Yi Chen suddenly turned around and silenced her with a kiss. Buzz. In that instant, Li Lanxiang felt as if her mind had exploded. Her wide, luminous eyes grew round with disbelief. At this moment, her thoughts were a blank slate, save for a singular notion. She had just been kissed. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Shangwan family in Baiyun City, a few maidens were conversing as they walked past the pond. One of the maidens, seemingly hearing a noise, turned to her companions and asked, "Did you hear that? It seems there's something in the pond." Her companions held their breath and listened intently, then shook their heads in unison. "No, there's nothing." "Really? But I distinctly heard something just now." The maiden appeared somewhat skeptical. "Perhaps you misheard. Besides, there are koi and frogs in the pond. It's quite normal for there to be sounds." Upon hearing her companion's reasoning, the maiden felt their words were valid and dismissed her doubts. Shortly after they departed, a head emerged from the water, startling a flurry of koi and frogs. This head then stealthily approached a secluded room. "Elder brother." At this moment, inside the room, a middle-aged man dressed as a refined scholar was engrossed in his reading. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. He abruptly raised his head, startled, and hastily set down the book in his hands before rushing to open the door. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Upon speaking, he noticed the visitor bore injuries, and they were quite severe. Frowning, he asked, "What happened?" The visitor, filled with indignation, retorted angrily, "Brother, I lost control and was attacked." The cultured scholar felt a pang of concern and asked, "Who wounded you?" The visitor shook his head, saying, "I do not know. He was a stranger, a young man. His cultivation is inferior to mine, yet both his agility and swordsmanship surpass my own, especially the sword he wielded, surrounded by a swirling fire dragon. Clearly, it is no ordinary weapon." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged scholar's interest was piqued. "Are you certain of what you say?" The visitor, sensing the scholar's skepticism, grew agitated. "Brother, do you not believe me? Have I ever deceived you?" Just then, a peculiar noise emanated from the mechanism box on the table. The scholar's heart raced, and he hurried over to investigate. "This is bad. Someone has breached our underground palace." The visitor asserted confidently, "It must be those two." The middle-aged scholar pondered for a moment before declaring, "Let us go and see." As they approached the pond, preparing to enter the water, suddenly, splashes erupted from its depths. Moments later, a man and a woman emerged. "Brother, it is them," the flower thief exclaimed, extending a trembling hand in excitement. The figures of the man and woman were none other than Yi Chun and Li Lanxiang. The middle-aged scholar followed the direction of the flower thief's finger, his gaze landing on Yi Chun. Without uttering another word, he charged at Yi Chun like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, launching a fierce attack. "Lanxiang, be careful," Yi Chun warned, then thrust his sword forward, akin to a roaring dragon amidst crashing waves, advancing directly towards him. Although the middle-aged scholar had previously learned from the flower thief that Yi Chun possessed a divine weapon, witnessing it firsthand still left him in awe. He executed a daring somersault in midair, narrowly evading the strike. Seizing the moment, Yi Chun embraced Li Lanxiang and leaped from the pond like a dragon emerging from the sea. The middle-aged scholar fixated on the 7 stars Long Yuan in Yi Chun's grasp, his eyes gleaming with a fervent light. "Who are you, young man?" "Brother, why waste words on this brat? Quickly slay him to avenge my grievances." Before Yi Chun could respond, the flower thief hurriedly interjected. Hearing the flower thief refer to the middle-aged scholar as brother sent a jolt of surprise through Yi Chun. He glanced around once more. The courtyard was expansive and adorned with opulent decorations. It was evident that this was the residence of a wealthy family. Sensing the atmosphere, Yi Chun hesitated no longer and decided to lead Li Lanxiang away from this place fraught with danger. The middle-aged scholar perceived Yi Chun's intentions and immediately intervened. He drew a flame-imbued spear from his storage bag, tracing a fiery arc that resembled a lightning bolt as it lunged towards Yi Chun. Recognizing the peril, Yi Chun swiftly brandished the 7-star dragon abyss to defend himself. The clash resonated sharply as the flamed spear collided with the 7-star dragon abyss, sending sparks flying like a meteor shower, a breathtaking and awe-inspiring sight. After the impact, Yi Chun's figure was sent reeling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, uncontrollably retreating several paces. A searing pain coursed through his chest, as if flames were scorching him. Such formidable fire attributes. Yi Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze turning grave. The strength of the middle-aged scholar was undoubtedly on par with that of Pan Tong, a practitioner at the threshold of the Golden Core stage. It appeared that the scholar was at the quasi-Golden Core realm, merely a half-step away from forming a true Golden Core. Contemplating this, Yi Chun's expression grew increasingly serious. He had underestimated the situation. The middle-aged scholar had also been forced back, albeit only a few steps. Nevertheless, his gaze upon Yi Chun brimmed with astonishment. To him, This young man seemed merely to possess the cultivation of the third or fourth level of foundation establishment. As a quasi-golden core practitioner, he was on the verge of a breakthrough, awaiting only a pure Yin woman as a medicinal catalyst to perfect his golden core. Yet, even with only 50% of his strength exerted in that last thrust, he had been compelled to retreat. The prowess of his opponent far surpassed his expectations. With this realization, the scholar's gaze shifted back to the seven-star dragon abyss, his eyes gleaming with a fervent and covetous desire.